President Trump on CNBC this morning making comments once again about a wide range of topics we'll get into here in a second. We're just waiting for balance of trade data for June, both Canadian and U.S. just coming through here. Export side of things, $277.3 billion to the upside, prior downside a little bit, $279. Imports for June, $337.5 billion versus $338.6 billion. The balance of trade overall, negative $60.2 billion. Expected was a little bit bigger than that, negative $61.5 billion. Coming up at 9:45 this morning, S&P Global Composite PMI, then 10 o'clock, the ISM services version of that number. Pretty much it as far as the economic calendar is concerned so far. Nice start to the day, though. Overall, market back to the upside in a pretty big way here this morning. We're extending those gains from late in the session yesterday. It was just up and away all day long for not only the NASDAQ, but the S&P 500. There's Palantir, just took out 172. 172 Crazy. This morning on a big beat for PLTR. Alex Karp and Corp. Happy this morning.
Oh, they're definitely happy, Brendo. Great report, beating all expectations, and now printing over $1 billion a quarter for the first time. Great look for them. We got AMD and SMCI reporting after the bell on deck. Make sure to catch that with Sean, I, and Adara on the market recap show. HIMS also reporting big drop down, Brendo. This one could open up SSR down 10% now, as well as Coinbase with an offering down 4%. Intel getting a downgrade. Lemonade with a great report up 8 3/4, and we continue to watch Figma after the IPO, Brendo, up 3.8.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce back this morning after what happened yesterday. Tesla back to the downside here right now as well. Was trying to hold 310, just gave that up. There's a legal decision that went against Tesla. So, I mean, it's up anyways with the overall market this morning. Kind of an interesting story for Amazon winning out over really anyone else, including SpaceX, I should say, and Elon Musk in Australia for a satellite deal. So Amazon trying to bounce here as well after a negative session yesterday. Lots to digest this morning, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, lots to digest. An interesting interview that, I don't know, we were tuning in and listening.
Yeah, it's market moving, right?
Yeah, it's market moving. At the end of the day, though, more market moving than the earnings. I don't know. And really, when you think about it, HIMS is bouncing and actually isn't even down 10% anymore. But if you take out Palantir last night, it was pretty bad. Most everything was to the downside this morning. I mean, Caterpillar's down on earnings. Lemonade's good, but that's like a squeeze name. It's not really going to affect things. So yeah, it's a good sign. I think that the market is flat and not to the downside. But this is a week of the Russell. Over a third of the Russell reports this week, so it's going to be movers and shakers that we're going to be concerned about, no questions asked. So Palantir, obviously the big cap name going over the $1 billion mark on revenue, for those that don't know what a billy means, obviously. And the Intel story, by the way, that is not just a downgrade. There's a Reuters report suggesting they're having serious manufacturing issues with the quality of their new chip and being able to get the yield high enough, meaning being able to use the ones that they're putting out there. That's not good. That's really bad. So it's more than just a downgrade, that story. That's one of the short ideas in the chip space that I'll be looking at.
Yeah, hey everybody. Yeah, so we're pretty happy here today, obviously, with what Palantir's been doing. They had their first $1 billion quarter revenue as far as that's concerned. You also get their 46% operating margin increase. I mean, it's just 93% year-over-year revenue growth. I mean, it's absolutely huge. Better guidance. This name is going to continue to run. The best part about Palantir is, if you look at the options, there's still 11% implied move here by the end of the week. So we're going to get a mover and a shaker in the next couple of days for sure, as people continue to play this name with options and get it going. We're really excited to sit here and trade some Palantir today. This is going to be a stock that I'll be trading day one of earnings. I mean, it's up, and it's up. And I feel pretty positive about all of this, man. I mean, a 170 dip buy is great. What's going on with Coinbase, though? Coinbase right now getting kicked. Yeah, so an offering right there. Huge move. Google and OpenAI just received some sort of a civilian contract, something, blah, 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 but we'll have to wait to see that. Google on the march, too. Wow, what a name this has been, taking these levels out right now. We're going to get some 198 possible breakouts here for Google, right back to all-time highs again for this name is great. So that's fantastic. You know, you can't keep these giants down for very long. That is obviously being played out right now. I mean, with
unless it's the New
Microsoft,
York Giants.
Forget about the New York Giants. I mean, Russell Wilson, is that the savior over there? Is that what's going on over there? Scatabo, we talked about that yesterday a little bit, their new rookie running back.
I'm taking him in the draft.
Good luck with that. I just, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Amazon. I mean, Amazon is getting kicked right now, but, the other three big ones, Google, Meta, Microsoft, all near their highs. NVIDIA at its high, basically, as well, $2 away from that. AMD reporting tonight. That name's not going to stop. Tons of names tonight. I was talking about this with Brendan yesterday. Snapchat, AMD, SMCI. Keeps on coming tonight. Shrifai and Adara will be on the show. But nice little pullback here in the pre-market based on some of this talk about Donald Trump there and talking about India a little bit. He didn't like that oil situation. He didn't like the healthcare situation there in Europe, and some of the biotech names coming back in as well. XBI, maybe a move on some of that talk. XBI, not XBIL. There it is, XBI. Is it pulling back $87? It's probably about right. But no, nothing happening there. All right, so Coinbase. Yeah, Coinbase is the big surprise for me today, coming in and seeing that name getting hit to the downside. And Neil just mentioned it was an offering, so I got to do a little bit more work on that. Down 4% right now. This name's getting crushed. Bitcoin also only at 114.
Not great for Bitcoin.
I mean, what's up with Bitcoin?
You know who else reports after the bell tonight?
A bunch.
Open.
That was the other one. Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
I think, look, obviously for market moves, we care about the big name, but when it comes to like trading and squeezes, you'll probably be paying attention to Open. This is what happens when the shorts, Michael Loss was bringing up a point, I didn't realize this to be true, which just makes it seems insane that the short float on this started bouncing and saw a lot of increase, but it's between like the 8th and when it broke $1. Like mid-July. Like before it was breaking $1, the shorts were already selling, like increasing the shorts was breaking the 50-period moving average. It goes to $5. I'm going to venture to say that going into the earning, they're not all out. But it's wild to me that hedgies, where a stock does this, like they're already starting to fade, or anybody, when it only goes up from like 50, 60 cents to like 80 to 90. It just shows how relentless some short sellers are, and they should be caught off guard here. And again, I have no idea what Open's earnings are going to be, but as a trader, you kind of hope for the upside there. Nothing against the hedge funds.
Upstart also reporting. Upstart, Lucid, Rivian. It's going to be Lucid, Rivian. I mean, Randy's here today. It's welcome back to everybody in Canada. It's now a start of your work week today, Tuesday, August the 5th. Wow, the summer just goes by.
It's too fast.
I was saying that, like if you're part of OBA, which is Ontario Baseball, that's done now. It's getting close to being done now. Yep. As August rolls around, we're getting lighter and lighter on the schedule now, and more hockey stuff is piling in, and baseball stuff coming to an end. Bitcoin now, Trump just said he'll probably won't run again. 114, won't run again. Probably won't.
Probably.
I didn't think. Anyways, there goes crypto down to 114 and change. Right now, getting a little lower there on Bitcoin. This has not been a great moment in time for BTC over the last little while. But if you go over to a daily chart, I think that this is just a good opportunity to buy some more if you really did like it. You're down into there. That is the 50-period moving average. So, the last couple of times we've seen it, it has taken a little bit of a dump through there. We went from 105 down to 102 or 101, and then we held it up right there, and now we just bounced again yesterday. We talked about the 112 area coming into play. So if that comes into play again there for Bitcoin, especially on some news from Trump here, we saw Coinbase go downside. If the market gets a little jittery, watch out for a 112 area there for BTC. I really like that. And I know there's some Ethereum talk and everything like that. That keeps working.
Well, ETH chart, we'll get to this in just a quick second, but ETH on the 15, like it's starting to drop pretty precipitously as well, like a couple of down legs on this. But really when it comes down to it, hey, couldn't break 4,000, did a healthy pullback, bounced, and now you're putting in a lower high. So yeah, you run into it was a great rally. It's been a great rally, and technically you're still sort of consolidating that high, but a little bit of froth coming out. Maybe froth is the wrong word. Froth is right. We're a little froth, I think, coming out at some of these highs, especially for like the ancillary crypto plays. And we're seeing this, we're starting to see this play out, certainly. Like we're getting all these treasury plays, and we'll see how Verb does on day 2, but it was already losing. And these have been good runs, but it lost the bid in the afternoon yesterday and is down 9% today. So you're not really getting even more than 1 or 2 days of rush. It'll be interesting to see how this one holds up. This is a Ton coin treasury that went ham yesterday, but in the afternoon really started to give up that bid. So yeah, you're seeing some signs of, I guess pullback would be the right way to go. But the first thing that I'd feel good about a bounce in would be Bitcoin, not the others, because they lead the rally, everything else follows. They should lead the bounce. And if we're not even getting underneath 110, then what are we all that afraid of?
Yep, excited for Bitcoin to be able to buy a little bit more. Look, it's going to be a great day here. We've got everyone's working out there behind us. Oh, speak of the devil.
Oh, really?
We've got some
Special
plums
delivery
going on.
Yes.
Yes, Randy.
Randy.
Yes.
Yes.
Randy, yes. No.
No. Oh, he did say no.
He finally got it at the end of that. I don't think he exactly understood what we were doing there.
Yeah,
the plums have been okay recently, so that's okay. We'll try it again. Right here, here's the Valeria doll, by the way. Valeria doll. The thing is, if I put it here, it always falls down pretty easily.
It doesn't stand. It doesn't stand.
Get out of here, Valeria.
Lean it on Josh.
Get out of here.
Josh is losing his.
And just random Connor Brown.
I think losing his jersey here. It's all falling apart.
Wow. Okay. I mean, Bitcoin is now getting hit even harder right now. It's down to 13.8. I mean, all of a sudden, this thing just started to drip down a little bit here. So let's. I don't know. Nice move, man. We were just at 15,000. We just went from 15 down to 13.8. This is a minute chart. Let's call this 20 minutes. Nice downside play there for BTC. Wow, okay, so now we're starting to get excited a little bit here. Let me guess, Palantir just keeps moving higher here. PLTR 171 and change, 172. I have to watch out for that one. Uber, Amazon's the one that we're gonna have to do a little bit more work on because this continues to get a little lower here. Today it's flattish. It's up actually based on the market, but this name keeps on breaking lower. We just broke the 50-period moving average. We'll talk more about Amazon as the show goes on, but that 200 level looks pretty prime for a dip buy opportunity. Yeah. It was all right.
We'll take it. But you know what? I think is Amazon worse than Apple right now?
Well, from its way down, I mean, Amazon's down 10% from its high.
Oh,
it's down 10% from 5 days ago.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Apple's chart maybe looks worse, but Amazon, that's the one that just gets. Whatever. We'll talk way more about Amazon because that 200-period moving average comes into play today.
And buy more of that.
That's a big one. I think this is I said we wait a little bit to see it test today, but I'll probably get a little bit impatient and nibble today because I think that's a good value on Amazon. Let's go back up to the desk and see what else we have to talk about. So much to get to.
Just seeing, looks like Trump, guys, has ended his little chit-chat there on CNBC. So just a heads up for the overall market. His last comment, though, was he said he would like to run again, but probably he won't. I'm just not even going to touch that one. Is what it is. Here's that Google, OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic winning U.S. approval for civilian AI contracts. We're back to session highs. Huge day yesterday for Google. It was just straight to the upside right out of the gate.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, Brendo, after earnings, with that good cloud number, fantastic look. What is there to say? But let's see what this AI headline is. No detail on it yet, but Loop maintaining Google today with a hold and a price target of $190, but boosting the price target from the previous level of 165. So already up 0.1 here in the pre-market. We'll keep an eye on Google, Brandon.
Given the current demand, or excess demand, I guess, for IPOs, I was reading a note last night that was really interesting, trying to make the case that OpenAI specifically, and I know they have some structural issues on why they won't be able to do this right now, but OpenAI might be missing an opportunity right now to come public.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of legwork they have to do behind the scenes, obviously, to get to a point where that could happen. But given this environment, can you imagine if we had OpenAI to trade as well?
It'd be fantastic for us, but I don't even think they have the incentive, Breno. They're making or they're generating so much money from the private markets through private equity, private lending, that they don't really have the incentive to come to market. In addition to that, you've got the tokenization of these equities, even private market equities, through Robinhood and SoFi, giving you not, much to Altman's dismay, but giving you an actual ownership share in some of these private companies. So we'll see if that disincentivizes possibly some of these companies from going public.
Yeah, I was just reading it as well. Trump talking as much as 250% tariffs on pharma. Ooh. So that's coming soon, according to President Trump as well.
He was saying next week on earlier on the CNBC.
Yeah, they're now actually posting could eventually reach up to 250% on pharma tariffs. So that's not a little bit. So the market reversing here, guys. Trump has left the screen.
Slight down, and then we just easy bounce, I guess, I suppose. But the pharma tariffs, it's not chump change. That said, those were numbers that we saw being bandied about for some time. So I kind of feel as if for a lot of this, like the shock's out there. Like you get warnings of what the shock is going to be early on, so that when by the time you get slapped with the tariffs, it feels like you've already been hit. Pfizer reported, which is probably the entire explanation as to why they are going to be to the upside here. But a lot of these names, I think to be honest, what's interesting about when it comes to Pfizer and Merck, and doesn't necessarily get talked about enough as to why these charts all look relatively the same, is you have this patent cliff in a couple of years that's coming down on some really major drugs that are huge sources of revenue. That's one of the reasons why people keep talking about M&A for the big names in here. And then you throw this tariff thing in and you're just like kicking them while they are down. I mean, I think there's going to be a good opportunity, and maybe as this is starting to unwind, that's where it's going to be. I think there's going to be more M&A there. But XBI has been trying to go for some time. Merck's been trying to go for some time. Pfizer's been trying to catch a little bit of a bottom, and really the only thing you can own is Eli Lilly. It's actually performing really well. At least the only thing that I look at that's performing remotely well. And I used to be a Pfizer owner, and it was just, I remember holding on. It was one of those easy plays during COVID. Like everything went up, and that one made sense. But just huge disappointment there. I don't know if they're a buy just yet. I think speculating in smaller ones for some deals might be the better way to go.
I was going to say, just looking it up, that we do have in a couple of days, in 2 days, Eli Lilly reports. I think we want to take advantage of dip buys, and even in a stock like a Microsoft that's pulled back in here again. This name continues to work, almost a perfect quarter. You get a couple pullbacks there, into the end of last week. We actually had a negative week last week, finally, in the NASDAQ, but Microsoft pulls right back in, and that was probably a buy there at 520. I'm actually looking to see about a 540 break. Whoopsies, it's right here today for MSFT, and that looks great. I mean, opportunity to buy that thing down there at 520 after a 560 print. I mean, that was a missed opportunity for sure. So we'll wait to see if Microsoft gets going. Look, it's tech's world. We're all living in it, honestly. The growth and the engine that are these top 5 names in the market are absolutely huge. If you go back and look at it, it's like the projected growth is like 15 point something percent, while the rest of the S&P is 4 to 5%.
Correct.
So it's like, it's absolutely blowout numbers for a lot of these names. And yeah, we'll just keep on looking around, man.
But the other side of that coin is, we're going to get to the interview is in a quick little second here, but is the expectations now on everyone else reporting going forward? Like, we started off so hot.
But there's so many names that are now, I mean, there's no more big cap names except for the biggest.
Well, I do think that this could make it harder for like an AMD.
But do you think AMD really cares about all of this stuff? I mean, their quarter's already behind them. Remember, they're reporting factual.
Oh, of course. Yeah. No, 100%. You're recording factual things, but I just feel like there's going to be a lot of
AMD guiding lower, though? I can't.
I can't either, but it's just I think they get punished more than they usually would if it happens. I think that's what happens in this market. Like, we're just going to punish people way more than they deserve to be on their reports if they miss by a little bit.
As long valuations really don't matter unless you miss.
Yeah.
Because like if you beat, then the valuation is in law, like that you've met the expectations.
Exactly.
These PEs, these forward PEs are based on expectations and future revenues and future guides and all that kind of stuff. So if you come out and you beat like a Palantir, Why is nobody saying, hey, Palantir can't go up, it's at a 600 PE? Really? Well, there's 7% right there. So why doesn't that PE just be 900? It doesn't matter. As long as they keep on beating and putting up the numbers, these valuations aren't going to matter until eventually they do. And that's the thing. When does this sort of acceleration stop? I don't think we're close to that until we get a next quarter. There has to be a miss. And until you get misses, that valuation is not a problem. And that's why some of these names like Palo Alto continue to get hit, because they didn't make what the street thought was a good decision in CyberArk, so therefore it gets hit. All right, we're running out of time a little bit here, but I think those are great talk, and we have more of that coming up right now. Yeah, with Mitch and Trade the Pool. So let's go back over to the desk and find out what the boys are up to.
Yeah, let's bring him right in here. As you said, we're running on in time. Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool back with us on a Tuesday morning. Good to see you, Mitch. Busy.
Good to see you.
Yeah, busy market. Lots to discuss here. We were dipping into coal a little bit the last time you were with us, going back to last week. Big day yesterday for this entire group. Let's just jump right into it here. What are you seeing as far as the group is concerned? And then throw a couple of names at me here. METC is the one, I guess, top of the list.
Yeah, the one that I was trading yesterday, was able to trade this one and BTU yesterday for the long side. Actually talked about these originally here on the show when BTU first broke the 1550, looking for a setup through the 16. I call this the black gold, right? And I think that this is what we need to be keeping watch on this. How did this come alive? Well, a lot of it is all this kind of rare earths move that happened off the big beautiful bill and the battle that's going on in rare earth right now, guys. So these materials are on fire, whether you're looking at uranium or things like that, or now even lithium stocks moving, right? So I'm just going to continue looking in basic materials, where the ice cream is, the flavor of the week, right? Right now it's coal. I'm watching METC, BTU. One that's a bigger name that's just getting off the support is AMR. So maybe that plays a little bit of a lagging look today. So we'll see what happens with these. But of course, the black gold doing well, and look for maybe some lithium names also.
It seems like this is if you go into the defense sector as well, I was noticing yesterday, there's a lot of lower price stocks starting to play along and starting to get a little bit more attention. You just brought this AMR here, $119 stock versus some of the smaller ones we were just looking at catching more of a bid.
Yeah, you got to look for the ones that have the momentum right now. So like we saw the MP deal, right? And that MP deal started to get a lot of names starting to move. One name that I've been trading recently is UUUU. 4 U's there, guys, but it definitely has been doing well. And this is all based on this style of trading right now. And I think that you got to continue to look to see if these names bounce back. This one had a crazy bounce back. I even rode this one for a short when it was extended. So we got to play these both sides. There's also UAMY, another name, right? Another North American supplier in an area that is battled for right now. So rare earths are going to continue being battled for. If you want some higher quality names, there's a name like ALB, of course, that I'd watch. And long term, I like SQM, but that's more Chile. We're looking at more what's actually US based, also kind of focused here, so that we can continue to see these get the lift. And this also has to do with the battle that Trump's on right now. He's clearly battling for rare earths. He knows how important it is, and we're going to continue to battle China to get these materials. And if you see what's going on in China, they're actually causing for some of these supplies, you actually have to take a picture and provide certain evidence that this is not going to the US military. And so what we're going to see is more of a battle here. That is a continued battle to look for here. PLL, another name, just to add one more to the list.
Yeah, I mean, all kinds of demand in that group, which is good for the entire sector. Let's jump down to fintech, because I want to mention we're on the back end of some of the bigger earnings anyways. We still have notable names to come, obviously, with NVIDIA. Some that have already reported, like SoFi, though. Another big day, ends the day yesterday at the highs. We're up again. What are you seeing here with SoFi?
Yeah, so SoFi has been on a move just because it also has all like the hype words. Of course, it has blockchain, it has crypto in it, it has student loans, right? So all the things are going for SoFi. Another thing that happened, of course, in the big beautiful bill was about lending regulation. And lending regulation has pretty much gotten the door wide open. So if you're starting to see some of these lending companies going higher, that's a good area to look and jump on a potential bubble here. So I'm starting to look at these names and they're starting to lift off, whether it be SoFi, whether it be looking into like an Affirm, buy now, pay later, right? Upstart also starting to get the lift, and even a smaller name like a Lending Tree. Just take a look at that chart. Why is it taking off? I'm sure a lot of you guys are scratching your heads, but the real key is the doors are open here to lend out more and more. And if you remember a couple months back, Affirm got another kind of deregulation that came into play, which didn't treat Affirm like a credit card,
Like, are they
right? And so all these types of things are playing in to the factor that the doors are open to go lending.
All right, let's continue along here. Given the overall state that we're at and the overall place we're at, I guess, in the market, the Fed behind us, bigger earnings, as we mentioned, behind us here, we're starting to see going into the latter part of the summer and maybe even into the fall, some of these small caps coming back to life and catching a little bit more attention, a little bit more of a bid. Is there a certain area of the market, you mentioned, a few there, is there a certain area of the market, though, we really should be focusing on that we're not?
Right now, I mean, there's definitely different themes. There's like a real estate theme that's been going on. Zillow's been going higher. This is also maybe views that they see the rate cut coming. I know I'm not the biggest camp in the rate cut game, but the stock itself is definitely starting to take off. Another one that I'll give you guys a smaller name to go with this one, right? There's always a leader and kind of lag, is Opendoor. Opendoor recently had gotten a big push. A lot of people were looking at this one as a short squeeze candidate, but it's actually not the worst kind of business right now. And it's definitely a competition to Zillow. So if Zillow's going higher, I'd look for this one to kind of lag a little bit and start to play catch up. Maybe a move through 250 is not a bad way to look at. But right now, what you're seeing is a lot of these smaller names that are in the right theme, right? So yes, there's some high quality names. Those are the names that you might want to stick to on the long term, but the short term trading is looking really good with those names that just bring into the hype, right? This is why we saw names like, let's say like BTBT go up and then right back down. Why? Because they just made a mention that they were going to invest in ETH and kind of follow the MSTR strategy, but in ETH. These are the types of things that we're seeing. They're just trying to jump on the right PR. And if you can't get your stock moving in this environment, you're never going to do it.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think a lot of the reason why a lot of these are coming back to life and moving around a little bit. We're tight on time, as we mentioned. Give me your top two, top three to go to here at the open this morning.
Yeah, I got you. I'm looking at data storage, FLNC, to see if this one can really get going. This one had a nice little pullback when BE was pulling back. Of course, Bloom Energy, we've seen the recent reports and how that's gone higher. So FLNC yesterday, really nice kind of pullback, started to get to play. I'll look for maybe an inside day, maybe a little bit of a pullback, then continues higher. We'll see what happens. But another thing is just be careful out the gates today, guys, because I felt like a lot of everybody just quickly jumped back into the bull camp, which wasn't a problem for yesterday, but we're not in yesterday's market. So don't forget that we kind of closed that gap. We could kind of have an inside day, and then we'll look to see what happens with AMD tonight. And I saw the boys talking about it, so I'll bring a little extra statistics for you guys. Revenue has beat estimates 16 out of the last 17 quarters. And when you look at EPS, 14 times in the last 17 quarters for AMD. So is this going to go away? Could they beat again? Hell yeah. Probability is on the upside here. And one thing that I'll say is the number one thing to look at is data center growth. Last quarter, 57% revenue increase. Look for that number being the focus number in tonight's earnings.
Going into the report, are you a guy that just is hands off before the actual earnings?
Oh, of course. I mean, we wanted this thing at 116, guys. That's where I talked about the bull flag. And it was right here on this show that I said, I'd like AMD over NVIDIA this year just because it can outperform. And in this case, I think we continue to see the outperformance. The only question is playing into tonight, that's going to be a little bit of a tough game, guys. Maybe yesterday you could have played because of the kind of the market sentiment kind of affecting the pullback on AMD and then it just going back higher. At this point, I think it's very hard to play on a day like today.
Mitch Hoke, going to be in studio coming up here in a few weeks. all the guys over at Trade the Pool are going to come by. We're looking forward to it. Mitch, what's happening?
I wasn't playing, guys. Bring the desk. I'm ready to go. Stream Deck ready.
Wait,
Let's go.
I got an extra seat right here.
Come on, I know, Neil, they don't allow you to press the buttons. We're gonna get you to press the buttons.
Mitch Hoke, always great insight. Good to see you.
I'll see you on Trade the Pool, guys.
Hey, man, well, how come?
Names
No,
there.
our Stream Deck does. I think he has an extra row in his. I need an extra row. I could take an extra
There's
row.
bigger ones, there's smaller ones, you know.
Yeah. No, it's always going to be fun. We'll have him in the studio. Of course, I don't know where we'll be in the renovations up in here, Mitch, but you're dressed the right way because it's dark. Like, the darkness is spreading,
that's right. Got the black
which
on,
is the
got the
idea
darkness,
with the
yeah.
black in here. Like, you'll just essentially just fit right in. I do think AMD is going to be tricky today. And we always talk about this like the day of earnings. And already with the market looking relatively strong, like this is actually trending in a bit to the downside. But one name, I like me some SoFi. You know what I love about what's happening in SoFi is it seemed like it was doing that thing that it always does after earnings, which is look like it's going to be fantastic and then dump it. But even when it sold off, bounce. It just bounced 21, bounced 21, bounced 21.
Bouncing,
3 times it's bounced off the $21 level, which is exactly where it was before earnings. So yeah, I love these fintech names, specifically SoFi doing really well. I don't know if we get to. It's kind of crazy. Like when you see an obvious one like this, by the time you're sometimes paying attention to the support level, you don't get it that third time with any luck. You know what? I don't want SoFi to drop $1 today. That's hefty of a move, but that 21 is pretty good on SoFi. And we just got a reload. So apparently the answer was yes on coffee.
Tonight we have Rivian, tonight we have Lucid. So which, if you could invest in one or the other at this point in time? We don't have to call up charts.
Are we on?
We're always on, man. Do you feel good about any of those right now?
You can say no. I mean,
I think Rivian, right? Oh no, not right now.
So yeah, we're pre-production R2. R1S, R1T sales are kind of flat. Lucid's is a nothing burger. They've been just kind of doing this for 18 months, 20 months. So I don't know. I'm not expecting great things for Rivian. I hate to be negative on this stock, but there's a horizon here. There's an end game coming, and we're not that far away. So yeah, I would just hang on. It's not a.
Both the charts look very similar. You're near the bottoms of both.
There's not a lot to be excited about right now.
This is Lucid
here. But for Rivian, there's some good news again on the horizon. Lucid,
because Lucid doesn't have a cheap car, right? They don't.
No, and
super expensive.
There's been rumors about, a cheaper model. Is it here? No. Is it an Elon promise? Possibly. Yeah. So let's. I'm going to say Rivian's probably going to have some negative sales numbers, but they're sitting on some Volkswagen billions to get them through this period.
That's what matters at this point in the cycle.
And once that new plant in Georgia gets up and running, and we have pre-production prototypes for R2s, then we're going to start to see this.
Did you see Optimus with Tesla there, starting at so pre-orders are out right now.
Yep.
23 grand.
You can get the lowest model.
It's 8 hours. It does common jobs, this and that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty nice to see for Tesla. Give it another revenue stream.
23 is a nice bracket to be in.
But it can only carry 44 pounds. It's like you have to get the upper model to be able to move anything heavy. But whatever.
You gonna get one?
Oh, I've already said this before. Like I will never. It's the kind of thing I would never be first. I'd like this. What does it do? What does it pull off?
I've just got a Roomba.
But eventually, if I don't even know what it's actually pulling off when I see people using it. You'll see videos online. Like once I get in the sense of that, I mean, eventually, why not? Like if you really think about the end game for this, like folding laundry, washing dishes, like there's so much around.
Can it mow the lawn or wash the car?
Mow the lawn, of course. Why wouldn't it be able to? We were talking about it cutting my hair. Like there's just who knows what's going to be able to do.
Are you paying a robot $23,000 to wash your dishes? I mean, I don't know.
I have a dishwasher.
That's what I'm saying. It seems a little bit pricey. You got to figure it out.
No, but it's not just going to do that. It's going to do everything around the house. Move your furniture. How often do you move your furniture? It's all little things.
Move his furniture.
Oh, wait.
Can it flip burgers on a barbecue? Can it,
Of course it can. That's the end game.
But I don't want it to do that.
If it can't, then
What do you want it to do?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to think about. Like, what's the? Well, I mean, I'm in a little bit of a different situation. I'm lucky enough Marissa doesn't work or anything like that. So at the home, if I ask to talk to her, maybe, yeah, she wants to get some of those jobs.
Can it walk the
automated.
dog or, you know?
Yeah, well, I was
Just
just,
walk the dog. Of course. That's the end game.
it's Clive. Like, you know, you get,
Clyde takes me for a walk.
right, so exactly. But so it's that kind of stuff, cleaning up after your animals, things like that. Like,
that's a
I
good
could
one.
see some benefits
I
there, but
like
it's,
that. Picking up the,
Put up
I mean, if you spend a couple $100 a year on that,
Oh, yeah,
then
that's-
the next thing you know, I don't know. I just don't know.
Clean out the gutter. Oh, guys, come on.
I think it'd be great. It's just like, you know how much cleaning out the gutter is, man? I can just call somebody and pay them a couple $100. They do it.
No, I just think it's every
Yeah.
job, and there's
get one for the show so it can bring you guys coffee.
That'd be sick if Optimus just started, and Roebuck came here.
Yeah, that would be.
That would be crazy. Yes, I agree with that, actually. Now Randy's onto something. But see, then he's taking away, like, then we don't get to see Randy as much. You see, it's like that personal
But you can talk
touch.
to it.
The personal
I don't.
touch.
Well, I think you get the higher models have better interactions, but you can definitely talk to it.
I mean, if we buy a robot for 23 grand to bring us coffee, then you know if times are good around here, if that's what we're doing. But yeah, it's 9:05, 9:06. Let's go over to the desk. We're going to hear from Sharif. We're going to hear about the market. We got the watch list ready to go. Make sure you do subscribe. Get the link in description to get our watch list. It's completely free with all of the names that we're going to be going over right now with key points. You know, you want to know what Palantir's earnings were? Bang, it's right there in the watch list. You don't even have to
Yes, sir.
use ChatGPT. All right, let's go back
It's
over
better
to
than
this.
ChatGPT. Accurate.
63.55, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We reclaimed 6,300, and we've also reclaimed that 50-point area. That's the overnight low, 63.58. So we're using 63.50 as our support level. The overnight high takes us to 77. So we'll say 6,400, Brendo, as resistance.
So much to know this morning, so much to know coming up tonight as well. Make sure you stay with us after the close at 4 o'clock. Going to be another earnings show to deal with. If you haven't done so, top link in the description will get you to that page. All you need is your email address, and you can get the watch list every single day for free. Just hearing a couple of things on global stuff, but nothing market moving at this point. I'll check that out in a second. 172, though, seems to be a bit of an issue here, which was the high from after the close yesterday. For PLTR, I mean, this is Dan Ives, so obviously it's upside. But there's lots, is my point. There's lots and lots of analysts with positive reviews, positive notes, price target hikes right across the board.
It makes sense with the revenue coming in over $1 billion now, Brendo, beating that $940 million estimate. The first time they've topped the $1 billion mark, with EPS coming in at 16 pennies ahead of the 14 expected by the street. Revenue surged 48% year over year on the quarter, well ahead of expectations. And you saw what the shares did. Net income also soared 144% year over year, guys. That's a take-home money. Up to 327 million, or about 13 pennies per share, with the market cap now exceeding 379 billion. But the valuation is rich, very rich, that is. 276 times forward earnings. So yeah, trade that carefully. Full year 2025 revenue expected, Brendo, 4.14 to 4.15 billion, up from the earlier guide, with Q3 revenue guided 1.08 3 to 1.087, again ahead of the 983 expected by the street. And they also raised their operating income. Here's where they're making money. So U.S. revenue grew 68% over year, with commercial revenue nearly doubling, guys, which is a fantastic look because they're diversifying. But U.S. government contracts continue to grow faster, Brendo, than their U.S. commercial contracts, because that grew 53% year over year, with Alex Karp calling it crazy efficient revolution. Total contracts rose 140%. They closed 66 deals, and they have a $10 billion U.S. Army contract.
It seems like the list is a little bit longer every single quarter with Palantir, guys. We're back above right now. 172 seems to be a pivot, though.
That's the whole point of Palantir, right? It's we talked about this. We said that those numbers are going to be huge. The demand. I mean, we get the quote here from an executive: bombastic demand for their AI platform.
It's the Loba.
Yeah, exactly. So it's big time. GE Aerospace, Citibank, TWG Global, Teletracking, all proving, customer satisfaction, basically. Who would have thought that 93% rise in U.S. commercial and 53% rise in government contracts? I mean, this is just getting 93%. This is, we said that valuations only matter when you miss. So they're getting pretty lofty right now, but up 7% here today. All those numbers that Sharif just mentioned, over, just everything's over. Like, if you're playing over, under, everything's over. Yep. Shares are popping right now, just 4%. We had, or sorry, 7%. We had an idea of, I thought we could go a little bit higher than this, actually, based on where we were. Remember, it doesn't have a huge short float or anything like this, but we have over an 11% move right now. If you go out to Friday's options, you have an over 11% implied move coming on Palantir. So that's another 17, like, let's just say another $20 on this. That puts us to 190. If the 11% is upside. If it's downside, then yeah, you do get back into sort of where we were, not just yesterday, but even lower than that, around that 150 marker. So yeah, I think there's going to be a very interesting couple days here of plays for Palantir. For me, it's on the sticky note. We already published that. It's now out. The sticky note right now today is littered with all big names, just because I feel like big tech is going to lead the way one more time here today. And I just wrote down 170 long if we hold it, or a pre-market long break. So we could get involved in this trade almost pretty much immediately here on PLTR. So looking to see if we break through that 173 mark. That's the pre-market high. So we'll see if that's there. It's only 9:10 right now. I have a feeling that might not be here once we get closer to the open. Remember, there's market on open orders that are going to hit as well. But that 170 just coming into some dip areas. I don't know. You never want to catch a falling knife. We were completely wrong on Starbucks, where we punched the top and then it fell back down. Let's just be diligent if we do that again. We're going to do it. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I'm here to make that trade. But if we break through 170, let's not just keep trying to catch a falling knife here, because again, could go either way, right? I mean, it's already a huge quarter. The numbers are now baked in. The guide was enormous. There's nothing wrong with this move at all, and I think it does eventually go higher. But will it go higher in the first 5 minutes? That's really the rub and what we're all waiting for, right? So
part of the issue.
Yeah.
NVIDIA just went red. Tesla just went red.
I mean, the market is
been sliding down since that interview. And, you know, look, at the end of the day, like you said, the growth is growth.
Why is NVIDIA getting killed?
And it really held, like, as far as I'm concerned, like, it broke out this channel that we've been watching the entire time. So when it's pretty simple. You break a channel like that, technically, the pullback ultimately could go to 165 half, where that is, that channel top, and I think you go in for the long. The other place I'm looking is this afternoon. Well, it's the aftermarket resistance at 169, where it really started to hold up there right at the end of the program. So those levels I'm watching, that's where I want to buy the dip. But you're right. Like, if we lose 69, I don't want to be long 69 into 65. I want to play along there, and if it loses, I want to wait for a reversion at 165, because Palantir is the king stock when it does a deep reversion. Like, when it does some kind of a trend revert, it tends to be good for multiple days. And especially, I mean, even like that, the day that it does it, but also, you know, multiple days. So that's what we're looking for. And big earnings name after market tonight, dropping right now because the market's rolling a bit.
Yeah, AMD, NVIDIA, I think is starting to lead this
NVIDIA
way here, down here, 179.50. All right, let's go find out more about AMD.
Yeah, accelerating to the downside here. Here's partially why. We've talked about this move going back to the jobs report. This is the 10-year, by the way, U.S. 10-year. 2 days in a row downside. We're starting to bounce here, about to take out the open from yesterday, back to 422 on the 10-year, 30-year looking pretty much the same. There's AMD accelerating to the downside here, ahead of what is to come tonight.
So we got AMD and SMCI after the bell today, Brendo. So here's what we're expecting for both. We're expecting AMD's revenue to come in at 7.42 billion, with EPS coming in at 48 pennies. That's a Q3. That's Q2 revenue expected now for their estimates for Q3, 8.32 billion and $1.15 EPS per share. Susquehanna raised their AMD price target to $210 from $135, basically saying they're gaining their PC server market share from Intel. Their AI strategy has also been boosted by the launch of the MI350 chips, with the MI400 chips targeting at 2026 launch. That's going to be stacked in AI servers. The stock is up 47% year to date. Super microcomputer, SMCI, we're expecting EPS to come in at 44 pennies on revenue of 5.91 billion. The EPS, though, Brendo, was revised downwards 12 times in the past 90 days, and the revenue outlook lowered as well. Full year 2025 guidance now guiding 21 and change to 22 and change for the full year revenue outlook. They're down from 23.5 to 25 billion. Q3 revenue rose 19% to 4.6 billion, but fell about 19% short. Despite all this, they see the high beat potential for Q4 as a result of the AI demand, and the EPS beat expectations 88% of the time.
Just 0.25% right now for the NASDAQ. We are in positive territory, but downside for the overall market here, guys. We're stuck within, it's worth noting as well, past couple of days, we're stuck right in the middle of the range here for AMD. Is it hands off today?
It might, like, unless something extreme happens, it is for me. Like I already said, like I think that the Intel news is actually worse than the downgrade, as we were mentioning. So I want to fade that. If we can even, I don't even know if we can get back to the $20 level. I might have to look at VWAP for that thing. But as far as AMD goes, I think you got clear resistance at 182 on an earnings day. So I'd look for a reversion if it got to 82. And then because I didn't like it till 74, you're diddling essentially in the middle. So it's, if we dip all the way down into 174, I'm going to imagine anything that takes it that far to the downside has Palantir dip buying almost. Yeah, I'll see the market getting down there, and I think there'll be opportunities elsewhere. But 174 would be the level if it really gets very negative here on AMD going into the earnings. And look, it wouldn't surprise me, like because the expectations are high, they've been continuously beating. I think there is some risk that if it's not perfect, you're going to get a pullback. It's been an unbelievable rally for AMD, no questions asked. And we had viewers that were talking about if they even got 20% of the market share of NVIDIA's market share, then this should be 3 to 4x its price. We'll see if they can do that. NVIDIA doesn't just get them; it keeps them. Because it's difficult to train going away from their chip. It's like once you're in, they got you. It's like Apple.
I think you're waiting to see what margins are like on some of those new chips, what the China looks like for AMD tonight. But I mean, to Brendan's point, I think it might be worth trading another name rather than AMD tonight or today, and maybe it's NVIDIA is the one to play. Why is like NVIDIA shouldn't be red in a green market, you know? So Palantir just ran the highs again, by the way. So there it goes, man. 172.25 right now, up $12. But yeah, what about just a break long of NVIDIA, right? I mean, if this market does eventually go off these bottoms, we could break that long. But I might just leave these two alone. We do have SMCI tonight, so that was another name. So AMD and SMCI. Yesterday's hold levels for AMD, or for NVIDIA, if you can come into 178 really quickly off the open, that could be a level. But I just don't think we need to be too excited to trade any of these names right away. Let it give you the answer, right? I mean, look, even if you break this 180, 150, you got 182 right there, which is what we wrote down for a break in NVIDIA, 182 long. Let's get through here. Then we start looking at all-time highs again. So I'd rather wait to see a 182 break on AMD, not 180, 150. So that's what I'm going to wait for, and then we can use maybe 180 as our out. But yeah, I'm not super excited about a lot of these chip names there today. SMCI reports, that might be one of the better, more sort of, I don't want to say juicier ones, but this is had a great break. We had Brian Shannon on talking to us all about this little breaking spot right here on SMCI. Come on, charts. Load back in right into here, 44 to 46. Once we broke through that, now it's been huge upside up to $60. So this looks like it's priced pretty close for perfection right now, SMCI. So this is another one. Watch out for 62 break if the market really gets going here today. So yeah, I'd rather look at Palantir and whatnot and Coinbase with that nice move down rather than an AMD. See, there's Palantir right there. Just took a look again at the highs. So I would say stay where the strength is right now, and let's wait for some level to develop on some of these chip names heading into a monster earnings night. There's Palantir. There it goes right there. Now it's through the highs again. 172.65 just printed. We're 20 cents away from a new high, all-time high for PLTR. This name I don't think stops today, so we'll wait.
Let's move down in the overall market, not helping HIMS either. Right back to 56 coming into play here and in pretty much of a hurry. We'll see if we do get to 10% before the actual open here this morning. Earnings, not good.
No.
Pretty much a miss right across the board.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, top line miss, Brendo. They did beat on EPS. So here's how they did. 17 pennies on EPS versus the 15 expected, but the revenue missed. $4.8 million. The street wanted 552, and then you saw what happened with the price after that. Revenue did grow 73% year over year, up from $315 million last year, with net income rising nicely, $42.5 million, up from the $13.3 they printed last year, with adjusted EBITDA coming in at about $82 million. Here's what Q3 looks like. Revenue guided 570 to 590 million. The consensus is 583, with adjusted EBITDA expected to come in at 60 to 70 million. Well below, though, the 77.1 ahead. Signals possible margin compression as well as growth investments as they redistribute that cash to grow. But there is ongoing criticism over the sale of the compound GLP-1s, despite the FDA saying the shortages are resolved. These are cheaper, Brendo, unapproved knockoff versions of the weight loss drug. Hims and Her defends this, saying they're only using it in clinical exceptions for people who have allergies and that can't take the actual brand name versions. For their part, Novo Nordisk, they're not buying it. They say basically they ended the partnership. They're citing illegal compounding practices, and they accuse Hims and Hers of mass selling under false pretenses. Apparently this allergy thing, according to Novo, all made up by Hims.
Very popular stock, obviously, ticker with retail crowd as well. I'm keeping an eye on Tesla here. There was a decent move down there through 308, bit of a volume spike at 308 as well. But Tesla guys down on an autopilot court verdict that went against them, if anyone's wondering.
Yeah, not the best for Tesla, because it really had a chance to break. It was holding up that 312. It had a chance to break out today. It looks like that's going to be gone. Hims, look, it's going to, 10 minutes is an eternity sometimes. So when I say it's going to open more than 10% of the downside, it's very likely, but it's not an absolute lock. $54. This is a legitimate bounce that happened on the 25th off the 54 level. And then that's where it bounced in the aftermarket. That's kind of like the Alamo for Hims. And it's tearing to the downside now. Like, it just broke through VWAP and just lost trend. It was trending back up. If it holds 54, that's where I look for an SSR bounce. And pretty much after that, maybe like 50 even for that play back into VWAP. So looking for a bottoming tail candle at that price off of the open. The fade level, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, I look at my note, I wrote 59. Just, like, it's right in here. Like that 59 area into the prior highs where I wanted to fade. Well, it was at $58 just like 30 minutes ago, and it just dropped like $2.50. So I don't know if we get a chance to short that level. That's how the market works. You know, you might not get it, and I'll have to adjust plan of action. So it looks like that SSR bounce 54 probably happening first.
I think Hims is a perfect example, again, of valuation mattering, like I just started the show off with, only matters when you miss. And I mean, Hims is with 100 PE, 80 to 100, depending on where you look. I just checked two different sources there. Q2 revenue short, Q3 revenue guide under, fallout from Novo Nordisk, not too many positive stories coming from their call and their report. So you get hit down 11%. This is what happens. Like I said, it doesn't matter when all the deals are going through and they've got Novo Nordisk. And actually, this top right there was pretty great. I mean, I don't really look at this stock too often, but that was a pretty good area there. Just like that SoFi sell around $24, but the difference with SoFi is they have some pretty good tailwinds instead of headwinds. So right now, it doesn't matter, valuation doesn't matter when you go from 22 to 72, and then back again, and then again, but all of a sudden the earnings report hits and there's the story. Here's the Novo Nordisk story. So it's not good. It's not good for Hims. I don't think it holds this area, $52. I think you're going to get a reweighting here, and you could fall back into $32 to $34 reweighting on this Novo Nordisk. That's funny, but anyways, I don't like the stock. I think it's a short, and I think if you break that 54 area right here, then you're going to look even shorter. So right there, that's 55. 55 is the play. So 54, forget about those spikes down. I think you want to short this almost right off the jump. So might want to look to pay for shorts. Again, a classic case of valuation not mattering when you win on a Palantir stock and guide forward, and getting hit here on Hims to the downside. So yeah, I don't think that's anything to stand in front. Locates are free, so we don't need to pay for shorts.
I always check on a name like Hims, because sometimes you do have to pay for shorts. You don't have to pay for shorts on Coin, as it's to the downside.
Downside we go here for Coinbase, trying to bounce off 304. It's been a rough couple of days here since earnings for Coinbase. It almost feels like they had this in their back pocket and they were hoping that the earnings reaction would have been a little bit better, and then you come with the $2 billion bond offering. But Anyway, since last Wednesday, really, we've been off a cliff.
It was a miss on many different fronts there, Brendo, for the earnings report today. As you mentioned, raising $2 billion convertible senior note offering. The raise includes $1 billion due in 2029 and another billion due in 2032. Plus, though, that $150 million green shoe option for each tranche. Notes are senior unsecured. Interest is paid semi-annually, and the convertible into cash, stock, or both at Coinbase's discretion. And they're using a capped call strategy to limit dilution. So Coinbase will initiate capped call transactions to offset the dilution from the note conversion. These transactions are sort of designed to protect equity holders and reduce the share issuance risk. A portion of the proceeds will also go to fund capped calls, a move seen as shareholder friendly. Last but not least, the use of the funds, Brendo, the remaining funds will support working capital, CapEx, investments, acquisitions, and or debt repurchases.
This is a look at Bitcoin right now on a 15-minute chart. We are bouncing off that initial flush back above 114, guys, holding that pre-market low so far.
Yeah, coin, we always talk about the 3-day rule and like just letting it calm down. I think this is going to be much better in the 200s, like the high 200s, looking at about 275 into the 200 period moving average. They're getting beaten up. Like there's going to be some concerns over competition, like, you know, Robinhood, obviously. It's like, okay, anything coin is doing, Robinhood's going to try to do as well. And Robinhood's pretty popular, everybody. So you can't ignore that end of it. Missing, like we said, it's just not the right environment to be missing, and you're getting beaten up doing that. It's trend down. I mean, really, at the end of the day, I said 311. Well, in my note, I was like 311. This is what happens. Like, you dropped another 8. You dropped like $5, I think, from the bottom here. You could still get to the 311. It's just the prior low was what I was looking at for a fade. It's like an over-under kind of play. Like, if it reestablishes 311, then to me that signals that the offering is accepted, or being accepted by the market. And if we hold underneath that prior low, then you want to play into the short side. So that's what I'm watching for here on Coinbase. And Robinhood, just very quickly, because I think Robinhood was a beast move for the last couple of days off the lows. It's been huge dip, and then rest of the day rally. So today, 103 on Robinhood, like this consolidation area, and then the 100 level, kind of the obvious consolidation areas to look for that dip and rip that Hood's been doing.
I'm trying to get some orders set up here to get ready if this market goes. We do have the imbalances out right now. There's HIMS was a sell.
QBTS.
So you're getting to the downside there. QBTS is a nice buy, but that's only at $17. The NASDAQ is the interesting one to me here. This is the TQQ. So someone put in a decent sell order right here. So that's, you know, could create some negativity here in the overall broader market of the NASDAQ, which does, you know, affect my Microsoft play and things like that. I wrote down on the sticky note, just because yesterday our biggest trade was Apple and it wasn't on the board, so I just want to talk about this. What about a 540 break here for MSFT? This name continues to work out great for the longs. It's been a huge move yesterday. Good opportunity for Microsoft to get back to the upside. But again, you're going to have to pay the piper on the spread. So that's going to be something that you're going to have to watch out for with Microsoft. But yeah, no, with the NASDAQ pulling down here, Microsoft kind of holding out. So I don't mind that play. And then interesting to hear, we're going to talk about FIG in a minute, which FIG yesterday was a monster trade. We talked about that, missing the 110. Well, we'll go over that in a second. But there's Tesla way red against the market. It's not a huge red day, but down 0.6 versus up market. Yeah, not giving me good feels about that 312 break anymore either. Maybe we do come back in and test low 3 bills here on Optimus, and you know, some of that excitement coming out of Elon Musk from yesterday and that big huge pay package. So yeah, I'll put the I see you guys asking. I'll put the link to the sticky note in the chat right now. But Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, SMCI. It's all big cap names today. For me, we'll look at Open, and we will be trading
tomorrow for sure.
Tomorrow for sure, but even today, and then we also have a good look with Upstart, Rivian, and the other one. Lucid tonight. Thanks. So lots going on. All right, with only 1 minute left, or a minute and a half before open, let's go find out some more about Figma.
I was trying to bounce early on this morning in the pre-market, trying to head back to the downside right now. I think you're going to hear more and more of these types of stories. This is just one of many, I'm sure. 86 million into 6 billion on the Figma IPO for a VC firm. I mean, there's no news today. It's just right back down. Everything pretty much gone.
Yeah. I've got more data on some of the shares here in the lockup period, so we'll talk about that. So Figma debuted on 31st, opening at $85 a share after pricing at 33. We also know what happened after that. The current IPO, though, boom, Brendo, we've got over 200 IPOs so far in 2025. It's only intensified the FOMO. July was the hottest IPO month this year. Here's the deal, though, with Figma. Only 4.2 million shares are actually tradable right now, with 410 million shares being locked up for another 6 months. That's the IPO lockup period. That remains volatile. The volatility risk remains high until insider can sell. A secondary offering is likely coming, according to analysts, and Figma trades at 133 times forward. The forward PE here, making it pricier than Snowflake or even NVIDIA.
Yeah, we'll see if we can hold some of these key levels, guys, heading into the open today. Best of luck. Let's head over to Daryl.
Tuesday, big earnings day, of course, and let's see how we go. Not good for Coin, but certainly good for Palantir. Adara, ring it in 2 and 1. Let's go.
All right, thank you, Adara. All right, so here goes Palantir now 172. We do have that order to break through the pre-market high, which is going to be 173. I'm just going to wait for that. Really, it's 80s, but let's just see if it goes right now. We could get, it's not going to be a huge, there it is. Okay, we're in it. I was going to say it's not going to be a huge trade because we could get some kind of a fake and wake and bake. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening right here. So there it is. It does break that pre-market high, but now it wants to fade back.
Open?
Hims, I don't know. It looks like Palantir does want to fade back. We are long at 173. Here comes 170 real quick. So a real quick sort of rinse.
Give me.
Yeah, right here. It's a nice little drop down into the bid right now for Palantir. But we said that we're not going to sit here and watch ourselves get rinsed out. So be careful with this Palantir move to the downside right now. Not great at all. And that's, I mean, reminding me of that Starbucks play where we punched along and then sat in it and got killed on the way down. So let's just take some more out here. We were pretty patient with it. Our average price is 172. So it's definitely not the end of the world type of trading right now. But we are going to get a little bit out as Palantir gets pretty busy with it right now to the downside.
Yeah, it just, wow, okay, well, it's more or less the same thing. I just got 70 to 71.
Oh, now we're huge on it, dude. Now we're huge on it. Let's go, Neil. What do you got going on over there?
No, I tried to get more. I was sitting at all the way down to 170. I only got one fill.
Boom.
170 levels. That's absolutely flying now. We'll try to catch the next available dip. Hims is open and absolutely flying as well. Tesla is tanking. AMD is tanking. What an unbelievable rally. We didn't talk much about Figma, but we'll get there in just a quick little second. Oh, I can't believe I didn't.
Oh, my, Neil. This is starting to be a monster trade right there for Palantir. We stuck with it, man. We took the pre-market high, and we take 170. So, I mean, Palantir is now huge, $4 now in the money, as there goes PLTR. And yeah, man, I mean, we didn't take as many shares as we maybe could have. We're up pretty much what we were yesterday on Apple on this trade right now. I mean, having faith in the idea, and I mean, great pick up there on the low side for Neil as well. I mean, I appreciate your patience on that one.
Not enough.
No, it's never enough. But I mean, I busted through the top.
I thought 100% I was getting. I thought 100% I was getting filled.
Oh, what did you? But you did get something.
No, but I didn't get my 22. Look, if I'm bidding in front of an even dollar level, you know my order is usually at 22 or 12.
I might just cancel every other order.
This stock is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Welcome to Alex Karp's land.
Goodness. Amazon. Oh, say it ain't so, Amazon. I shouldn't have waited. We should have just bought it this morning. We said we'd wait one more day. Amazon's flying to the upside too. Tesla's absolutely tanking. AMD and NVIDIA are going to have to go and wait for another moment because AMD, there's a tank. NVIDIA, basically the same chart here, everybody. Hims did bounce, but not off 54. Yeah. It bounced off 55. So I was looking at 54 from a few days ago, and it looks like 55 is the level here on HIM to the end.
Yeah, man. A couple good. We got some outs. Our best out there for Palantir would be one of our last outs, of course. 175.80. 175.79 is our highest out there on Palantir. Let's see if we can make another high in PLTR. Wow, what a day there. Always should be taking more shares, but that was a little risky because we punched long there off the open at 173. We said we would do that, and then we also said we wanted to dip by 170. I mean, again, it's exactly. And I'll keep touting the sticky note because every day I'm writing down the notes, and those are the trades that I'm taking. We get questions about like, why did you do that or why did you do this? I mean, we wrote them down. We take the trades that we wanted to, and that's 70 dip buy. We said that, hey, if we can get a dip buy opportunity into 170, we'll take that. My best long down there, I got 170.35s. So it looks like, Neil, you were just pennies away like Tesla yesterday, where we both missed that by a couple of cents.
I think, because
well, it still had a nice tank.
Tesla's
right off the
a $300 stock. I feel like when you miss it,
yeah,
it does look. They both they're both movers.
It's hard on earnings because I learned my lesson with Starbucks
when
and
it
smoked. Go ahead, yeah.
No, like when the buyers come in, like it can be fast and furious. But like you said, you always have to move on to the next.
You never know.
I'm gonna
tank now.
I don't know about VWAP because VWAP's just a line on a chart, but HIMS is making another run at that low. Just it lost the volume weighted average price on its own, so obviously it's going to be SSR. I'll look to see if it can give you some kind of a, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go. That's the saying I use for stocks that are down 10%, right? Like if it does not break the low of the day, then that's the place I want to look for it for that SSR bounce. AMD, I can't believe I said there's no chance. I don't know if I said no chance. I said it was very unlikely, and I didn't put it on my note because the only level I liked was 174. So whatever, we're not going to get there. Not going to bother. It's at 175 on AMD right now and down 1% and still looking relatively weak. Tesla could see 300. This is complete.
I mean, the market is about to go red, which is kind of like we're sitting here trading Palantir and it's going up.
The market was chilling out, and that interview this morning was pretty much the moment that the market started to look weak. Let's be real about this. I did like one thing short, and this makes absolutely no sense to me, but for reasons unknown to anybody but Intel, it's actually up while the market's going down. So this is going to require a lot of patience because I don't think it makes any sense to me. The rest of the chip space is down and it's going up. So as it goes into that 20 level that I want to short, we got to be real patient for this. But I do want to be short. I'm going to wait for it to get into the 90s as best I can because why this is going up when the market's going down doesn't make sense. Well, so I've think about the market when the chips are going down.
Yeah, it's funny because that was your short idea. This is the funny thing about the market, man. It's like you never know which way it's going to go. I'm going to try DraftKings. Huge move down here for DKNG. Right now fell into some sort of a support level here for DraftKings. We're going to try to see if we can hold for just above right here, 44.25. Sure, there's some garbage trades that were underneath there on Friday. We understand that. Nice move higher there. But DraftKings, I mean, the trajectory is lower, but we're going to take the shot right there. Long on DK. Okay, it's working out. Long right now on DKNG. Let's take that advantage and just get a little bit out here. Maybe a little bit higher, but okay, we'll take it now. 64.65 is good trade alert right now for DraftKings, but it's Palantir that just fell through the floor a little bit now. I'm going to take something out at 171. So we were getting out all the way down on this move, right? We'll take a little bit out right now because I am worried that we do break that 170 mark, and when we do, I think we should be getting out of Palantir. Now, the other thing about this trade is we are almost out of it all anyways. So right now, if I do the math, we're in about 15% left, so I guess we still have a decent amount left. Did pretty good to get out near the top side, but again, on earnings, we've seen this happen before. Starbucks gave us a bottom at some point that was worth reloading and taking, so that's a good one to maybe look forward to. But there goes DraftKings again. Oh boy, man, we got it again here. DKNG, there it is, man. We'll take the 79 right there. Good trade alert. I hope you guys heard me mention that I was taking DraftKings down there, 44.50s right now, so that's a nice higher move right there for DKNG. And there we go, man. We said that Palantir had that opportunity to do something again, and there it is, man. It is doing something. It's trying to go back upside right now. We like this trade right here for PLTR today. Nice higher play on that one. But DraftKings, I'm most impressed with because that was a name that we didn't have on our list. Just fell in, and we grabbed it. DKNG. Let's go Donkey Kong right now. Maybe we'll have to trade some Nintendo. Damn, Sharif, man, that little mix that he always has here smells pretty nice in the morning. So shout out to Sharif and everybody else. Oh, it's Adara's time. What's up?
Congratulations to Sean in that trade, and congrats to PLTR, which is now the 20th largest publicly listed U.S. company. So great look here for PLTR. I also want to talk about CommScope here, small cap runner on watch, COMM. Today getting an upgrade from Morgan Stanley to equal weight with a $17 price target. That comes after yesterday's rally, which happened when Amphenol announced that it's acquiring the company's connectivity and cable business solutions. So not their whole business, but an aspect of their business for $10.5 billion. Good day two look with a price target increase to boot. For COMM, just be aware here, guys, we do have some numbers coming through at 9:45 a.m. S&P Services and Composite PMI. Then we'll get the more closely watched PMI print, the ISM Services PMI at 10 a.m. Lots of numbers. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. I didn't hit the key because I'm not on the right page. I know we say I should always hit that key when we have it, because it's not often that you get thanked by the president personally. I think we should always celebrate it when it does happen. No, Intel just broke through the 20 level. So, I've only had one trade, Palantir, and then another one here in Intel. I'm not seeing anything that looks any good over in AMD.
Look at this
about this ridiculous bounce. You've got to be kidding me. So it holds on to, look, I said 174, so I went to try to nibble at 175, but I like 174. It's just bounced off 175. That can be, it can be frustrating. By the time I made the decision, let's step it up here because we're not going to get our level, it's absolutely flying and flying higher. Tesla's doing a little bit of a recovery, but my goodness, these Mag 7 names. We saw Amazon earlier. Now Google's going as well. So the strength is definitely abound. Like Amazon up 2%. Snooze, you lose. Like you want to. We talked about this yesterday. It's like, that 200 period moving average. If you like Amazon, isn't that close enough? It feels like it's close enough. I'm mad because it definitely looks like it's close enough to me. But we'll get a chance to buy that, whatever. For the long term, it doesn't really matter when you pick it up at the end of the day. You miss it by a couple bucks, 1%, who cares? But HIMS, that's starting to get to the upside. It looks like it bounced pretty nicely. SSR bounce on HIMS is already at the highs. So let's wait for it. It might get to this 59 to 60 is where we like that one to the south side for the short. And I do see NVIDIA up there, but I was hunting that 174 in AMD and really didn't even have a level that I was preferring a dip buy on NVIDIA. Just to be real with you, it was way too far away from anything on NVDA. So yeah, it's up at 180, trying to go green again. But this got on sympathy. It was weird on sympathy to Palantir. This got up to like 181 in the aftermarket. What does it have to do with Palantir?
Right.
It's just the AI space.
Yeah.
That's what we're discussing. Don't try to rationalize it too much. It's not like it's just the AI space, and so NVIDIA tends to get a bounce on that, and it looks like it's continuing here. But absolute nonsensical move. Palantir back up to 175.
Yes, let's go,
and this
Palantir.
AMD running into the resistance at VWAP, but it's HIMS that I still want.
Palantir's going to take out highs right now. I mean, Palantir's 175 again.
176 is a high.
Trying to go. Yeah. I think he's going to take it out. Let's just wait to see. We should have reloaded there at the 200 period moving average, but again, we're a little bit nervous on that. We have less than 10% left of our Palantir trade. We just got some more outs here at that 174, 174.50 area. DraftKings. Oh boy, we're going 2 for 2 pretty large right now. DraftKings a nice move there, up to 44.90. Yesterday, I think we didn't put on a losing ticker. We did have a couple losing trades, but overall, yesterday was a good day. Today's even better so far. But let's go over to Adair to find out what the news is.
You just keep an eye here on GeoOGL. Earlier today, we had Bloomberg reporting that the company, as well as OpenAI and Anthropic, have been added to the federal AI vendor list. Now we actually have confirmation from the government that OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic have been added to this list of approved federal AI suppliers. So I just want to mention that report from earlier has now been confirmed with an official announcement from the U.S. government. Back to you.
Okay, that makes sense.
We like that. We like the U.S. government news there. Global services PMI coming out right here at 9:45. And again, if you go over, whoa, there it is. Okay, I'm just watching out for this Palantir play again, potentially coming in. One more time up to 174. But yeah, DraftKings trying to break through $45, so we'll have to watch out for that play coming in again. But yeah, so far so good here today. Our Microsoft has not hit. It's actually went to the downside. Was debating buying some Microsoft down into here, but we were waiting for a 540 break, so I have canceled that trade now. It just hasn't been working out, so we're going to wait. And there's what we're talking about. There's Palantir trying to go back through 175 right now. My offer is at 195 in the PA. To get out of about 20% of what we have left in our, well, it's not a swing account anymore because we've had this trade forever, but it's in my TFSA, so that's a tax-free savings. So hopefully you don't have to pay any tax on this move higher there. Shout out to the lovely country of Canada for implementing TFSA.
Everyone should have TFSA.
Right there. Yeah, I don't think most countries.
No, I know most. The U.S. doesn't have them. But
There it goes right now, 175 quarters, right back to highs again for Palantir. And again, it's just, it's pretty simple kind of stuff, man. Palantir, beat. We actually also talked about that. We put it out here, two names going opposite ways, both with huge valuations. Hims misses, Palantir beats, upside. There's Palantir. Wait for the long, 170 long, 170 long. The bottom's 170.30. We have that. Great quarter plus strong pre-market. Look for the breakout into the pre-market breakout. So that pre-market break higher was 173 or so. So that's that take rate there. Worked great. Does fade out. Have to support the bid. Going higher. Palantir for now. We'll talk about some more names, but just Palantir really excited for now.
yeah, Coin, speaking of one of those, Coin did have an offering. We'll see how it gets. Look, the earnings are probably weighing on Coinbase just as much as this offering this morning, because Coinbase has been trending down for the last couple of days. I said I need to wait for it to get into the prior support. That's 311. It got to pretty much exactly 311 and curled. I did not get a good fill coming down in, so I had to step down a little bit. It really faded through 310, and I got 309 half. But I wanted the 310 getting through so I could give it the room to 11. I'll allow it to play back up and try to catch a fill above 310 so we get a reload. Trend break on Coinbase. But the market is starting to curl a little bit here as we go and get that number in seconds, Adara.
Yeah, let's find out what these numbers are going to be. S&P Services PMI, 55.2 forecast versus 55.2 previous. Same with the composite PMI, 54.6 forecast, 54.6 previous. The more closely watched number, which is the ISM Services PMI that comes out at 10 a.m. S&P Services PMI higher than expected, 55.7 versus 55.2 expected. S&P Composite PMI, 55.1 versus 54.6 expected. So both of these numbers above estimates. Nice attempt here to push higher and maybe break this top resistance on the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. Looking pretty similar here. So S&P 500 and NASDAQ may be poised to make another leg higher as we do get better than expected, or I guess higher than expected, S&P Services and Composite PMI, 10 a.m. Services, ISM Services PMI, coming through in about 15 minutes. Back to you.
I mean, as if we are the Palantir. We said Palantir was going to go to 176. We just took a 176 out right there. So again, just on a pre-market high break, there she goes, Palantir. I keep on like refreshing our stream, and honestly, it's like I can't even, just keeps on showing back and forth that little short that we have, but there it is right now. So I want to make sure that we have enough people watching this, over 10,000 of you right now. Hit the like and hit the subscribe for us, man. I mean, a couple banger trades right now. Neil's got the short there on Coinbase. We've got $6 in the money on Palantir. I mean, I don't know, like this is why it literally says right here, our highlight right on the show, Palantir soars. We have $6 right now in the money on this name. So, I mean, yeah, it's soaring. You're here for Palantir. And there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside. And we are taking out some more. DraftKings right now have 30% left of this name. It's the only one that we're working with, that I'm working with right now. Let's have a quick look at another name. I know you're in Coinbase. We're going to explain that in a minute. Tesla, nice move down there to 305 again. We had written down 305 yesterday. Not so much today, but a nice dip buy opportunity there for TSLA. Now it's trying to get back. Look at the market, man. Palantir, just get on my back, baby. Right there, it's taking the whole thing with it. There goes the market. There goes Palantir. There goes Tesla back up through 310. Remember, the market's opened up slightly bullish there, but we almost went red at some point, but still. Positive AI story today, again, leading the market forward. And then we said that we were going to leave AMD alone. I think that was probably a good move. I mean, look at the direction of AMD, went down to 175 there, but what a huge recovery spot. And if you traded AMD today properly, I mean, it fell right into yesterday's low before Rip City again. So shout out to Richard Hamilton and everything like that. But nice move up there to 177 for AMD. NVIDIA, I mean, the AI story is still intact. There it goes right now, 178.50 coming in for AMD. Or sorry, we actually talked about this level, I think, in the pre-market, right around here. Now, it might have been right here.
74.
Yeah, 74 was low, but this level right there, 178 for dip buy. I know I mentioned that. It didn't get that low, but just NVIDIA and all these names look to rebound off of that. I'm actually going to flip the script and go short. I think, on NVIDIA because it's not taking out some of those levels, man. I thought NVIDIA would have gone a little bit more than where we are right now. So let's be patient with it, but I still do like NVIDIA, but for now it may be a short. And we were just $6 in the money. We cleaned out some more up there at 176. Let's do one more little bit of housekeeping right now in the 80s if we can get that on Palantir. And a couple good, there we go. Oh, we're just at 83 and got missed. Okay, hopefully it comes, there it is. Well, we didn't get missed that time. Nice play there. But let's go talk about your Coinbase.
Yeah, I'm frustrated. First, I have to.
Oh, it came
You
out.
put out a note, and I said I want the SSR bounce on HIMS. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. The thing about that trade, and it's not an easy execution because if the bottoming tail happens at 9:30, exactly at the open, it's always trickier. Most of the times, I'm expecting to get that like 5-10 minutes, and you can work in and all that kind of good stuff. But it essentially gave that false break right at 9:30. So if you didn't take it right away, you had absolutely no chance. The Coinbase was the other one that we wanted, essentially right off the 311 level. That one at least was the execution I want. Like I want it breaking trend and then give it a shot to go. So I'm shorting it here. I said I wanted 310, but I had halves. So I waited to 310 and then give my stop right up to the top. So pretty much the same story as always. But it's frustrating on HIMS. There's not much you can do about it because I think I can only look at one thing right at the open at a time. And Palantir had just come into that 170 for the buy. And AMD, look, it's turning at 78 here. This might be a bit of a trend break. But as I said, I want to stick to the plan of action. And HIMS with the target area was 59 to 61 for a reversion. If I miss the long, then I don't want to miss the back end of the trade, which would be the reversion in this area, 59 into 61. It has to be a trend break for me. It's ripping faces off right now. HIMS has just gone 10%. Went from down well over double digits to down 5% here and rallying like a bat out of you know what. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah.
If this doesn't break trend, I don't go short. This is a runaway freight train here.
Just keep an eye here on these energy names as well. I'm just seeing here Wells Fargo Investment Institute lowering the energy sector rating to neutral from favorable for commodities. XOM making days lows, TVX struggling a bit as well. So keep an eye on these energy plays. I wanted to mention right now, though, DigitalOcean, DOCN, a smaller earnings day one play making big moves. This one did beat on Q2 EPS and sales. Their guidance for fiscal 2025 well above estimates. Q3 guidance pretty solid as well. So DOCN on watch. About 10 minutes now until we get the ISM services PMI. Back to you.
Okay, so again, a couple good numbers.
PMI.
A couple good numbers came at 9:45. We'll see if we can sort of,
not a huge number.
Yeah, we'll see if we can continue the good feels here for all of that. And I want to thank everybody again for watching and for hitting that like button. I mean, we asked you at 700 and we're now at 900. Let's see if we can get this to 1,500. I think that's a much more reasonable number right there. Hit the like and subscribe. Get into the chat, by the way. Oh, here, let's do this today. We didn't do this yesterday. At least on our show we didn't. I don't remember doing it. All right, so I'm going to refresh this. This is a fresh start. So you can go right now. It's Palantir, it's AMD, it's SMXT. We'll have a quick look at what that's doing as well. Neil's been on looking at HIMS a little bit. He talked about Coinbase a couple times. Let's just refresh this. Right now you can get it going. So type in whatever you want, but do $. Get into the chat. We'll have a look at Big Bear AI right now, up 2%. That's cool. So there goes Big Bear AI. Google up another 1% today as well. As the votes start popping in here, everybody, this will populate and we will be able to double check this. So get it going right now. This is the live stock visualizer. I like what it's called. And we get going there. MP, I know Neil's talked about that a little bit throughout the day. Reddit wants to be talked about again. Some of these names starting to go upside right now. NVIDIA down to 179 and change. I think that's a short. I think I'm going to try to look for some shorts there in NVDA. It hasn't been traded trading that well. I'm going to take one more piece out right now in the 30s for Palantir, and then I have no more offers. I have one at 176.50 if we break through that, but let's just see if we can get back up to there. DraftKings has fallen back in a little bit, a lot of bit right now. We only have, I'll talk about what we have on this, then I'll throw it back over to Neil. 25% still on DraftKings. That's the only short, the only position that we have left that we need to work some out on. Palantir, we have less than 10%, so all good right there. NVIDIA, Neil, might break the lows, so I don't know if you're looking at other chip names, but.
It is looking like it. I am looking at a couple of the chip names, but the reversion play just came in at that 61 level. So I said we wait till 61 to take a shot at it, so I take my shot there. It's $3 to VWAP.
Boom.
on HIMS. So again, I'll give it 40 to 50 pennies to try to capture that, but I'm not looking to give it more. If it doesn't work at 61, then I'm waiting till it gets to 64. That's another $3 higher. But this is the one I'm absolutely hunting on. The other, of course, is going to be, look, AMD, oddly enough, it continues to be relatively strong compared to NVIDIA. So I'm liking, I like 174. We're not going to get 174, barring NVIDIA breaking that low of the day. If it does, I think we have a shot. We're going to have to look for the continuation play on advanced micro devices. So around the volume weighted average price, afternoon support sits at 176.5. That's where I want to look to pick it up. So it's really just HIMS. I mean, HIMS, AMD, that's where I'm still looking at. And as far as I'm concerned, you've got pretty much everything flying. Tesla is also about to break out.
Oh my God.
Which is nuts, because I did throw Tesla on my note again for the breakout. The breakout failed through 312 yesterday, but you just have to be able to get out of it right away. I think Tesla breaking through this level, it's a huge resistance. It's worth the shot, and we say this with levels like this all the time. I'm generally willing to take it 2 or 3 times on any kind of a key breakout area, and if it doesn't work 3 in a row, fair enough. But if it works once, that should be enough. That's the way that I like to work it. So Tesla, yesterday the 312 didn't work. You had ample time to get out of it before it fell all over itself. You just lost 50 pennies you should lose here. Well, at least that's what I try to risk. But if you're risking over $1, that's up to you. I'm going to take this 312 break once again. And as I said, we'll have to be patient with AMD and wait for the reversion on HIMS. Because I still believe that one, I think it's going to come back at some point, but I'm not willing to just short the same level a million times. Got to wait for the trend break. Tesla just broke the 312 level.
Oh, really?
Looks like this time it's going.
Oh, no, I should be long
See,
that.
this is weird, man. I keep getting fills that I shouldn't get. I'm not complaining about getting a 312 even fill, but what it suggests to me is when is my stop getting thrown out that I'm not getting above 312? It's like I'm getting it after it's already broken and come back in.
Yeah, so I went long here as well. I had that trade as well, so it's a good thing that you just sort of mentioned that, because I wanted to make this right now. I punched quarters, I punched into it, so I don't have that same experience. But I had that yesterday too. I got a great, no, but I think it's just great fills. I got a great fill on something. Yes, it was Apple, where I got a great fill on. So I don't know. Sometimes the trades will come
Shout out
through,
to Edge,
and sometimes they won't. Yeah, I use Fox River, so I don't know. Yeah, so a dip buy opportunity may be coming through for Tesla. We did average in, so I'm long now on Tesla. Again, we're taking the sticky note trades that we write down 312, although I don't really, like I said, I'm a little bit weary about where this market is right now, because we just made some highs. We got the number coming out soon, so that should be something as well. Right, they were above that 23.3 on the NASDAQ that we had yesterday. But yeah, that's what we're working with right now. Still 450 in the money right there on Palantir. DraftKings, let's go, man. Give it up for that one. That's here, you guys wanted this in the chat.
Another one.
So it's another one. It's another day. That should say another day right now, because I mean, I'm not here this Friday again, but we're here again today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. Yeah, she has hockey this Friday.
Oh, right. No, you.
And then we have more. We have another baseball game this weekend, and then another baseball tournament next weekend, as well, as we start to get wrapped up a little bit here. Although we talked about that with the draft, I have to leave a game, so I'm leaving one of the games. We have 2 games on Saturday. Our draft is Saturday, I think, isn't it? So we have 2 games on Saturday.
Yeah, this year's
one
Saturday.
is
Sunday.
one is at 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning, and then the other one's at 3 or 4. And then our draft is trying to start at 1 or so. So I'm gonna. I got assistant.
It's not starting at 1 o'clock.
I got assistant coaches, baby. Yeah, but our boy has a pool. He's got the barbecue. I'd rather the draft not even happen, man. Let's just chill out all the time. I'm excited for it. I'm really excited for it. All right, so there goes Tesla. I don't know if you have a plan of action on that.
No, I said my stop was underneath 311.5. It got the farthest it got was to 312.50. It is 1-to-1, but I only took out a third of the position. So it ends up a loser because I only took out a third. HIMS did make a second reversion off the 61 level, but the way the market is moving and with all these earnings, you're going to want to take advantage of the excess volatility. A way to do that for savvy Canadian investors is to boost your exposure by tapping into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pros 3X daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves and minimize the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish bearish, something in between. These ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the markets. Read the full risk disclosure and prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Can't stress that enough. And for everyone out there, we always say these have decay. So they are great trading vehicles, not something you necessarily want to invest in. So there's Tesla, just like yesterday. Well, maybe not just like yesterday, because yesterday it didn't give you anything. It gave you some profit into 312, but I never want to play breakout all the way back in. I want to play breakout and try to get a new trade off of the prior lows. It's just my modus operandi. It's the way I like to play it for sure. I see people mentioning Intel. Once that broke 20, are you kidding me? Bad news, downgrade, issues with their chips, and this has found the bottom again at $19. So it was a credit downgrade, by the way. I don't think it was like a credit downgrade that they got. So it wasn't like a standard, no price target cut or anything like that I'm aware of. But Intel, 4% to the upside and still running. I can play the patience game with Intel. It's not till it gets above 21 that I think you've broken away and gone absolutely ham, but I'm willing to be patient. A couple of days ago, reversion when Intel was easily my best trade, so I want to wait for that opportunity and see if we can't sniper it. But if it's over 20, I wait for like 20 half or 21, and it seems like it's going to be the 21 level. Big time mover on Intel. And I get it, not everyone likes to trade that stock, but let's just say it can give you good trading opportunities here. So Tesla, if the break doesn't work, I'm looking for a dip buy into the volume weighted average price. We do have happening now with Adara. It's already 10 o'clock, everybody. Wow, time flies.
Your time flies here in this market. It's in just under 30 seconds that we're going to get the ISM Services PMI. 51.5 is the forecast. We're expecting to be slightly above the previous print of 50.8. We're also getting here ISM Services prices paid and ISM Services employment. These are less closely watched. Also notable here, apparently at 10 a.m., the Pfizer earnings call begins. So if you're trading PFE, be on watch in 1 and 2 seconds here. We're going to be getting the ISM Services PMI. It is just coming through, so this is below estimates, 50.1. Not only is that below the forecast of 51.5, it's also below the previous of 50.8. So again, 50.1 for ISM Services PMI. ISM Services prices paid a little bit above estimates. ISM Services employment, we don't have estimates for that, but it's a bit below the previous print. The market dropping here on that lower than expected ISM Services PMI that comes after a higher than expected S&P Services and Composite PMI. So interesting mixed look there. Himson has held really great bounce here off of that $55 level. This one gapped down on earnings. They had earnings beat, but sales miss, and then really mixed guidance across the board. Palantir, of course, the biggest earnings name of the day by far, but HIMS also making some moves. Figma on watch as well. This is only its fourth day of trading. Dropped down by more than 20% yesterday. Today, a little bit choppier. Let's see how it performs. There's no shortage of stocks to watch, no matter what you're looking at. So make sure to join us every single day and hit the like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Dara. So we had DraftKings fall out of bed there pretty good. All the way back down, breaks that bottom of the day. And then we got out there breaking 44.30, 44.25 was our last out. So up and down right there. So we'll slap a fail on the reload over there. I came back and just got a water there, and Neil mentioned that there was a buyer at 310. I mean, that's where our stop.
No, 310 half, sorry.
310 half. It doesn't matter anyways, right there now. But
that guy just broke.
Yeah, he's gone. So we are going long at 310 anyways there on Tesla. So if this does fall back out, we did have some orders upside, so we'll get some outs as it does come back up. But right now we're going to watch out for Tesla breaking back down below 310. Doesn't look that healthy on some bad And then we said it too. We should have been shorting. I said we wanted to go over and flip over to the short on NVIDIA. I think it's still available. So I don't want to count that out as a trade just quite yet, but we may take a dollar hit here on Tesla. I mean, we're able to get something out at 1140s, 1150s, but Tesla right now at risk of a drop for sure, with the market kind of not feeling that ISM number. So I might just take a little bit. Let me take Let me offer a little bit again at a 111.50 or so. If we're able to get that out, then we'll take a little bit more. But right now, yeah, it's not looking great here for this play. So, you know, Tesla in danger right now. We could put on a losing trade. That's very possible, and that could be it right now with TSLA. Palantir, whatever, man. We got a bunch out. We're less than 10, way less than 10. We're like 5%. We're less than 5%, about 5% left on PLTR. Let me just do a quick look before I go back over to Neil just to see what's leading the way here so I can sort of gear up to see what we want to talk about. So, all right, let's talk about Big Bear. Well, I'll throw it to Neil, but then I'll talk a little bit about Big Bear AI after that. Google looks like it does want to fall back in. There's Palantir 175 right now and getting higher. Palantir's got a bump for some reason. So let's just go over there and have a quick look. There's Palantir with a nice move higher rate. Wow, okay. I don't know what just happened with Palantir, but I'm going to take an opportunity, bang, to register that as a dub. Well, it's been nothing but dubs on PLTR today, but there it goes, man. 176, we'll take it again. This name was just down at VWAP, man, down at 174, and there's a $2 move higher right there. We just need to get that in Tesla, and then we cooking with gas. But for right now, Tesla looks like it wants to burn us one last time, and there it goes to the downside. Tesla takes it out. We'll fail that one. So there we go, man. We are human. We do take an L there on Tesla, breaking back down through 312.
Yeah, 312.
310.
Well,
312 was the area we liked.
2 days in a row that it's failed that 312 break. You know what? If it does it tomorrow, I'll probably take another shot at it, but I never want to give it more than that 50 pennies on Tesla. That said, Coinbase, speaking of 50 cents, that's exactly what the spread opens up. Every time it breaks an even dollar level, spread's opening up. The downside of catching a reversion trade is you are on a thin stock, or a spready stock, as like Adara would like to say. It's so much easier to get fill on the way up than it is on the way down if you're trying to short. That goes without saying, but it can lead to frustration. Right at our 310 area, we failed 311, broke the trend from the pre-market right here at VWAP, and are now heading lower on Coinbase. I'm trying to get fill. I just left my order in. I just give it a shot. Like, it can bounce $1 and pick me up here, and then we're back into the same trade from before on Coin. This market's really starting to roll over, and I'm looking at, all right, here's looking at you. We said we're patient, wait for an actual other side of the trend. On Intel, I liked $20, so I shorted it in the 90s, but now it's actually breaking the trend line. So if we're looking for places that we wanted to go into the short, this is breaking trend. Coin's already broken trend. HIMS, on the other hand, which I do like for a trend break as well, this is just, it's just all green candles on the 3-minute. It's not showing any signs of abating here. That's the thing with a squeeze play. And we talked about this with Michael Noss. We talked about this with Steve Tileman. Like, ultimately, sometimes nothing matters except for who was caught off sides. I know the earnings weren't that good, but apparently shorts still need to cover on HIMS. Insane.
Yeah, we're trying to be a little bit more patient here with Tesla. I don't know. I want to give it some kind of room, but I don't want to give it like a huge amount of room. I'm going to give this one. Oh, shoot. I just lost my pending order. All right. I want to give this one to 309.50. It looks like, if it breaks lower, then we're just going to get out. Okay, it looks like it's going to go. We'll try it. We don't have a huge amount of shares, but it will be our second L right now, 310.30s. I just thought that there was an opportunity here. We're back to the 200 period moving average. We just washed through 310 and then bounced back. So we tried to play the actionable trade back through 310 again. So that's where we're long, but it doesn't look like it wants to go. If anything, it's going to just tick us just a little bit lower here, a couple more pennies, and we are out. Now remember, I have the stop order in already, so if it ticks out, it ticks out, and that's that, right? So we can't do anything about that. If it breaks lower on us, we are out. So that's what that play is for me right now on Tesla. We just got our stop orders in. Other than that, let's have a look. We did hear the president today talk quite negative, I guess it was quite negatively. I don't know if JP Morgan is really still feeling some kind of ways about that, but there it is to the downside. I mean, it started to go a little bit here in the pre-market with not much volume down into this 293, as he said that the banks have not been treating him fairly, poor guy, but still a nice move down there for 291 now and change. JP Morgan down 0.9, not great. Okay, here we go, Neil. There goes Tesla, man. We're starting to put some damage back on the board now, as we did buy that 310. It's still, look, we're not making any money here. It needs to go higher, but finally a hold down there. We were pennies away. This is how fickle trading is. We were pennies away. I showed you where my stop was. It was 5 cents away from triggering. Then we bust up $1. So we will take advantage of that move right there and get out at 310.40s. And now wait to see if we can get something else going now back up to said upside here for Tesla. I hope it can go. Palantir doing its own thing right now. We said we look at Big Bear AI. That's one. The stock visualizer. So shout out right now to Fabian and everybody in the chat. Make sure you hit the like. Hit the like. Put some ones in the chat. You guys like this thing or what? Like,
of course they
start voting. Start getting going. Put some ones in the chat.
AI?
Yeah, exactly. Get the chat going right now. If you like this, shout out to Fabian. He's watching. He wants to make sure that you guys like that. If we're going to build other things. But there goes Big Bear AI right into yesterday's high again and then fade. So yeah, I mean, we got to wait for earnings. This is still weeks away right now for earnings. I think it was 2 weeks, so it's not next week, the week after. I'll find the exact date for Big Bear AI. But for me, let's go Tesla right now. Starting to get to the high side again. Let's put some offers right now. We're 50 cents in the money, but we're looking for higher. Yeah, yeah, Neil, there's Big Bear AI. $7, I think, is a decent area.
Yeah, it's interesting that Big Bear AI gets to the top of that list. You think, maybe it could be HIMS, maybe it could be Amazon, which was flying around there. There's a million things running, but that's why it's important to get your name in there. Yeah. And just a reminder, not to call you out, the ace or anybody in there, you got to hit $sign first.
Right.
If you don't type $sign, then your symbol will not get in there. So I go, I'll just show everybody. Here's an example, $sign HIMS. I almost typed SMCI. I don't even know why I just typed this. I would have typed SMCI. They report after the bell. HIMS just went green. It doesn't have to make sense. HIMS is now at 64. I will forever. This is probably the biggest SSR bounce I've ever seen. Yeah. I was just trying to think of something that on a percentage that made this kind of a move, and I missed it at 50. It didn't go to 54, so to say that I missed it at 54, it was at 55. It's now filled the entirety of the gap into $64. So I said I'd wait for 61. We waited, and now we're at 64. But it's got to show me some signs of the other side of the trade. Absolute barn burner to the upside. And that's without the market actually doing anything. Like, the market is essentially kind of trend down here. And this one's still going. So 64 looking for the next reversion shot. VWAP was like $3 away the first time. VWAP's now $5 away. So like the opportunity obviously gets bigger the crazier it's going, but it doesn't mean that you want to get completely reckless with it. I need to see topping tail, show me some sellers in the 64 range, and then we'll try to grab the rollover. The stock is nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Marissa just asked me how the day's going. I said great, and I said HBU. Is that the right thing I'm supposed to say? How about you? I don't know.
I've never
trying to be like all cool like that, so I don't know
those terms.
I don't know that either. But is that what you say? How do you? Because I was saying how about. So is it HAU? I don't know, but I just. Anyways, she asked me how the day's going. It's going all right.
HBU sounds
HBU sounds right. How about you?
I've also seen WBU. Like, what about?
What about you? Okay, yeah, that might be something as well. Well, let's see if she answers that right now. She hasn't seen it. Okay, here goes Robinhood, guys, to the top side right now. Nice break for Robinhood. Taking out 107 is that new high right there. We'll see if we can do that. I think that's worth a break long on Robinhood, but I don't know about how many shares. I'm going to try 1 unit on this break of Robin. Oh, there. Okay, well, broken. We just take it in. So there it is, man. We are now long Robinhood. We wind up getting 06s or 07s. What did it round up to? But anyways, new position alert right now for Robinhood. Quick little long. You know what? We just break that high. It's starting to go. It's coming from nowhere. So let's just see it build a little bit of a base down here at 106. Let's just have a look to see what Robinhood means here. Wait a second. How high is? Oh yeah. Okay. I was going to say I knew we'd gotten higher, especially with its past report. But 109, 10. Okay. So we do have some upside potential here for Robinhood. But there it is, a fail. So it's a good thing. You know, we won't keep on going with Tesla, but there it is. It just broke again back down through 309.50. So there's an out. We did take a little bit of an advantage there of this dip buy. I mean, this was the one trade that didn't work. The 312. Both Neil and I had something similar to that. Then the fade back into 310. That worked good. And then we got stopped out of it, and we like, let's try again. And then there's the next stop out. So again, I'm a changed man. We don't just keep going back and forth with all of these trades, man. Once we're out of one of them, we'll try it. I'll try it again. We held the 200 period. I thought that was reasonable, but now we break under and start to go a little bit lower. So I want to change my whole attitude right now, and I'm thinking about a short, especially if we take down these TQQ bottoms. Like if the NASDAQ breaks lower, what's the story that's going to help this come back, right? Palantir is not, although Palantir, congratulations to Palantir, by the way.
Another one.
It was now the 20th, this is brought to you by Adara, by the way. Thanks, Adara, for this little tidbit. The 20th largest company now by market cap. Is that right, what I heard, Adara? Yeah, that's like this company. Wow, that's amazing. A company that just listed 4 or 5 years ago down at $11. Palantir right now 175 right now and going higher with nothing stopping it, really. I mean, that's kind of crazy to say that, but I do believe that Palantir can go higher. My offer is at 195. I'm going to think about taking this TQQ break right there at the low of the day. That's 87. Let's break 87.50 and go short on these TQs and see what Adara is up to right now.
I have a small cap for you guys here, CWD Calibercos. I'm not seeing any new, or Calibercos. I'm not seeing any news on this name. It is worth noting, though, market cap $4.27 million, pretty small market cap. The float, also really notable, 770,000 shares. So sub-million share float and roughly $4 million market cap for CWD. Again, no news right now, trading around $5.50. Back to you.
I got out of Robinhood. Might be wrong, but I was just, we caught Neil jamming there. I was just like, if I'm going to think the market's going down, I'm going to take a 10-cent hit on Robinhood. So I'm out of Robinhood right now, 90s. We got long ago, so 16 cents worth of a hit there on Robinhood. We'll pass the pipe and go somewhere else because like right now, man, if I'm thinking this market's going to break lower, I do not want to be long anything really. We'll sit here. Palantir, we have less than, we have about 4% left of this trade. So I would say that we are like in maybe a tenth of a unit, like very, very small trading there for Palantir. But I did adjust my TQQ idea. I'm going to go short just on the low of the day break, which is right now. There it is. So now we're short right here at 50. I mean, the low of the day was 60 or so. We now short at 59. So not a great punch into the low right now. Let's just see if the market wants to continue lower. We're going to have to give it a little bit of time here, but like now I'm starting to throw some profits away. Like we were up huge on Palantir, we still are, but we do take a little bit of a cut. So we're down 10%. No, actually we're down about 15% of our day on Tesla, 15% of what we made on Palantir. DraftKings relatively flat. Robinhood, we're down 4% or so of what we made on Palantir, so that's a nothing burger. So we don't want to throw back too much here, especially if this TQQ doesn't work out. So just looking at an area, I mean, we always use 50-period moving average. This is kind of why we like this trade. We do have some easy outs. So 88.10 right now would be scheduled for an out, and I think a good average in spot if we really do rip 87.90, something like that against us. So let's try that. And I mean, if we give some back, we give some back. Neil, I mean, that's what trading is. Like this is why we get out of Tesla as it starts to move back down as well. But yeah, so right now S&P 500 and the NASDAQ start the day near all-time highs again, and the pullback seems to be a little real for the market. And I think it's led by a lot of these bigger names. Like Microsoft is now red, unfortunately. Amazon.
Tell me Amazon's not.
That's what I was going to ask you. No, Amazon's up 2%.
Amazon's super strong, everybody. Well, you know what? Like it's.
Robinhood's all the way back.
I selfishly wanted it to go. Well, not to go yet, to try to get in some more in the long term, but wow, greed is not always good. If you wanted it,
it's never that good.
Hims is giving you a scalp trade on this high at 64, but again, like I don't play a mean reversion trade like this to try to grab 40 or 50 pennies. I don't think, like that's just not. The thing is running like a bat out of you know what. The idea is to position in here for the reversion and try to play into VWAP. Like I'm bidding out in front of prior, like it's always the same thing. I bid in front of that prior high, and then I want to make sure that I'm bidding out. Whoops, I thought I zoomed out. And I want to bid out at pretty much the prior support levels until you get to the volume weighted average price. So like that's just the risk to reward of this trade, so that if you win it once in a while, like say an Intel one hit the other day, they should be able to pay for 4 or 5 of them. But yeah, you could scalp this if you wanted to, but I'm not looking for this for the scalp. Like I think this is a couple of bucks, or it should be a breakout trade to the upside. JP swayed. Yeah, Intel did have a pile of bad news and is going straight up, but that could just be a factor of it being at $19. And we said this with Lucid, we said this with Rivian and some of these other small cap names. And it's not that Intel's a small cap company, but it falls somewhat into that bucket. It's more like those than it is like other things, let's put it that way, in terms of price action. Trend down, holding a low, and holding a low for almost the entirety of the year, which is a good sign, except the fact it can't really bounce off of that low. So what's the catalyst? Apparently sometimes it's the news is so bad, it's been so bad for so long that we're tired of selling. And then you get but then you get a relief rally because as it goes up, anybody that's shorting has to cover. Because no one, it's like sell exhaustion, I think, is the only way to describe it on a stock like that. But I don't think you want to confuse that with the same type of upward momentum until it starts taking out levels like 21, 25. So anyways, just in HIMS, it's back to flat, but I'm not bidding till it goes almost $1 in the money.
All right, good trade there. Hope that will continues to work out. All right, so yeah, just for me, we'll take advantage of this Palantir move higher there. We just bounced off 173. Let's take advantage of that now. $174.55 right there. Here go the futures. Come on, man. Let's bring this thing down. We were in this. We called this short right now. So yeah, a little bit of a break lower right now. That's another idea brought to you by me and the futures, though. I don't know if it's going to go or not. Let's see if we can get a little bit going now. We just bid a little bit out at 50 just because that pretty much was the low right there. If we're going to zoom back out a little bit, I do have an offer at 40 right here at 40, I think. Yeah, 41. So if we can come into that area right here, that could be a play. And then ultimately, I think, what's up to Jay Lee if you're in the chat and some of you other traders out there that trade futures. And again, welcome to the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We sit here every day. We trade. This is a futures play. We're on some different names here. So far, you can always ask us again, how our day is going. If there's any stocks you guys want us to talk about in the chat, put them in there. We do have that visualizer going. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. But here it is right here. If we can get a piece out around 40, this little area there, great. And then we'll see if the futures do want to come back in and touch around 87 right now. And again, this is not like trading. This is not the NQs. This is the TQQs. This is the NASDAQ. It's a triple levered ETF. So it will move 3 times faster than the NASDAQ as far as percentages going. I like to trade it just because of that fact, and also the fact that it's a stock rather than a futures contract. So a futures contract looks like this, H25, oh no, we're on U, sorry, NQU right now. So this is what the futures contracts look like. And it's just different order entry, different feel to them overall. And I just prefer, I'd rather short the Qs, and I just choose TQs, a little cheaper, a little bit easier for us to trade as a group. So you can also trade SQQ and go the other way. But again, you'll see me, Neil, pretty much never really in the futures, and we trade different names all the time. I know Obi can be in here as well, Joe, sometimes, Sharif not as much. But that just goes to show you that's what trading's all about. Pick your poison, pick your spots, whether or not it's futures, Tesla, HIMS, anything like that, get into it. But, at the end of the day, you look down, you see your net, and that can really help you figure out, where the direction is for you. There it is right there. Thank you. You're welcome, man. This is what we're doing the show for. Honestly, there it is. Thank you, TD Baker. Quota made for the day. I mean, now you're starting to sound like the way we do around here. You're welcome for the sticky note. And again, it's at Trader TV Sean and also on Instagram if you're looking for some trade ideas. So nice move to the downside right now in the market. We'll see if the TQs want to continue that play as well. But again, thanks for the super chat. It does mean a lot. I mean, that's why I'm putting those out. It's great to see that others are starting to do that. And I'm also putting out every day. We're going to have to go to Adara first. But, if you guys want to join the party with me every single day, I'm asking what plays you guys have as well. So, Palantir was huge last night. What else are we looking to trade? And some of you mentioned AMD, Tesla, Palantir, and AMD. Adara says FIG. We haven't looked at FIG yet. Figma, Coin, Burke B, Palantir again. Hey, good morning, boss. What's going on with that one as well? So we'll just like all of these and say, thank you for the continued support of the show as the futures right now looking to get low. Let's see if we can get our 41 fill. That would be nice, Adara.
Let's take a look here at the IWM, which is also getting low. We are taking out that pre-market low / consolidation area here around that 219, basically just shy of 220s. Right now, we are trying to break lower. A bit of a double top here for that 221 level for the IWM. Not a ton of small caps today, at least that I could find. But if you do want some more small cap action, definitely check out our midday show from 11 to 2 with Joe and Sharif. Sharif trades these extensively. We have CWD to start. This is Caliber Co's. Could not find any news on this. I mentioned this one earlier, 4.27 million market cap, 770,000 share float. So small float, small market cap for CWD. Then we have CETX. Couldn't find anything for today in terms of news, but Semtrex, back on July 31st, it announced that it acquired $1 million in Solana. So it looks like this is another treasury type play, CETX. This last name, not a small cap, I do apologize, but it was the closest that we have here. HIMS, which is technically in the Russell 2000. So still within that realm, $13 billion market cap, 32% short float. They did beat EPS, missed on sales for their Q2 report. Q3 and or fiscal year 2025 guidance was a bit mixed, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, mixed guidance. You can say miss, you can say mixed guidance, but this is the thing with the small caps. Look, the other thing we didn't even mention this enough when it comes to the small caps. Remember, the higher the odds go of a rate cut, and last I checked, they were 88% or something along those lines. IWM, all the Russell names get really big. 37% of the Russell reports this week. So it's a big week for the small caps. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with some of the ones that we get tonight. Like HIMS is a different story from like Open's not HIMS. And HIMS certainly has, you know what? I don't want to say it has more going for it because at the end of the day, it has a ton of bad news as well. But it's been trending much better than something like an Open. Let's put it that way. Open is more of like that up and down flush trade, whereas HIMS has been going upside for a while. So anyways, it's still exactly where it is. If you want to be scalping off this level, it's still giving it to you, but it just refuses to fall. The pent up probably means that from here, you got to expect it to go. It breaks higher, you should expect a couple of dollars. It breaks lower, then I think we should be getting that volume weighted average price almost for certain. The other thing that I'm eyeballing, of course, is if I'm being patient with it. I tend to think that it's mostly bad news with Intel, but my execution strategy on something trending to the upside is either it's at a monster level or it breaks the trend. So this gets underneath 2040 here, and this breaks the trend, and I take another shot at this bad boy on Intel. But I got to pick my shots as this one's going to the upside. Let's see what we have in store. Ooh, I did download that book.
Yeah, we do have Trade the Pool here as a future. We've got a nice little trade there. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us now for a while. Thanks to Mitch for coming through this morning. And now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. You scan that little QR code there and you get a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets and how to manage risk, what setups they rely on, and how you can learn and grow from what is working. Download it now by scanning the QR code on your screen and hitting the link in the description. But yeah, so far so good there on all of this. We want to thank Trade the Pool again for sponsoring up this segment and this part of the show. But there goes the futures to the downside, man. I mean, we did look at this. The bear claws are now coming out in full effect right here again. And check this play out right now. I'm you know what? Like, I'm most proud of this, to be honest with you. This is a losing trade. And this is the one that, I mean, there's Robinhood. We said we wanted to flip up our mind and go short the market. So we punch out of Robinhood. Right now, that would be $1 the wrong way right now. But we were able to get out of it. And now it's not even like we had it. It's just a little blemish. It has nothing to do with our P&L or anything. So we get out of the way of that one. So I feel pretty good about that trade, specifically for the spidey senses. And we talk about that all the time. It's not just about the sticky note. You know, we can have all these ideas, but at the end of the day, if you have all these ideas and you're putting up a bunch of L's, sometimes they don't work for you. And sometimes you got to adjust with what you've been talking about in the middle of the day. And I think that's what we did a pretty good job there. Have your high conviction setups basically at the end of the day. And you'll be okay if you can sort of roll with those and you know, take what you think is the best opportunity for you. We did see JP Morgan make a downside play there again on negative news from President Trump. I did not get my 303s. I was sitting there for 303. The highest we got was 301.
PA?
Yeah, in the PA, yeah, 302, 301.75. So maybe we'll relax and take a little bit out right now of that if it does come through. I see you guys Wow, the futures right now, man, we are really we're pumping, guys. This is to the downside. This is going to be honestly, just another one for me. We're just starting to stack it up a little bit right there. We made back what we've made back what we lost. So just this trade alone, we made back what we lost on Tesla and on Robinhood together. So far, so good there. As Neil said, man, sometimes it just takes one. And for me, yeah, that's taking multiple ones right here as it continues to make that move. DraftKings, we get stopped out there. Not great to go again. And right now, as I check back on this one, it's still Big Bear AI. But what's making the lead here? Oh, Palantir. A lot of traders. Well, I mean, look, we're in Palantir. It's going to be P&L number one. And we like that trade. But, we'll see if it can run out of some steam here. Palantir having a hard time breaking through 176.
176.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, highs are highs. That's the thing. All-time highs. It's when you have a blue sky setup, there's always these random levels that start to come in because profit takers just use some voodoo to find levels. But some people like Fibonacci's. I think when you're riding something like that, where it's just going so far, maybe you look at the fibs. But like you said, we're starting to roll over. HIMS just finally pulled back into the half, so 162 halves. That's where the bid was. I'm bidding in front of 61 half. I'm bidding in front of 60. Oh. And then the same thing over there with Intel. This one broke the trend finally. Well, I mean, it broke a steep trend here, and then top wick the 220.5, and then broke the trend line again. It's coming into the volume weighted average price. I'll hold on to a piece for under VWAP for Intel, just because Intel, I think when it loses VWAP, you want to hang on to it.
It's tanking right now.
The trend is the trend. This is up 4% though, so I do need to cover into volume weighted average price. On a waft of bad news, remember, this is actually somehow magically to the upside. The other one, and I did mean to go over this one a little bit more because we actually had on the watch list, and I even had it on my list, Figma, but I don't know what to tell you. Figma has less movement than, this is insane. It's just not moving today. 85 was the open price. So I just figured, well, if there's size at 85, go long off 85. If 85 breaks, try the punch short with a tight stop. It was just play off that level. It's not going up. It's not going down. Literally nothing is happening on Figma. So for whatever reason, sometimes it happens in IPO. Like you get a couple of days out and there's just no juice. The volume's gone. So I don't know if there's going to be a trade there. But I did know while we were doing some research this morning, next month we get CoreWeave's lockup expiring. That is going to be, I think, a big opportunity.
It's going to be epic.
Epic, I think, is the word. I think it's the 24th of September, if I'm trusting Perplexity, because I just looked it up. Anyone can do that math, 180 days, whatever it works out to be, whatever they have it at. But I think that's going to be a big lockup expiry. And I think it's to be the same thing for Circle whenever it happens. We're in a weird IPO market where things are way too frothy, in my opinion. You can't just have these ridiculous runs over and over again. Either the underwriters are going to correct it or the market's going to correct it.
Yeah, exactly. The thing about, I was going to say right now we have 88% chance of Fed rate cut. I just want to say here, what's up, Mosham right here, 98% wins as usual. Yeah, I know that you're just being sarcastic on that one, but you can always ask us. We're honest. You can ask us how many stocks we've traded today, what our win and loss are, and that would be that, and that would be the end of that. So, we try to be as transparent as possible here on the show, obviously, as we have Randy right behind us. What's up, Randy?
What's up, Randy?
Hope you are doing well today. That's for sure. I actually just got a coffee, a little bit of a reload there. But I'm on the water tip right now. I'm okay for coffee.
I'd probably take one if you're. Yeah, if you're.
Thanks, Randy.
If you're free.
Always helping us out here. But yeah, so the Nasdaq, nice little downside push, anyways. And here's this little Fed talk here, and now it looks like I just refreshed it. So I think yesterday we were around 87. I don't expect too much of a change here. We do have more jobs coming out this Friday, so we'll figure out that, and then PMI next week. So this will alter for sure. If anything, this may climb. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a surprise rate cut at some point, especially if those job numbers are bad. Then you're going to see the market do a dance. And if you go down to December, Randy, I don't know if you got to re-up any interest-bearing ideas, but you are going to get, and here in Canada, we haven't cut at all, but it looks like we could get 3 rate cuts by the time December rolls around here in the States. Oh, you know what I meant to ask you about, Randy, was we did have XOM make a move. By the way, the TQs are getting lower right now. We better get...
Dropped.
Yeah, and it's still going.
Yeah.
I mean, right now into the bottom there, earnings not well received. I wasn't here on Friday, but you could see it's been 4 or 5 straight down days. You like these levels still, or what's going on?
I don't know. The earnings had a bit of a negative sentiment, but honestly, they're sitting on a huge pile of cash.
Well, they should be though.
Yes, and production efficiencies are up. Yes, rig counts are down, but I don't see
futures.
I don't see them being risky here. I don't. There's overproduction right now, which yes is a problem. Yes, the summer driving season's coming to an end in a month or two. And then demand weakens. Is that going to drag them down? I don't know. They're healthy. Okay, there's no reason to panic here, and CVX is in the same boat. So I really don't see, any reason to jump off the bridge here. I just again buy the dips maybe, but I see a lot of negative sentiment holding on.
You still like oil?
We're not running around with our chicken. Energy's been such a huge disappointment.
Right.
Throughout the entire year. And look, the thing is, I have a bounceable portfolio too. Like I own a decent amount of CVX. Thankfully, not too much. But like look, with the recession concern somewhat coming in there, Caterpillar had a bad number. You got to worry about the demand aspect here.
That's what I'm.
Right? Overproduction is a problem.
I'm just saying.
And OPEC Plus doesn't seem to care that much. And other than Middle East tumult and other events that might trigger
tumult, Wow,
tumult.
This is some next level stuff happening right here.
Here we go.
I don't have the. Oh, here we go.
Those are the events that the word of the day.
Is it just a short form of tumultuous?
Impetus on Thursday.
Is tumult an actual word?
Tumult?
I'm sure it's a word.
Okay, I know
Randy's
it's a short
not going to
form
make
for
it up.
tumultuous.
Yeah, tumult.
It's a word I can 100% confirm.
Give this guy a coffee. I think they're healthy. I don't see any reason for extended negative sentiment here. I just don't. So buy the dips. Have a nice day.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I actually don't own pretty much any energy right now. I own nothing. I own Enbridge. Which
in Canada. I was going to say.
No, I don't really own anything.
Every Canadian owns Enbridge.
Yeah, but this is a name that I wish I would have put my money into something else when this is literally I've held this stock for 20 years. Enbridge right now, and it's actually starting to go upside the pipeline right there. Wow, Enbridge. Okay.
The monthly charts where you got to look.
I might just sell this thing, right now, because I'm not in this market for dividends right now. The growth is too huge everywhere else. But look what's happening right now. Here's the move down for the futures right there. Look at this, nice move to the downside right now. Boom, there it goes. Nice take into 87 right now, man. I'm sure glad that we and this is what it's all about trading. There's our Robinhood discussion, where we were in it and out of it in 3 minutes because we weren't feeling it. That's the decision you have to make sometimes. There's the move down. Just don't wait to get stopped out. That's why 95, 98%, that's part of the reason we have no traders behind us. You have to be disciplined, okay, with your ins and with your outs. And if something changes, don't let the market stop you out. You have to sometimes, and it'll happen all the time. I'll take a long and get stopped out or a short or vice versa. It happened here on Tesla as well. But look, this is what keeps you alive, right? And you can't up your game if you don't have something like this in play, right? Even if they're all losses on a day, we talk about that all the time. Neil or myself will put on a trade and we will have our outs. And I think that if you don't respect those outs, then what in the, there it is right there, a good little trade there on the futures. Oh yeah, where's that one? There's it is. Go red right now. What up to Jay Lee or anybody else in the chat that was trading futures with me right there? We like that low of the daybreak. We called that play right there, and now it's going to the low side. Let's take out a little bit more. It's only 10:35 right now. Lots more to go.
And speaking of lots more to go, what's crazy is I just saw, I don't have the Money Wheel Fibonacci trader. The Fibonacci trader,
nice.
V is in there. I don't have the money wheel on my stream deck, so I can't hit it. Sean can, but TSM short, 5 in the money. There's opportunities everywhere.
Oh yeah,
that's the thing. I don't think we've even looked at TSM today. I don't think we've looked at TSM since their earnings. I can be real about that one. But ultimately, like I said, if you want to find opportunities, however, there's lots of places to do it. Our watch list is fantastic. But having a platform like an eSignal where you can scan, where you can back test, where you can test out indicators, and you can do so for the first month free, like they're still doing over D-Signal, I think is pretty valuable. You can trade through multiple brokers. It's a customizable platform with reliable data. You can use the API, so you can automate your trading, as I say almost every single time, for those that want to trade multiple stocks or multiple strategies. And the value is really in its customizability and ability to adapt to all different types of trading styles. So try it out for free. First month is still free over D-Signal. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Whether you're starting your trading journey or you've been doing it for a while, the market requires you to have quality tools, not just for execution, but for charting as well. So HIMS is almost at the volume weighted average price. So the plan is at least working here. It broke the trend. It never really took out the prior high. And again, like this, the way I look at it, when it's trending up, it's like increasing opportunity, but try this level. Like, why did I want 61? I wanted 61 because of the prior low. Why did I wait for 64? Waited for 64 when it fills in the next gap. And that's pretty much all you can do. And then somebody really intelligent that, said the line, I guess, would be when there is a gap, then fall back to VWAP?
Brian Shannon was, when there's a gap.
Is it fallback to VWAP?
Oh my God, yeah, basically, it's when there's a gap, play to VWAP or something. Now you've screwed me up.
Well, it's something like that, but I play mean reversions if I think I'm really against the grain, and a squeeze stock like HIMS, I think I'm really against the grain, then it's the volume weighted average price is the target. So whether I actually get 60.5 here or I just see the buyers start to win, I might just punch out of the trade. We'll see. I mean, they're in control underneath 61 here. Part of it's probably going to be the market heading to the downside as well. So I'm trying to get that out in front of 60.5.
Oh, the market's heading down? Oh, okay.
And Amazon giving it back. Of course, Amazon's giving it back. And shout out in the chat, someone's like, oh, thank you for the coin trade. But I remember I lost on the coin trade and then missed it. Because the thing about a trade like a mean reversion trade, like you've got to be on that stock at the moment that it does the curl. Right? Like when Coinbase was doing this, I was looking somewhere else. That's just how it is. HIMS at the open when it did the SSR bounce, I was looking at Palantir. I got a quick scalp on Palantir. I couldn't have known that HIMS, I had no idea that HIMS was going to go 20% without a red candle. Obviously, I would have prioritized it if I knew that to be a fact, but I didn't think it was going to be that strong. All right, here comes the volume weighted average price. Give me my fill. There we got it. We just got out in front of the volume weighted average price. And again, these are the types of, like for me, I like that execution. But if I just try to short that at every single level, it's disaster. We tried it at 2 levels, fair enough. I'm still in the reversion on Intel. That's more or less the same thing. But it looks like we're already time for a sector watch and apparently some news.
The news involves an earnings name I don't think we've discussed too much today. Pfizer, CEO happening right now. Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, saying during their conference call, the company's apparently in active talks with the U.S. government over drug price policies. Now, in case you guys missed it, when Trump initially released his tariff letters to pharmaceutical companies, there were 3 that he addressed by their first names. Those are the CEOs of Eli Lilly, Pfizer, and Regeneron. So PFE could potentially be in a better place here than some of these companies, as the CEO says that he's been in contact with Donald Trump since the letter that was sent regarding these drug pricing, or the pharmaceutical tariff letters, if you will. Let's take a look here at the market, or this heat map. There's a lot of weakness to be found. Berkshire Hathaway, actually one of the few green names here in day 2 earnings, as JPM, Visa, Bank of America, and others sell off. Producer manufacturing really weak. Utilities pretty weak here, though. NEE actually to the upside. Commercial services pretty weak. Energy minerals red. I did mention the institutional side of Wells Fargo downgrading its outlook for some of these energy commodities, which did, when it came out, send up numbers or stocks like XOM and CVX to the downside. Retail trade a bit mixed. We have some strength in Amazon and HD. Electronic technology, Apple actually strong here, trying to bounce back after its earnings a couple days ago, but everything else here pretty red. And technology services, Oracle and Palantir, 2 of arguably the best names on the year, pushing higher today. Palantir, of course, aided by its earnings reports. We've got Google and Microsoft a bit more flat, but everything else here pretty weak, guys. It's very hard to find bright spots in the market today, as you can see. Back to you.
There was a thank you, Adair. There was almost a bright spot in Caterpillar. because they were down after their earnings, and it looked like, I mean, it went green today. So it's, sometimes you really, really like it when a quality company gaps down on earnings, and by the time you get to the open, it's going green. It's like, oh, we're all systems go. It's going to be fine. No, right back into the red for Caterpillar. And this is, I'm not terribly, look, I didn't sell any of Caterpillar. I'm not really that scared long term for the stock, but you do have to consider the bellwether aspect of this. If you start, this has been ridiculous. Come on, give me a break. Caterpillar went 260 to 440 in a few months. It's just not normally how these, I said this about GEV. It's great to be long it, but at some level you're like, this is a pullback that's probably trying to come in these stocks.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And this one in particular, you get concerned about what it might be what it might be saying for the overall market. And I think when there's concerns here,
what is going on?
There's certainly concerns across the board. And the more you get that, I think it just increases likelihood. It's already at 90% that we get cuts because you're starting to see cracks in the armor.
Yeah, good talk right there. Yeah, the futures right now are cracking. And again, there it goes, man. We actually were thinking about, remember we were thinking about shorting NVIDIA at one point there, and we flipped it up and went the other way. Not the other way, but we started to short the futures, of course, right there. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening right now. But there we go, to the downside with NVIDIA as well. Now breaking through 177. Looks like that might have been the good trade. But for me, the trade of the day for me is this Robinhood trade, getting out of this right there. And obviously, my biggest winner is going to be Palantir, as we just took some more out. I might as well just get out of everything on Palantir. These futures right now are cracking and cracking pretty darn good. There, look at that, 42s, give me that right now. Nice little move to the downside right now, 86.42, more than that $1 now in the money as we go lower, lower, lower. We're back to day's high, so forget about the loss that we had there on Tesla. That's erased now. The loss that we had here on Robinhood, that's erased in DraftKings. Shouldn't have been a loss, but it does break temporarily and comes back in. This might be a strong stock to look at here. It's not. It's weak on the day, but for the fact that it hasn't hit that again, I don't know. Pretty interesting there. I'm not sure when they report actually.
It's this week.
Let's let me double check. I'm just going to go into TTV Research. Terrier TV Research. Shout out to Adara over there. Doing a great. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Neil has it right now. We can go over to Neil as well. But there it is right there. So you could see on the week. I'm just going to find it myself as well. No, don't worry about me, man. Go back over there. Here it is.
It is Wednesday.
Yeah, we both have it up now. But
I was wrong.
Yeah, there it is. So Wednesday. There's some big earnings, man. Oscar Health. I think that's going to be exciting there in the middle as well. Shopify coming through right here. A big Canadian company, we say shout out. Wow, I mean, these futures, Neil, right now we are getting crushed to the downside, and your boys got this trade where it's been a huge trade. It's now $1.50 in the money. Now, as there it goes to the downside, man. Palantir, TQQs, we're all over them right now. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, but the market goes lower. And why, you might ask? We got some good numbers today. I mean, Pfizer's upside right there. Caterpillar makes the bounce back, but then comes back in again. We wait for weak jobs data, potentially now finally starting to hit the market. I don't know. We were up there yesterday, but down on the week last week. So some of that negative headwinds still affecting the market, it looks like, as we get into some of those lows. Yes, sir. Big move to the downside right now. I mean, look, I'm forever long in the account. But right now, today, taking this trade, pretty happy with that one. Hopefully we trade it with a little bit more shares moving forward, but boom goes the dynamite now. Robinhood looking at 105 again. Tesla, can we look at 3 builds for Tesla? I don't know, but there it is right now, back into that 305 area. Potential long spot there for Tesla on a bounce, but I don't want to go long. The real strong name today, and Adara sort of talked about it, and we're going to go right back to her in a minute, was a great report coming from Pfizer, beating revenue expectations and, again, raising the full year guidance. So Josh Brown doesn't need to pay anymore to go on CNBC and pump Pfizer. Looks like that's happening right now. Watch out for a 27 or so break right there for PFE.
He's a Pfizer guy?
Yeah, he's a big. Every time he goes on, he talks about it because he's holding the bag, right? And then there goes Q's right now. Wow, big move again to the downside, guys. Let's just take advantage of that. It's your trade of the day. It's the TQs. Palantir was easy day. This one took a little bit of thinking. So there it goes. Nice move down to the downside. We had Figma yesterday. We can maybe have a look at that.
Figma might break the low in about $1 or so. I just want to make sure. I'm going to use an Edge A stop, but
all right.
double check.
You still got short Intel. I hope that's.
I still have short Intel. Obviously, like I told you what the plan of action was on HIMS to get out at the volume weighted average price. It did bounce off VWAP for like a little bit, but it's absolutely tanking now. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if it came all the way back in to the lows at 55. Usually you'll catch a bid before that, but that's just absolutely nasty. Figma opened up, so the issue price was 33, I think, but 85 was the open on Figma. So once it prints 1 cent under 85, that is a flat bottom break by definition. It's the quote-unquote all-time low because obviously it hasn't been trading that long. Let's go over to Adara. I did say I'm taking it, but it's not SSR, I don't believe, so you should be able to get a fill. I'm expecting there to be liquidity, but we didn't get the fill when it broke $110 yesterday, so you never really know. The spread opens up pretty big. Adara?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know I don't really have any news on this. Apparently, there's more dismissal and firing here coming from the White House, but not related to anything involving the market. It has to do with Puerto Rican oversight. I did want to mention as well, the reason that I was seeing for this market dropping was those 10 a.m. numbers. They were worse than expected. The ISM Services PMI 50.1, that's below the forecast of 51.5 and 50.8. So just wanted to let you guys know in terms of why is the market dropping. Trump hasn't posted anything on Truth Social, which we know can and often does lead to these random catalyst-free moves to the downside, but he has not posted anything here, guys. It does just seem to be ongoing reaction to this ISM numbers and potentially more, I guess, turnover in the White House as well. Back to you.
Got siren right now. Get it, Adara. Get it to anybody that's short as well, man, as we just continue to make new lows here in the market. Big day alert, right? Big day alert right here as we're cooking it up one more time to the downside with this futures play. The Palantir play is we just got a bump up. So I might, you know what? I might just get out of everything right now. I don't even... Like I said, I messaged the wife there, and she messaged me asking how everything was going. I said great, but we had given some back there with Tesla, and so I was like, eh. And then I was just like, let's settle down, find the next play, and we do exactly do that right there. I'm going to get out of all of Palantir right now. Let's see. That's it. That wraps up your trade of the day right there on Palantir. Let's just get out of it. P&L wise, the trade of the day, but I think like our big call was really this futures take. Once we took the low of the day there, I was like, the market's broken. We did have, that's Sharif, that's Joe hitting that. I mean, just look at that. I mean, well, you take this is $2 straight to the downside. We have over a percentage in the NASDAQ. We took this when the NASDAQ was green, and right now you're down 0.6. And Adara's right. I mean, we didn't have great numbers there at 10 o'clock, but this break doesn't start till about quarter after 10. So ISM bounces itself off of $88, and then it's a downside play right there. So there we go to the downside. Yeah, what's up, Bob Knob? Why do we call TQs the futures? So the futures would be Qs, right? So this is the NASDAQ 100. So all I'm doing, which is just going with something that trades triple levered. So the NASDAQ is not, I understand it's not the futures. That's how I call it. And it's just like trading the futures. I could have shorted this just as easily as trading the TQQs, but for me, it's an easier play to be in something that looks like an equity. So again,
right. It trades like an equity.
It trades like that. It has a bid and an ask of 1 penny. The fee structure is exactly the same.
It's a different in the P Pro system here at Real Trading. It's a different risk.
Yeah.
It's from your equity risk. It's a different keyboard setup as well. Your futures trading. So it's just from a practicality standpoint, almost all traders. It's just from an ease of execution. You use your same keyboard lid. All the stuff is the same to trade the ETF as opposed to trading the actual futures. It's one of the reasons why, like, we got Bitcoin trading, and I was like, oh, let's try this out. And then the second that we got IBIT, not a single trader looked at trading Bitcoin again, because just even hitting the keys was just a huge frustration, and the increments were, you're not used to it. You've been trading for 20 years. Trust me, you're always going to want to execute on something you're most comfortable with. I think that's the best way to think about it. The thing you're the most comfortable with. Wow, Figma really just bounced off of exactly the lows. 85.06.
Oh.
On a heartbeat, but only for now. For now, it bounced off of 85. I think it's still going to take out this level. That's what I'm looking for next. Only about 10 minutes to go, everybody. Intel broke VWAP. I'm holding on to it. Whoa, why am I still offering? That was weird. Oh, that's right. I didn't get the full fill. That's why I was still offering up there on the entry. I'm like, why am I still offering when it's already moved away? No, sometimes I'll leave the order in on the off chance it gets picked up. But once we've already flushed like this, if we get back to the high, I don't want it. So we took a couple of swings at this at the high and then one earlier. Now we're actually getting the move back in and just going back over to, oh my goodness. I still am, this thing is still falling. I'll probably look, I didn't think we'd get down to the low 55s again on HIMS, but if it does get back down there, I'll look for a mean reversion in the other direction too. Like HIMS, the earnings were bad and everything, but this is just a pure momentum play. Like, why can't it revert, and then another one down here in the low 50s? That's nonsense how much this stock is moving. Like, from bottom to top, it already went 20%, and it just gave back almost 10%. Yeah, pretty much a 10% move after going 20% to the upside. And it's still 7% down, HIMS. Yuck.
Okay, we're going to go over to Adara, I believe, for Money Talks.
Here is our Money Talk segment. This uptrend on the daily chart for the USD does remain intact. When I say uptrend, I mean, of course, only just recently from lows. We've been in a downtrend for much of the year. But based on the movement we have today and yesterday, it looks like we are looking to maintain that slightly higher low with a base here of around 98.60, currently trading around 98.80, almost 98.90. So not a bad look here for the DXY. Let's see if we can take out this 100.3 level and make another higher high to continue this attempt to push back to the upside. To be fair, we're still well below our year high around 110. As I mentioned earlier, it seems like a lot of the reason for this negative sentiment in the market that came during the day was that ISM Services PMI print. It was not well below estimates, but notably below estimates, 50.1 versus 51.5 forecast, and the previous print of 50.8. I was reading some notes in it as well, and it basically, this ISM data just kind of marks a trend that is not going in the right direction when it comes to some of this economic data we've been getting. I want to talk about the Federal Reserve and who's going to be the Fed chair. We had Donald Trump, President of the United States, appearing in a very lively CNBC interview this morning, and he was asked, who are you considering for Fed chair? He did confirm that both Kevins, quote unquote, are being considered. Kevin Warsh, who's pictured here, Kevin Hassett, who's on the other page of this infographic. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. He did, though, eliminate one contender. He said Scott Bessent, not in the running. It is worth noting the White House previously indicated that this was the case, but Trump basically said during this interview, Scott Bessent said he does not want to be Fed chair. He likes his current position as the Treasury Secretary. So Scott Bessent's out, Kevin Warsh is in, Kevin Hassett is in, and Christopher Waller, who is the other major contender, is still assumed to be maybe on watch. But Trump mentioned there are 4 people up for grabs. Who could be the 4th potential new Fed chair? We're going to have to wait and find out. But certainly check us out on X at TTV Research if you like this type of content. I suspect I'll be posting a lot more of these Fed-related ones lately. And stay tuned here. Check us out every day on Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Thank you so much. As always, Adara. Just checking, with only 5 minutes to go, just a quick note. There was a new name a second ago on our little pick of what is moving the most. It's still Palantir number 1. AMD HIMS, that makes a ton of sense. BBAI moved down a little bit. Open door, don't forget, Open's not moving right now. It's not moving today. But I promise you this, Open is going to move tomorrow after the earnings. No questions, no doubt about that. Alphabet, Tesla, you guys are interested. Oklo actually made the list here today. So, not sure what's going on. Sorry, Oklo. Is it Oklo or Oklo?
It's Oklo.
It's Oklo. Oklo making the list today. NVIDIA makes a ton of sense. Amazon, was looking so good for so long on Amazon, and now with the rest of the market starting to come back in. NVTS, another earnings name, down double digits. Navitas getting absolutely smoked. We saw that in the aftermarket show, already heading to the downside, and not looking any better here. Down 15%. Yikes, coming in at number 8. So remember, whenever you're putting in the symbols, you gotta hit $ in the chat. Otherwise, it will not show up. So everyone that's typing in, I saw some people with that CDW stock. Is that the one that was moved? No, it's the CR. What was it? Small capper.
Which one?
It was C something. CWD? CWD, that's the one. Yeah, but that didn't make the list. So anyone that, if you wanted to show up, make sure you're hitting the dollar sign. Up 187%. That's not an ominous number at all. And continuing to run. I mean, if you're looking for strength, you're probably finding it in a squeeze name today. When the market goes down, your longs need to be in like squeeze stocks that don't care what the market is doing in a general sense. They'll just kind of go on their own. So whatever CWD is,
I'll check.
it is certainly, it's minting some winners if you're to the long side, I suppose.
That's right.
See,
Yeah,
I keep wanting to say CW. I don't know why I want to say CDW. It's just weird.
Sure, maybe an hour time frame. Okay, so just real quick, man, we did get out of the rest of our Palantir there, so that's going to be ending that day right there at VWAP, so a good out. We take some out there as we break, but Palantir a monster today, needless to say. Futures, we have less than 10% left. We have about like 5% left as we got to get ready to go back. We'll go to the gym, we'll come back, and we'll be entering the chat. You can have some fun with these boys, and I'll come back and put some trades if I see any coming through there. But we haven't done this in a while, but let's just figure out what's for lunch. All right, you guys always want to know what is for lunch. Today should be actually a pretty good one. We haven't had this in a minute, I feel like, here. This morning it was hard-boiled eggs, so I guess there's 12 of them in Sharif's bag right now. So we'll watch him have that right there. Should I had 2 boiled eggs this morning. What is happening? I mean, actually, yeah, normal stuff, actually, Adara. So here we go. Yes, get it, Sharif, and get it, Adara. Those are the two most popular sentences here, and we want to say get it to those two. But today, hopefully it's not too blackened for my girl over there, Adara, because too spicy. Blackened tilapia today. So
we'll find out.
We'll find out.
We'll find out if it's doable for me.
What do you mean boo, Joe?
All right. As there's
Joe's
talk
not
about
feeling
this,
it, apparently.
Joe loves all kind of food, man.
No, he
Joe's
said he's
gonna like
not
that.
feeling it.
He doesn't like tilapia pie. That is for sure. With vegetable pilaf, seasoned vegetables, and chef's choice salad.
You got to get on that
right now. As Adara is telling a tilapia story to Sharif right now, and often wonders what's going on with us.
Well, what's a bad tilapia story?
I don't.
Look, don't get me wrong. Like if you could easily overcook it and it could be terrible.
Yeah, right? It's not a great fish. I mean, for me, haddock,
it's easy.
Halibut, like the steak. Fish, like it's so thick, it's like a steak, the halibut sometimes. I really like that.
I'm a red snapper.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
Tilapia, I don't think it'll be salmon sometimes on top of a salad for us. Sometimes we get that.
Do that. Right.
And we don't mind it, but it's 10:59 right now. And yeah, I would love some real seafood.
Whoa.
I mean, going to Boston was...
This can't be real.
Was awesome.
Guess what's breaking the high? No, don't look.
I just looked at your screen.
No, it's fine. Unfortunately,
yeah, Palantir story, yeah. But.
Well, I don't know why this is bucking the trend in the market and acting bullish right now, but Webull just broke the high of the day, and I wouldn't have known it. Someone just said tilapia is not real fish. The dirtiest fish you can eat?
It's a bottom dweller.
No, I know, but it's still, look, man, does it taste good when you eat it?
Does. I think it
and
does.
if it does, then it's fine. No, Webull breaking the high of the day, up 5%. Oh, we like Webull, and I love it even better. You got to zoom in to get a sense of that chart. We love it even better when it's going up in market weakness. That's what you want to see. Nice bounce on Webull off the 50. Almost, it didn't even get to the 50 period on the most recent bounce. I thought it would get us back in closer to 12. I took some out. Well, we already talked about this before. We took some out here on the way up to the $18 level, but I wanted to get more shares back in of what I sold if we could have held. And it did hold at 50 period. It just didn't come close enough. I wanted to come down to like 12 to 12 and a half. But it's a good sign that it's already at 15, showing all kinds of strength. I'm only going to hope, because I haven't looked at SMCI today. Ooh, no. Okay, it's just a Webull thing. SMCI at the low, Robinhood, more bounced off the low, but looking relatively weak. This is just a Webull story, apparently. Going. Not a story I know of, but I certainly like it. We'll have a look during lunch, see if there's a reason for this on Webull, because I'd love to see why it's so counter-trend to the market and not even going with its other cohorts, which have all been very strong. But you know what, everybody? We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Yeah. You know where you're going. We're going to eat some tilapia. Well, we'll probably have chicken with a salad. You guys will get the professor, Joey Options, who does not like tilapia or pie or cookies for that matter. It's midday. Go get it, boys.
Dang it, not a big deal.
Bottom.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and we're trying to persuade Ramin, aka Ram Ram, to put a very good friend of ours on the thumbnail. There.
There's only one way.
She just won't do it.
Yeah, there's only one way. There's only one way to go about that.
How do we do it, Joey?
You vote. Get
the people to vote. But we got to shout out the people before we ask them to help us out. Shout out to Gorev, Rev Boost, Echo Max, Sundar. We got Stuart D and Sirac. We got Anish. We got Monty G50. Square Language. Shout out to Dylan Patel and Just Play. Farm Traders in the house as well as Sports and Stonks. We got Sarush. Settinger. Who else we got? We got Grandmother's Garden. I like that one. Dude V5. Shout out to Pillsbury and Mike P.D. Ryder. Yeah. I always love this guy's energy, man. Paul Goodson, Shadow, 7S. We got Jaguar Nut, Britt Brendan, and Duran. Shout out to Nebula 87 and the OG Others Inc. Ronaldo's in the house, and so is Yannick. Who else? We got Why Not? Bob Knob, Bobo Knob, that's it. Kirk D, we got, who else, man? Throw your name in the chat if you're new. BDAC, we got Ramesh, Sir Sri Raj, we got Yummy Thai Foods Todd, charged up 1015. He's all charged up, Joey. T. Joe Beats, yours something or another there. Disco 22, shout out to Grey Worm, shout out to, Ryan O'Day, Bash 323. Come on, man, some new names. Let's go. Throw in the new names. We got Caps, S12, Market Sniper, like that one name. Ket, copy paste. Okay. Cheese Wizard 3241. I like that one. We got Stigmata. Okay, Stigmata. Is that from Stigmata? Is that from The Fifth Element? Does anybody know what I'm talking about there? Stigmata. There's a movie called Stigmata. That's why we have Assassino on the ones and twos. He keeps us pumped up with this information. Joseph, good morning, my man.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm just pulling up the options chain quick because that's what we like to do. 180 is where we had some overhead resistance there on AMD, and that's where we got that short from, guys. Also, good morning. I hope everyone's having a solid session. We were shorting some AMD this morning. Why were we shorting this?
Why?
And we'll go over some Bitcoin talk as well, too. But first, we got to fix this up right here. We'll go this to 175. Let's see if that works out. No, it doesn't. And there it's gone.
Oh, no. She wasn't ready.
She wasn't ready. No, but in all seriousness, guys, 5-minute candle, AMD, right at the volume-weighted average price. Where's my guy, Gorev? Yesterday, we had the other way around. Today, we take it to the short side. Katina Man short the overall market. We were short AMD just off of this specific hammer candle right here. And that worked out. We start small, and then once the thesis starts to work out, we add into this position, and then eventually I just ran out of shares on that one there. So there it is, boom, using the high. Once it starts working out, you add, and then bop, 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 you get that move to the downside right there, just like that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
I like it.
And then it's actually nice. If only it were easy peasy, lemon squeezy, then we would all be having a great time. But there it is, Bitcoin. This is where we got aggresso here, guys, on this one. We were just like, hey, go to this pre-market high, and then we're going to be laughing. That would be a home run ball for your boy. But today it had other plans and decided to sell off. And that's exactly why we don't allow winning trades to turn into losers. Dang. Boom, we add, we double it up, triple it up, quadruple. And then we just continuously, I was on a frenzy. I'm like, it's going to work, it's going to work. Take 5% off right here. Doesn't want to work, and then sure enough, it sells off on the day. So that's okay. You get aggressive on certain trades. They work, they don't. That's the name of trading, right? But you just want to keep those risk measures in place. And then that gave me the ability. I wasn't tilted. I wasn't frustrated. Anything along those lines. It allowed me to stay focused and then take that short onto AMD. We have some open interest at that 180. I got to pull up the chart here one more time. Sorry, Shree, before we send it back to you, brother. I want to break this down and just how we can correlate. I can use this will be actually a little bit better. Okay, so let's put the two together, okay? So where was our high in the pre-market? 180.33. Now I'm going to pull up the chain. Let's see where our highest level of open interest is going to sit on Advanced Money Destroyer. 180, all right? So 11,400 contracts. That's going to be the largest size there, rolling into the earnings report this evening. And then 165, watch out for that one. 165 AMD is dangerous. I know Money Mitch likes this one. Thinks it has potentially more upside than what NVDA has. We'll see about that. 180, call wall. We short that level, works out really well for us there.
All right, guys. So I just had one quick trade so far on the day on CWD. This is the one that Neil was mentioning on the close of the show. It's up 173 or 71%. It's well off the high zone, 834 high. It is coming back down into $7. Now, this entry over here was as a result of being distracted because I was looking to get in at 6.5 off that VWAP, but quick as it dropped into that 6.5, as quickly as it was bought up. So a lot of other traders were looking for that VWAP retracement as a result of the hammer candle that closed there. So I'm talking about CWD. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. But shout out to my man Bovin. Bovin always bringing the heat in the chat. And he brought more heat today, Joey. It goes by the ticker NFE, bringing this one to my attention. We're on a big boy breakout right now on NFE, taking out 3.5, Bovin. It's getting really extended. And what I do like about NFE is it's a newer trade coming in, really the volume that is, coming in at around 1045. Really didn't do much in the pre-market or anything at the bell for that matter. So NFE, trade it carefully with all these small cap gappers. I've also got eyes on ZEP, and it's not ZEP bound, Joseph, but it's a bit more expensive of a name here. So EPP, up 34%. It's $23.50 at the high over here. Started out its life today at 17.5, so it's a great move up for ZEPP. Look, the deal with this one is it's so exuberant in the buying, so aggressive, it hasn't had any retracements into the 10 EMA on the 5. The last time we even glanced the 10 EMA's way was 10:10 a.m. So that's that's about an hour ago now. So I'll be looking for a deeper retracement, maybe into the 10, maybe a bit deeper here on ZEPP. So we'll keep tabs on that one. But NFE is going to be in focus, CWD as well as ZEPP. There's others. We might even look at Yalla Habibi over here. Yalla Habibi.
I'm not feeling it, brother. I like this. Can I have your pasta? I'll trade
Get your own pasta.
Yeah,
we don't
see that
get that.
look he gave you? Did you see that look he gave you? Disgusted him right there. How does it look, Neil? It looks all right. You're gonna give us
everybody in the chat.
a little taste synopsis after?
Yeah. Give us the taste review.
There you go. So we're gonna look at Yalla Habibi here as well. YALA, I'm kidding, guys. Obviously, coming into the volume weighted average price at around 890. Keep it down, Ram. 890 over here. We'll see if this one. Neil, don't encourage her, brother.
Wow.
She has enough energy to defend herself there, Neil. Trust me, I hear what she has to say all the time. But 890 there. We'll see what Yalla Habibi has to offer. But that's it. SMXT, Joseph, was a good one, a triple-digit winner, but it lost VWAP over here at $1.95, and it's dropping down now into the 160. So this one does feel like its better days are behind it. We've got some other names here that may not be strictly small-cap gappers. Unlikely to trade them, as I will stay disciplined with the small cap gappers. But Lemonade, LMND, a hell of a report. Very, very respectable move up on this name. It's up 28 1/3%, trading below that $50 area, 49.30 high. We'll see if this one catches a bid off the volume weighted average price at 46.50. That could be in focus as well. And then DOCN, not DocuSign. This is a different one. Another expensive one as well, 23 2/3%. Seems to have a lot of support at the 10 EMA. You saw that right over here, and now you're getting another retracement off that 34 high into the 10 EMA. Let's see if it holds up here. I mean, I don't mind trading these more expensive names, but they got to be setting up in the right way, Joey options. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on.
Yes, sir. We got a lot of things to go over. We're going to take a look later on in the day at all of our expected moves, and then we're going to correlate those with the options chain to see what we got going on. So I have 29,736 points. I feel like a gambling man today. So who wants to bet me? Who wants
Big
to?
Spile's gonna come out of nowhere now.
Who wants to duel me for the 29,736 points? I'm open to that at any given moment. Why? Because I have a hockey game tonight, right? Bang. Also, and then also we're trading some AMD, and then I'm also just averaging into this ETH trade like a madman. So when in Rome, you got to gamble a little bit more. I don't know if that's the saying, but here it is. Right? This is going to be our Rome, and this is what we got going on. Dual all. Let's go. How do I accept this one here? ACC, EPT, boom, all the smoke. Let's go. Dual 500. The skip. I don't want to dual 500. I said 29,000. Oh. What is that? 500.
Neil, he's violent today.
Yeah,
you see this violence over here?
29,700 and something points is what we got going on. But anyways, guys, let's hop into these markets. Really weak. My VIX calls are sucking right now for some reason. Like I'm not down too much whatsoever. But I thought they would start to trade in the money. Again, I think I'm gonna just let go of those. It was more or less an experimental trade here for me. I do prefer to buy the puts, especially after we've experienced excuse me, a massive increase in the VIX, and I think the longer dated puts is the way to go. Instead of me kind of anticipating some headwinds to come into the market, even though when things are really, really good, the VIX were at an all-time low, and there wasn't too much worry within the market, I'm like, hey, someone's got to figure something to worry about, and I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, even though we are selling off today. It's a cyclical, I think, the cyclical nature of the market. Sharif mentioned to me last week, is like, yeah, August, dude, we usually sell late July, August, we usually sell, and then you run into that Christmas rally, right? So the Christmas rally, we're looking to have a lot of fun on that one, especially around Christmas time. So we just got to keep our risk.
Hold on, Joseph.
Let's go.
I need to know. The Christmas rally is around Christmas time?
Yeah, I did.
Crazy.
If the people didn't
Why
know.
didn't anybody
If anybody, if you guys didn't know, now you know. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Hey, the more you know. And we're on the screen too. Shout out Sydney Sweeney and company.
Yeah, Ram.
What's up?
How come she's not on the thumbnail?
She's not on it. We got to vote. But anyways, yeah, guys, that's the only two trades I got going on right now. 1,000 likes. And
Ram's demanding 1,000 likes.
Okay, that's easy. Okay, so that's no problem. 1,000 likes. Sydney Sweeney is going to be on the thumbnail. So there is that simple. Do you hit the like button? I'm gonna count this. I gotta make sure I hit the like. Did you hit the like button?
You know what? You know what the Chilean Nightmare wants us to say?
What?
He's like, look, if we don't hit that 1,000, then the chat will have proven itself to only be able to hit rookie numbers.
Ooh. But okay.
I'm just saying.
231?
Oh,
what kind of
crazy.
what nonsense is that? Get that up there. Yes, exactly, Juan Padilla. That's exactly what she has. And yeah, golfing, fisherman, surfer. You got a lot going on. Golfing, fisherman, surfer. You're a multi-sport athlete there. I like that one, my friend. But anyway, Sharif, I'm gonna be packing my patience on this one, waiting for the move maybe back into the volume-weighted average price in the market, and then maybe a continuation to the downside. Right now, we're experiencing a pullback, and I have no VPA signals that say, "Hey, Joe, to get long." So yeah, I'm just going to be patient. Solid trade on AMD. We took a little bit of a winner there on IBIT, but other than that, we can't complain about what we put up here on AMD Advanced Micro Devices. I mean, I was in at 177, and we got a low of 172, and I was all out at 174.5. So that's it. I just ran out of shares. I'm like, man, boom, boom, boom. I was taking 15% each time, and then sure enough, it just chews up your shares. And I'm like, we broke through the low of day. We're sitting pretty, but now it's time to go over to Adara.
Yeah, first, I'll just mention this news story. Keep an eye on any of these drone-related plays that could be RCAT. There are some others as well. UAVS, I know, is kind of in that drone space. But either way, the U.S. Transportation Department is just announcing or proposing here some new rules that would allow drone flights beyond visual lines of sight without waivers that could eventually pave the way for commercial uses like deliveries, farming, and emergency medication. So keep an eye on any drone stocks. Apparently, the Transportation Department of the U.S. is proposing rules that could pave the way for a lot more innovation in the space. Now, I also want to mention here, congratulations to Palantir. It's now one of the top 20 members here by market cap of the S&P 500. This infographic uses data as of the close on August 1st, 2025. So Friday, at that point, I believe it was number 23 or 24. But either way, this visual shows the weighting of the top 10% or top 50 companies in the S&P 500. I've updated this a couple times since I first made it at the start of the year. One thing I think is interesting is UNH, when last time I posted this was about here where Walmart is. Now it's in like 35 to 50. So UNH's market cap has significantly dropped. It is still in the top 50 market cap of the S&P 500. Other names like Adobe and Accenture are no longer in that space. But either way, pretty rough look for UNH, but great look for PLTR. And if you like fun visuals like this, check us out on X at TTV Research, and always feel free to tag me in our chat if you have any suggestions for infographics you want to see. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Terex. Terex hit help desk 1906. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. You want me to look at two different names? AIP is the first one over here, guys, and AMRC. They have a partnership and earnings. So AIP, look, this one obviously reported, looks like at 5 o'clock, or was it a headline? Let's find out. AIP, let's just go back to around new employment inducement grants. Is what was, no, that's from the first. What did it say yesterday? Announcing licensing with AMD. Okay. So this is what that is. So Arteris up 57% after announcing licensing with AMD. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but there you see the price action after the bell popping up off that $950 close with the aftermarket high of $15.50. The pre-market high went to $16. Here's the deal, though. If I'm going to trade this as a small cap, which I don't mind doing, it breaches two of my rules. One, it's trading below the pre-market high at around $16. Second, it's trading below the volume weighted average price at $14. So as an intraday trade, I'm going to have to respectfully decline. That doesn't mean that it's not a great name for a possible swing or investment or anything else. I'm just talking about intraday, and I'm talking about for myself. Let's have a look at the other one here, AMRC. Let's find out what the headline on that is. Maybe it's the same thing, because I think that's what you wrote there. AMRC from yesterday. Yes, signals $5.1 billion backlog. Milestone forecast, continued margin improvement. I think this one was in earnings. Yeah, so this one, Ameresco Q2 earnings and revenue surpasses estimates. So this was this is an earnings winner from after the bell yesterday, continues in today. Look, I'm not going to trade this because it's not a small cap gapper, but it is clearly finding support off the volume weighted average price once, twice, and do we get OB? He is the one thrice. Who knows? We got two already. We got one at 10 o'clock, and you got a double bottom here at 10:45. Not a bad look at all. So I'd be picking this up if I were trading this at 22.50, 22.75. That's where VWAP is. It looks like it's range bound, and you can totally play the range until and if it breaks down or breaks out, right? And if it breaks out, you hold a piece for the dream. So you play the range to the downside, you wet the beak when we get to the high side of the range, and then, as I said, you hold a piece for that continuation, possibly beyond $24. So both names look fantastic. Thank you for bringing them to my attention. We'll keep tabs on them, and we'll report back to you. But I got to tell you guys, I'm quite displeased with the pickings. The pickings are slim today in small cap gapper world, at least on my scanner and what I've got up here right now. CWD is losing the bid. It lost VWAP, and it's below the 20, the 10, and VWAP, so that's not of interest to me anymore. Likewise, with SMXT, it's losing the 50. Forget about the 10 and the 20 in VWAP. DOCN is not strictly a small cap gapper, nor do I like the price or the spread, so I'm quite displeased with this one as well. ZEPP is kind of possibly here setting up. Now, what I want to watch for is, does this one find support at the 10 EMA, which is now ahead of that $22 area? It's at 22.10. This one's showing me 22.45. It's got three now with lower highs, with this area being the high of the day at 23.49, and all subsequent candles there have lower highs, including the one that just opened up now, which is losing the bid again into 22.37. So we'll see if this one catches a bit of a bid. I mentioned you guys Yella. YALA. This one also breaking down below VWAP. So where's the continuity today? NFE, as quickly as I gave you this one, and Bovin mentioned it to me, as quickly as it lost VWAP, a Christmas tree retracement, we call that, where you get a big move up and an equally big move down. So, you know, I'm not liking anything like now, Joey, and so I'm sorry. I'm not going to be punching in willy-nilly. If something sets up, then we'll get in, but right now, the pickings are slim.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I can't even. Chelsea Crislow. Hopefully I didn't butcher that. Pretty straightforward, I guess, maybe. Yeah, I can look into that for you. I don't know if it did. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. So we'll have to figure that one out. Someone wants to know if they got their account banned. So.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm pretty sure. It might
smack.
be, it might be the individual. It might be the perpetrator there.
Probably a repeat offender, too.
Yeah, repeat of it. Yeah, we don't want any of that there. But there goes Palantir, guys. Palantir starting to break down. Woo! Through some key support levels right there. Bang. And boom, my boy messaged me today. He's like, Joe, Palantir 180. I said, anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. But this is a big-time gap up. Now this is probably going to close as an inverted hammer candle. And then after that, it's going to probably fill this gap to the downside. So, I mean, this market is, look at this run. This is insane. Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Okay, let's go back to a year of where we're currently sitting at to see how much. We'll go to the 5th. Yeah, today is the 5th, right? Oh, how much Palantir is up? 700%. What in the days is that, man? That is crazy.
Palantir?
Yeah, 705%. Man, oh man, that is that gets me going there. But I mean, guys, I think the move, see, the thing is with the market, it's so hard for me personally with just my style of trading. I like to partake in the trend, and obviously sometimes the secondary play in that second leg can be greater than the first, but you can see just this AMD move. We don't even get back to the volume-weighted average price, and we don't even curl, as we're starting to curl back over, so we don't even get there. But for me and my style, this is essentially no man's land, and I'm not good at trading in no man's land. So I need to be patient and wait for a precise opportunity. I would rather see an indecision print at an extreme low, and then I can base a trade off of that. Now, the thing is, considering that we're selling aggressively on the session, and then if you try to buy the lows, you're now counter trend trading, so you don't look for that massive recovery, especially when it's been a strong downtrend. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adara.
Yeah, we have a pretty massive move here on CNC, UNH, and HUM. All of these health insurance plays moving higher. I'm not seeing any news on this right now, but as you can see, UNH trying to take out, I mean, more than taking out days highs. If I end up finding out why this is, I'm going to actively look into it still. I'll let you guys know, but I wanted to let you know first and foremost, they are making pretty notable moves. Back to you.
Dara, I was looking as well. Yeah, that's a great breakout there on UNH. Really interesting look there, Joey. Yeah, sure. All right, Bovin strikes again. Bovin's been striking lately. LRMR, he brought this one to my attention. Shout out to Bovin. I'm involved in this one, guys. I am looking at adding into this one, having punched in at the high. We're in at 9s. I've wet the beak at 12s, and now I've posted at 14. Here's the deal, though. We're going to defend into 4. So let's go ahead and throw out those orders. What are we waiting for, baby? We're going to defend into that $4 level, and I'll probably even give it a little bit lower because the 10 EMA is actually a little bit below 4 at the moment. So we're going to wait at 404. Shout out to the highway. And then we'll see what else we get. We got prints there at 14. Now it's showing me 15. Okay, let's go ahead now and wait at 16s. It's already showing me 16s, but it's got a cross over here, Bovin. We'll see what LRMR has to offer. It's not the biggest mover on the day. It's up 25%, but on a day where there has been very few, it feels like, that have been running. So order out there to defend that $4 area, and we'll continue to scalp up. Let's throw out some more orders here above 16 in case this one does squeeze. Now, ZEPP is finding a bit of a bitch. Show yourself. This one, what's the spread on this one? Okay. So, yeah, it's like almost 40 pennies right here. I know, Adara. Get it, spread, she says. Get it, Adara. $22.97 on the ask, $22.63 on the bid. That displeases me greatly. So we'll have to either leave this one alone or continue to focus, Joseph, on LRMR. It's going, Bovin. Okay. It's going, Bovin. Now we're posting at 20, my main man, Bovin. It's showing me 19, so let's see what this one gets. We're going to add more here, Joey. So we're actually looking for a pullback, not going to lie, waiting for this one to give give me a bit more shareage here. Showing me 19s. We're posted at that 10 penny area. Maybe a bad idea to post right at the 10 penny area, but we'll see. Yalla habibi. Shout out to T Money. I see you T Money, baby. Who else we got?
Bro.
We got City Boy 305. I wonder where he's from, Joey.
That's our guy. That's City Boy.
OTRK. He wants us to look at OTRK, so hold up.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait, Joseph, we got to look at OTRK for your boy. OTRK, show yourself OTRK. Good look there. Okay, so it's a south of 50 pennies at the moment, but it's up a respectable 83%. Now, you know, I don't really have an affinity for these sub $1 names, but on a day, Joseph, when they're, you know, there's not that much, so we might have to actually weasel into one of these. So it's already earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to take off NFE because it looks like hot garbage, OTRK. We'll throw that in there, and we'll replace, what was that, SMXT? No, CWD. We're going to put OTRK in that bad boy. Not a bad look, man. Not a bad look. I'd be picking this up off if it gets a bit deeper there, maybe 44 pennies, where the 10 EMA and VWAP are. Otherwise, ride the trend. You're getting 4 candles in a row with higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, though. This current red candle does not have a higher high, but it certainly has a higher low. So be on the lookout for that. OTRK, I'd definitely be persuaded to get into that. Let's move back, though, to LRMR, coming back down into 10s. That's fine with me, as I've been looking to add more. So we're waiting at 404. It's showing me 9s. We're involved at 9. So let's see if we get the ad here, Joey.
Absolutely. Tolia, thank you for that $5 super chat. Much appreciated. Nothing behind it, so just make sure you tag myself or Sharif in the chat so we can see your question. But thank you very much for that, as always, guys. Definitely goes a long way, that's for sure. Okay, yeah, I was going to say NH, but anyways, UNH, here it is. You break through some
French.
I honestly. So when did I enter high school? Probably 2007 was the last time.
Tell everybody though that we don't have a choice. We have to learn French from grade 4 onwards. Yeah. Basically from grade 4 to grade 9, then you have a choice.
Then you have a choice, and I exercised my choice after that one.
So did I.
So there you go. You know what?
So did Neil.
Listen. I've never failed a class in my life. The worst grade that I just passed French with like a 56. Yeah, 56. Yeah, I never failed a class in my life, but 56 in French. I was like, bang, yeah, let's go. I got out of there, and I was like, man, I'm so thankful I didn't have to take that for another year.
Another year, that would have been brutal.
Yeah, brutal. And then I would have been in
say something to you. The way they taught it to us, though, was maybe a little bit wanting. You know, I think that there's a lot better ways to learn language, as you and I are demonstrating. You're smashing Spanish, I'm smashing Mandarin, and I have a genuine affinity for it. I genuinely like it, as do you. Yeah. Right? So maybe it was on them, Joe. Yeah, well, maybe it wasn't us.
100% on the school board there, man. Never mind those guys. So yeah, that's what we got going on. UNH looking pretty good, guys. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on from a 1-minute standpoint. That volume is definitely being sustained. So I'm glad that it wasn't just like anything just blowing out of the water and just a one-trick pony volume signature, but you can see that the volume is just continuously keeping up with this momentum to the top side. So really good look there on UNH. But if we zoom out and head to the daily, not so much so. This is where everything just really started to go south for this name. Down 60% off of those previous pivot highs. That's not the all-time high there, but a nice pivot high there from peak to trough, 60%. Man, oh man, it's going to take a lot for this name to recover. And I know a lot of people are looking to swing trade this, and even I was too, especially on this base. I'm like, okay, maybe we can head into this gap, but it said broke through some of those support levels and continued that northeast or southeast trajectory, and that's not necessarily something you want. But I think if you have the ability to get on those lows, slowly DCA into this name, who knows, it can maybe possibly start to recover there. But before we send it back to my guy Sharif, let's go over the top performing sectors. Yesterday we were all green. I'm gonna suspect the other way around today. Let's see if I'm right. Are my suspicions? No, that's not what we wanted there. We want this one. Here it is. You did it. So materials up about a third. Consumer staples, same thing. And then we have real estate just a little bit under a tenth. Then our bottom three are going to be the energy sector down 0.8, tech sector down 0.8, and then utilities closer to down 0.9. Now, year to date, you can see that the Qs have been performing really, really well. But let's see what we got going on for the week. Everything is negative on the week. Now on the month, We have the Dow is negative, the IWM is negative, but the SPY and the Qs are still holding on there, Sharif, by a couple percentage points. Adara, what do you got?
Get it, Adara.
Here's something else that's negative, Bitcoin. This is the 3-minute chart. I'll switch to the daily so you guys can see this is not a great look for BTC on the daily chart. We did have that support here at 112,000. That's going back to this Saturday and Sunday. Now that level is so significant because it was the previous all-time high for BTC. Now we make a bit of a pseudo topping tail candle yesterday. We're not able to get above that 16,000 level, and we're pulling lower today. Can we hold that 100? What was the exact level? I guess around 112, basically 112,000. We'll have to see if we can hold that. Right now, we are below 113,000 in the high 112,000s. This could be a pretty make it or break it point for Bitcoin, at least in the shorter term. I do want to mention also, we have a bit of another potential crypto IPO on watch. Not immediately, but it could be coming down the horizon. It's called Bullish. This is a crypto exchange. It's backed by Peter Thiel, who's of course been involved with Palantir and other names. Apparently, this crypto exchange is looking for a valuation of up to $4.23 billion, and it wants to list here in the U.S. Now, this is significant because previously, I guess going back to 2021, Bullish was trying to go public via a blank check merger. And at that point, it was looking for a $9 billion valuation. So now, $4.23 billion valuation, bit of a discount here potentially for Bullish. Apparently, they're going to be seeking up to $629 million in the offering. They're offering 20.3 million shares, price between $28 and $31. Let's see if this attempt for Bullish to go public ends up being bullish for the company, to make a bit of a pun. Also, keep an eye on Coinbase, COIN. Right now, actually holding up well above that $300 level, but it's been trying to reject it for a while. This one week, again, this is day 3 earnings. The earnings were not well received, pushing lower today, though, after announcing a $2 billion bond offering, which includes the option to convert into stocks. Let's keep an eye here on COIN and see what it'll do with this make it or break it $300 level. Back to you.
For that, Adara. All right, here's the deal. LMR is breaking out. We're moving up. We got the higher highs, we got the higher lows. We just wet the beak there at 23, shut it to Jordan. So this one is making the moves. I am a little disappointed because I did not add more shares on the drop back down. Now, what this ended up doing was it didn't really respect technical levels. What it ended up doing was putting in higher lows on each successive candle, and I should have been gauging that. That's on me to pick up that kind of trend. So I didn't see that, and I didn't execute on it. So we've got what we've got, and now it's coming back down a little bit into the mid-teens. So 423 LRMR. Let's see if it can hold 4. It's got a topping till candle that I don't like the look of right now personally. So let's see if this one ends up being just a momentary blip or what the situation is. This one's actually going to make a newer low. Okay, so this candle could be trouble here. Ooh. So this candle is actually going to breach the prior candle low. The prior candle low is at 09s. We're actually at 09s right now, showing 10s as well. So keep an eye out on this one. I'm also worked into OTRK, sub 50 cents, sub $1, sub everything. But we don't have a lot to choose from, sadly, in small cap gapper roll today. So we're going to give this one the old college try. Let's see if it can clear that 50 penny level. It's got a 53.5. Penny high on the day. 53.52 is exactly the high. I took a beak wetter at 49 and I'm posted at 50. Let's see what we get. Anything below, I think I put my out there at 44s. So if it loses 44, I'm out. I don't have a lot of hope for this one. Ooh. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. Joseph, LRMR is really the one I'm trying to focus on at the moment. We'll see what this one has to offer. Oh, okay. You can do X. Thank you very much, my friend, for the $10 super chat. Held today's Palantir call options. This is for you, Joey. Held today's Palantir call options to expire this week. Bought before it tanked. Can Palantir bounce back above 175 today? What's your look there, my man?
Oh, man, that's the thing, right, guys? So I think Havana, Pug Life, and Lost Pollo, so all are veteran options traders. I'm curious to see what you guys think of this, and I think it's almost like a rule of thumb. You don't want to be buying options after the reports, right? Just why? It's just a simple factor in just volatility, Pug Life, I know you're an amazing trader at that front, but I'm curious to see if you agree with me.
Get it, Pug.
You don't want to be buying options into earnings reports, right? I mean, the at-the-money IV isn't crazy, 62.6%. Can it get back to 175 today? I mean, anything can happen, right? Is it going to? I mean, that's $5 away from where we're currently sitting at $4. For me personally, I would just say, again, but I could be so wrong, right? And that's the thing. Like, with us, it's just buy the time. I hate hearing, oh, I'm $5 out of the money and the contract expires in 3 days. Well, it's like, okay, well, first of all, as you get closer to the expiration cycle, theta's going to really start to kick up. And then it's going to start to really decay the value of that contract. And then not only do you have to, as you get closer to the expiration cycle, you also need to exceed the strike price on what you've bought it at in order to even make any forms of money. And here it goes. Palantir moving to the downside, 169.50 roughly. And if I'm going to give you a straight out answer, it's going to be no.
Oh.
Can I be wrong? Absolutely. I want to be wrong for your sake, but at the end of the day, just make sure you jot it down. Don't be buying contracts after the report. Make sure you have a game plan. If you're playing straddles, strangles, or writing after, I wouldn't even like. So that's the thing with writing. I can go on all day about this stuff. It's like writing is more or less the way to go because one, you have the increase in volatility, and then day after day, once the average true range and the implied volatility starts to decay, that's when you're going to start collecting the premium. And the reason of writing after earnings is because you're going to have that max implied volatility, and that's going to allow you to collect as much premium as possible. Instead of the inverse, when you're buying, it works against you. So you need to keep that in mind. We're now trading at 169.69, Shreve. I know you like that number, but the chances of it going to 175 are slim. We have call wall at 170, call wall at 165 that it might even head towards today. Wow. Today it might even go to 165 just because of the 30,000 open contracts that are at that 165 strike price. So just keep that in mind. How do I know this? Ask me. Well, I've done it, and it doesn't work very well, all right? So that's just my opinion. Anything can change the volume, the volatility, some positive catalyst can come out, but now that you need it to surpass 175 by the time your expiration cycle hits, I don't know. You might be in a little bit of trouble because this market looks like it wants to sell here, Sharif.
Okay, Joey. I'm going to get to the super in a second. Thank you very much. I don't know why I can't see these names. What's going on here? Mike Lowry, how could I not see that name? We're going to have to answer Mike Lowry's question very quickly because he's a very important individual. Shout out to Mike Lowry. All right, here's the deal, though. OTRK, we're doing it freaking live. It's taking out levels. Here we go. We're getting into that high of the day. We're awfully close to breaching high of day, 52.5. I'm posted up at 53. Let's see if we can get some continuity. A big seller at 52.5, so we'll have to pack our patience. I love these sub $1 stocks. They move so smoothly. No, and I am being facetious about that. So Mike Lowry's comment says as follows. Can you, first of all, thank you for the $5 super chat. Can you look at open, please? Also, I sent a couple of dollar super chance about super chat, I'm assuming about Apple, but I don't know if the $2 super chat showed or not. Thanks, bro. Absolutely. Look, we'll cover both for you. So, Joey, I'll do open. And
yep.
Can you do Apple? All right.
Absolutely.
So, you know I don't want to cover Apple, right?
Well,
so, yeah, we got to disassociate the bias.
You got to get right in there in the thick of it and just look it dead in the eye, Street, and be like, yeah, I own you. You do what I tell you.
You do what I tell you, you little bad word. Thank you. No, seriously. Okay, guys, we are taking out levels right now on OTRK. Sorry, I'm just going to have to post. So we're going to post at 55, and then we're also going to post at 56. Let's do it freaking live over here. Let's see if we can get OTRK. Good luck. But let's look at open. First and foremost, let's go to the 4 hour. We'll start with the 4 hour. So not a bad recovery there. I mean, we definitely got the squeeze. We know open door was a big one on Wall Street bets, and we saw the squeeze into mid to late, July. And, you know, we're definitely not tanking in a V-shaped fashion, but we are making some lower lows that we need to account for. But you kind of feel maybe this one found its footing a little bit over here at a predictable level of support. I'm talking about that $1.75, and that $1.75 came into play before as well. Have a look at what it did over here at that $1.75 area. It found support before making the squeeze into 5. So you put lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Then that changes. with this area, 258, making a higher high. So it's not a bad look, and I don't really have anything to say about the fundamentals of the company. This is just a TA look. Now let's have a look at the intraday 5-minute look. Not bad from Friday onwards. We certainly caught the bottom there on Friday. We gap up yesterday. Today, very, very even. Look what we did at 8 p.m. yesterday. We basically closed out at 255 at 8 p.m. and then at 4 a.m. today opened up right at that same area. So we're certainly within yesterday's range. In fact, what I would say to you is we have higher lows with that same area top at around 260. So this is not a bad look at all. At least, on a shorter term time frame, I'm talking about that, half an hour, 15-minute sort of look. I don't think this is bad at all, but you certainly got a seller at around, 2 high 50s, 260s, something like that. But oh, baby, here we go again with OTRK. Let's wet the beat because this one is breaking out to the high side. Shout out to my main man, Bovin. As always, he comes with the goods, and this one's breaking out levels again. So let's post at 59.
Oh, you did it, didn't
I took out too much on that last one right there.
Oh, let's go. That's a face.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It could have been better. Certainly could have been better. We'll do better next time. But yeah, OTRK is on the move up, so I'm going to be looking at this one for a pullback, Joey. Likely maybe at around 50 pennies. I'm thinking we've cleared 50 pennies by some distance here. If it doesn't keep going, I'm going to be looking to pick it up. What's your look on Apple for our man, Mike Lowry?
Mike Lowry. Who is, that's such a familiar name. That's
Are you
crazy.
kidding me, bro?
Yeah.
You're kidding. Hold on, Neil.
Oh, Bad Boys.
Which one?
One.
Both. Trick question.
I'm going to go 1 and 2 and 3.
Nah, I think he's at 3 as well, obviously, right? Goes without saying.
Goes without saying.
Oh,
no,
boy.
Apple.
Mike Lowry.
Man, I'm not even gonna lie, man. I'm starving. I went on a monster run yesterday, and it was hot. The air quality was garbage, and I did a nice leg workout after as well too. So I'm starving right now.
Really bad, bro.
We got
air quality is
tilapia
really
for
bad,
lunch, man. Anyways, back to AAPL. So I think what the stock is waiting for here as well too, guys, is just something positive to come out.
Oh, there's 4? I didn't know there was 4. I thought there was 3. There's 4 bad boys?
There is?
I didn't know that.
Wow.
Dang,
what you
bro.
gonna do?
Old as hell.
What you gonna do when they call for you?
Shout out to Luthic X, my bad.
Yeah, our bad there on that one. But I think this stock is just waiting for some positive news to come up under it here in order for it to break out. You can see that we've been just trading within this range. So it's a solid consolidation. But for me personally, to get involved with this, we obviously want to see some more things come out on the AI front from Apple. And then I think that can really get the ball rolling on here. Are we going to get that super cycle on the 17? Maybe if that Apple roll comes out and Siri just blows everyone out the water. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. So with this name in particular, I'm going to be extremely patient. Nor I attempted swinging it actually. I forget, and it just I forget how it went. I got to look at some of my documents, but it wasn't bad.
You were
I think
positive on it.
I think I mean exactly. But it wasn't substantial. It was like $100, couple $100 or whatever it was. I'll take it. But I was looking for a little bit more in the trade and kind of break through. And this is what I was talking about. Like you can see that the Nasdaq and a lot of the Mag 7 have put in new all-time highs, and then Apple's still down 25% from this previous all-time high, right? So you got to keep that in mind, 22.8 to be exact there. But yeah, that's what we got going on. So let's talk about this. B-balling, so that's Apple. Be patient, consolidating. You want to get in at the lower end of the ranges. If it starts breaking through support, then just get out of the trade and start buying lower once again. Because I think eventually it will rebound. They will get it right. They will get it right. Just speak words into fruition and sure enough, manifest it, and then sure enough, they'll get everything. But I think they're going to have to outsource it. They're already years behind. Perplexity may be the way to go on this. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just giving Tim Cook some ideas here. You can listen or not listen. Either way is fine. Yeah, either way is fine. So now B-balling. Do you ever DCA into options play to lower the premium, play the reversal, DCAing into a stock? Yes, I do. Okay, so I do DCA into contracts. I've done it with IBIT multiple times and other names as well too, but you got to understand you still have to have a game plan. Now, what I have been working on as of late is more or less a hybrid system. Okay, so this hybrid system will include both shares and options. Now, how do I run this? Okay, so I will start a position with just shares. And then once the thesis really starts to pick up, it would be 50 shares, 25 shares, whatever it may be. I want to have my skin in the game. But when things start to work out, that's when I really start to add into the position using options. Why? Because it's the method that I use, and I tell you guys, even from an intraday standpoint, is the free rolling, yeah, that's fine, is the free rolling method, right? So essentially what's going on is I'm using unrealized gains to add into the position to make it significantly longer using a leveraged derivative. Yeah, you see what that guy's saying? I don't know what he's up to. ASMR collect and play. So I don't even know.
Even more reason to cut rates. Are we talking about?
No, I don't even know what he's talking
Your
about.
logic
here.
is so
he might be talking to somebody else. He
Yeah,
might be talking to somebody else there. There's no true job. He's probably arguing with somebody else there. I thought it was but anyways, getting back to what I'm saying, options are great. But you have to understand how to appreciate. Yeah, see, thanks, AMSMR. I knew you were in it. Appreciate you. Much, thank you. Not you, King. I much appreciate it. So, anyways, getting back to what I was saying here earlier is that use this hybrid system is because with the shares, you don't have to worry about time decay. But if you're going to use the leverage product, so okay, yeah, I buy 50 shares, I'm $2 in the money. Well, guess what? Let me buy a couple contracts now and risk that $100 on those contracts to add more into the position, but I'm not buying a week out, a month out, or anything along those lines. For me personally, it's minimum 6 months out. Why? Because I want to use the derivative correctly to the point where I don't have to worry about time decay. Now, if I'm buying these further dated contracts, yes, your gamma is lower, that's fine, and yes, the delta is going to be slightly lower as well, but if the thesis really starts to work out, that's when you're going to hit that one-to-one gamma, or sorry, that one-to-one delta, and the gamma will increase as well. So don't worry about paying a little extra money. It's going to save you dollars in the long run.
Does my CoreWeave option put have any application here? Because
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so should we show them?
Yeah, so pull it up here.
Should we pull it?
So what Sharif and I did with CoreWeave here is that we bought a put. We bought an extremely out the money put.
Yeah. So let's tell everybody this is a sim account, right?
Yeah.
So let's just show them over here, Joey. So what we got. We got this back. I don't exactly know what date, but we got it September 19th, 2025, $100 put, right? So where's CoreWeave at right now? Show yourself, CoreWeave. Give me 1 second so we can just compare the price. So CRWV, not the option. So CoreWeave is at 108, right? So it's an $8 out of the money, barely out of the money at this point. But I'm out of the money.
$1,700.
$1,700 there, Joey. $1,685. Yeah.
And to note, we purchased this put when CoreWeave was around 160 or 150 or something along those. It was high, right? It was relatively high. Now, why haven't we made any money on this? I was thinking about it. I lost sleep about it. I'm like, what's going on about it? I didn't actually. I'm being sarcastic. But obviously, my mind is always consistently running. But there was two factors that came into play. The largest factor in this one was that when we purchased the put, the at-the-money IV was in the hundreds. So we were paying an extensive premium just because of the average range of the stock can fluctuate in a yearly basis. Now, it's when you buy something at 150 and you buy an out-the-money put at $100, you need it to work relatively quick and fast. Otherwise, you're going to just lose money, not alone to theta, but also to the decay in implied volatility. It was too high, but you're saying, hey, Joe, that doesn't make sense because when stocks go down, volatility usually picks up. But you got to understand, when CoreWeave was moving up here, the average true range was extremely high. We brought it up in this realm, and look at the volume too. That can support it. So that's where we went wrong on that put, Sharif. We bought it too far out of the money, and we bought it when IV was too high.
Clearly, what I love about this is I actually got to learn my lesson.
Exactly.
And I got to do it without actually losing any money. And the thing is, you were nice enough to kind of show me the ropes.
Absolutely.
And obviously.
But see, the thing is, that's the beauty thing we know now is that, hey, that far out the money isn't always that necessarily good. As attractive as the price may be, that's what the thing is about those options premiums and the out the money and the near dated is it's lucrative. It's drawing you in $300 for the rights to 100 shares. I'll do that all day. Well, guess what? The options market is smarter than all of us. They know what they're doing. So next time, you start the position with shares, Sharif. Once that volatility cools off, you buy the at the money put, and if you had bought it if we would have bought that at the money put at 160 at 150, you would be $50 in the money on that, and you would have collected a nice amount of cash on it. But that's again a lesson learned.
There you go.
Started with shares, let it work off, let things cool off. Once the thesis starts working out, volatility cools down, you get involved with the contract, and then you allow it to work.
No, and I love how this happened because I've been always saying I really want to get into that options game.
Sure.
So this is IRL stuff. Here we go, guys. We're doing it live again on OTRK. We're back in. Let's see if it can take out 62 pennies. There is a seller at around high 61s. I'm talking about 61.8, 61.9. Let's see if we can shake them. Here it is again. Unable to get through that 61.9. He's gone. All right, now we're posted up at 65. This is an add into the original position. So I had a DCA here for 50 pennies, which I don't think is accurate anymore, obviously. So we'll cancel that one, but we are far removed from it, so I don't have to worry too much about it at the moment. So let's see if OTRK can start squeezing, possibly into that dollar. It's now up 120%, 122%, but we know the characteristic of these sub $1 stocks, they have a hard time really clearing a lot of these levels because there's just so many different areas you can post sell orders, offers at. So we'll see exactly what the situation is. I'm interested in picking up some more since we don't have too much over here. What I'll be looking for is the breach of prior bar low. So prior bar low currently is at 57 pennies, let's say, give or take. We're there right now. So we actually made a new area low over here. So we did breach prior bar low. Let's see if this one comes down and gives us an opportunity to get a little bit more because we don't have that much left. So I'll continue to wait for this one. I'll wait with this active order over here, but I think I got to move it up. So I had it at 51 pennies for the volume weighted average price, but I think I'm going to move it up to the 10 EMA. So I'm going to move it up to 52 pennies. Let me take off my current dip trade at 51. We'll go ahead here and post for 52. So we'll do just that. There we go, 0.52. And we'll set that order there. Now, I'm still waiting for something to happen over here on LRMR. I picked up some more as this one moved into the 10 EMA on the 5. The volume has really dropped off a cliff off LRMR, but it's holding the 10 EMA generally. What I'm looking for here is the first candle to make a new high, and I'll add some more. So we got 08s on. It's showing me 7, so I don't have to worry too much at the moment about this one. But there's a couple other ones I want to bring to your attention. DOCN, I didn't want to trade this given the price and given the spread, but this is a great looking chart pattern over here on DOCN. There it is into the highs, 34.18. Fantastic look. And the volume profile is dropping off a little bit, but I think that there is sufficient amount of volume for you to get exactly what you need without a really wide spread. Also, I want to bring to your attention Z, EPP. So this one lost the 10. It's trying to work back above it. I think this one's a good squeeze candidate into 25 if we can really get going. Again, the volume, though, is dropping off here midday, dropping off a cliff because we were doing about 75,000, 60,000 shares per 5-minute candle. That's dropped off significantly. Now we're doing like mid-teens, single digits. So I don't know. We'll have to see if the buyers want to step into this one. Yes, but there's OTRK. It dropped aggressively into my order. Oh, no, I had my stop in the right. Clean up your stops, people. Clean it. We can get in here.
Thanks for reminding me, my brother, man.
What happened?
I have to clean mine up. I had a stop order out on AMD. And then I just reminded to take it off there. So thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. What do you got, Joey?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, we're long some TQs here to see what we got going on. Small size just to see if we can add a little bit to this nice day of ours that we've somewhat established and put together for ourselves. So there it is. TQQs long off those lows. Hold on. Let me pull it up on our other chart. Why am I long, guys? It's just after continuous selling. Now I'm personally starting to see some buying pressure step in on these 5-minute candles. There's the TQs, and there it is, right? So you can see that we made this additional leg lower. Boom, you get that pullback. Now we have this hammer, inverted hammer. So a lot of buying pressure. What do we risk? Just below this here. All right, so it's that simple, right? That's why I like grabbing some of these bottoms, but you have to be extremely patient on that front in order to do so. And we're getting a nice pop. Oh, maybe I should grab a little bit more, maybe some more. But yeah, that's what we got going. That's what we got going on with this one. Here, let me pull up TQs. That's what I was gonna do. So yeah, see if we can get this bounce. It is starting to break through, but this is going to be a key support level right there, resistance, and you can see that we knocked on that door. No one answered that one, so we'll have to be patient. Maybe we can get back to the volume weighted average price today, but I think it'll be more or less a slow grind. There's no definitive stopping volume right here, maybe with the exception of this engulfing candle. Things take time to turn around, right? It's not a speedboat, more or less a cruise ship.
Whoa.
Slow turnarounds on some of these days, but a nice definitive base right here at 85.40. So long TQs. 86 is going to be one of the primary targets. What's our average? So that'll give us 30 cents. And I'm only risking, okay, no, I don't like that. So we're going to have to wait for a little bit more because I'm in at 71s and I have to give it to at least 25s. All right, so just keep that in mind. So I got to look for a little bit more of a risk to reward ratio on that one. So that one's going to be closer to 80s, 80s, right? Or sorry, 86, 80. That'll give us $1 on that one. So yeah, a nice 3-to-1 is going to be the primary target for the TQs, or even this pivot high. I'll take that one. 86.66. We like that number, Sharif.
We like that. I like that too, Joey. All right.
You like that?
LRMR curling off the 10 EMA. We got a couple of beak wetters there. Now we got 7s on. Just took out 12s. I'm posted at 14s as well. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of make an attempt at that 4.25. It's a 423 high day, but I'm really focused now on OTRK. So we added here into 52s, scalped up into 53s twice, and $52.50. Anything below 48s, I think I'm going to get out. I don't want to deal with this one below the $0.50, especially not below the volume weighted average price and the 10 EMA. So I'll give this a 2-penny buffer in case, I get stop hunted. What I'm looking for is a general hold of the $0.50. There should be ample amount of support if the bulls are in control. There's a bunch of reasons why it should be there, because there is the psychological area of support and resistance at the $0.50 that we talk about, but you also have the 10 EMA and the volume weighted average price at 50 pennies. So if it doesn't hold up there, then I've gotten wrong, and I'll readily accept that. We'll give it to 48s. If it doesn't hold up at 48s, that's the end of the story. But LRMR is heading back up again. We get the print at 14s, and now we got nothing on. We got nothing posted here, Joey. So we're going to post at 17s, and we're going to post at 20s. So let's see what we can get on my friend LRMR. It's been good to us today. Let's see if it continues to be good to us. Back to OTRK, popping right back up into that 52.5. Now what we do have is a higher low on this current candle. We certainly don't have a higher high. We got to clear 62.5 pennies to get that higher high, but we do have a higher low, and it is showing me, at least for the moment, that the buyers are stepping in at around that $0.50, which again is also the 10 EMA and the volume weighted average price, but it's not good enough for them just to step up and prevent it from descending. We need to ascend. So is there going to be enough buying over here, and are we going to be able to out-pressure the sellers who are looking to take profits or short up here? So I'm going to be watching OTRK closely. Full disclosure, I don't like trading these sub $1 stocks, but again, we talked about this, so there's just not too much going on the day. So we're trade this the best we can, but if we fumble the ball, we fumble the ball, and then we'll get benched for a couple of plays there. Right away, you drop the ball.
Right away, jail. Right away.
If you fumble the ball twice, would you?
So as
not
a running
you,
back,
but if
as
you,
a running back.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, especially as a running back,
Yeah.
because you're and wide receiver as well, but more like running back.
Yeah.
Anyway, do you sit them out for certain plays for discipline, or do you sit them out for psychology?
I give him the ball again.
You give them the ball again right away.
Instantly, right away.
How about 2 fumbles in a game?
2 fumbles, that's fine. I give you the ball. If I have a star running back, I'm going to keep putting it in their hands.
I like that.
Why? Because as a competitive athlete, I think if you get to any form of that, it's like, hey, you just got that mental durability. It's like just keep putting it on my stick, keep putting it in my hands.
Yeah,
that's just my
mentality.
mentality.
But you play, obviously, you're a hockey guy, but you pull a goalie after 5 goals.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I'm real quick to pull a goalie, though.
So you'd be real quick to bench somebody.
Yeah.
Yes, I knew it. Yeah, you flipped the script quickly on those
But
plays.
a star player, I'll let you keep rolling there. What happened there?
Sports,
yeah.
Let's go sports. Shout out to Obi. No, seriously, though. All right, you sit that down, says Galbs.
Right.
Sorry that, Streamlabs doesn't like your language there, but it's okay. I'm good with it. Shout out to Bovin. telling me PAC, P-A-C-K, is testing the high of the day. I don't have any information on this. Now I'm seeing it on my scanner at 4.25. Let's look at PAC. P-A-C-K. Show yourself, PAC. All right, Bovin, it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all, Bovin. Why doesn't it show me the information? Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. This is sub 1 million shares on the day, Bovin. Yeah, the volume did come in, to be fair to this one. So we just got a 5-minute candle there with about 100,000 shares. Yeah, I'm going to keep this one on watch, Bovin, but it's not immediately apparent whether or not this one's going to be tradable with any, good liquidity. But you did have a couple of volume spikes over here initially at the open, and then a little bit recently here right at 1150. So thanks for that, Bovin. Going to keep my eye out on this one, but for the moment, a little bit light on vol. Watching OTRK, here comes 53. We couldn't really shake 53, and we're unable to shake it still. So 52.7s is really the top for the moment, but we do have some bottoming tail candles. There's 53 got shaken. Can we squeeze into 54 here and get a couple of prints? 53.5 showing up. This is why I don't like these sub $1 stocks, bro. There's just so many areas to post at. So we'll take some there and with the beak, and then maybe when we get back, we'll have printed a few more. We're going to go to happening now with Adair, and then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
I'm going to go check out what they got in the kitchen there.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. Fish.
Yeah. Neil's pasta.
NASDAQ here, a bit of a double bottom on the 15-minute chart around that 559.80 area, just below 560. We did have this market actually gapping up, but pushing a little bit lower after we had weaker than expected ISM services PMI coming through at 10 a.m. The S&P 500 looking pretty similar to the NASDAQ, though I would say we've had a lot more touches of this level of support for the SPY. It's 927 than what we were seeing with the NASDAQ. With the SPY, we also have a discernibly lower low, even on that 15-minute chart. Here is Coinbase. This name has been really weak, but as I mentioned earlier, still finding decent support at $300 level. What's happening with COIN? Well, they did announce a $2 billion offering of bond offering here, so that's sending this one to the downside. Palantir also a little bit weaker despite initially a really strong performance here, making new all-time highs on another blockbuster earnings report. Right now finding some support around that 169 halves level. Let's see if that can hold up. I'll also show you guys HIMS. One of many earnings plays we had today, we had HIMS, VRTX, Vertex, we had CRSP as well, NVTS, Lemonade, CAT, Pfizer, the list goes on, and tonight the list is even going to get crazier, guys. AMD, Supermicrocomputer, Rivian, and Lucid. So if you like smaller earnings, vehicle-related earnings names, we've got them all. Make sure to join Sean and myself on the Market Recap Show, 4 p.m. Eastern. But way before that, we have Neil and his lesson of the day. So Neil, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, as always, Adair. The lesson of the day is brought to you by the discussion that was just happening. I just pivoted. I was going to talk about something else, but when the boys were just mentioning how quickly would you bench a running back for fumbling, I actually thought of something that a really quality baseball coach when I was younger used to discuss, and he used to believe in this a lot. And he said there are two types of errors, especially when you're an athlete. There's physical errors and there's mental errors. And if you have a hardworking athlete, you probably don't want to get in the habit of punishing them for a physical error. I don't care who you are, how good you could be the wizard. No one knows who Ozzie Smith is, the greatest defender of all time. You could be Steph Curry on foul shots and who makes like over 90%. You will miss. You will boot a ground ball. You will drop a fly ball in your career if you've ever played the game. You'll dribble the ball off your foot. You will fumble a football. All of these things are just the nature of the sport, and every now and then it's just some little bad luck, the angle with which someone put the hit, the fumble comes in, kind of like a little bit of a bad hop, and it kicks off your glove. And maybe you could have done it better, but it's a small physical error. Or there is, I forgot how many outs there are and threw to the wrong base. That's a mental error. And I think if you have a hardworking athlete, you can work your way out of the physical errors and reduce them to zero as close to as possible. But the mental errors are the ones that are the real concern. because, and I'm going to take this to trading, because when you make, I'm going to distinguish them in trading. When you make the mental type of error as opposed to just the physical, and I'll get to an example of a strategy, the differences in outcomes can be gigantic in terms of your downside risks. So if I'm taking this toward trading, I'm going to give you an example of a losing trade that I lose no sleep over, because it is a simple matter of it was wrong at the right level with the quality risk plan that I have no trouble with, and it was wrong for 2 days in a row. And that's going to be Tesla. Now, why did I want Tesla breaking, for 2 days in a row, why did I want Tesla breaking out over 312? Well, earnings gap, where did it sell from on day one? 312. What happened when it ran the next day? 312, clean into 323. What happened when it lost 323? Pull back into 312. Next day, pull back into 312 and then further. So I immediately am like, if this breaks out, I'm thinking all day long to 23 is the room to the upside. $10, $11 move on Tesla. So that's the idea. Now the question is, as you express that trade, did I take any hits on the long around here that are not commensurate with liking the breakout? The first breakout here, 12 didn't work, dip into the prior high, doesn't hold when there was a buyer at 310.5. So took a couple of shots, a little bit of scalping out, but no hit more than 50 to 60 cents on what I think is a gap fill upside of $11. This would be, to me, that's the example of, it's kind of like the physical error. I did everything according to plan, and it just didn't work out, and that's part of the game when it comes to trading. But you have to, then I look at something else, and I'm going to use a missed opportunity here for a second. And I'll go to HIMS. And look, ultimately I made my money on HIMS short today. That is what it is. But what did I not get? HIMS is a high volume name with squeeze potential that was down 10%. So I like an SSR bounce play, and top of the list for an SSR bounce play are names like HIMS when they give you the level. And it was ultimately, look, and this is why I'm calling it a mental error. I zoomed out at the 15-minute and was like, well, look at this wick down to 80. This is like 54.30. And this one here is 54.5. So I'm thinking it's got to be under 55 enough and down into 54. But when I'm thinking about this, this is 100% mental error for the miss of that reversion. What does this candle look like down to 84? The next candle on the 15-minute, and that's the bottom wick candle, is $1.30 higher. The bases are here at 56.6. And then in the aftermarket, it's the same nonsense. Like, it's going $1 to $1.50 when it ticks underneath 55. So to call the level 54 is a mental error. It's just looking at the area in the chart and not really getting the real base and the nuts and bolts of it, which is once it's underneath 56, take whatever reversion you can get. That's the mental error aspect. I wanted the long. Where I was looking for the long, based on the setup that I'm looking for, was wrong. And if I took a little bit of extra time to analyze what was the behavior of the stock underneath 56 bucks, why would I be waiting for 54? It's been bouncing every time massively from 55 and gets to 56 in a hurry. And that's exactly what happened at the open. It goes under 55 for a split second, and then it's right back above 56 and kind of doesn't, it just doesn't let itself go. So just like in athletics, I think a lot of times what will happen is, I'll take small hits on Tesla, but not, it's like, yeah, whatever, no big deal. But I should be beating myself up more for missing HIMS, because the reason that I missed a trade, I can sit there and say, it was 9:30, it's hard to be in a couple of things at once. But I also got the level wrong for an analysis reason, based on setups that I look for. And when you're looking for a reversion, it's not exactly at that level. When I like 64, was it exactly at 64 where it was obvious to get the shorts? Sometimes it does do 64. Other times it might have gone to 64.5 and I'm taking the same mean reversion. But it's that price area and how things behave around it, and I swung and missed. In this case, it was almost like I wasn't at the plate. So when you're analyzing your strategies, if you're just simply, I won on the trade or I lost on the trade, that's not analysis. That's not reviewing your strategy. you should also ask, did you execute your trading plan? Or did you have one in the first place? Because if you didn't have one in the first place and you won, it's really difficult to be consistent over time. And I can tell you, having done this for years, your goal is not to make money today as a trader. Your goal is to make money most days. Your goal is to make money more days than not over the course of a month. Your goal is to make money over the course of a month more months than not. And the only way that I've ever seen traders do this is have a very good sense of what works for them and do more of it and follow those execution rules and evaluate those execution rules. And traders, and I've seen that traders that don't do that tend to have, they'll have a big month, boom, and then a couple of months of nothing. And then another big, and then another couple of months of nothing, because they're just getting these ebbs and flows, but they're not hammering down that consistency. So know the difference between physical and mental errors. I think it's big in sports. And don't just bench your running back because there was a weird, awkward hit that he happened to fumble on. If he was holding the ball loose like a potato, like Mike Vick would do sometimes, or it's LaShawn McCoy, where it's just he's doing all this, okay, fine, then bench him. But if he's holding it high and tight, and it just happens to be a crazy tackle, why are you benching your star player? They didn't do anything wrong. It was just a lucky hit. Leave him in the game, let him get the touchdown. You stick with your best plays. And it doesn't matter if there was a little bit of a mental error here or there, or physical error here or there. Fumbles. Well, even if, here, and I'll go back. Sharif just said even if it's 2 fumbles, but it matters were they loose with the ball? But if they were holding it high and tight, let's say it's a receiver. They caught it, they brought it right in. They were on the right, they had it on the right hand. If they're going in the sideline, they were protecting it. Like they're doing everything right, and it was just an unbelievable tackle and a weird bounce, and it happened twice. Guess what? Bad luck happens. That doesn't necessarily, it's like pulling a pitcher because they get a bunch of weakly hit balls that just dribble in and the guy's dominating otherwise, but he gives up a few runs because you get a bunch of bloopers. You're going to yank him out of the game and he's your ace? No, you got to understand the concept. And that's the same thing with your trading, everybody. You should be able to look at context, not just did it win, did it lose? Did I get it? Did I not get it? Why? What was your plan? If you can't describe your plan, then you don't have one. I've rambled enough. Let's go to the Midday boys. Go get them, boys.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that. The only thing that I would just only say is I would be careful for the psychology of my player. Like that's the only thing. If he's having a game, I want to kind of preserve the mental for them. It's just like kind of like trading like an idiot. And then so you just kind of walk away to preserve the mental. But yeah, I totally agree. He's your star player. You go with it. You go with it until absolutely.
But how long do you go with it until you realize that it's not working?
That's why I said to Neil, I'm like, I think 2 fumbles. If he's fumbled twice in the game, I don't know. I think to me, when I fumbled, I know what my mental was like immediately. And I know the coach just, Gabriel! What the hell? And then there wasn't what the hell. It was a lot of other stuff that was coming in. It was insane, right? And then you get pulled by the face mask, pushed in the corner, right? Yelled at really aggressively.
I was taking a dig at the Leafs, to be honest with you. I was going to say, how long do you go for it until you realize that it's not working? And the answer to that one would be about 9 years.
Oh wow, we just crapped on the Leafs. All right, we got to go to Adair. She's got some for us.
Just keep an eye here on NVDA. Apparently the company, I'm seeing this on X, I'm not seeing this confirmed, but I'm seeing apparently they released a statement saying that NVIDIA GPUs do not and should not have kill switches and backdoors. So basically, I guess addressing concerns from both the Chinese government and the U.S. government about, oh, well, there should be a kill switch in case there's backdoors to China. NVIDIA saying, hey, we should not and do not have either. So we're going to have to wait. Market not really reacting to this. We're already at kind of a previous resistance level, but just keep an eye here on NVDA. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that.
In whose favor? I'm curious to think. In whose favor there for Canelo Crawford? If you think the mental game's going to come into play, I can't wait. That's starting to approach.
You see what Canelo was pushing Terrence on,
No.
or he was like, what A+ fighter? And yeah, and to be fair, I think the pedigree of fighters that Canelo's fought is a lot higher than T.
absolutely,
Crawford.
absolutely,
And you know I love T. Crawford, bro. I think he's a gifted fighter. Like, you see that kind of
For
stuff
sure.
once in a generation, so to speak, right? Especially with the speed and the accuracy and like his ring generalship. You know, he's not the fastest starter, Joey, but he's gonna be able to dissect you.
Tough as nails.
Yeah, he is, man.
Yeah, he's
I
there.
love
I
him.
got
I think he's
Bud
great,
on that
man.
one there.
got money on that one,
Yeah,
right?
I got Bud all
right.
day, man. I think he beats his bum up. That's for sure. So yeah,
It's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really good
September 13th, baby.
Yeah.
We're still a month
Yeah,
and
we're
a
still
week deep,
and
bro. Yeah.
a bit away. Some other big UFC fights rolling up in September as well too that I'm looking forward to. But anyways, guys, back into these markets. TQs. Oh, Jose Villa says no way.
Yeah,
you got boy.
there's a lot of Canelo fans,
There's
though.
hey, listen, I love Canelo, but I think
Same.
just Bud's got it. Anyways, back into the TQs, guys. This has been working out for us pretty nice. Off of those lows, didn't really add into this position, so we'll just dock this up, just adding into today's P&L. Boom, you take that, pop. We take some off there, and now we're sitting on about 20% remaining of our position. See if we can get into these highs, and then we'll leave the last remainder for that dream, and that's going to be that moving towards the volume weighted average price. I don't know if we're going to get there. There's a key pivot, I think, that's going to have to be breached in order for us to do so. So you can see we have this inverted hammer candle right here. So if we break through that, then I can see, like, hey, yeah, maybe we are going to get some more topside. But this can be a big-time defense. The volume isn't necessarily supporting that. But, again, I just don't like it. It's closed as a genuine hammer. There's no buying pressure whatsoever left in this candle. So you can see that we open up right here. Buyers have the ability to push it up to 86.40. And then, sure enough, sellers start to dominate, and they dominate that 5-minute print right there. So if it breaks through, then I think we will be able to hit that next level. That's going to be 86.80. We'll take a little bit more off, and then at that point, we'll just leave some for the dream. If we do get a pullback in between point A and point B, then we'll add a little bit to the point A and point B, and then see if we can get into that specific target of the volume weighted average price, which is going to be the primary one. For the dream there, Sharif, but I mentioned 86.80 is another target that I have in mind here.
See what your boy Roof Ninja in the chat said. Canelo had some trouble with Berlanga, and I do remember.
Did he?
I don't think he walked through Berlanga, but Berlanga looked a lot better versus Canelo than he did versus what's his name, that guy from India.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
England, the Pakistani guy. What's his name?
I know who you're talking about.
What the hell is it? Hamza.
Hamza something.
Hamza Shiraz?
Yeah, Shiraz, maybe.
Shiraz
Yeah,
Hamza,
possibly.
something like that.
Something along those
I told you that guy impressed
the length
the
is
hell out of me.
crazy. It didn't. Berlanga got TKO'd by Canelo, didn't he?
I forget.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got TKO'd by Canelo. So, you know what the fight that I want to see is Berlanga versus Jake Paul. I think that is the fight to make.
Talking about AJ, though.
No,
Isn't he talking about AJ?
Yeah, but Turkish doesn't want that.
He doesn't want
no,
that
not
fight?
Turkish. Eddie doesn't.
Oh, Eddie
want
Hearn?
that. Eddie
Yeah.
doesn't want that fight. He's like, why would he do that?
Well, AJ already said this is his last year fighting. Isn't that what he said?
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, obviously,
He's
it's
like-
always up in the air. You
in
can
the
always
air,
come
right?
back. But if AJ's going to go out with a bang, you don't want to lose to Jake Paul in your last fight, especially if you were heavyweight champion of the world.
I don't think he would. I don't think
he would either, man. The guy's got dynamite in his hands. There's no way Jake doesn't go down.
There's
That would
no
be
way.
so
There's
fixed.
no way. He's never experienced that type of power.
Yeah, I mean, AJ can punch,
Yeah,
too.
he can punch.
Maybe he can't take a punch anymore because, that's just the body
the thing
gets
is,
weathered.
though, with
but
AJ, the thing is with AJ is that he didn't have the Deontay power. It's just that his combos were half decently clean, maybe. I don't know. He could just hit you with a couple punches, and he had that nice uppercut. But obviously, I don't think there's any fight to be had there. It's Berlanga versus Paul is the fight to make.
I gotta agree with you, bro. I mean, I don't know if we see it, but like you said,
You're not seeing it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. yeah. I mean,
Jake
I'd
will
love
actually
to
fight.
see it.
I like Jake. He'll fight anybody, to be honest.
Right?
He needs to avenge his loss against Tommy Fury.
But Tommy Fury's an actual fighter.
No, he's not. I don't.
Tommy beat him easily, though.
No, that was close.
I think he beat him every round, man. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. All right, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to Beta Pro. All All right, guys, so let's update you on the current state of our trades. We're in right now on BTAI. I've weaseled into some shares over here, scalped up a bit, added into what I perceive to be a key area of technical support at 95s. That's what I perceive to be a flat top break. We had a lot of trouble breaking through that level. For the moment, it's holding there. Doesn't mean it holds there forever. So that's what I'm banking on. I'm looking at wetting the beak initially at 7s, and then I've got orders posted there above the 10 penny area. In addition to that, we got back into LRMR after weaseling out. Now this one is putting in lower highs, okay? But it also has higher lows. And those higher lows seem to be bouncing off the 10 EMA on the 5, but we do feel, or I do feel, excuse me, that there is a seller here that we really can't shake at around 15s. I'm talking about $4.15. Here we go. Now we're showing 14s. If we can get a nice little push there to break above 15, maybe we can squeeze into that 20 penny area. 23 pennies is the high of the day, 423. Now we're showing 14s here, unable to see really the amount of size that's expected for us here at 15. And here we are at 15, and we're not taking off any size. So it feels like the hidden order, or the hidden seller, excuse me, iceberg order is really preventing us from ascending here anymore. So we'll see if whether or not we can take out this seller here at 15s and squeeze up a little bit. Let's move back though to BTAI. I am kind of concerned about this one. There's a bunch of lower highs that are aggressively lower than the higher lows that we're putting in. We did find support nicely off that 295, but that doesn't have to hold up forever. So right now we are above the 10 EMA, but I don't know, 317 high. We're showing $3. Let's give this one some room. I've given it to 88. So if it loses 90, I've given it a 2 penny buffer to see whether or not it can hold on to that level. But there goes the seller at 15s on LRMR. He got taken out. So now let's see, it's posted 17s. I think we got up to 18s though momentarily. Are there any 18 prints on the time and sales? The answer to that is no, none that I can see. Highest I can see there is 17. So it looks like it's a 17 area high, with 23 being the HOD. So let's see if we can squeeze up on this one and take out some more levels. Next area I'm posting at 19. Let's go ahead and wait north of 19 as well. We're going to wait at 22s. Let's go at 22s, and then we'll pack our patience there. I was going to say, Joseph, I ride on 22s, but you know that's not the case anymore. That's not the case anymore. So let's tell everybody what's going on.
Tell them.
So guys, you guys know that I did sell my car. I had a Jaguar F-Pace SVR. It's now gone. I've delivered it to the new buyer, so they had paid me. But you know, because the banking system in Canada is so advanced and the money clears so quickly, we had to wait 2 whole weeks until that money cleared and the bank issued.
2 weeks, bro?
Don't get me started, bro. Don't get me started.
What the hell?
It roused me up, Joseph. So yeah, that's done, and I went and delivered the car on Friday. That was the last time I drove her. So LC is no longer the case. Now we're gonna move on into something else. But the thing is,
The Evoque.
we might not be getting a car for a while, Joseph.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
good.
That's the way it is, right? We're
Good
gonna,
thing we have an immaculate transit system that you can.
Such a good transit system in Toronto. It's never late.
No.
It's never packed.
It's always
People are
working.
never disgusting on it.
It works all the time.
It works all the time. It's fantastic. No, thank God for Uber. For real though. So yeah, can't say I ride on 22s anymore.
Uber. I couldn't even see. The thing is though, man, I have such a hard time sitting in the back of a vehicle. I can't Uber. I'd rather just take the e-bike.
I don't mind, bro. I just go on my phone.
Dude, I get so car sick, dude. It's not even.
Car sick?
Yeah, I get so motion sick.
Really,
So
yeah?
it's funny. So like so Selena and I were headed to Tulum. I literally rented a car so I could just drive from Cancun to Tulum. So I'm like, so I don't have to sit in the back. I'm like, yeah. But come on, give us this, Phil. Pull up the old screen here. Nimrod. Hey.
He's arrived. Shout out to Nimrod.
All right.
Nimrod, baby.
Nimrod. Sorry, it's been a long journey, but should be with y'all within the next 2 hours. Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Shout out to you,
So
there,
tell him.
brother.
So Nimrod is joining us here. He's coming from Israel. He's joining us in Toronto. He's here right now, in fact, and hopefully we'll be able to see him maybe on the show before the big boys come on. If not, then certainly on the closing show there. And if not, then definitely on the market recap, Nimrod. Make sure to get in touch with Brendo, and we'll have you in. And yeah, maybe you can even come on screen. Shout out to you, my man.
Yeah,
Can't wait to see.
He said it's been a hell of a journey, lots of flight delay and everything. I'm glad that you had the ability to make it. I don't know if it's your first time here in Nimrod, but yeah, I hope you enjoy the city. It's a beautiful, beautiful weather. You got a solid week to come here, other than obviously all the forest fires that have been occurring. I don't know if it's been in the east or the west, but yeah, that was some interesting times, man, when the skies were blanketed red. That was like, whoa, that was some eerie stuff. But anyways, guys, we caught this fill right here. So 1965, the kid, this is just for you, my friend. But this is what we want to get into, right? So we're placing this trade off the base of the lows here. And I just mentioned that we've seen continuous buying pressure within some of these candles. So this is why I decided to go long off of the 5-minute. Hammer 1, hammer 2, inverted 3, selling pressure there, but another additional hammer candle. This is exactly what you want to look for, and then that's why we decided to take this long off of the lows, considering that the market has been selling for the majority of the day. That worked out relatively well for us. Now we're going to hold the rest for the dream. 187, final target.
Joey, you've seen the Trade the Pool here with us for a while now. And now Trade the Pool has created something very special just for you guys. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it for free today by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. We are going to Adair LePage.
Yeah, I just want to remind you guys, we have a ton of big earnings tonight, including SMCI. Now, I've shown this a couple times. SMCI had a wild 2024, so this infographic basically captures the stock's moves in 2024 and along with some of the wild catalysts that it dealt with. So, of course, January 19th of 2024, that is crazy. That's almost 2 years from now, or 2 years ago as of right now. They reached a new all-time high on stronger than expected preliminary Q2 24 earnings, and after that, they just continued to fly. One day it dropped 20% after making a new all-time high above $1,000. It had all of these issues with the Hindenburg short report, and then a delayed Form 10K filing. It was both added to and removed from the NASDAQ in the same year. So if you want to relive all of the wild escapades of SMCI in 2024, check this out on X at TTP Research. I just reposted it. And get ready for more earnings-related infographics that I will be reposting, including AMD related. Back to you.
Hey, all right, Stevenson, thank you very much for the $2 super chat, my man. I appreciate that. Sharif, boo, the bank. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt and how I still feel. Eddie, Sharif not driving, people in Toronto will feel safer for a few weeks. I drive like a grandma, and the only reason I drive like a grandma is because I have the, well, no longer, I had the insurance app. So I would get 25% savings off my premium. By the way, I was paying, I'll tell you now, $482 a month for my insurance with no tickets, no accidents, nothing. And that's with the 25% discount savings. So trust me when I tell you, I promise you I was not driving aggressively. You have to drive like a grandma, otherwise you're just gonna get rinsed.
You know what's funny though about that, Sharif? Obviously we're talking about trading. It takes a while for you to realize that you got to follow the rules of the road. Just ask me how I know this.
How do you know?
Well, because in my earlier, my late teens and my early 20s, I thought that I was above the driving laws, but that wasn't necessarily the case. It turns out they're right, I'm wrong. So yeah, you just don't want to go against those things. And I just passed that message on to all my younger friends, and they're like, "Yeah, Joe, you're definitely right." I'm like, "Yeah, I experienced that." So Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here in UNH. We finally might have a catalyst for this. I'm just seeing this circulate on X now. Apparently, Warren Buffett or Berkshire Hathaway are rumored to have taken a stake in the company. That does not explain the pop that we had simultaneously with Humana and CNC, both of which are in the same sector as UNH. But either way, apparently Warren Buffett is rumored to have taken a stake in the company. Unclear if that's what made this move, but either way, coming out about an hour after we get this massive unexplained volume pop across the health insurance space. And we send you back to the guys.
Deleuze is talking smack. ADL, all class at him. He's like, don't listen to him, peeps. The guy can put his foot down. Dude, what are you talking about? When we were together, I was driving like said grandma. Don't mislead the people, man.
That's not what ADL was saying.
That isn't the truth, bro.
So you're driving like a madman, man.
What? That's crazy. I drive like an absolute grandma. Yes, I remember when we were together. I don't know what you're talking about, Adam. That is crazy right there, man. You're misleading the people, man. All right, here's the deal, guys. We're still involved in LRMR. I don't know for how long for this. The volume is really dropping off here. Still holding, ironically, the 10 EMA. We're out of the majority of the position. We were able to scalp nicely there. But if it loses 8s, I'm out on that one. Now, this one, even posing the same similar problem here. BTAI's got an uninterrupted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Now candles in a row with lower highs. I don't know how I feel about this one. It's still well above VWAP. I'm thinking likely I can probably catch a nice little bounce here, maybe in the high 80s, low 90s. I'm just gonna pack my patience on this one. We don't have too much involved, so I can allow it to come back against me a little bit. So I'm just gonna continue to exercise patience on this one and wait for the bottom, then maybe add aggressively. Just to give you guys an idea what some of the areas of what indicator price these, what prices these indicators are at, excuse me. You got the 20 EMA at 290 and you have VWAP at 280. We're currently showing 290 right now. So let's see if we find a bounce here to 317 high. You got to know though that BTAI's got very kind of wicky candles. Into the highs, you're almost certainly going to get a retracement. And this is kind of why I feel that way. Let me show you exactly what I've been seeing here on the day with BTAI. Look at this area over here, all these topping tail candles, and it continued to do that into the highs as well. Now, you don't necessarily see it as aggressively to the downside. You do see some bottoming tails, but not as aggressive as the high side. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up. 280 is where VWAP is at. 290, 291 is where the 20 EMA is at. P.S. We're wearing the same colored shirt. My man. All right. Shout out to ADL, baby. Yeah, I like army green. I don't mind it. All right. What else we got here? Asraf. I don't know how to say your name. OTRK VWAP. Okay, let's look at OTRK. I already removed that from my side chart because it lost the level.
Oh, wow, something's happening in the market here, Sharif. Oh, wow, something's happening in the market here, Sharif. We got a big-time volatility spike right there in the TQs there, brother. Sorry to interrupt you on that one. But you guys seen that displayed. Boom, we get that pop all the way from 86.42 all the way up to 86.70. That's why you got to post up, man. God damn. We got to post up, Joe. But yeah, there it is, guys. A nice move. Some volatility spike. If there's anything coming in, Adara will most definitely tell us.
There is nothing coming in.
Nothing coming in just yet?
I just wanted to let you guys know, get rid of the suspense.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you. What's that?
It's funny, so there's no suspense.
Oh, yeah. It was a little lackluster, wasn't it? But anyways, here it is. So, Tony Curry. I know you mentioned your transition from trading week options to prop trading. Looking to say myself, can you touch on the pros of doing this again? So what I used to do is I used to write a lot of weeklies just for that passive income. By no means will writing weekly options like subsidize for kind of the appreciation of your capital in long stocks is what I'm looking for. Because it's only a fraction of amount. It's good to just add some passive income. It's very difficult and it's very stressful. What I've learned throughout my process of trading options is it's better to go farther dated because we can get a lot into this because as you get closer to expiration, gamma and IV start to pick up in those contracts and you can get out of the money or you can like lose the premium that you've collected relatively quick. The process and the transition is extremely difficult and mentally taxing, but anything you set your mind to, you can do. Just continuously work hard, and every time you get knocked down, just get back up. All right, that's all. That's the best words of advice that I can personally give you. But we got some $5 super chats. Hopefully that helped you as well too. Forgot to write in my last super. What do you think about Hood? Is this forming a bear flag? All right, let's take a look at Robinhood, Sharif. If you want to take care of the next one,
absolutely.
I'll tackle this Robinhood here because I don't know why. Maybe someone has some shares of it. Maybe they don't. I don't know. We'll figure that one out here. Yeah. Bear flag. And what time frame? I'm assuming the 5 minute you're talking about because I think I see what you're referring to here. So, yeah, maybe possibly. I mean, you get this leg down and you're starting to consolidate right here. So you do have this little channel on the 5-minute. Can you take that additional leg lower? Absolutely, because to me, this is really toppy price action. And then you can see that we're just holding these levels. And there's no really definitive support system, right? So you can see that this is what we're holding up against right now. But I have no doubt that if the momentum continues to the downside, that those 103 levels can be breached. I loved Robinhood's numbers. I like the report. The growth across the platform is outstanding. It's just maybe, hey, people wanted to deciding to take out some profits. But for me personally, it's a buy the dip scenario and just continuously slowly allocate some Robinhood because I think this name has a lot of room to grow still, Sharif.
All right, man. Shout out to ADL. I'm on a health diet now. Low carbs. Sorry, my bad. Higher protein and healthy fats. What are your goals for the year? No, I'm just giving Joseph a hard time because he was like inhaling the rice when Neil was dropping the lesson of the day. I see this guy back there with the plate. He's like getting it in. So I just teasing him. Shout out to you, Adam, man. I love it. What are my goals for the year, brother? It's the same every year. We want to add about 3 to 4 pounds of lean muscle per year and maintain a low body fat. That's really always been my goal. I want to get to that in a little bit because I do have a philosophy I think will benefit a lot of people if that is your goal, to add lean muscle and maintain, lean shape. I've been doing this for well over 20 years. I think I figured out a lot of these like little tips and tricks. So I'll get to that in a second, but I got to get to this. Shane ED 2335. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, Shane. I tagged you, Shane, because I wanted you to answer back because I had questions. I'm talking about trade the pool. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you had trouble getting fills on trade the pool. I mean, just reach out to their customer service department, brother. I mean, like, goodness gracious, I can't tell you how many times I've had trouble with the IB. Joseph and I were talking about, the software that we're using with IB, Trader Workstation. You got to have patience for days to get used to this software. It's just part and parcel of the trading game. And I'm sure if you reach out to their tech support department, they can help you out. But thank you for commenting and thank you for the super chat, my friend. I do appreciate that, certainly. I can't speak to it. I've never used Trade the Pool software. I do like Mitch, though. All right, here's the deal. We're still involved in BTAI. I'm looking for this one to clear back above 3, generally holding the 20 exponential on the 5, but yeah, we'll see if this one can start curling back up. Currently, it has a higher low and a higher high on this current 5-minute candle, but it's by no means in the clear. Let's have a look also at LRMR. All right. We continue to hold the 10 EMA, and we've shaken that pesky 15 seller. Let's go ahead here and post that 17, see if we can get that beak wetter in and around there. Okay, so now I'm seeing BTAI back above 3. Can we get a squeeze here? My first order I'm looking at wetting the beak at is 307s, so it'll have to be about 5 pennies higher than where it is right now. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. What else we got, man? ZEPP continues to go, guys. I don't want to trade it because it's too spready. So I'm going to leave this one alone, but the price action speaks volumes. And this one is continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. And now it is up 35.75% on the day and trading at the highs. Even though the volume has dropped off, 23.64 high. Great look here for ZEPP. We're going to go to it with Dara in 1 second, guys, but just keep your eye out on LRMR for that break above 423. That's really what I've been waiting for here, but the volume is dropping down a little bit of Dara.
UNH craziness here. UNH continuing to push to the upside. I still do not have any news on this, but there is an article from Street Insider. They're basically saying that there's some suspect rumors going on around about the company. Those suspect rumors likely are referring to the fact that Warren Buffett, according to, again, completely unsubstantiated rumors I need to clarify, is maybe getting into UNH. I want to clarify these rumors are absolutely unsubstantiated as far as anyone can tell. But because of that, UNH pushing to the upside and some other names in the sector too. I just want to provide an update on this. UNH by far the strongest, though Humana definitely in a bull flag here. If I have any concrete news on United Health or more specific rumors, I'll let you know. The other thing people are circulating right now on UNH is a total meme, and there's no veracity to this either as far as I can tell, but there's an image of, an AI image of Sydney Sweeney in a nurse's outfit, and they're like, oh, she should be used to promote UNH. That also started circulating around when UNH popped, so again, Sydney Sweeney is not collaborating with the company. Berkshire Hathaway, to our knowledge, has not concretely made any announcement here with regards to UNH. But either way, people are getting excited about both these kind of non-events. Back to you.
Get it, Adara.
Hey, Adara.
All right, so here's what I have to say about my philosophy in terms of fitness. So, a lot of people do cardio to burn calories.
Yeah,
That's the purpose of cardio. Obviously, there are other purposes as well, good cardiovascular health, lots of, exactly. There's a lot of benefits of that, but I'll submit to you, a lot of that is attainable through my method. Now, what's my method? So if my goal is a caloric deficit, and that's the only way you lose weight, it's a calories in, calories out analysis, okay? Now, here are the 3 numbers that you need in order to be able to assess how to lose weight. You need your resting metabolic expenditure. That is basically the amount of calories you would burn just by being alive. So if you were just in bed and you didn't move all day in a 24-hour period, how many calories would you burn, would your body need to burn just to keep you alive and to have all your functions maintained? So, your breathing, your digesting, everything, okay? Your circulation. That's what they call resting metabolic expenditure. You can get that number by going on this machine at the gym that gives you a loose figure. You can base it on that. Then, the 2 other numbers you need, Joey, is your caloric intake and your caloric expenditure. How many calories you eat through food and how many calories you burn by moving, by exercising. So those are the 3 figures that you need. Now, you need to be in a deficit at the end of the day, week, 5 days, whatever your window is, okay? You need to be in a deficit in order to lose weight. Your body will determine where it loses weight from. Some people will burn fat more readily. Some people will burn burn muscle more readily. It really depends on your genetics. However, if your goal is to be losing, to burn calories, why would you insist on using cardio as your calorie burning vehicle? Why wouldn't you strength train at 50% capacity, 40% capacity, 60% capacity, get the muscular training benefits, get the cardiovascular benefits because you keep your heart rate up, 140, mid 140s, I would say, maybe even high 130s. I don't typically get into 150s for this specific. For strength training, I get into the 170s sometimes. So if that is your goal, use the time you would have allotted for cardio for lightweight strength training. That way you get the muscular definition, you get the density, and you're not just doing cardio for the sake of burning calories. So if you're doing that, all you're doing is it's like empty calories that you're burning. You're only doing cardio to remove the calories. I want to take those calories that I'm burning
and build muscle.
And build muscle with them. So my resting metabolic expenditure can increase, and the more you add in mass, the more your resting metabolic expenditure increases. So that's my little philosophy about why I don't touch cardio. Rarely will we ever go for runs, this, that, and the other. You understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get what you're saying for sure. Yeah, I won't disagree with you. Obviously, if it works for you, it works for you, right?
The argument that I get from everybody, oh, your heart, guys, you're doing cardio when you're doing the strength training. It is literally the same thing, except you're just adding a strength training component to it. Your heart rate is still really high. You can maintain that. You can just do really light weight so you don't overload your muscles, you don't overload your central nervous system. Lightweight, but for a prolonged period of time. But just doing this and walking and all that stuff, that's just not for me. It doesn't work for me, and nor do I care for it. So.
No, I agree with you. Just when you talk about high intensity interval training.
Yeah,
right?
that's even different though. That's different. Yeah, I don't do that because you're really going 80%, 90% capacity. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about low capacity, low output strength training. That's what I mean.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's kind of my little.
Bro, what?
How does race walking factor into the equation? Well, it is what it is, Adara. I mean, it's not for everybody. I don't think you really want to be, like this.
No, yeah, I'm kind of joking, but yeah, because I'm like, that is, I mean, I've talked about this to you and Neil off camera. Like, my morning workouts are a lot of, combination. Like, I'll do a lot of, HIIT type stuff, kind of everything. But yeah, the race walking is My method of transportation would be a
And
lot
you
of
smash
cardio.
doubles, do you not?
I do. Yeah, I do. I'm very active throughout the morning. Thank you.
There you go, man. Love it. And I like that. There, nice, Assassino. I like that. All right, here we got a super chat. You want to have a look at Hood since you're involved in that
I
game,
think
Joey?
we'll go over that one. Hood break quality of your calories matters too.
Pardon me?
I don't know.
Oh, absolutely.
No, but that's what he's saying.
course.
Oh yeah. It's a hood break. Quality of your calories matter too. They're just
Oh, no
adding that.
question about it.
There's
Yeah.
supposed to
Thank
be a
you for
comma-
obviously clarifying
a
that. No
comma
question.
in there as well.
No
too.
question about that.
Hood totally broke through this support level right here, guys. This is what we were talking about earlier, right? There's nothing really definitive. I don't think this is a level strong enough in order to hold up that base. If the volume and the momentum decides to pick up and head to the south side, then you can see that we're experiencing that right now. So just keep that in mind. So thank you for pointing that one out. Bayard Noonan, very much appreciated. What's YouTube up to? They got to fix these names on here. I don't know why that hasn't been fixed yet. But yeah, so there it is. But just keep an eye out on this as well too, guys. We went over this pattern on multiple occasions, is that when you break through this support level and you have this indecision print at the lows, I might look for a potential rebound here in Robinhood, because I mean, it's still a strong name in my opinion, considering the fact that we're starting to pull back a little bit, but we're still not too far off of those all-time highs. So only 8%. That's not too bad whatsoever. Nice indecision print. I think this name is going to continue to climb. It's just such a strong stock right now. You can see all these pullbacks. It's like, it's absolutely insane. You have like a couple red days, but they're nothing substantial whatsoever. And then you see the programs to the buy side step right back in. And sure enough, you're just continuing that northeast trajectory. Now we are kind of basing out and forming this consolidation phase. But anything south of these support levels, for me, it's a potential buy. And the more south you head, you want to buy a little bit more. So Robinhood for the long duration, I really like this name, that's for sure.
Yeah, Zion, I've been talking about ZEPP for a while. It's just not for me. I've had it here on the side chart basically since the show started. It's just too spready. It's got a fantastic looking chart, as I've mentioned multiple times. Into $24 it goes, $23.95 essentially the high of the day. Great call out by you, but just it's not for me. It's too expensive and too spready, so I'm going to steer clear of this one. But yes, we're continuing to keep an eye on BTAI. We did get a nice spike there into 7s. I did wet the beak at 7s. I think it ended up rejecting at 10s, and now it's dropping back down into 3s. So what I'm keeping my eye on here are the higher lows. We're still getting the higher lows. We got shares on this one as well. So let's see if we can weasel out into a nice little winner there. The next area I'm looking to take profits at are 12s, 312. So we'll pack our patience and keep an eye out on that one. Now, let me tell you about the other trade. The part of it we gave back a little bit here, LRMR. This one was feeling very flat top breaky at around 415. I mean, we did wick into 17s. Maybe that should have been my warning that when we broke 15, we weren't really rocketing up and testing the high of the days, but the sellers were coming in the high teens as well. I think that should have been, I should have been more alive to that fact. I wasn't. Anyway, we drop, we lose the 10, we lose the 20. We're still above $4. So what I'm going to keep my eye on here is this exact level there. So that's that $4 level. That's the implied balance high from 940 this morning. It's a key area of technical resistance. We'll see if it ends up being a key area of technical support. We're not far from it, showing 6s right now on the bid. So if it comes back into 4, find support, I'll get involved. Otherwise, I'm not going to get in here because now it is putting lower lows and lower highs. So there's your area high, and there's another area low, and now we're basically right back at the same area we got into initially, right around 405. So I'll keep my eye out on that. Otherwise, I'm really going to try to focus on BTAI, and we'll see if this one can continue to work above that $3 area. Shout out to Zion. Good look there on ZEPP. Oh, super chat, $10. Shout out to Easy Peasy 369. Shout out to my man. Sharif, great explanation on cal deficit. Told the wife to ditch the treadmill and hit the weights with me. LOL. Sean, thanks for the reversal on T-triple-Qs today. I'm going to send him that because he's not here. I'm sure he'll want to hear about that. So I'll take a picture of this and send it to the Katina man. Thank you very much, Easy Peasy 369, for the super chat and the kind comments. Sadiq, Satar, what do you think about BLCH IPO? Oh. Let me have a look over here.
Bleach.
So we're getting bleach, yeah, right? It feels like BLCH or SH? Excuse me, SH, not CH. I don't have anything. BLSH. BLSH. Yeah, thank you, Adair. I don't see anything. Sadiq, tag me again. BLSHIPO. BL. Yeah, you wrote it twice, brother. I don't have the ticker, but just give me the name of the company, and perhaps we can look into it. Adair's checking as well. Thank you. What else? We got Pug Life. I would. How many people in the chat can do a set of 20 reps of 225 back squat? That's my cardio. Well, shout out to Pug Life. Look, brother, no, I really did mean it, man. I mean, if you need to, what's the big deal? You do 95-pound squats. That's really not the point. The point is to get the heart rate up and maintain it there, and also get the muscular training component of it as well. So you kind of, it's like a double whammy. That's what I mean. But I see what your point. I mean, yeah, 225 could be cardio for some people. Not for me, but it could be, depending on really how strong you are. Oh, I know, Neil. Well, for some people, I'm sure out there, maybe it's not for me, though. OTRK breaking through. Let's have a look at OTRK. That's one, it lost its spot, Joseph, on the side chart because it lost VWAP. I don't know what you're talking about, Ash. Brother, this is VWAP right here. So this at 49 pennies, that white line, that's the volume weighted average price. We're trading 38, brother. So I don't think your VWAP is accurate or it's breaking through. It's still actually making lower highs, brother. So let me know once this gets above that 49, 50 penny area. If it does, we'll actually absolutely get back. But BLSH, company name is bullish. Adira has something for us on that.
Yeah, so I want to mention, I actually spoke about this during our crypto segment today pretty extensively. Nothing I say here is going to be new based on what I said there, but this IPO is going to be pretty massive. They're seeking a $4.2 billion valuation. Now, it's worth noting here, they're going to be offering apparently 20.3 million shares. Value of that offer, $723.7 million. So pretty significant, not in the billions, but in the high millions there. They're pricing this IPO between $28 and $31. This is just their logo, their crypto exchange. Or not their logo, their website. This is their logo in the corner there. But it is worth noting as well, this is the second time in 4 years they've tried to go public, and they're taking a massive valuation hit in this attempt versus their first attempt in 2021. So in 2021, it was seeking a $9 billion valuation. That was going to be basically a SPAC type situation. That fell through. Now they are actually going to be going public via an IPO at a much, much reduced valuation, literally down by more than 50%. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair.
Yeah,
great look and great information as always.
Thank you very, very much for that, Adair. Great stuff. So yeah, I got all out of this TQ's trade here, guys. So yeah, we took the majority of it out in the last little bit. We just cut it. You can see that we're starting to experience a little bit of a bounce, but we don't complain about this last little bit there. So the majority of it out was on this move here. So that's what we had going on. We'll go over the trades that we've got cooking up here. I know we're running into we need, you know what we need? We need a news thing. The button there, Shreve, that when we go through the news.
Yeah, I was going to tell. Yeah, but that's Chilean Nightmares.
He's working on it.
He's got a lot.
He's got a lot going on. Great show, guys.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Paul Thomas.
We're going to do that too. Yeah, good call.
So Paul Thomas, great show, guys. Fly is an IPO on Thursday. What's the early line on it? Pop right away? We'll see. We'll take a look on that one. Fly momentarily. Right after we get after this. Actually, here, we'll see. We'll dig a little bit into that. Sorry, when Sharif does it, I'll take a look at Fly to see what we got going on for Thursday. Boom, boom, boom. So AMD, we enter, hold this, have this as our high, as our stop, and once it starts to work out, we add, and then sure enough, boom, 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 we just take it out there. So that one worked out pretty good for us. And then also we had the likes of IBIT. So yeah, this is the one where we got the most aggressive on the day. Add, and then looking for the continuation in the trend to the top side as the market was moving higher, and then sure enough, boom, we get this clean flush to the downside. So that's that. Small gain on that one, small gain, small potatoes. And then the TQs was our final trade up here. So we grab it off the lows, pop, 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 pop. We take some, we get out here, and then sure enough, now it's starting to rebound and climb a little bit higher. So those are the three trades that we put on today, 3 for 3. So not too bad there, Shreve.
All right, man.
Looking to fly.
All right. Oh, what's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is 3 for 3. Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't hear that.
Trade.
Thank you very much for that. All right, guys. Now we're keeping an eye. Bad beer. So Simple Sunshine. I'm like, what is this guy talking about, man? I didn't understand. All right. I don't mean to be short here, LRMR. That's not my intention. So we're going to flatten out break even. That was a result of an uncleaned stop order. So we'll flatten out break even there on LRMR. Did not mean to take that short. By the way. So our only position is going to be the one that we're currently involved in right now on BTAI. Still like the chart pattern on this one with the higher lows and higher highs. What I'm worried about with this one is getting bamboozled with, a specialist breakdown where they stop hunt you. So we'll see exactly what we get with this one. For the most part, it's been respectful of key technical areas. BTAI, about 18.9% in Greensville at the moment. Shout out to Sippo Sunshine. He's like, look what he said, Joey. He's like, opinion on 12-ounce curls. I find they actually get easier as the session progresses, though it does seem to affect balance. I'm like, what?
The 12-ounce curls.
I'm like, 12 ounces. Nobody curling 12 ounces, right?
He's going heavy on the
He's going heavy.
on the confidence cans
And
there.
my dumbass doesn't understand the joke, but that's because I don't like beer. All right, guys. Hey, bro, any thoughts on TRT? You're also plugged into the pharmaceutical industry. Look, brother, I mean, that kind of stuff, you're going to have to ask your doctor about. I personally don't really like going after that kind of thing unless it's actually medically needed. We're seeing it a lot at the pharmacy nowadays. A lot of people are coming in with prescriptions for Cypionate and that kind of stuff. I'm not a big fan. I think that there are heart issues that you have to deal with. So you need to look into that a little bit more because it's very, very seldomly spoken about within the entire industry, obviously, because it's not a selling point for them. But be careful with TRT, okay? Just trust me on that, bro. I do cardio every morning. I sit up and I get out of bed. It's a good day. Attaboy, Lemon family. That's what we're talking about, baby. As long as you get up. As long as you're not rolling, you're actually sitting up to get, those crunches. Just make sure to do the offset for the erector spinae group as well. So make sure you're like lifting up a little bit. So get it there. Hope you do very well with your life. All right, guys. Now, that's all I've got at the moment. LRMR. The only thing that I'm really thinking about here on LRMR is exactly what we spoke about before, that $4 area. That $4 area was the implied balance high right at 9:30. It comes into 4, rejects, ends up clearing it later in the day at around 11:15, and then comes right back into that 4. We are at 4 right now, 99 showing on the bid, 4 on the ask. VWAP 5 pennies lower at 395. So I don't think the best days are behind LRMR. It could find a bid here right between that 4 to 395 area. Let's pack our patience and see if that manifests or not. Otherwise, we're going to take it off the side chart if it loses 395. So that's what I'm looking at there, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to keep my eye on that.
Yeah, good look there. So I was just digging into this Firefly IPO here. So $6 billion valuation amid space investment boom. Also, what else did I see here? So the Texas-based startup aims to raise about $696 million by selling 16.2 million shares priced between $41 and $43. This compares with its prior proposed range of $35 to $39 per share. I don't see a specific date here just yet. I have to read a little bit more, but thank you for pointing that one out. I know you mentioned Thursday, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Actually, this is a thing that we can do as well too, because shout out to Trading Terminal, because this allows us to take a look at the calendar, and I'm pretty sure last time I checked it still had IPOs, and there it is. What do we got going on for IPOs this week? Okay, so we have CTW, and that's all we have right now. Okay, so that's Wednesday. Thursday is Fly, yes, there it is, and then QMSU as well, Quantum Sphere Acquisition Corp on Thursday. Friday is HTLF, so Heartflow, there it is. So here, I'll display it to you guys. Firefly coming up on Thursday, and there's that one. And then what do we got for tomorrow? Nothing tomorrow. Tuesday, today we had CTW, and then Friday we have HTFL. So there it is. Thursday is when that Fly IPO comes out, so that Texas-based aerospace company. Looking forward to seeing what that does. We'll keep an eye out on that, and maybe we'll put on a limit on open there on that one there, Sharif, to see what we got going on. But yeah, guys, for right now, trades, we're just chilling. I think Katina, man, you still short the Qs there, brother? Still short the Qs, so he's doing his, not much. He covered some 86s, so he's just sitting on fractions amount of his original position, but a nice move to the downside, so shout out to that one. He was short TQs, bang, yeah, so perfect break of the lows there, Katina, man. Excuse me, I was short AMD as well, too. So good look there on that one. And then we got the long off the bounce here in TQQs as well. So that's nothing too bad. Now, before we get into the news, we have a lot of earnings tonight, Sharif.
Okay.
And with that being said, let's get into some expected moves and correlate what we see on the options chain as well too, all right? So we're gonna pull up our trusty platform over here, and we're just gonna go through a lot of the names and just have a ranges. And we won't go through all of the options chains. I'll let you guys do your due diligence on that one. But we'll go through a couple of the big ones, like AMD. We'll see what Snapchat is up to, because your boy's on Snap. Shout out to that. And then UPST, maybe we'll take a look at that. Lucid and Rivian, I don't really like, but I know Toast is a Josh Brown favorite. Why do you always do that to me? Hold on, man. I'm getting you so good right now. It's not even funny. It's not even funny.
Well, yeah, it's fantastic, but I was ready for that.
You're ready? All right, you're ready for that one there. This fly dog here. Okay, let's take a look at AMD here. So what do we got? Approximately a 7.7% expected move with 102% at the money IV. So that's nothing. Oh, that is something crazy. But we'll also correlate that with the options chain. We're not going to go as I mentioned before, we're not going to do the chain on all of them because that'll take quite some time. And we want to hop into some of this news, talk some HIMs and Palantir. But other than that, so we got a high of around 188.93 and then a low of around 162.01. And what I'm seeing here is that the highest levels of open interest are at, don't do it to me. Come on, you can do it.
You can do it. It's so embarrassing.
It's so
Constantly
embarrassing, man. Constantly embarrassing. So here it is, guys. This is live, by the way. This is as live as it gets. So 180, 11,400. We already went over that. And if we crawl higher on the chain, there's nothing substantial. And that's 10 days away. So I don't know why I can't find this week's expiration cycle. But that's some levels to keep an eye out for. We talked about the pre-market levels rejecting 180 and starting to sell, and then maybe we can get a bounce around. Did we bounce off of 172.5 roughly? So yeah, there it is. You get a little bit of a move there. So that is AMD for that and its expected move. Let's pull up the next in line here, Sharif, SMCI. So I'm just chewing up time here because I know you're gonna. We have a lot of news to go over and everything. So we'll just kind of ramble on. 11.4% with 159. 11.4% expected move, so a high of around 64.54, low of 51.32 with a 159% at the money IV. So keep an eye out on SMCI as well too. That's a nice move. And then OPEM. That's another name here that we want to keep an eye out on. I don't think this one's going to be as, 24% lower price stock with 343%. If you see a at the money IV like that, just get out of here. Just forget it even exists because you don't want to be buying option that. You can obviously own shares because the beta is always going to be one. All right, Delta will always be one. That's what Delta hedging is all about. It's because when you use shares, you just always have that 1-to-1 ratio. So 349%. See you later, AC Slater. We'll move on to the next one. ANET.
Crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. Crazy, scary.
I like it, though.
So ANET Arista Networks here, guys. We're looking at about an 8.4% expected move, 123% at the money IV with a high of around 128.31 and a low of around 108.34. Okay, so we'll skip ALAB, or do you guys want to do ALAB? We'll do ALAB here. Just because,
do it, baby.
Just because we'll go through some of the big names here. So what do we got here? 13.8% expected move, 199% at the money IV. Once again, 200%. You want to avoid that one. Rivian Millionaire says, let's go, ANET. Okay, I like to see that one. So that was ALAB. We'll go Snapchat, and then we'll do Lucid and Rivian, and take a look at Upstart as well, too. So we'll just roll through this one here as Sharif is preparing. 15.6% move on Snapchat, 214% at the money IV. Stay away from that one via options as well, too. Increased premium, high of around $10.78 with the low of around $7.87. Now, LCID, I know a lot of people love this one, and Rivian. Shout out Rivian Randy. And then, sure enough, 12.9%, 179. Man, wow, the market is really priced in some of these IVs, and the expected moves are a little bit bigger than what I was expecting, to be honest with you, but 12.9% puts you at a high of around $2.74 and a low of around $2.12. And then we'll do one more here, and that's RVIN. Let's see if this even likes RVIN. No, it doesn't. RIVN. Come on, Joseph, get with it, my guy. Rivian Automatic. So there it is, 9.5% expected move, 135.7% at the money IV. So not as high as some of the other ones, but that's going to put you at a high of around $13.41 and a low of around $11. One more, we'll do Toast because it's my boy Josh Brown. I'll never forget. So Josh Brown pumped this thing. And then the following earnings report, I played my earnings strategy when I was trading at home, and I caught a nasty 5-minute opening range break on the report. Really, really good stuff. Ever since then, the stock hasn't been too good. 9.8%, 143.7% at the money IV.
All right, Joey. That's a good review there. Yeah. Let's start the news item. Let's start with Palantir reporting after the bell yesterday. What a report it was. Let's talk about that revenue number for the first time ever in the company's history. Reporting revenue above $1 billion a quarter. Now we're talking about $4.5 billion yearly run rate, guys. So they beat that 940 estimate expected by the street, with EPS coming also ahead of expectations at 16 pennies, above that 14 penny expected. Revenue surged 48% year over year, well ahead of analyst expectations, and the shares moved markedly after hours, as well as this morning hitting new all-time highs in the process. Net income, so that's their take-home money, soared 144% year over year, up to $327 million. That you can make an assessment on margins just by looking at that bottom line number compared to the top line. That's fantastic margins there. So gross margins usually for software are in the 70 to 80%, with net margins usually being 30 to 50. So this definitely falls within that range. About 32.7% gross margin, net margin there. Market cap now exceeds $379 billion. I haven't looked at where it is right now. The valuation is a little bit rich in terms of traditional metrics here, trading at 276 times forward earnings. Only Tesla is higher among 20 peers right there. So very high valuation, but you feel the market is discounting future potential for this bad boy. They also raised their guidance across the board, guys. Full year 2025 guidance now expected to be about 4.14 to 4.15 billion, up from the prior guide of 3.89 to 3.9. That's an easy beat there. Q3 revenue guided as well, 1.083 to 1.087 billion, again, well ahead of the consensus estimate of 983 million. And they also raised their operating income and yearly free cash flow. So it's like check, 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 check. You're checking everywhere there. The market, though, where are their markets? Let's talk about the breakdown. So their U.S. revenue grew 68%, accounting for 733 million of that 1 billion and change top line number, with commercial U.S. revenue nearly doubling, 306. So this was very good news to see that their commercial revenue doubled, but their U.S. government segment continues to grow at a little faster. That grew at 53% year over year, now up to $426 million, really bolstered by Donald Trump's cost-cutting initiative, which is actually benefiting Palantir, much to the chagrin of traditional defense makers. Have a look at their charts there. Now, your friend, the haired one there, Alex Karp, called it crazy efficient revolution with a goal of 10xing revenue with with fewer people. He's targeting a headcount of around 3,600 people. So he didn't exactly say layoffs, but he said fewer people. So we'll see how that all works out. Total contract value rose 140% year over year, now up a little higher than $2.25 billion. They closed 66 deals, Joey, over $5 million, including 42 deals that were over $10 million. And we know that they have that $10 billion 10-year U.S. Army contract.
You ready for this?
Go.
I've been cautioned to be a little modest about our bombastic numbers on the call, but honestly, there's no authentic way to be any more but have enormous pride and gratefulness about these extraordinary numbers.
Interesting.
Mr. Alex Karp. No, but in all seriousness, a fantastic growth in this name, Palantir. But I did notice that it's not as popular overseas as it is in the States. So overseas sales were down 3% on the year. Very, very interesting. Yeah. But I think that if this company has ability to gain traction overseas, I think that growth can definitely continue and be sustained for sure.
I agree. Adara, do you feel maybe some of their overseas growth is as a result of national security issues, perhaps not wanting to proliferate the technology beyond the United States? What's your look?
100%. That was the first thing I went to. I would not be concerned about overseas growth. In fact, I'd probably be more concerned if it was growing overseas, because we know, especially this administration, is very USA first, right? America first is literally a phrase that's been thrown around a lot. So if they see a lot of overseas companies or overseas, countries or assets using Palantir, that might be more of a concern to them. If they view it as almost purely, or this is just the Palantir chart, purely or almost purely American, I actually think that's a better look for the company. That is just my take, so who knows? But either way, I do think, I honestly would not see that as a concern for PLTR. I think the fact that this is our first quarter with revenue over $1 billion is massive. Props to them. I think Alex Karp will continue to Alex Karp. And I think, again, all the tensions here, the geopolitical tensions that we've had, have been viewed as bad for the market, for sure. But I also think they're not a bad look for Palantir, because we know, A, the company does get a lot of contracts in the defense space, and B, we know Alex Karp, CEO himself, has said that he wants the Department of Offense. So I actually don't think it's a bad look for PLTR.
What a guy.
As much as these, as you call them, belligerencies, they're very unfortunate for the world and often for the market as well. But I mean, Palantir right now does not care.
Bang on, Jared.
Okay,
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, let me add this point.
Go ahead.
So for me personally, this is how I feel about it.
Okay.
I'm curious how you guys feel about it as well too. But in order for Palantir to continue to grow, don't you feel that they're going to need to expand outside of the United States, or do you think that they have the ability to be sustained? And Alex Karp wanting to be one of the top companies in the world, do you think that he can just do that on this side of the planet and not necessarily have to grow? Because we know with all of the hyperscalers and the Mag 7, they have a broad range of clientele. They have a broad range of users. And so for me personally, I think even though it's down 3%, in order to get to that next level, I think you do need to expand.
I couldn't agree more, but I would say I would focus on commercial segment expansion rather than military.
Okay. Yep.
And we've seen this before, Joseph. I mean, like the F-22, I hate to compare them, but that was banned for exports. Not even Israel could get their hands on that. Nobody in Canada. You can only sell it. You could, I think it was, who was it, Lockheed Martin that makes the F-22, I think. Anyway, they could only sell it to the U.S. So the point was, you can still have profitable segments that are restricted to U.S. sales, but obviously you want to have that international flavor. I couldn't agree more with you, but I think it probably does it more from the commercial. And if they do it militarily, perhaps it's a scaled down version. Case in point. So China has these long-range missiles, but there's a domestic version and an export version. The long-range missile, I'm just giving you any number, 500 kilometers, and then the one they'll export is 250.
Exactly.
So you'll get that kind of variation.
It's the same case in the H20 chip, right? So you want to sell the dumbed down version, but I think in order for this, don't get it. What I'm saying is that obviously Palantir is on a fantastic trajectory, but in order to get into that top 10 and to get into that $1 trillion club, I think you need to expand your client base.
All right, Joey, we got a $20 super chat over here from Mike's 376. Joe, can you have a look at Uber as a potential buy before earnings? Also, thank you, Sean. Bought Palantir at 160, expired 9.5 yesterday and sold today for $1,800 profit. Shout out to Mike. Katina, man, giving you the salute there. We're all very happy for you, brother. We hope you print up multiple storms. Joey, tell them what you think about Uber.
Yeah,
before we go on to the next story.
Let's pull up Uber here, leading into earnings. I hope you're going shares. Again, let's take a look at this thing from a technical standpoint. I think Uber's in a pretty good position right now. They started turning profits, and you can see this name. I know Sharif's involved with this, Katina Man's involved in this, and some nice moves off of those Liberation Day lows. But anything can happen, right? So leading into earnings, I wouldn't necessarily be looking to buy. Just wait for that report to come out.
Great.
And we've seen some fantastic beats. We've seen some great numbers, and then look what's happened shortly after, right? So again, in the likes of was it Microsoft, the big time move to the top side. Fantastic numbers on the beat on Azure and across the platform. You're getting Copilot mass adoption, continuous intelligent cloud, just continuous growth. You get these massive gaps up, but then you eventually just get back to the price where we originally started at leading into that earnings report. So don't get too antsy, don't get FOMO. There's multiple ways that you can be profitable. I don't know how familiar you are with options as cash secured puts. you can wait for the price to come to you, and you can still make money on the side collecting that premium. So just be cautious. For me personally, not buying anything along those lines, especially what we've been experiencing on these really good beats, and the stocks gap up and then eventually get back the move. So just be patient and you'll get in where you want to.
All right, guys, let's do a little AMD, SMCI. Since they're reporting after the bell today, make sure to be with us today after the bell. Adara, myself, and the Katina Man on the Market Recap Show. Let's talk about the market's expecting from our very good friends at Lisa Su and Company. Forecasted revenue for Q2 expecting $7.42 billion, with EPS coming in at 14. Q3 estimates a bit more lofty. They're looking for a guide here of $8.33 billion with EPS of $1.15. So a big change quarter over quarter from what the predicted numbers for the quarter they're reporting on today versus what they'll guide for the next quarter. Almost $1 billion increase they're looking here. I don't know if seasonality plays a part in that or why the expectations are so high. Perhaps we'll get more of an explanation from Lisa and Company when they get on the call. Susquehanna raised AMD's price target from $135 to $210, citing strong enterprise adoption and solid PC server pull-ins. We know that the PC market starting to pick up again, and AMD's benefiting from that, obviously. Also gaining PC server market share from Intel, kind of aided here by strong product performance and as well as pricing power in that higher CPU space. Their AI strategy was also boosted by the launch of the MI350. That's their kind of H100 comparator, not the GB200, the B200. That B200, the comparator there, is the next chip, the MI400, which they're targeting at 2026 launch for. So they'll be a little bit behind here, NVIDIA, which has already started delivering the Blackwell. So the MI400 is going to be designed for rack-scale AI systems via ZT Systems acquisition, something that they had earlier in the year. And I believe they're up 47%. I'll give you the exact number, 45 2/3% greenery on the year. There's another microchip semiconductor name that's reporting after the bell. You might have heard of it. Super microcomputer, SMCI, the expected guide here is 44 pennies earnings per share on revenue of $5.91 billion. That would be an 11.3% bump year over year. But here's the deal, Joseph, listen to this. EPS estimates have been revised down 12 times by SMCI in the past 90 days. In the past 3 months, they've revised their earnings per share 12 times. How much in flux are things over at that company? With the revenue outlook also lowered there, Joey.
Yeah.
Full year 2025 guidance now cut down to $21.8 billion to $22.6 billion. That was down from a previous guide of $23.5 billion up to $25. Q3 revenue did rise 19% year over year up to 4.6, but it fell 19% sequentially on customer order delays because they couldn't get their hands on the Blackwell chips. Despite all the margin pressure that we've been seeing, analysts see a high beat potential for their Q4 as a result of AI demand and the global expansion of such. Historically, it's a strong performance, Joseph, beating EPS 88% of the time, and the revenue beating 75% of the time in the last 2 years. And the shares, I'll check to see exactly what we are. We're up 90.06% year to date.
Ooh, okay, that's some good stuff. But didn't they have issues with reporting before? Like they were just late to they delayed it. That wasn't good for the stock.
Nope,
SMCI,
yeah.
off of those April lows, guys, we'll take a look around that realm to see what it is. She says 80%, 90% year to date. Well, congratulations, you're up 124%. From those April lows, but nowhere even close to the previous all-time high here. This is kind of like AMD vibes, right? 53%. So to get to where you were before in March of 24, you need 100% return essentially here in SMCI. Can you get there? I mean, the chip space is so hot, and I believe it's going to continuously be hot for the foreseeable future. I mentioned before, until I start to see that CapEx spend on the hyperscalers start to cool off, I'm bullish the semis and I'm bullish AI. How do I get exposure to that? By playing some of these names. So SMCI, not too bad of a look. AMD, and I like that Mitch is like, hey, I believe that this has more potential upside. We know that Lisa Su is releasing the MI400, I believe next year it is, in 2026.
Yep.
So that's going to be fantastic. And we know that the Stargate program is going to have a lot of these AMD chips involved with it. So again, I think there is some good potential upside, but I'm going to go with the king of kings on, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Sorry, Sharif. I'm going to go with the king of the semi space, right? There we got to correct ourselves on that one. And that's going to be NVDA. I think that what they got going across the Gulf, the H20, even though there's controversy on what's going on there, they want to track it. They want to have the ability to shut it down, whatever. Jensen will find his way around it, and he's going to continue to expand his customer base. It's so fantastic that these Gulf countries are starting to build their AI infrastructure and their data centers, because one of the primary beneficiaries is going to be NVDA. And we know that they have deals over the next 5 years, but I do believe that they're going to increase, and they're going to realize that they need a lot more to catch up. And I think that NVDA is the play on that one.
All right, Adara, we got a couple of big names here after the bell. Obviously, you're going to be with us as well. What's your look on both these bad boys?
Yeah, I mean, I think with regards to AMD, I just have this infographic here. This is an older one from X at GTV Research. Just kind of showing, I mean, this is Lisa Su's entire tenure at the company. She did join in October 2014. She's been there for over 10 years now. As you can see, revenue generally has grown under her tenure, and the stock made new all-time highs under her tenure as well. So this is just here. The white line is going to be the stock price of AMD at the end of each year. And then, of course, the green bars are going to be revenue growth. So she's done a good job. She was actually named, and this is a bit controversial at the time, she was named CEO of the Year by Time Magazine in 2024, which was notably not like the best time for the stock. It did make new all-time highs, but it closed a little bit lower on the year. So I think we're going to have to wait and see what happens. I think we believe in Lisa Su for a reason. She's clearly done a lot of good for the company. I think that their most recent Advancing AI event a couple months ago, that was a huge turning point for the stock. Like since then, we've really seen that continuous steady growth. So hopefully we don't need another Advancing AI to push this higher, but I think right now it's in a lot of people's good books. Let's hope it stays there. For SMCI, yeah, I think the history of this company is a bit
Hold on, before you go to SMCI, Dare, let me ask you something about AMD.
Yes.
So remember how they had issues building that MI 300 because NVIDIA was like taking all of Taiwan's semis capacity and they couldn't build any Adair, so they couldn't sell any. That's changing next year because that Arizona plant's coming, I think, coming more online, the expansion. So do you think that their volume, especially maybe here, we're kind of not gauging what they could be selling next year? Because realistically, they could have a lot of these, and the market can't seem to get enough AI chips on its hands.
So here's my qualm with the Arizona plant. We know that Donald Trump, president of the U.S., he wants everybody building in the U.S., right? So if everybody switched to Arizona, or be it a lot of people switching to Arizona, then I think we run into the same issues that we have in Taiwan.
That's a good point.
In Arizona. So I actually don't think that's the best solution. I'm going to put it wait and see on that, but I think that is a massive qualm that I have. And I actually think the more we have this, America first with regards to production, the more we have that, I think this is going to continue to be a big issue. And I actually wonder how much the administration has thought this out, because I think it is a massive problem. And then not only that, but then also you have companies, and I'll talk about NVIDIA here as well, unable to send their chips abroad because there was that report last week. The Commerce Department hasn't even been processing their applications. So they're not going to be able to build in the U.S. They can't send abroad. I really do not know what the Commerce Department is doing. And not to go on a rant here, but I think that really could be a concern. I think we could start seeing that in upcoming quarters, especially next year.
Good stuff, Adair. Just one more question here on AMD. You can see just on my chart here displayed that we're still down 22.7% off of those all-time highs. Do you think that the MI 400 has the ability to drag AMD to an all-time high and potentially breach it by the end of the year?
The market doesn't always care about fundamental catalysts. You know what I mean? A lot of times it does. It doesn't always. So I think putting the fate of AMD in the hand of one chip is something I'm not comfortable doing, and I don't know if the market is either.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's fair.
All right, guys, just want to bring your attention here. BTAI is taking out levels. We're in at 97. This thing just popped up into the $0.25 right now. So BTAI is on that good stuff. It's higher highs and higher lows. Be on the lookout here. I've posted at 25 and then at 30. So those are the two earnings names in chip world after the bell today. Make sure you're obviously catching that with the Katina Man, myself, and Adara right at 4 o'clock. Let's get to hims and hers because it sold off quite aggressively after this report. And there was some good, but there was some bad as well. So EPS beat 17 pennies. The street was looking for 15, so a bottom line beat. Revenue did miss, so that top line number did come in late. They printed 544.8 million. The street wanted 552 million, and then you saw what the shares did after that. Revenue did grow, though. 73% year over year, up from 315 million they printed last year on the quarter, with net income, that take-home money, rising to $42.5 million. Compare that to last year on the quarter when they printed 13.3. Adjusted EBITDA as well, above consensus of 73, coming in at 82. So a mixed kind of current quarter report there with that top line missing. Let's talk about the Q3 outlook, the guide, revenue guided here between 570 to 590. I don't know what the midpoint is, probably 580 because, 570, 590, the midpoint will be 580. So the midpoint there coming in a little light of consensus, 583 was the analyst expectation. So the guide light on the top number. EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA, that is, for Q3, coming in at 60 to 70 million, again, well below what the street was estimating there of 77.1. Some people saying it's margin compression and growth investments that are really the result of this as they throw money back into the company to grow it. Now, there's issues with what they're doing. There's a GLP controversy brewing here between them, Hims and Hers, and the actual producing companies, specifically Novo Nordisk in this case. So there's ongoing criticism over the continued sales of their compounded GLP-1s. Compounded GLP-1s means they're making these things on site in the pharmacy. And they're doing so despite the fact that the FDA had says the shortages are now resolved. They were allowed to compound these because there were shortages, there was back orders. So usually there's a special provision for that. That's no longer the case. And, you know, for their part, Novo Nordisk is basically saying that they're unapproved knockoff versions. Hims and Hers responds back and says, well, look, we're using this clinical exception because your formulation is causing allergies in some of our patients. So we're kind of remixing this so to avoid some of the allergens you're putting in there. That's their excuse. Novo Nordisk doesn't buy it. For their part, Novo Nordisk obviously dropped 30%. Hims and Hers dropped 30% after Novo Nordisk ended their partnership in June, citing the illegal compounding practices I just mentioned. And Novo accuses Hims and Hers of mass selling, Joseph, under false pretenses of personalization. They're not buying this allergy thing.
I mean, listen, we'll go over some things right now, but with Hims and Hers, just take a look at the stock from this time last year. It's up quite a bit. It's up really, really nice. All right, so we'll go over some other things here, but this is some things from a growth standpoint that you want to see in a nice, strong company. We'll go over that moment. 268%. Okay. So that's a nice move. Novo Nordisk. It's unfortunate that fell through, but here we go. Let's take a look at some of these here. So these are the previous 4 quarters. We have. Come on, you can do it. There we go. We have a beat. From September of 2024, it's come across the board that they beat on EPS every single time. And then sure enough, look at this here. Hims and Hers customer growth. This is exactly what I want to see. So you go from in 2020, you have now over 300 million or 3 million customers. So that's continuous growth. This is exactly what you want to see, continuously allocating customers and growing in that space. So that's something positive here in Hims and Hers. We like seeing that. I like this even more, Sharif. That's going to be the quarterly revenue. Okay, so you do see a little bit of a fall off in Q1 of 2025, but from 2020, a nice steady slope to $700 million, roughly, a little bit in between that in quarterly revenue. So that's a nice consistent growth. I think that they will have the ability to stay on this trajectory. It's unfortunate that the Novo Nordisk deal did fall through. They're not working with them anymore. But I think, as you mentioned before, every other fill is coming out GLP-1, Ozempic, whatever it may be. Bro. I think with the hair loss, obviously these weight loss drugs and other products that they sell, I think they're in the right path for sure.
Adira,
telehealth.
Let me put this to you. So remember we heard Amazon wanted to compete with Hims and Hers by having like their own sort of subscription program there. That hasn't been talked about lately.
We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But I think if they do, it's probably not a good look for Hims and Hers Health. We know the CEO, Andrew Dudum, came out really aggressively when Novo Nordisk canceled the partnership. He said, they're misleading the public. They wanted us to recommend Novo's drugs always, regardless of whether it was best for the patient. I mean, like, regardless whether those allegations are true, when that partnership was announced, we had tons of analysts downgrade because they were saying that apparently some of Novo's competitors, and I need to look into the veracity of this, but according to these analysts, the competitors of Novo are actually still maintaining relationships with, not competitors of Novo, competitors of Hims and Hers are maintaining relationships with Novo and Lilly. So yeah, it's a pretty bad look if one of the things that you got like famous and, benefited from these weight loss drugs, now one of the biggest companies doing it is like, hey, we don't want to work with you because we think you're essentially being dishonest. I think it's kind of a bad look for Hims and Hers. So I don't know. I have Lilly up here because I think, this is Lilly and Novo are really who Hims and Hers needs to work with. We had Lilly denying that they're in a partnership with the company. Novo ended theirs. So Hims and Hers is, I would say, for better or worse, it's a meme stock. Right now, I think that's probably for worse when it comes to the company's reputation.
That's an interesting look. I happen to agree, man. I think they're in a bit of a tight spot because, number one, they've got a huge competitor, possibly in Amazon, and they've aggravated the people that they're buying the actual drug supply from. So unless they're going to be able to get some generic provisions, which they won't, it's going to be an interesting look for them.
I don't know if I'm going to go. I get it has a meme aspect, but there's actually growth behind the company as well, too.
No question about it.
So I don't know.
Nobody's denying that.
Like GameStop is meme to me, right? Obviously, that company is not growing. It's starting to do. It's trading cards. They're putting Bitcoin on its balance sheet. The company is not growing. For me personally, there's actually growth behind this company, so I don't mind it as much. Are the valuations slightly high? Sure enough, but you can see it displayed right here that the customer base is growing and the revenue is growing. So
fair, man.
as for Mimi, it can be a little bit, yeah.
All right, let's talk about Tesla. So one of I want to say kind of a mixed bag in Mag 7 world today. Tesla's down about 0.5%. Not a bad look. They did have bad numbers, though, again, from Europe. Let's talk about it. Tesla's UK July sales dropped, oh my God, 59.91, so 60% year over year. They sold 987 cars. Last year, they sold about 2,500 cars in the same month. It's just, it's a tough look, man, but that's the way it is.
BYD.
BYD. All right, so the market share in the UK, Joseph, dropped down to 0.7%, down from over 2% last year on the quarter. And year to date, Tesla holds about a 2% share with about 23,708 units sold. I'm talking about in the United Kingdom, which is a 7% year over year decline. Let's talk about BYD, since you brought them up, Joey. BYD delivers massive growth in the UK. They sold, Katina Man, almost 3,200 cars in the UK, 3,184. That's in July alone. That's up from the 782 they sold last year. That's a 314% year-over-year increase. And year-to-date, UK sales are at about 22,574. That's the amount of cars BYD has sold year-to-date in the United Kingdom, capturing about 1.91% of the market. And BYD's UK growth, Joseph, year-over-year, you want that number? 514%, up from just 30, almost less than 3,700 cars last year. I know Assassino, you've known this company for a long time because they've been in Brazil for a hot minute. And Assassino, which is Andre, has been telling me about this car company for a while now. And now we're starting to see them in Western countries. Now, you're likely not going to see them in Canada or the United States because there's 100% tariffs on these Chinese EVs. I'll submit to you, it's out of fear as opposed to anything else, but that's just my opinion. Let's talk a little bit more about some headwind here, Joseph, more from Europe. Declining sales are not just in the United Kingdom. You're seeing it in Sweden, Denmark, France, and then UK to add to the woes. Tesla halted as well. New Model S and Model X orders in several of these regions because there's no demand. They say demand concerns. That to me means people aren't buying it. As well as the robotaxi issue here, nothing to do with Europe. Obviously, when we talk about robotaxi, it's still not out there. But apparently, I don't know if you knew this, Adira, they lack authorization from California to launch their robotaxi, despite obviously being active in the San Francisco Bay Area right now. So tough. You are aware of that, okay? So yeah, tough look there all around, Joey. Before we go to Adira.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Sharif. California registrations on Tesla down 21% year over year.
Crazy.
So yeah, I mean, come on, this guy's opening up a restaurant there. I don't know. Again, he's just like the car space, and I mentioned this before. The car industry is a tough one to be, and then now you're having these cheaper alternatives in the likes of some of these Chinese EVs stepping into the UK at significantly cheaper prices. They're gonna chew up some of Tesla's market share, and we're seeing that fully on display. I don't even know. That's triple-digit units being sold. That is embarrassing. It sucks. But it's a tough space, man.
I know, man, but like you can't say that their demand is down for EVs because look what BYD is doing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But it's just a rotation. We use that. We can use the example of Coinbase. Like, okay, Coinbase is a fantastic company, but you're starting to see a rotation into the likes of Robinhood and SoFi. Is this what we're seeing here in Tesla? Okay, so yeah, they're losing share, but they're losing it to BYD because they're just growing at a substantial pace, which is insane.
Adara, your look.
Yeah, my look is, so I actually looked this up again just as we were talking about it. So guys, not only, and I knew that California had come out and said, hey guys, Tesla has not been approved, but apparently this came out the other day. There's actually emails between, I guess, Tesla's policy advisor requesting clarification from the California DMV on permit requirement. So apparently Elon Musk has been painting this picture like California's denying us permits. Apparently the emails, like his guy in the policy advisory team is just apparently really meek and like not super forward. It seems like Tesla's the one that hasn't done the work and not the other way around, which is kind of a bad look and also put some things into question, right? That we've been told from the company they're being denied regulation or regulatory approval. Sounds like they would be allowed regulatory approval had they been applying, because
had they been what?
Had they actually been applying for it? That seems to be the issue, right? So, or at the very least, they kind of they haven't even allowed that to happen. So I think it's kind of a weird look for Tesla, I'll put it that way. I want to see how that all unfolds. But yeah, the other place where it's doing really well, to speak to Europe, Norway. Norwegians love Tesla. We've talked about this quite a lot. Norway loves EVs as well. Already here, 97.2% of all new passenger car registrations in Norway are BEVs. Tesla, apparently, once again, Tesla Model Y, the best-selling vehicle in Norway for July. So they're doing well in one place at the very least.
Which is interesting because I think generally, aside from Sweden, Adara, he's doing okay in Scandinavia, is he not?
Yeah, I think so. I think Sweden, though, it's a pretty bad one. I think Denmark as well, he's having issues. So Denmark, I think it's kind of iffy whether they're Scandinavia. But regardless, like Norway at the very least has just been killing it. And it's worth noting, like, we talk about these percentages, the actual number of vehicles is not huge. Like there were 715 Tesla Model Ys registered, which seems like not a lot, but it's proportionate to what you're getting, right? So it makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you, Adara. All right, let's go on to the next.
One last thing here. So one last thing.
Yep.
What is it? So we want to talk meme stocks. We know that Tesla has the ability to be so.
Sure.
What gets it out of this current trend, and what does Tesla and Elon and company need to do in order for this stock to make a new all-time high? Because we're not going to see it from the EV numbers.
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking both of you guys. What do you think we need to see from
here? We definitely need to see Robo-Taxi. We need to see the Model 2. It's nothing you haven't heard. And we definitely need to see, Optimus, which is likely going to be a higher margin product. I don't think Optimus is a needle moving.
No.
But I definitely want to see Robo-Taxi. I also want to see what they do with FSD when they license it to some other car makers. We know Ford's fighting for its life. Stellantis has been fighting for their life. So maybe if they get some FSD, it helps them move the needle a little bit. I want to see how he explores licensing of that product.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that front. FSD is definitely the thing. That's the forward look, I think, in Tesla.
I just want to mention this. Guys, BTAI is absolutely exploding to the high side here. It's at the day's high, 345. It's coming into that 50 penny area. Be on the lookout for some resistance at around that 50 penny area. I've only got one Beakwater left, so we're going to hold this piece for the dream and see where it ends up going. But BTAI, very interesting. Keep your eye out on that one. Let's talk a little Coinbase, though, Joey, because they're raising some money. I'm assuming they thought, they were going to raise money after a fantastic earnings report, but didn't end up that way. But let's talk exactly about what's happening. So they're unveiling a $2 billion convertible senior note offering. The raise includes two components here, guys. So $1 billion of that $2 billion is going to be due in 2029. The other $1 billion is going to be due in 2032. Plus, there's going to be $150 million, what they're calling a green shoe option for each tranche. I don't know what green shoe means, but I'm sure you guys can definitely look that up. The notes are senior, unsecured. Interest on them is paid semi-annually, and they're convertible into cash, stock, or both at the company's discretion. They're also employing what's called a capped call strategy to limit dilution. So here's what they're doing. They're initiating a capped call transactions to offset dilution from note conversion. So the transactions are designed to protect equity holders and reduce share issuance risk. So a portion of the proceeds will actually fund the capped calls, a move often seen as shareholder friendly. So if you're holding Coinbase and you're worried about the raising, maybe worry less a little here. And the use of funds, Joey. So what are they going to use the funds for? What are they going to use the funds for? They're going to use it to support working capital, CapEx, investments, acquisitions, as well as debt repurchases. So I don't know. This was always a euphemism for me, is like we're adding Bitcoin to the balance sheet, but I think, this one's a little on the nose.
Yeah, I mean, so here it is. A green shoe option is a financial mechanism used during an initial public offering that allows underwriters to sell more shares originally planned. So there you go. You have that offering there. Typically up to 15% extra if demand is strong. Underwriters initially agreed to sell a fixed number of shares. If investors' demand exceed expectations, they can exercise the green shoe option to sell additional shares. This helps stabilize the stock price at the IPO by increasing supply and reducing volatility. All right. So new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading?
No.
Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
My bad.
Coinbase, it's all good, brother. Coinbase, see, I think you start grabbing this, right? For me personally, I think you have the ability to do so. You just continue.
Not worried about that gap down, Joey?
Well, of course you want to wear it. Of course. But see, that's the thing, though, Sharif. As an experienced trader, when everybody's worrisome, isn't that when you're supposed to start slowly buying some if you do have the capital?
That's fair.
In, right? So blood in the streets is when you want to buy. I think we have a lot of examples of when that's been the case. Tariff turmoil.
Oh.
You slowly start allocating off of those lows. You're down 20%. Well, guess what? Start dabbling your money into see what you're going in. Some of these strong names. I think we're going to see some continuous growth within, even though transactions were down 32%, 32 and a quarter to be exact. I think if you run into some support levels, you see some more indecision, you might get a bounce. And I think for the long term, Coinbase is going to be just fine.
I like it. Adira, give us your take on this $2 billion offering. Is it just noise, or is there anything to this story?
I mean, I don't think it's a great look for, as you said, a company that had a pretty rough earnings report to then come out and be like, hey, guess what? We have an offering. And I think, too, we talked about that bullish IPO. That is the name of the company, BLSH. That's going to be coming to market next Wednesday. That's a crypto exchange as well. Like, we've had a lot of these crypto plays that are coming to market lately. Of course, eToro, Webull, Circle. Yep. I could go on and on. And I think other than the fact that Coinbase quite literally financially benefited from the Circle IPO, and we talked about how that was basically the only reason they were profitable, other than that, I don't really know what Circle stands to gain from these IPOs of these, financial, these crypto-related companies, right? So all of that's to say, I think in general, this is just an additional piece of brick here into a story that's building that is not really good for Coinbase. Like, I was seeing a price target on this yesterday, 248. Honestly, that sounds about right. Like, we're holding 300 really well today. We briefly broke below it, then bounced again. But yeah, I think fundamentally, it looks bad. Technically, it looks bad. And I'm sorry to keep playing the devil's advocate in all these names, guys, but I do like to look at things at a bit of a different perspective. And I think right now, unless it can beautifully hold 300, I don't really know for COIN. And I think the fact they're now introducing an offering maybe puts it in the league of crypto stocks it doesn't necessarily want to be a part of.
Personally, I just think it's okay if the money is going to be spent in an accretive way. Yeah. So if they're going to be looking to acquire more customers, expand their offerings, I want to see some sort of TAM expansion, total addressable market. Otherwise, to me, it's just, you're playing with shareholder money.
That's fair.
So I completely agree with what you said.
To add to your TAM expansion, so what happens when everything becomes tokenized? Do you think that Coinbase can have the ability to get into trading equities as well too within stocks? I think that's why I think Coinbase is going to be just fine in the long run, because they most definitely will push for that. If everything becomes when everything becomes tokenized.
Well said, Joey. All right, let's go on to the next one over here. Fitch downgrading Intel amid what it calls weak credit metrics and competitive pressures. So Fitch Ratings downgraded Intel long-term issuer Default and senior unsecured ratings from BBB down to BBB, down from BBB plus, guys, with negative outlook. The downgrade reflects what they're calling worsening demand, weaker than expected profitability, and macroeconomic headwinds, which is limiting their growth, according to Fitch. Fitch cited weak credit metrics and noted Intel must improve their product roadmap execution and reduce. I'm going to lose it. Reduce net. I'm going to have to message Brent. Can you tell Brendo to tell them to keep it down? To reduce net debt level down to 12 to 24 months and regain leverage alignment. Intel shift towards like the demand-linked foundry model. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Take over for a second since I've got a message.
Yeah.
Take over for a second?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up here. So here it is, guys. So, okay, so you went over some things, some competitive landscape tightenings. Intel is facing heightened competition from NXP, Broadcom, AVGO, AMD, and others. Fitch highlighted these peers despite weaker market positions, having stronger balance sheets and more stable financial structure. All right, so here it is. We'll take a look at this one. And then here we go. Liquidity profile still on hold. Despite the downgrade, Intel maintains a solid liquidity cushion, including $21.2 billion in cash equivalents, and short-term investments as of June 28. An unknown $7 billion credit revolver and an additional $5 billion revolver due to January 20 of 26. Now watch this implications. Investors should monitor potential capital allocation changes or cost cutting to support credit health. Intel may remain under pressure until execution visibility improves and leverage metrics align with investment grade standards. Competitor strength, TSMC, AMD, Broadcom, and macro demand signals are key to sentiment and valuation re-ratings.
Yeah, good call there, Joey. All right. So I don't think Adair is there.
No, she's not here right now. No.
Yeah. So here's the deal. So despite the downgrade, though, obviously Intel maintains that solid liquidity cushion they've been talking about. They've got about 20. Did you cover this part?
Yeah, I did everything. Yeah. So we went over that. There.
All right. So let's just move on to the next one here. Lemonade pops on Q2 What's Lemonade up to at the moment? Let's find out. LMND. Where are we at? We're up 30%, almost 30%, 29 and a quarter percent. So this one surged only 9.3% in the pre-market. So there you go. It was really an after the bell kind of situation there, beating consensus both on the top and bottom line, with Q2 revenue coming in at $164.1 million, topping that $160.8 expected by the street. That was up, guys, from $122 million they printed year over year last quarter, with GAAP EPS coming in negative, obviously. 60 pennies. They're still losing money, but that was better than the minus 80 pennies that the street was expecting, and certainly improved from Q2 when they lost about 81 pennies per share. So good improvement there. Now let's talk about their 2021 full year. They raised their 2021 revenue guidance from between 710 to 716 million. The prior guide there was a lot lower, 661 to 663 was the guide. Their in-force premium guidance lifted up here from 1.036 billion up to 1.039, again up from the 1.2 that they had last quarter. Now let's talk about what they're doing in Europe and their growth drivers. They highlighted their car in Europe as two high growth segments. Their telematics features led to about a 60% increase in conversion rates versus that Q4 baseline that we had as a comparator, a comp. And car insurance grew 25% quarter over quarter, improving market efficiency. The customer metrics and their profitability here there's nothing really bad to say. Customer count grew 24% year over year. Premium paid users grew up to about $402. That's the average cost. And the net loss ratio improved down to 69%, down from 82, Joey.
Ooh, Lemonade. All right. I mean, big time gap up on the daily here, guys. So that's why we're experiencing a nice move from 41 to a high of around 49. So that's 20% move in one day. So that's something positive. Other than that, we don't trade this too much from an intraday standpoint. There was liquidity in the early 15 minutes, but you can see it really start to dry off. And then sure enough, you just get this sideways price action and a lot of it. So choppy stuff, not something an everyday trader that we usually move, but a nice bull flag pattern forming on the intraday chart right there, Sharif. So,
Adair, what's your look on Lemonade?
Sorry. Hi, yeah, I think the fact that this has held up so well on earnings day one is really impressive because we know that very few of these earnings day one plays have actually held those gaps. I think the numbers in general are certainly of interest. Like customer count growth is always good. Improving your net loss ratio is solid. When I looked through this report, I didn't see anything negative, and I think the market's seeing it that way as well. Like as Joe said, it's not necessarily one that we see a lot of intraday trading on, though I know Neil has, I believe, intraday traded this one before perhaps. I believe there's a decent short float on this name too, so like, there's certainly the retail attention. Yeah, I don't know if when life gives you lemons, maybe you put your money into lemonade. I'm not quite sure, but if you did today, then you do really well. It was just a hard trade to get into even. Yeah, so short float here, 30.3%. So certainly significant. It's part of the Russell 2000, $4.5 billion market cap. Yeah, I mean, I think...
It's a pretty long.
And not to make another pun, but I think we could squeeze here if we break out of this bull flag, and that could either be today or tomorrow. So this actually might be a name I would watch going forward as well. With that in mind, some of these other insurance names had a good move today too. UNH and HUM, CNC, these are the health insurers. But either way, it was, interestingly enough, a pretty good day for insurance no matter where you looked. Yeah.
Yeah, so something interesting here, I was just looking up on Lemonade, and I don't know if this is necessarily the float, but the demand here is really interesting. There's something around 40% now. I don't know where that went, so thanks for doing that. It's so embarrassing. We were just
I'm not
looking
seeing
at
a different number,
what
Joey.
were you
Trade Ideas has 30.5%.
So for roughly
you're
around
not
40%,
Yeah,
right? So
you're not
around a
off.
40% short float, and that can explain a lot in this squeeze here. What I did, just to reference something, Sharif, is I pulled up the Robinhood.
Okay.
I'll show you. It was only around 1%, just a little bit under that. So I think that's somewhat accurate. So 40% short float here, potentially in Lemonades.
That's a good look there, Joey. Good squeeze potential. Let's talk about Figma. There's not much to talk about. I just want to give you some dates and some numbers so that if you're invested in the name or if you're looking at trading the name, you have some data here. So let's start with the IPO market and the strength of the IPO market. We've had over 200 IPOs so far year to date in 2025. Compare that to 2024 when it was very, very silent. So you love, that intensified move for these IPOs, but it's also intensified the FOMO as people have seen what CoreWeave did. Newsmax, Webull, obviously Figma, Circle. So the FOMO's getting there. July was the hottest, obviously, IPO month year to date so far. We'll have to see if August or any of the other months remaining can top it. Time will tell. But here's the specifics with respect to Figma. Listen to this, Joey. 4.2 million shares only are tradable out of the 410 that actually exist, with the rest actually locked up for 6 months, which is the IPO lockup period. The volatility will remain high as a result until the insiders can sell some of their shares, and what analysts are predicting is a secondary offering likely coming. Figma trades, at least it did, I don't know where it's at right now, at 133 times forward PS ratio, making it pricier than Snowflake and even NVIDIA. And despite the hype, stock's down about 18%, at least it was at the time of the writing of this article, from the highs already, a sign of, what could be fragile sentiment. I mean, I hate to make that statement because the IPO market's so hot, but who knows?
It's extremely hot. So there you go. So only 4 million shares were actually tradable. So the float rotation that we experienced on Figma can play a big part on that move from $84 to $150, because there's only so many times that those shares can change hands. And then sure enough, if someone's continuously offering higher and higher and higher, that's when you see these insane squeezes that we experienced here in Figma. So that float rotation must have been absurd.
It was ridiculous. Probably, I don't know, 100 times float rotation. That's one day.
Easily.
I have no idea. Dara, give us your take on Figma right here, because this has been interesting to say the least.
So my take on Figma is we're really respecting that IPO open price of $85. $85 was the low of the day, and I was actually in the Figma short when it got to that 85, and we bounced at like 85.06, right? So I think it's pretty impressive. I would keep an eye here on that $85 level, but Sharif, I think if we break 85, oh boy. I think we quadunk to you. I'm just using everybody's phrases today, but I think that'll be like a really good level. Like I only took out a quarter of my position at 85 because I was like, maybe we'll break lower. Right now, it does not want to. So I think you're right. I think people are FOMOing in, but I think what's interesting too is even with all of this hype, in this case with all this decline, yesterday it respected that 93 level, which was the open after the first halt, or I guess where it halted the first time, 93. Yesterday we respected the halt level. Today, we're respecting the IPO levels. So it does show, even in all of its kerfuffle and craziness, it is showing some respect for previous levels. And that, I think, is significant, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adara. Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, Adara. Not that I wasn't listening, but there's a lot of noise back there, so it's really hard to be able to hear what you said. I'm sorry about that. All right, guys, let's go on to the next story over here. Pfizer reporting earnings today. I don't want to say anything bad about the company, but yeah. Interesting look, 78 pennies is what they printed in EPS, 58 expected, so a 20 penny beat there. A strong beat, in fact, 34% beat on revenue of $14 and 2/3 billion ahead of that 13.56, so $1 billion beat on that top line. Not bad, and up 10% year over year, easily exceeding analyst forecasts. Their net income, Joey, came a little lighter than $3 billion, but that's good take-home money right there, about 51 pennies per share. And look at this, guys. They printed $41 million in profit last year. They almost printed a $3 billion spot right there. So that's a marked improvement, showing major post-COVID recovery in terms of profitability. Let's talk about their full-year guide. They raised their full-year adjusted profit outlook now, earnings per share, that is, between $2.90 to $3.10, up from $2.80 to $3, their earlier guide. They maintained their full-year 2025 revenue forecast between $61 to $64 billion, again, signaling stronger long-term growth progress. And their forecast includes a $1.35 billion one-time charge that's related to a deal with the Chinese firm 3S Bio. It's going to be recorded in Q3, though, so it won't be readily apparent on their balance sheet at the moment. Now let's talk about their COVID products. I hate to talk about this. I don't know how to Comirnaty COVID vaccine brought in about $381 million. Paxlovid, which is antiviral, brought in about $427 million. And what they're saying is they see COVID sales rebounding due to better international contracts as well as price hikes. So it looks like they're increasing prices there. They do have other drugs that are starting to pick up steam here. They noted that revenue drivers included Vyndaqel family of heart drugs. Management did note strong performance across the broader mix of treatments, but there is cost-cutting and cost-cutting pressures here. Pfizer reiterated it's on track actually to deliver about $7.7 billion in cost savings. So I shouldn't say cost pressures, cost savings. That's going to be achieved, according to the company, by 2027 across 2 different restructuring plans. But there are political risks. We saw what Donald Trump said today on his Squawk Box interview that likely we're expecting tariffs on pharmaceuticals maybe this week, maybe next. He calls for lower drug prices and tariffs on imported pharmaceuticals. That remains a headwind. And Pfizer's outlook says they already factor in current tariffs, but not any new sector-specific tariffs. Again, that could be what Donald was referring to today. So we'll have to see how that all works out, Joey, but not a bad report.
Yeah, good report. Obviously, you've seen those numbers here. But from a technical standpoint, Pfizer, really tough space. Obviously, it peaked up in COVID and hasn't had the ability to recover. We'll go off of the April lows as we do with a lot of these names. And it's just pennies on the dollar, essentially. For me personally, Pfizer and Moderna, I'm past the trading stage of some of these names. Why aren't you working? That's fantastic. Anyways, I was just trying to get a percentage metric from you guys on what we are off those lows. But for me, Pfizer is going to need a lot more under its belt to continue to climb higher. And if you just want to talk about being a repeat offender, Donald Trump's thinking about increasing the tariffs. What do you say, 125% by the end of this year, 250% preceding that the following year? So, I mean, it's not going to be too good of a look in some of these biopharma names. So for me, Pfizer is just a name that I wouldn't be paying too much attention
to.
And
I got to tell you, Joey, just from my perspective, the product pipeline is...
It's narrow, right?
Yeah, it's not great. Like, this company was all the rage.
It's like they get to go through all these trials, and then what happens when one of the trials or the phases doesn't go as planned? It's like all that was priced in gets baked out if they can't proceed with some of the medicine. I think.
Adara, this company's had 3 canceled GLP-1 phase 1 or 2 studies. That's not the look.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad, but they have something else, that's very different from Lilly, very successful with GLP, but they have something in common with Lilly, which is the fact that both well, also Regeneron here. Pfizer, Regeneron, Eli Lilly, they were the only tariff letters that were addressed to the CEO's first name. I have this hilarious image up once again. Donald Trump, for these three companies, so Lilly, Pfizer, and Regeneron, crossed out the last name of the CEO in the letter and replaced it with their first name, which I'm guessing he wrote in his own hand with his very chunky Sharpie marker. So what this means here is that he's trying to curate a more personal relationship with these CEOs, and we have more evidence to support that. Pfizer and Lilly CEOs, at the very least, were visiting Trump at Mar-a-Lago prior to his inauguration. And number two, we actually had this morning on the earnings call, CEO Albert Bourla saying, hey, I actually spoke to Trump after we got this letter. So he's in active communication with the president. I actually think that a lot of these other companies are going to continue to have these tariff concerns. I'm not saying that Pfizer is at all immune, pun kind of intended, from these tariffs, but I do think the fact that their CEO has a relationship with Trump and has been meeting with him frequently, I actually think it's a good sign for the company, relatively speaking, and only relatively speaking.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, we'll have to see how that all works out. Good luck there, Adair. Let's talk about the Department of Energy kicking off their first advanced nuclear fuel pilot. So the DOE has conditionally selected Standard Nuclear as the first company accepted into its new fuel line pilot program that was announced back in July. The pilot is a core part of President Trump's EO executive order on deploying advanced nuclear reactors, obviously for national security and what he calls energy independence. The program is kind of designed to eliminate U.S. reliance on foreign enriched uranium and promote the private sector investment in advanced nuclear technology. Standard Nuclear will build and operate the fuel facilities in both Tennessee and Idaho under the DOE's authorization. So the new facility will focus on triso fuel. I don't know exactly what this is, but according to the article, it's a critical material for next-gen nuclear reactors. And the fuel pilot supports the Department of Energy's broader advanced reactor pilot program, which targets at least 3 reactors achieving criticality by July 4th of 2026. It's a whole lot of macro speak there, but you do like the push into nuclear, at least, for these data center AI buildouts, as well as the EV infrastructure, which, if you're believing the projections, will be over capacity, will require more than what we have right now in terms of energy, Joey. So interesting look. And you also got to say, shout out to Canada. We got uranium in spades. Shout out to Saskatchewan, baby. Come to us.
Yeah, a lot of energy. We heard Kevin O'Leary talking about it.
Did he?
Yeah, we were talking a lot about, he was, I think Adair conducted the
Adair asked him about it.
Yeah, exactly. So just from an energy standpoint, we have the opportunity to be a powerhouse, right? Fuel a lot of these data centers that are being built in the States as well, too. So yeah, really good look on that one. We'll see. But as for the actual XLE energy space, for me, not in anything I'd be looking to get involved in personally. I want more risk on, right? I want to go with what the flow is, and I think right now that is going to be tokenization. This is me personally. Tokenization and obviously the AI boom. So that's something that I want to continuously focus on for the foreseeable future until otherwise.
I like it. Adair, give us your take quick, because we're a little bit tight on time.
To give my take, and my take is actually about a different side of this. So regardless of, I think, nuclear energy space looking really good, commodities-based energy maybe not so good. We did have Wells Fargo's institutional arm actually downgrading the outlook for the commodity side of things. So we had CVX move lower, XOM actually spiked lower when this came out. So you can kind of see here, I think it was this push lower. Regardless, kind of recovering now, but the point is, I think energy is not a one-size-fits-all game anymore. Maybe it hasn't been for a while, but I think now it's very clear you kind of have to pick your lane. Nuclear, which seems to be doing very well. It's gotten support from the Department of Energy, or these more traditional names. And to be fair, the more traditional names do have upside as well with drill, baby, drill. So there could always be strength there too. But yeah, I think it's very much how you want to play them. If you're trading them longer term, should be distinctly different, I think.
And that's always like the decision, the dichotomy. Do you invest in the commodity, or do you invest in the company that takes the commodity and makes it into a product with margin? So great point by you, Adara.
Thank you.
Great point. All right, one quick one over here. Caterpillar, we didn't really get to this one. We'll just cover it super quick as the boys get ready. So Caterpillar fell. I don't know where it's at right now after missing Q2 profit expectations, despite beating the sales estimate and raising their full year outlook. So EPS, adjusted EPS, that is, dropped to $4.79. That was below the $4.89 the street wanted. And also markedly down from where it was last year on the quarter, where they printed $5.99, Joey. Net income also declined 18.7% down to $2.18 billion, marking the second straight EPS miss and the third in the last 4 quarters. We'll get to why, because they keep reinvesting more in research and development. Total sales dipped as well, 0.7% year over year, down to about a little bit more than $16.5 billion, but slightly above consensus. The street wanted 16 1/3. Sales volumes, though, did increase and was offset by a $414 million impact from lower pricing. Their segment performance here was kind of mixed. Energy and transportation sales grew 7%, up to $7.25 billion, with construction industries revenue declining 7% down to $6.23 billion, really kind of reflecting the pricing pressure and possibly what could be slower demand, Joey. So CAT expects moderate sales growth. Now we're talking about the guide in Q3, while the consensus is about a 6.6%, I should say, year-over-year growth based on that $16 billion top line number. And the full year outlook now calls for sales to be slightly higher than in 2024, but that was revised upward from the prior about flat forecast.
Yeah, so to just go back onto the point where you guys said, are you going to use the commodity or the company that you are look into the commodity or the company that uses it? All right. I think this is going to be the same instance in CAT. You're building data centers. You're building. There it is, CAT. Someone's got to use the excavators. You need the machines to dig. And I think CAT's going to benefit from that, as well as John Deere too. So.
Adair, a final say on CAT? Okay, no worries. Take your time. Okay, so we will. It's okay, Adair. We'll because we're about. Okay, we're going to Adair. She's got news.
Yeah, sorry about that. Novo Nordisk popping here. I would keep an eye on Hims and Hers. Apparently, the company just announced they're expanding their legal action to protect their U.S. patients from, quote, unsafe, non-FDA approved compounded semaglutide. So Novo Nordisk popping here as they basically deride companies like Hims and Hers. Hims and Hers dumping. Again, guys, in case you missed it, Novo Nordisk, as we discussed during the news segment, they're actually... they had this legal action against Hims and Hers. Apparently, they're expanding their legal action now against companies like Hims. Back to you.
Or back to us. No, man, Hims just can't catch a break. It's like, are you kidding me?
It finally started going, and then, well, you had a good top tick there.
Well, it was, well, I slapped the fail for not getting the long on Hims early. But, yeah, Novo Nordisk to the upside there. I was just looking at Hims. That story probably better for Novo and not very good. Hims had disappointing earnings. We're going to talk about all these names. I'm assuming it'll probably end up, I'm going to make the assumption that it'll end up on the rundown. Hims, Palantir, I would guess. Like those two names on earnings. It's like you don't have much to choose from when it came to earnings for excitement last night. Tonight, you have too much to choose from when it comes to earnings. Although I will boldly predict that most people are interested in AMD and SMCI tonight after the bell. So yeah, not good for Novo Nordisk. Sorry, good for Novo Nordisk. Hims to the downside. We'll talk about all those names. But the funny thing is, well, I don't know if it's funny. It's just interesting thing is for all the selling off that the chips were doing this morning, not so much anymore. AMD's back to green and churning higher. NVIDIA is almost green, but well above the volume weighted average price. Let's just go over to what's happening right now. So I'm short Palantir. I went long twice, but I'm short Palantir at the VWAP move. So zoom in, VWAP, trend break, short underneath, give it to the prior bar, and look for a little bit of a pushback there. So that's what I'm sitting in right now. But man, these chips are really starting to come back in here, going into a couple of big names after the bell, which should be wild. You got the Dream Team once again. Aftermarket locked and loaded for big chip earnings and others. It's not like it's just SMCI and AMD reporting. My guess is they're just two of the more interesting ones.
And by the Dream Team, of course, you mean Sharif, Adara, and myself. We're missing Neil. We're missing Joe. We don't have the complete roster.
We can't give them all 5 because then it's just.
We can soon.
It's too much.
We can't.
Where's
soon.
that from?
What's up, Joe?
Remember that thing? It's like
it's too much. It's too much. I don't know. I always say it all the time. I don't know. I just
Sean
think
would
it's
say
like an
that all
Italian
the
thing.
time. It's an Italian thing, but it's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna have to think about where that one's from. We just shorted. We covered our TQQ trade. I saw Joey trading a little bit of that this afternoon as well, or during the midday. But we just shorted a little bit there at 87 at VWAP. If it pulls down, fine. But the trade that I'm looking for right now is the same as what we did yesterday. We absolutely nailed yesterday Palantir. We were going long at the end of the day on. Oops, sorry, I was called up on Palantir, heading towards the report. And yeah, the report was a banger, and as was that trade at the end of the day on Palantir yesterday. We just started buying it off the 200 period, up and away goes PLTR. So we'll see if we can have some similar luck here with AMD this afternoon. Palantir, great trade. We'll talk about all of these. We'll talk about the reports. We'll do our own little rundown similar to what they do there on the midday, as we want to talk more news-based stuff. I think a 78 break gets us going, so I'm going to wait to see if we are lucky enough to grab a 78 long on AMD. But here we go, man. It's reloaded, so it's kind of the same position. We haven't hit this in a while, so it's right there. It's reloaded. So we've got a nice little downside play there. We'll re-short it right now, and we'll see if these futures want to tick a little bit lower. I'm bidding 70s to see if we can get that. That's the 50 period. And then after that, we'll see what goes up must come down, and the futures just went up, so we're at VWAP. Let's see if we want to test these trades out. But yeah, I hope everyone had a great midday show there. Did you get out for your walk?
I did.
That's good.
I went for a walk, but I'll be honest. Like, I came back like with a, I don't know, like the air quality's bad. It's
the air quality.
It's just like I'm already having issues with like the sinuses, like, and all that stuff, and so like my eyes are all irritated. It just happens a lot easier. Like, I'm all puffed up, and it's not. I think it's literally
there's these
the air
wildfires right now.
We've had a bunch of wildfires.
Quebec,
so the air quality in Toronto. What's crazy?
Like surrounding our province.
Toronto hit number 9 or 9.
Number 2 it was. I thought it was over the weekend.
Oh, well, it was top 10. Sorry,
yesterday?
It's not top 10. Bottom 10 in the world cities for air quality.
Yeah, top 10 worst air quality.
Top 10 worst air quality.
We were number 1 a couple weeks ago. I think it was maybe the days where we were getting our You got your baseball canceled, I think, one of those days.
Yeah, that was a bad
but yeah, so,
it's our last week.
Yeah, stay inside. Apparently getting a lot better, though.
Thank goodness.
Very, very soon. So yeah, even in New Jersey, yeah, I know it's bad. We were in Ottawa, which is close to the border there between the United States as well. And yeah, we had some friends from the U.S. that were like, "Wow, air quality," and yeah, crazy. What are you gonna do? Yeah, there it is, man. Thank you so much to Demand a Myth, the legend, Demand a Myth. Got to put the legend after that. Great show. Much respect and credit to the whole team. App has earnings report Wednesday. Yeah, okay. Can you have your opinion, technical TA wise, so technical analysis wise? So that's App.
App loving.
So yeah, I don't know if you have it up, but me and Neil and I can obviously look at anything you guys want us.
Well, I want to throw up the old e-signal chart.
Here. Yeah, okay.
If we're going to, because I like to look, when we're talking about earnings, sometimes you want to look at a higher time frame, and I like ye old weekly, which just, it loads faster on e-signal. Oh, thank goodness it did. You never want to say that, and then it doesn't.
I know, that's what I was going to say. Imagine,
which would be kind of jokes. I don't have names for patterns like this, but like it already, I suppose.
I knew boombastic.
Yeah, the boombastic. No, like the 420 to 425 on a weekly chart looks like you know what kind of resistance on App Lovin'. But the prayer would be that you get anything. Look at the respect this stock on a weekly has with the 50 period on the weekly. If you like the stock, you almost want it to come down there. Buy for App Lovin', to steal something from Kramer. I love when he does that. I can't do it like Kramer does it, but like it's about $300. I think that makes it enticing for a dip buy. I don't know, like it's weird to like the froth up here. And again, for a weekly chart, like you're going to take some time to get down there, but you got to look at the longer time frame. Let's go over. I believe Sharif is ready. He's locked and loaded. There's a lot going on around us. Sanding, they're moving cables, but we still got to run down. Anyway,
we're moving the. I don't know when it's happening, but they are moving their production stuff around.
Looks like
Mark,
soon.
when is that happening? Mark, do you know? Tonight? When are you guys moving all this stuff? Okay, so yeah, beginning this week. So get ready. It's my most nervous thing because it's all of the equipment moving over there, but the guys have definitely got their P's and Q's and everything all the time. How confident are you? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the part I'm nervous about. Yes.
Okay.
Mark is confident.
Here's the thing. You got if you've seen Randy, you've seen Rob, you haven't seen a lot of Mark. For Mark to say he's confident, we're good.
Yeah, like I know he's very
he
structured.
Wouldn't say it if it wasn't Hundy P.
Okay.
It's like think about it this way.
Hundy P.
It's like when I say the Cowboys.
Talking like the kids now.
The Cowboys are going to go 8-9. You know it's a lock because I'm perfectly rational.
8-9. You're that confident, eh? 8-9. You're that confident.
8-9. 8-9.
No, Sharif. Where's Sharif?
8-9,
Oh, there's Sharif.
8-9, Sharif.
All right. He's trash talking your Cowboys, but it's okay.
He's acting like he wasn't paying attention when I said the Cowboys are going 8-9 this year. 8-9 this year, you guys are going.
Man.
Which, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know math, that is a 47% winning percentage.
Anybody that doesn't know math, wow.
Oh, apparently.
Very aggressive.
Apparently, my trash talking of the mic.
Oh, the mic
has
is
got
off.
my mic doing issues.
All right.
Let's go to
Sharif
This is
and see
literally what
what
I'm supposed to do when my mic has.
Does it like massage like the
That's what they tell me to
antenna?
do.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
All right, guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're trolling me, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get into the chat. Vote for whatever ticker you want, 1 to a zillion letters. I don't know, Fabian, did you put a limit on the letters? I don't think so. Make sure to get your vote in every day, though. It registers, and then we'll tally all the submissions by the Afternoon Rundown. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. 3 in negative territory, 1 in positive. That's on the bottom left of your screen right there. Up 1/3% is the Russell 2000. Good look. The NQ down 1/4 with the Russell as well. Sorry, with the ES also down 1/4%. And the Dow essentially flat though. Fabian was about to walk into the shot. Essentially flat is the Dow. Let's have a look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you guys. Palantir, no surprise there. Great look for Palantir reporting earnings after the bell yesterday, boosting their sales guidance, guys, and easily beating on top and bottom line.
Look, I mean, there's not much to say about Palantir, right? We talked about that we just talked about with AMD and looking to get the long going into it. I just think that there's not much going to stop this company. We've already mentioned here, just the forward AI movement is strong. I mean, you can see NVIDIA, we're excited for AMD later on today. So Palantir there, it has a 200 handle written all over it. We're going to wait to see when it gets up there. It's nice to see that kind of a report come through. Their first time they've got the $1 billion revenue. And again, when you're talking about 93% revenue growth, 53% revenue growth on government contracts. There's no, in my opinion anyways, we talked about the boombasticness of what the executives were talking about on the report. It's going to be a good one. There's not even a huge short percentage in this name, right? And it still continues to climb higher. There wasn't anything in the report that was shocking at all. The valuation, as I said before, is a problem. If we're going to talk about what the one thing would be, a 700 PE is huge, and there's not many companies that are like that. But this is vaulted from a company that just listed 5 years ago to now where it is today, right? And so I think we should all just respect what they've been doing. And again, you don't have to love the stock. I mean, it is a difficult stock sometimes to wrap your head around, but you do have to respect what they've been doing with it. And it's just a lot of upside here for PLTR. I think it continues to go. I mean, every single level seems to be getting bought up. There has been opportunities to go short in this name, but this is a 50-period moving average on the daily. It looks pretty strong to me. So yeah, happy to be in this name. Haven't taken anything out. Waiting for 195. That's going to be my out, and then we'll go from there. But Palantir just continues to improve. I don't know.
Well, why 195? Is that like
just ahead of 200?
Number in front of 2.
Yeah, nothing to do with anything.
Well, I was because
like I'll take out like 20 shares up there.
What about the Fibonacci? I don't use Fibonacci's, but some people like to.
Do you use Finobacci's?
Oh well, everybody should use Finobacci's instead of Fibonacci's. Sharif.
No, it's honestly just because you have even dollars.
Yeah,
you know, like it's. I remember getting some out at 50 when it first went up there. Okay. And then again,
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could change it to 198 either way. I think it's.
Oh, apparently I'm not even massaging the mic right.
Neil, come on, man. Get yourself together.
Well, okay, so just very quickly, really, that was questionable. Hopefully no one saw what you were doing to the microphone there, Fabian, but that's all right. No,
Fabian does the microphones in his own time is his own
I'm
thing.
not judge, and we're a judgment-free zone up here.
Are we?
You know what? No, we're not. Actually, yeah, we judge all the time. let's be real.
Yeah,
we
I
judge
mean,
all the
judged
time.
every
What he
day.
was doing with the microphone was
Questionable.
It was questionable. It was very questionable. But that's all right, as long as it works. Look, VWAP, I'm shorting it off of VWAP. It was a long twice off 170. The first time, I didn't really get, like I said, I missed the full fill a little tighter to the pre-market lows. But when it reverted off the level, I didn't play it to VWAP. I played it to 72s. This is a short VWAP to 71. It's making higher lows. I don't know where the top is on this. I'm gonna throw out a theory. Because it held the channel for so long on the daily that was about 20 bucks, I'm just gonna go with 185 for a local high because this is a $20 channel that we held from May till now. So I always like the symmetry of things like that. Like if it was in a channel for 20 bucks, then why wouldn't the up move be 20 bucks from here? So let it settle down. I think you go long into 165 on any serious dips in this bad boy and look for 185.
This is the number one performing stock in the S&P 500 this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously it's going to be a little higher price.
Frothy.
Yeah, it's frothy, right? I mean, it's just like, ask yourself this. Everybody that's saying like Palantir shouldn't be at this price, then go short. I mean, that's, that would be adding fuel to the fire as far as
I would
I'm
sell
concerned.
covered calls.
I want everybody just go
it.
short. I think
if you own it, selling covered calls is way safer.
well, exactly. Yeah, I could sell covered calls.
Because if you're going to sell in front of 200, then you could just, whatever. I have no idea. Like Joey Joey. It is Joey.
Yeah, Joey
could tell you,
why not?
Could tell you the value. But the problem is you probably wanted to do that a while ago.
Maybe before earnings.
Yeah, maybe a few weeks ago.
So
after is better?
No, but there's still an 11. Okay.
I'm talking about like a month ago, though.
Yeah, you don't want to trade too much. No, but you want to write, if you are writing, you want to write heading into earnings, right? Because you get, why? Because then things are higher. Yeah, I'm okay with it's about the 195 print. Anyways, we'll talk about that more. I put the 195 there before earnings.
Right.
It's not like I put it there today. I was just hoping that we could get a wild spike up to those levels. But with an 11%, we have to check it out. It's probably gone down now because now earnings was here and it's not doing anything. But we did have an 11% move implied by Friday on this name still. So I don't know. We'll have to look at that if that move has changed at all. But all right, let's go over. That's AMD. That's Palantir. Reported last night. The biggest one that I think everyone's going to be paying attention to tonight, anyways, is going to be AMD. What does that mean for NVIDIA, which reports next month? AMD, probably the closest name to an NVIDIA.
If there's anything that
if you're going to have any sort of a comp. So let's go find out what Shreve has to say, and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, Sean, interesting expectations here from the market for the current quarter, which is Q2. The street is looking, for Q2, yeah. Street's looking for $7.42 billion with EPS coming in at 48 pennies. Now, with respect to the guide, the street's looking for $8.32 billion with EPS of $1.15. A marked change for quarter over quarter from expectations there. So we'll see how they do. They are talking about the launch of the MI350 into more markets, as well as the MI400 possibly next year, Sean. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. AMD, make sure to check SMCI as well with Adair, myself, and Sean in the Market Recap Show.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to move.
TQQ trade's working, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the shorts right now are starting to really come in, including AMD. So I only mentioned Palantir just very quickly. There was another trend break on Webull. It broke an all-day trend, and I missed. Here, essentially, there it is. It broke an all-day trend here, and I missed the trade because I wasn't sitting there at 1 o'clock. It came right back and failed the same entry level, so I was able to sort of work in, get the price that I wanted in the mid-90s. Because I'd want this price on the trend breaks. Anyways, that's just the trade that I'm in. But AMD, didn't think we would trade it today. Sometimes you look for chip names that aren't going to be in earnings, but at the same time, look, this run that it's been on has been pretty spectacular. Like this, forget about the up channel in Palantir. Like this thing was in a down channel for longer than Palantir. I'm just gonna draw it as best I can. And this broke in May and held the 50 period. Since that move, like you've gone 80% to the upside, which is wild. And then from the bottom, it's way more than a double up from 75. And this is huge resistance at 185. Like it's not the tops, it's not this 210 area top, but like big time resistance 180 to 185. So that's a lot to chew through. And so they can't miss anywhere. Like I'm expecting good numbers, but like it's like the slightest thing wrong, and that'll be trouble for you through 185. It's not moving 2% that it moved last time, though. I figure it's going to have more volatility than that. Expecting a move of 8%. that more or less gets you to the 185. And the question is, can it actually push through? That's the only place that I'll be skeptical, is whether it has enough juice to get through that 85 tonight.
I have no idea what's going on right now. Someone just in the chat was like, what caused this market to start to go to the downside? I don't know. I didn't put on that many shares, I didn't think. But there it goes right now into the downside off of VWAP, covering some now. Another, like, a good one. We're just trying to stack this up. All right, so I'm not sure if I want to cancel this trade right now, and actually I'm going to, and then we'll just deal with it if it starts to rip up again. I was actually thinking as we were on our way up right here that we were going to punch this long 178, but then the market did this, and I'm very, very happy for it, as there's another cover in the TQQs, as there it is right there, just as we came online. This is 2 o'clock. There's the short right there on the market, so we do that, and boom goes the dynamite. So we're back to trading now. Nice move downside right there on the market, and again, traders unite. This is the after show right here, so we're going to be doing a bunch of that, but there it goes. Nice move to the downside. All right, so AMD, look, expected revenues should be huge, right? A 48-cent EPS, they're looking for that. $7.4 billion in revenue. Wow, what a huge number that is. We just talked about Palantir just making $1 billion. This is $7.4 billion. Possible 7% move is what's been priced in for these guys. I think that's reasonable. I think that probably does happen. The past ranges from 2 to 10%, so AMD is going to be right in line here today with their move. The biggest risk for AMD, and I think we can all understand what it is right now, it's the chip sort of brigade into China, you know, regulatory review. We're going to figure out what chips can be accepted, which can't. If NVIDIA can figure their stuff out, that might be a problem for AMD, because Chinese will probably choose the NVIDIA chips if that's the case. But I don't know, man. Lisa Su is just as smart as Jensen. These guys are, these stocks just continue to be the best ever, really. I mean, to trade this against something else, why would you? This bottom is 75, 80 bucks. You're at 180 right now. It's $100 in a straight line up right now. I don't know. Love this. I mean, we've made fun of it before, Advanced Money Destroyer, but it's definitely been duplicating some profitable spots as well. So congratulations, everybody that's been sitting tight in AMD. I don't think there's anything wrong with sort of trimming a little bit off there before the earnings, just in case there's some kind of a miss. But why would we think that? I mean, all these names, right? Google missed, didn't miss, but fell a little bit into earnings. Now right back up again. Amazon had to move down, but with Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, all spending money, all these CapEx numbers, how could AMD guide any other way?
Also, feel like AMD gets to go before NVIDIA, whereas Amazon had to follow Alphabet and Microsoft, which I think really changed the limits. I don't know that Amazon goes down as much as it did if they had gone first. And maybe it ultimately ends up in the same position, but I think it's a benefit here that they get to go out in front.
All right, so yeah, there it is, man. The $200 and something black. They went with black today, right there. So they just got them right now. Her blades are now in. So yeah, these are the FT680s. These are good ones. Yeah. So that's it. So that's Joe and my daughter rock the same skates.
Jet speed.
So yeah, pretty hype there.
The Jets, the Sandlot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my little league team, the minor league team of the Red Sox is the Jets. So, anyways.
Well,
yeah,
those are the only good Jets, right? So let's talk about some
Jets, Jets. Wayne Krebet. Hey, Curtis Martin. I mean, they had some great players, right?
Some good players.
Joel Theismann. Yeah. Go way back. All right, JETS, Jets. All right, over to the best team ever, the Cowboys, Sharif. Let's go get them figured out. Bills.
Womp womp. All right, guys. Basically, a revenue beat or a revenue miss for Hims and Hers. Everything else beat for the current guide for the current quarter, with the Q3 outlook kind of mixed. Their revenue guiding 570 to 590 million. The consensus estimate there was 583, and the midpoint being 580. So it was a miss for the revenue. Now they're guiding 60 to $7 million for EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA. That was below the 77 million expected by the street. There's also the ongoing controversy that they have with the producers, the manufacturers of these GLP-1 drugs, specifically Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, with Novo Nordisk canceling the contract, guys, back in June, and now they are caught in litigation as Hims and Hers continues to produce these GLP-1s.
Yeah, of course, it's Broadway Joe Namath.
Broadway Joe.
Anyways, go ahead about Hims. Yeah.
What's crazy about Hims is like the hits keep on coming. for HIMS, whether it's, as Sharif mentioned, the earnings, whether it's the back and forth with Novo, and it's what's wild about it. Look, let's just zoom out for a little bit. What's wild about all this is how well the stock has been bought back up after each one of these dips. Like, it's just something bad happens and it makes a higher low. Earnings happen, and I mean, the day's not over, obviously, but for now, it's at least bouncing off these lows. Like I said, I was disappointed this morning because I was looking for a long off 54. That should have been close enough, I suppose. I didn't get it. Once I missed, and then when HIMS goes squeezing, it's like you just got to wait for a chance. And I really thought, okay, we'll short it at 61 because that's a prior low, and then wait for it to get to where it was at the close or in the aftermarket yesterday at those highs, which was 64. I just didn't think it would come all the way back. Like, the history of this stock catching bids and going like mean crazy once it catches a bid, I figured you short it to VWAP, the buyers come back in, and the exuberance goes back into HIMS. The thing is they've got, like, there's growth here, and there's an actual business. I know there's a bunch of turmoil going on. I think we just need to let it settle down. Because if you gave up in your trade, and we had this conversation with Steve Talman, it's like, technical bad news happens and you stop hits. But if you gave up on it the last time, it bounced off 42 and then just trended higher. So I think we're allowing this to calm down. Will it hold a 50 period? Let's let it see if it can hold 54, the 50 period for a couple of days. If it does, I think there's a trade back into the highs. That's about the momentum. It's not about the bad news. It's not about, if you're looking for long here, then you got to like suspend some of the valuation and bad news talk and just understand that it's been making higher lows anyways. So I'm just looking for the next couple of days for the 50 period to hold at 54. I don't know if we see that today for a reversion, but it seems like it might actually be possible. Surprised that the short came in this far.
All right. Yeah, like, you know, a well-traded name. To me, when you're looking at this stuff, I mean, we just reviewed all the numbers, just simple technical analysis. You got up to this level of $70 again, and then you fell straight off of that. So I don't know, man. I'm just thinking that this is a downside play right there for HIMS until you break through $66 again. I don't know enough about the thing with Novo Nordisk or anything like that to say this is going to get corrected anytime soon. I heard lawsuits and everything getting thrown around. So for me, I mean, you're down at the 50 period moving average. If you'd like to take a shot at the long in and around this area, 51, 52 bucks, I think there's something there. So that should be some kind of support. If you go long there, watch out for a $48 break. But yeah, down 13%. You can't be happy as a shareholder. But again, I don't think it's the end of the world here. It has a lot of volatility, right? The short percent was between 20 to 30% short float. So lots of opportunity here to trade HIMS. I don't think it's going to stop today. But yeah, on my mind a little bit there. Neil traded it well. We may break. We talked about that break of 55 earlier today, right off the open there, and it doesn't happen. It basically came right in there at 9.25 and then drops through. So we're going to have to watch out for $55 to $54 breaking lower on HIMS. So that's coming out very, very soon. So yeah, we'll talk about that. I like the low break on HIMS, but I wouldn't worry too much about it if you're long. You got to stomach these kind of plays, right? It's not for the weak at heart, but all right.
Not even close.
Neither is the next name here. Off earnings tonight. Let's go find out what Open Door is all about.
Biggest percentage mover tomorrow?
Right on, Sean. Yeah, open door after the bell tonight. Make sure to catch that with myself, Adara, and Sean. And we had a nice move up in anticipation of earnings yesterday. And you can see on the chart there, sold off aggressively. So no news on this recently minted meme stock, guys. Wall Street Bets pushing this one up nicely in July.
I asked him responded.
Yeah, Wall Street Bets, fun action.
Okay.
But what was interesting, and I forgot to ask Michael where he had this, but Michael Moss had an indicator, and all it was short. It was essentially short interest on a chart, which was pretty cool. So I gotta figure out a way to be able to chart this, because what he was showing us on the aftermarket show specifically for this name was where the short interest started really climbing is not where I would have expected it. Now my brain would say going into earnings that most of the hedgies or whomever feels confident enough to short a name like this would be waiting for it to, hey, it gets up to like 3. Oh yeah, load into this going into 5. Like, just look at the daily chart, zoom it out, and maybe they're thinking, whoa, once it gets up here, but it wasn't. And what he showed was a lot of the shorting it was underneath $1. It was in this little range here from 70 cents to $1, which means there's a lot of people that were offside, whether or not they've covered or dug in more. Reasonable to expect that I'm hoping that they can pull a rabbit out of the hat here. They regained compliance. And it's not always about the fundamentals, but there's a there, right? Like if some of the home builders are going to start looking okay, and we're going to get rates down. I mean, we've seen the perfect storm, what the end game looked like for Carvana, which I gave no chance to do what it did. This is like it may be like a mini Carvana where the train has left the station, and the question is, do you want the lower high? And as long as this sucker's over the 200 period, why not? But I would wait until after. I'd wait till after this report to see if it actually maintains. Because if it's trap shorts underneath the $1, you can do worse than a dip into the mid-dollar range, if that's in fact what even happens tonight.
All right, our future short is now $1 in the money, and again, our TQQ short right here, $1 in off of VWAP as the market's kind of puking all over itself a little bit. I did take a HIMS trade. Looks like we're going to get blown out of it very, very soon. I was going to use, actually, that's 56.30. I wasn't going to go up that high. I was kind of using 56 or so area as maybe a stop, but 55.50 I'm going to get stopped out on here on HIMS. I wanted to try the break of 55 just to try it, and it doesn't look like it's very good right now. Short at 55.15. We'll see if we can take a 35-cent hit on this, and looks like that is what's going to happen. So HIMS rejects again that break of 55. We'll average into it, but we're at half a unit right now. We're not trying to do anything too crazy. Look, Opendoor is not a meme stock, honestly. What the expectation is $1.49 billion there in revenue. So, I think that's pretty good. They're trying to turn profitable. Their last report was minus 12 cents. We'll see if they can get that back going. Looking for 2 to 3 cents negative still, but looking for a negative report from Opendoor. I think there's a great opportunity for this thing to go. What if right now with lower interest rates coming this year, right? That's pretty, okay, there's HIMS. So we'll take an L right there. We'll slap a fail on that one as it just breaks through 50. We probably should have waited for the 50-period moving average, but I just want to try that. So, hey, man, that's an L right there. We'll definitely take that responsibility for that one. But, yeah, just back to what we were talking about with Opendoor. I like it. The market is pricing in between a 15 to 30% move, so it should be pretty volatile there tomorrow. Just because there's such a huge short float, I think when you look at these names and you see that, that's where the risk is to the short. So if you are short and somehow, like, what if they pump a plus 1 cent number? Then you're going to be, there's a problem. So I actually like the long on Opendoor. So right there, man, at me tomorrow when the thing's moving. But I like the long in Opendoor. I think it's a perfect storm. There's a lot of traders in this waiting for it to pop. And if they do somehow pull out a better number with, again, lowering the interest rate should be great for this home seller. Again, where you list your houses, so on and so forth. The more transactions that they can go through, the better that should be for them. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. So yeah,
very quickly.
That's me. Before
we go back to Sharif on TVGN, which is,
I'm short HIMS again.
Yeah, that TVGN, it doesn't really matter. Tevagen looks like expands collaboration with Databricks and Microsoft to build the beta version to incorporate oncology targets, blah, 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 blah. So anyway,
that sounds like a lot of blah, 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 blah. Thanks for reviewing that, Neil.
What ends up happening is like, it's just going to be a one-liner, like, oh no, it goes on to more gobbledygook pharma stuff. But no, Tevagen halted. It's actually halted at 122 on light volume with a 24 tap, so it's not really indicating a huge open, and it wasn't doing any volume prior to this. But let's talk about Tesla. One of these days, pow, through 312 to the moon, but not today.
Boom blastic.
You remember?
Hopefully sooner rather than later, boys. But maybe not with numbers like these. So yet again, sales plunge markedly in the United Kingdom year over year on the quarter to the tune of 60%. That's all the while the rival BYD surges 300% across the pond. Week over week, sales are down in China about 12%. But when you look at the quarter, guys, some silver lining here. Tesla sales are still up 46% in China on the quarter.
Silver linings in Tesla. Yeah, I think, look, Tesla, just from a technical standpoint, I get it. We've had a lot of bad news with Tesla recently, and you want the focus of Elon, which maybe they're going to get with this pay package. Although to me, if you tell somebody, hey, do this, who is strong-willed, that's not necessarily the best approach. But that withstanding, it's shown since earning support at $300. And typically, whenever you double bottom off earnings, I'm generally looking for the breakaway from that level. So tried it yesterday, didn't go. Tried it today at 312, didn't go. So that's 2 times we looked for the breakout, which I think has a ton of room in Tesla, but there's only so much you can give it the opportunity to go. I know the day it goes, I think we have a good shot to get into the 20s, if not the 23 we were talking about earlier, but it's just not yet. But still, it's putting in higher lows. This is getting constructive. It's higher low after the fail than yesterday. We went all the way back into 303 when it failed to break. Today it went to 306. It's right back in, relatively strong. So it feels like a temporary bottom's got put in with all this bad news for Tesla. We were discussing about the ability to already order, well, I guess pre-book Optimus.
Yeah.
So people are starting to look forward again, which is what we want out of Tesla, start talking about the future. So for the stock to be green today, in a red market, yeah, the breakout failed, but I'll probably give it one more chance around these levels tomorrow, if not this afternoon, to try to take out this 312. There's so much room to the upside for Tesla to go. Obviously, it hasn't really done a heck of a lot lately, but we know what can happen when you break away from these tight consolidations. It's just, at some point, that breakout's got to go.
Yeah, look, we had a trade on Tesla when we thought 312 was pretty hot there earlier on. It broke, it did not hold. We got out once it came back into that level. So we took about a 50 or 60 cent hit there. And then again, right there at 310, where we were thinking it was going to hold until it didn't. So it was really a good decision. We talked about our decision that we made on Robinhood as well, similarly to this, where it was a top break. I think it was 107, and we'll talk about that as the show goes on here. But there it is, flushing down for Tesla up at these levels. And I think this is going to continue to be a decent short. I mean, it's actually done really well considering only down now, basically flat on the day, with the NASDAQ near day's low-ish right now. So we'll wait. We're still holding, yes. There it goes, man. Our Q's trade, so we're done the rundown. Thanks for that. We'll talk more about Tesla and all that as we go. But yeah, we're going to put another bid around here, 85, 75, if we're lucky enough to get that. Actually, let's put one at 90 first. And I just kind of piece these out because although it looks like we've got some good trades on board, I don't know which way we're going necessarily.
Palantir's catching a bid.
Once we get it, Palantir's also catching
Palantir's
a bid.
catching a bid here off of 171.5. Just very quickly, this was the all green candles, 171.5 going into VWAP. I'll zoom in. There you go. That's way easier for you to see now. So yes. All green on the 3-minute into the reversion. So it's from here to there that is the trend. So when it catches a bid off the same level, I thought hold, wick, bottom, out. That's in, on a 3-minute, it holds exactly 171.50 on consecutive candles, wicks the bottom, and comes back through. So that's, to me, when in the support level, get out. If I was looking long in the middle of nowhere, maybe you'd look long. I don't know that I want to reload. Palantir's up 7%. I don't know that this is a reload at VWAP. I don't think so. I'm thinking if it gets to VWAP, it's proven enough that maybe this is another breakout into the high. So that if I look for a short into the volume-weighted average price, I think I look somewhere else. As a matter of fact, what I'm actually eyeballing is Intel was up, and no one really came up with a good reason as to why. But simultaneously at VWAP, these big points where it ran off to the upside, it's a very, very shallow trend line, but it loses that if it loses the volume-weighted average price. So I'd rather take a shot at this, which is up on nothing, than try to fight any buyers that come into the volume-weighted average price on Palantir. It's been good for a scalp trade. Just kind of bungled it early, but Palantir is always going to give you another opportunity to get in. I just saw someone say FIG for the short. Is it going to break? It never broke 85, so we didn't take it. Yeah. I didn't pay for it. I had it at the volume-weighted average price. I was able to scalp some out when it went $1, and then it broke VWAP, so it ends up kind of a flat trade. But remember, this bottom, we got the opening prim was 85 on Figma 3 days ago, 4 days ago, whatever.
Yep.
3 days ago, trading sessions ago. But anyways, if this wick is not real, and it happens on sometimes on these IPO opens. As far as I know, we got filled at 85 and we're never out of the money.
No, it never went
So
below.
85 break is an all-time low break on Figma, regardless of what the chart says. So I'm going off of that. I'm going to take a shot at the break. We were going to take it this morning, and then just sat there watching it bounce very cleanly off the level all the way to the volume-weighted average price. Sometimes you don't even want to have a bias at a level like that, because you could play it both ways. You could reverse into the short if 85 breaks. Like, we have the option to do that. So I'm going to get my order back in if 85 breaks, and well, I want to use an edge stop. So I'm going to.
Yeah, so I think we'll let Neil set that all up. But yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, we hit that Figma trade yesterday going short through 102, 110s, all that. So no surprise where it is right now. I mean, if you thought that name was like super hot fire, I don't know what was. I mean, you come out at $33. Software as service and things like that haven't been really that hot. We've seen Adobe, and the way that Adobe stock has been reacting lately has been pretty negative. So there's Adobe right there. Like whoosh. This is the Figma IPO right here. Whoosh, downside. So yeah, I
what is wrong
would
with
never be expecting that to do anything, and this is in danger again of getting even lower. I mean, you want to talk about the opposite of some of these other names. I don't feel bad for people that are in these names. I mean, hopefully you have some other winners, but yeah, not a good look here for Adobe as we continue to get lower and lower and lower on that name. But
you know what we never talk about?
Yeah, go.
Oracle.
Oracle, yeah, I think Adair mentioned something about Oracle. Those are the two top stocks. I think it's like Oracle and Palantir in the S&P 500. Yeah, Oracle just continues to go high.
I'm only bringing it up because you pull up that Adobe chart. I'm like, man, that's a name that we don't talk about. And I'm just throwing this up here to do this. And shout out to... The graphics are a little louder this afternoon, but why not? Because this has been an absolute rocket to the upside. And it's not... Okay, I shouldn't say this because usually when I say this and there's any kind of a bearish setup, I jinx it. I wanted to say there was not much standing in its way, except for a lower high and a consolidation off of that lower high. But what an absolute beast Oracle has been. Something that if you're an old head, maybe you a long time ago had some shares in it and then wish you had been buying more.
Like Larry Ellison, I think is the second richest man now for sure. I don't know how far away he is from Elon.
I just remember Larry Ellison was when the M&A circles. It was if Larry bids on your company, the deal's getting done. Like it was just, no, his deals never really fell through when they would acquire somebody. Now let's go up to the desk for Adair.
Yeah, with regards to Palantir and Oracle, I did want to mention again, I brought this up during the midday, but here's this infographic showing the weighting here of the top 10% of the S&P 500 by market caps. So as you can see, they'd be the top 50 companies. That's not as of today. As of today, Palantir has taken out at least J&J. So I'm going to update this once we have the market caps as of the close tonight. But either way, Oracle here in the top 15 to 20 easily. Palantir, I believe, in the top 25 as of yesterday. As we know, today things have changed. But yeah, really good look here. A lot of these names climbing. But as I mentioned during the midday as well, UNH, which you might be able to see very small here in this circle. When I last did this infographic, it was all the way over here by Eli Lilly. So things really can change in this market. Just, I guess, a very visual picture of that change. And you know, you got to stay on top of these stocks. I guess I'll update this infographic soon, but check out this version on X at TTV Research right now. Back to you.
Speaking of UNH, there was a note, there was a couple of positive notes, and it's a great graphic, by the way.
Yeah, great graphic,
Gorgeous graphic. And there's some really great stuff that happens on a daily basis.
And tell us your true opinion of the graphic over there. It's a nice.
I still don't know where that too much comes from. It's got to be, it has to be from a show.
I'm wondering if it's like a chef or something like that I was doing it with, but.
And the people, everyone in the chat's like, it's from this, it's from that. There was like a half a dozen places people were referencing, so maybe it isn't from anything.
Like that's a nice.
Just one note about UNH.
Yeah, I think that's where I get it from Borat. I mean, most of the I get it from Borat.
Is it from Borat?
That's in my wife and all that kind of stuff. Like, so I wonder if that's maybe what it is.
Is it?
And I just use a stupid Italian, like, talking with their hands.
So it's a Borat, but then you do it with an Italian accent, and that's why.
Is that Italian accent?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I always thought when you did it was an Italian thing. I made the assumption.
I think I've been doing it longer than Borat.
Which is a bad assumption. Like, oh, it's Sean's doing it, must be an
whatever,
Italian.
it must
I know for UNH, what was crazy about this rally, there was some weird chatter. Like, there was a fundamental story that was good, and there was some weird chat about Berkshire, which I don't know if it was true or not. All I can say is it looked to all the world like it was falling apart and coming back into the volume-weighted average price. But we always talk about like reading the tape, and unfortunately I can't predict what the tape is going to look like right now on UNH.
Why not?
But what happened here, like you're like, well, it's looking like it's going to go. And that moment when 250 held, there was a reserve at the $250 level. And it was just holding it for like 100 shares, it would go. And even if it got taken, it's coming right back, and like they were selling it, like, oh yeah, the short's good at 250. And then it broke, and then you could just see the bid started to like so the spread, which would be like 10, 15 cents, the spread just tightens right up, and all of a sudden it's like right at, like they're bidding it right into like 99s at that 50 level. You're like, yeah, it's gone. You better get out of the trade. And like punched out flat, and then look at it go. Sometimes the tape gives you a big hint. Like a held offer looked like it was gonna flush down. They release it, the bid closes the gap right in. You can see a little bit of tape acceleration. I was biased to the short side, but sometimes you see those opportunities long. I don't know if UNH is bottomed out. To be honest, I'm not willing to assume at this point, just because it had a couple of, I don't know, it's up 3.6%. I guess yesterday it was up too. Yeah, yesterday technically it was up. So 2 good days in a row for UNH. That's not bad, but all it's done is not even taken out this local high above the 250 level. Maybe it's a little more exciting if it can get through 255. Lots of room for it to rally. And I know there's going to be a moment, but I don't know that I want to jump into it just yet for another shot. Because I had a swing trade in this that I held for a while to get flats on, which I'm never a huge fan of. Adara?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on NVDA pushing a little bit lower. Apparently, the U.S. is charging Chinese nationals with NVIDIA chip export breaches. I'm just seeing that come through. A little bit of a drop here for NVIDIA. In terms of UNH, I just want to opine here and say that I have not seen anything even remotely concrete or from any particular source suggesting that Warren Buffett and or Berkshire Hathaway are acquiring United Health. And from what I'm seeing, a lot of sources are just kind of saying this is unsubstantiated. So be careful here with the UNH pop for looking for that for longer term. We have zero, even mildly credible confirmation that Warren Buffett and or Berkshire Hathaway have gotten involved with the name. Back to you.
Because someone asked me earlier, and I was like, look, there was like a rando person on Twitter that said it. However, there is this stuff. Why the health insurance? Like Humana went to the upside. Like it wasn't just UNH went to the upside. You can find this. Wolf sees easier path to 2026 payments. Essentially positive for the entire space. That's not like they're calling a bottom, but that was the nuts and bolts story. And I think people are going to start to make up stuff. I don't make up stuff. People are going to start to guess at where Berkshire is going to put all this ridiculous amount of cash to. And I think you get too excited trying to guess at it. Just wait for the 13Fs. Because you wait for the 13Fs so you can be fine. But the market's starting to roll over. I'm only still in.
Berkshire just should have bought Palantir.
They could have bought anything.
A couple months ago.
I think
they have 300.
Could have bought the market.
No. I mean, they could have bought an individual company. Like yesterday, Palantir was $300 billion. You know, they have $345 billion in cash.
Crazy.
There's Berkshire right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually put some money to work at UNH. I mean, if they're going to try to pick up some value, that's been so depressed. I don't know if I like the name. I actually like the super chat that we just got about Oscar. We'll talk about some OSCR in a minute. I think they're a little bit. I think they might even be tonight. Are they tomorrow? Oscar. But right now, savvy Canadian traders, please scan that QR code on your screen to boost your exposure. You can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please, if you're interested, read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And I'm actually in an absolute monster of a trade right now with this TQQ move. And this is a triple levered product. So there you go, right? You get The NASDAQ right now being down 0.6, so you get 1.8 over here. But please remember that some of these, this is why you have to read the prospectus and understand it. There's decay of time with options. So, you know, it's not going to be, as the market moves over the month, if NASDAQ's up 5%, this is not going to be up 15%. There will be some decay, and especially if you hold it a little bit longer than that, you will see that happen. But please do your own research and get involved with Beta Pro or any of the levered products. Do your own stuff. I wanted to, before about Oscar, I just want to say, because I haven't, I saw the super chat. I don't know if you have it up or not, but just right now, SMCI, so they're going to be reporting tonight. The only thing that I noticed about SMCI right now, there's a neutral consensus on the street about this, so it's just sort of as many buy-side analysts as there are sell-side, but the average price target for some reason is $42 to $45. So we have well exceeded that right now, being at $57. Of course, SMCI makes the super high-powered servers for all of these chips. So again, you know, these chips got to be put in something. When you're hearing Elon Musk and all these guys buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of billions, right? I mean, in CapEx spending, they got to go somewhere. They can't just put these chips on the floor. You know, they got to be wired, put into racks. There's Dell, there's SMCI, and there are some competition there. The implied move on this is over 13%. So we do know that we are going to get some movement here. The risk to SMCI, of course, that's the split, so we don't have to worry about that. The risk to SMCI is that their accounting reputation and things like that. I mean, we assume everything is fine. I don't want to see this number come out tonight and really surprise one way or the other, and I think we'd like to surprise to the upside, but I don't know. It's just like this was an $18 name back last November, so it's really done well. It's had a nice upside play here, but again, just accounting reputation there. Guidance should be pretty important. We know AI is relatively strong, so SMCI probably a bigger, honestly, might. I don't know. I say probably, then I say might, but I versus AMD. I'll say SMCI swings more.
I think it swings more. What did you say expected was?
It says 11 to 13, so let's say 12.
Okay, so that's
percent right there. Its historical average though is only 2%, which is kind of strange.
Which is wild. But like, hey, they haven't got rid of an auditor in a while, right? So they managed to keep an auditor for more than a little bit, which they got rid of like 2. Was it last year? And within a span of a year, they switched twice. It was just very quickly on the super chat. AI reimagined. Thank you for the super chat. Can we check out Oscar, please? Earnings tomorrow morning. Yes. Seeing if it's a good setup. Well, I don't have many setups for before earnings because as Austin Powers say, that's not my bag. It's not. Going into like,
is that an Austin Powers reference? Yeah, I don't know that one
It's
either.
not my bag. Well, I don't know. That's not my bag. And I'm not doing the accent. Forget about it. Let someone talented do the accent. That's not me. That's not me, man.
Bruh. You just did some accents there, right there.
Because I'm a huge.
What, do you have like a Cuban accent now?
Nah, there's an old Brooklyn comedian that this dude Rashid. Just look him up. He's absolutely hilarious, and the character does a Poppy. Once you hear him do Poppy, I'm like, this guy was gonna be huge.
Oh, Big Poppy.
It was it's similar, but it was right around like when all that Def Comedy Jam, a lot of it was blowing up. This guy was about to be huge. Anyways, Oscar for the setup, from a support standpoint, great. Like, sure, like, you look at the support you've got down. You could be long 13s and giving it to 11. That risk to reward looks fantastic, but just understand, like, why couldn't, if Oscar misses, is it unreasonable for it to lose underneath 11? Yeah, the risk to reward setup looks good. I don't really know much about the company, to be honest with you. I can tell you, we look at the increased amount of volume into it, though. Like, there's been a lot of interest, especially around this area. So it's certainly explosive here, and you're risking, 15% to the local bottom? Whatever that works. Actually, maybe a little bit more than that. It's more like $14 right now. So it may be a little bit more than that, but it's relatively decent risk to reward for swing. But I don't like that before earnings, and I don't really know much about them. So I tend to stay away. But as far as support and resistance goes, you could do a little bit worse. I said I was going to take this kind of trend. It's not really a trend break. It's like VWAP, but kind of breaking trend as well in Intel, right at the volume weighted average price. So I did slide in. I tried to get 25s, didn't get them. So I got half at 23, and so very creatively put the other half at 27, and we'll see if I get picked up. That works out to 25 anyway, so that's the other way to play it. Jameson says Kushner owns Oscar.
I don't mind Oscar, you know. So again, I might. I don't know. I don't know about.
Is that the
Kushner.
reason people are interested?
I mean, no. I mean, that's stock's been beat up with a high short float in OSCR. I don't.
I can check myself.
I'm not sure. Well, I can check it live for everybody here. OSCR. I think it's probably north of. It is. I would say it's north of 20%. Let me just check it out right here. 31%.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, 31% short flow for
that'll
OSCR.
play.
And there's the report tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I actually may take a shot on some Oscar.
That's huge.
Right now. Yeah, big time movement there expected over. Again, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't actually know what the expected move is. I'll have to look that up as well. But OSCR here, Dara sent me all the expected moves tonight. We don't actually have Oscar on it because it's tomorrow morning. So yeah, so we'll look that up. But no, it's just basically all.
The ones from the morning aren't on there. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Thanks, Adara. We'll look it up. But yeah, so again, Adara sends us so all of the after hours stuff. Like Neil and I are sitting here doing the show, so she just provides like a little spreadsheet. It's great,
hot fire,
showing us everything, what to expect and whatnot with Oscar.
Adara's like having your own ChatGPT.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, it's a good one. But yeah, it's great, especially to remember things is absolutely fantastic. But what I was getting at about with Oscar before we go on here was just that, when you're talking about what Oscar does, it's all about the app, right? They have $0 virtual visits. They only have 1.7 million members, which is, as far as a TAM, total addressable market, that's pretty low right now. If you consider, now I don't know if they're available in all, every state or, what sort of the regulatory rules are around them or not. But with more ill will towards big companies like UNH and things like that, we'll wait to see if they can, expand that addressable market. But it's been a nice downside move here for Oscar, continually pushing lower into some levels where I think there's some buy zones here. So yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world at all for OSCR here. And if you did want to make a play in it, I think it's reasonable at some of these levels to try to go long with that 30% short float. It trades at a 17 PE. Obviously, we can get a little bit higher than that. So it trades lower than the average market multiple right now. Doesn't really provide a dividend or anything. So yeah, for me, man, just digital first experience. We've seen how hot that's been with names like Robinhood and SoFi and things like that. And, that could be a play. And Opendoor. I mean, for example, the more we can use apps, I think the more the world likes that kind of a play. So they're targeting that addressable market, and we'll see if that can get there. But right now, it has a rating of 89 there out of 100, so there is some good things. There's some cash secured put offers on this stock apparently.
Their 1 year revenue growth is over 50%. 50%.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just saw that. 50% EPS growth in revenues has been accelerating.
That's
relative strength is what's over 80, so it does have a strong.
I like it better now. Between the short float and that.
So the big thing is too, when you're all app based, you do have lower administrative costs.
Yeah, cool, 100%.
So hopefully they can lever some of that and put it back into the stock.
No, I've
wanted Oscar before.
The more I listen to
levels.
Because I sold UNH for the swing, and I'm like, didn't really do anything. Because what am I going to swing to? It's earnings season. I haven't found a target yet. Stay on target. So that seems spicy. We got another super chat here, so I'm just. Dara's already looking into this.
What is it?
Before I even read it, she's already looking at this. There's a post on X claiming Hims is not one of the companies that Novo is planning to sue. Not sure if it's credible. Help Adara. So Adara is on it.
Help.
Just going from what is the price telling us? I hesitate to say this, but maybe there's some buying happening because of that. But I don't know if that's true.
Let's see.
We do know that they've been in the crosshairs. Obviously, if it made this move because they were one of the companies, if this ends up being true, it wouldn't be crazy if it went back to where it started. But remember, this was already down on earnings, heavily down on its own earnings. So I wouldn't. You never want to assume something that you just happen to see as a post on X without it being confirmed somewhere. But there's some price action which might be confirming this. I'm going to stay away from it. I figure if I don't know, I don't trade it. You've got to be kidding me, Figma. All right, let's just slap the fail on Figma.
What happened?
It just bounced off 85 again. So instead of, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, sometimes you're only looking for the wrong direction. It's like, it's not gonna bounce off 85 again, is it? And it just went $1 off the 85
Apparently
level.
it is.
So, apparently it is gonna go right off that 85. I guess 85 doesn't want to break yet, which makes some sense. Maybe you've got the underwriters defending that price, Adara.
I'm going to look into this further, but the reason that people are saying that Hims and Hers isn't a part of this is because apparently the press release doesn't directly mention the company, but as far as I can see, they don't really directly mention any company. They also, it's worth noting, they said they already have filed more than 130 lawsuits across 40 states. So this is pretty widespread as far as I can tell. Long story short, I'm going to continue to look into this, but it does not really seem like the lack of naming Hims and Hers is really a cause for celebration here. Again, I will still investigate this further, but if that's the reason, apparently people are thinking that it might be safe because they were not directly mentioned. Back to you.
It's a celebration.
Celebration, Richard?
Apparently not.
So I just bought some Oscars.
Oh, no, you
so,
didn't.
We're gonna
No,
wait.
not that. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever, man. We're fans of Dave Chappelle around here.
You better believe it.
We can talk as we want to. It's our show. We'll cry if we want to. But yeah, I do like that Oscar.
It's the air quality that's gonna make it.
There's something about air quality. Yeah. So okay, that's that kind of a talk right there. I do like UNH, but again, let's take a shot on Oscar here into earnings tomorrow. We'll see if we can make a play. I just simply bought the shares. We'll see if we can make a play there. I didn't log in enough and figure out options or anything. We're not too interested in that right now. Coinbase on an offering today. Again, they're going to the downside, another 5%. Wow, this name's been pretty destructed in this most recent move down in crypto. I mean, crypto's not having a great time right now either. But look at this level that we just found magically delicious. Is that Lucky Charm?
Frosted Lucky Charm.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so right into there. Yeah, cereal has gone by the wayside, by the way. I mean, you've got General Mills stock and things like that. There's been a complete, at least in our house, no one eats cereal. In the morning, you do?
On weekends.
Really?
Saturday and Sunday, I eat.
I feel like cereal is just one of those aisles we never go through.
Cashews. It's a cashew.
Oh, yeah,
like
I know what that is. Yeah.
Protein
Yeah,
and
that's great
fiber.
stuff.
You know what's weird?
No one eats that sugary stuff. Like, what happened to the Frosted Flakes, man? Where's Tony the Tiger? Because that cereal's great.
My daughter still eats Fruit Loops.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, whatever.
Which I was not allowed to eat as a kid. Shout out to my parents. We weren't allowed to drink.
Boo.
We weren't allowed to drink
parents.
pop. My aunt would.
We still don't let our kids drink pop. The thing about drinking.
My uncle Rupi, he kept Coke like everywhere. Like it was. You go downstairs, it'd be like 2 places in the basement. You could find it, and then so anytime we go to
like sneak around.
We go to their church sometimes on Sundays because they lived in Rexdale. We were in Brampton, and so we go to their church. We come back to their house. I'm like, oh, we're going.
Yeah, you're like excited to go.
And I get to have Coke and all the good stuff, and they had all the sweet cereals. Oh man, I loved it. But it's bad for you. It's terrible.
My
stuff.
kids don't even think about like pop or cola or
I don't touch that
soda.
I don't touch it anymore.
Wait a minute. Do we call it pop here, right? And down
I don't know.
south of the border,
I think that you guys say soda.
call it
right?
soda.
What do you guys say? Soda or
Is that right?
Which one do you guys say?
I don't know. My kids, like if we ever go to McDonald's or something like that and they get a fountain drink, it's iced tea. It's iced tea, that's it. Pretty much just iced tea. Like when we were in Boston and we're sitting around there having a beer, having a glass of wine, they'll just order iced tea. I mean, I'm fine with that. Although
Or lemonade.
Well, lemonade is a nice, tasty drink. There's no doubt about that. But the thing about iced tea is just as much sugar, man. They're all loaded. They're all loaded to the brink.
Drink water.
Pop, Northern America, soda, South. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
That's that. But the lemonade at, I keep saying this, man, the Chick-fil-A lemonade, that's my favorite lemonade. Although it is a little bit sweet. They do have a half-sweet version of that as well. Okay, we're going to go to Darren in a second here. What is this right now? What % do you sell when a red triangle shows after a buy? Yeah. You're probably talking to me by caps, but we all have the same sort of software here. And every single time here, I'll just go over to TQs, for example. So you can't really see this, but well, hopefully you can. A purple is a short sell. So that means that we're going short. And then all of these are covers. So we actually don't put on here. It'd be kind of cool if it showed like what % we were covering. But I kind of just like, if I have 100 shares, some of these, and I don't do it properly, man. I just build these flowers all the way down, and it's just like I take the majority out at key levels. So like right into here, into there, there's a bunch. It just looks like there's a bunch there, but they are bunched up. But anyways, I try to take out roughly 10% every time, but sometimes I get carried away, and I'll even have more shares. So it's a little different. But looking at something like a Robinhood right here, it's pretty obvious. See, there's one in, but when I'm wrong, buy, one out, like that, just like that. And a good example that might help as well is Tesla, where we get in a couple outs and then eventually it breaks and we get them all out. But yeah, good. Thanks for that. All of the greens are us going long. A red is a sell and a purple is a short sell. Let's go see what Adair's up to.
Into the Hims and Hers, yeah, as far as like this press release is pretty vague. I was seeing also online, apparently Hims and Hers is not named as a defendant yet in any of Novo's legal suits, but they do say as well in this press release that came out that did drop Novo Nordisk that they're going to be filing more suits as well. So this might not be the end of it. Long story short, again, it doesn't seem like they're directly referenced in any of these current actions with Novo Nordisk, but that does not at all protect them from being mentioned further. We know that Novo Nordisk has also previously terminated its partnership with Hims and Hers for similar reasons. So that, I guess, is a little bit more details. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot of clarity or information available, but I'm going to continue to look into it as we get more info. Back to you.
Get it, Adara. And shout out to Long This. Don't mind. Guys, what do you think of Lululemon? Ooh, Lulu. It seems cheap for your swing or long accounts, 13 PE. I think we get a little obsessed with PE sometimes. Like we had this conversation. The number of stocks that look like good values on a PE basis, whose charts look adjacent to this, it's high. You're not gonna like a chart like Palantir is gonna have a reasonable PE. A chart like Oracle is not going to have a historically good peak. That's just how growth works. And unfortunately for Lulu, let me go to a monthly chart, because the last time I talked about this name, I sort of said what I would be looking for because I was considering this one. It's getting to price levels, at least the 200 period on a monthly chart down at $150 gets interesting for me. So that's what I'd like to see on Lulu. On a monthly, this just broke down on the monthly chart again as we go into a new month here. So this needs to hold some kind of a level on a monthly. I'd be looking for a candle like this. Show me a reversal on a monthly, then get in there and then take a swing trade. The stock is a falling knife. Regardless of whether you could like the products, there's nothing wrong with that. I think they're still probably fine, but the chart speaks for itself on Lulu, so a bit of a hater there. I can tell you that Figma, once again, the land of no fill on the break of 85 on Figma. I crossed 50, left it in, no fill. It broke 85. It went right to 84. 84, I think 84.20 or so. It was the first, 84.20 something is the first bid I saw, and just continuing to crater to the down. I mean, crater is the wrong word. It's only down 6%. So it's crater is not the right word for Figma, but you can see it's an all-time low here for Figma. There was some support. Maybe it was the underwriter. Somebody was trying to hold it up at 85, but now that that's broken, all systems go to the.
Yo, Nimrod, come over here.
Yeah, we'll bring it. He's in the house. He's in the house.
How's everything going? Good to see you. All right, come sit down here. Stand down here so we can.
Should I mic him up or what?
Hey, good.
Yeah, we can get him mic'd up.
Sweet brother, man.
So
I got my mic falling off
You
here.
said you guys.
Thanks, brother.
You have to drink this first before.
what is this? Tequila?
No.
Oh, what do we got here? Vodka?
Yeah, it took me 5 days.
There we go. You got that.
Yeah, you got that.
No. You got this mic. You got this mic.
So it took me like 5 days to get here.
Nice.
It's delayed and stuff, and I had like 3 days layover in Iceland.
Okay.
So I just brought stuff from each location, as well as many awesome stuff from the Middle East. We have a
Show us
when the
something.
war. So we left everything there, but maybe the goat cheese, because it's really symbolic. When the war started, my best friend is from Palestine, so he couldn't work in Israel. So we bought 40 goats, and we started a goat farm.
Wow.
And so I brought you actual goat cheese.
Yes.
From
You're getting
one
an official
goat
look. There's the official
to
bag.
my trading goats. In that sense, and I really, it's important for me to say everything, all the gifts. I'm just a delivery guy. It's representative of an amazing community that loves you guys. Dozens of people touched base with me when they heard I'm coming and wanted to like chip in and stuff. So everything is from everyone.
You had to bring anything.
And also,
It's cool that you're here, man.
and also we have something for the
Jeez,
community.
what
So-
is-
Yeah. So we have this is
How do you know I would
OG
like that?
olive oil that we make as well.
Oh, snap.
And this is the actual goat cheese. Like I just showed them.
I'm just thinking everything.
Yeah.
Don't give an Italian olive oil.
If someone in the chat wants lure, then YouTube Trader TV goat piece. And there's actually a video from the like showing the goats and the
Well, maybe
process
we can
and
get Ramin and
shout
we've got
outing to Sharif as well there in Arabic because they speak Arabic. So really everything is from everyone. I also have a small super chat to everyone. This is Obi. This is Sean.
Obi, I'll just take Obi's.
Is Obi? Obi's not always here.
And there's
What are you doing with cash in here?
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, just yeah. And there's 1 shekel, just a symbolic. There's a cap on the currency exchange here.
Right.
So after going to 10 currencies, I just left half of it in shekels.
Oh, here, we can
So
show.
it can be an investment or just like whatever you guys do. There's actually 1 shekel there, like a coin.
Oh, there's a coin.
A wine coin that is actually the OG
Why
shekel
did-
from
Well,
back in the
I'm
day.
going to tell you. I'll tell you this. I'll
And
tell you
yeah,
this right now.
You keep on saying
For the
shekels.
chat.
Yeah.
Everybody out there, I want you because I'm donating whatever's in here to chat.
No. Wait. We also have a community trader TV fund.
Okay.
I talked to Brandon. Yes. There's more, guys. There's more. So we have a contribution for a fund, trader TV fund. Brandon can expand on it later
Okay,
because I want
now we're talking.
to let you guys.
There, we've got,
figure
look,
all
there,
the
David,
technical
another
stuff.
$50
So,
coming through.
Honestly, and I really want, beyond the fact that I owe you guys so much, really, I can honestly, and I'm a bit jet lagged and overwhelmed, so apologies in advance.
No, you're
Again, it took me
speaking
5 days
amazing.
to get here. But
What was it? You went through Iceland? I saw your
I went
email.
through Italy. You have limoncello from Italy. You have chocolate and
We don't have it here for
liquor
long.
from Iceland. So
You speak my
you
language
also
now.
have, So you guys also have like stuff from all of the places I've been.
Amazing.
But honestly, I can't thank you guys enough, each and every one of you. Like, you are the reason I started watching because essentially I used to watch this guy, Gareth Holloway. He does
Yeah,
like,
never heard of him, blah, blah, blah.
He
Yeah.
doesn't do day trading. He doesn't do day trading at all. But he kept on saying, like, I have this Trader TV, so a live trading room. So I searched for trading TV, and I saw someone who I thought was him,
Right.
but in a small screen. And this guy like really talked sharp, and it took me months to figure out it's the wrong guy. But it
Well, I
wasn't
hope
the
I
wrong
don't
guy.
disappoint you.
Was it a fake guy copying it, or was it?
No, he just really looks like him. Like, and so I
gotta-
was
Must be
just
extremely
mixed
handsome.
up. But each and every one of you, like Neil, really, and maybe off record, I can show you guys the P&Ls you guys have made for me. But I usually trade swing and longs. I have my own technique. I don't even look at technical levels. I have a research company in Israel and in
Okay.
Dubai. So I look at trading as a statistician. Like I
Nice,
look
nice.
at all the potential possibilities a graph can go and assign a probability to each one. I don't even look at price ranges. And you guys have opened my eyes to technical analysis and day trading and made me an obscene amount of money. But regardless, the community and the vibes you guys have is so important. We had a very tough few years.
Right.
And I think a quarter or a fifth of my trading was in a bunker. And
Are you serious?
people, yeah. And
It's like we have no idea about any of this
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Like the road that you've
we won't
been
go
on.
into politics, but let's say it was like a shot of normalcy.
Okay.
And it was such an amazing experience, and I thank you guys so much. And again, this pilgrimage, I'm just the representative of an amazing community who all love and appreciate you guys.
Well, that's amazing to hear.
We're humbled. I'll tell you that right
Amazing to
now.
see.
Touches us. for
Absolutely
sure.
humbled. I cannot thank you enough.
Yeah, and you know what? If you feel like you're not like you're speaking, like you sound amazing
killing it.
for all your
I
travel.
lost my voice.
So,
I'm so like jet lagged as well.
And it
It's
does
like-
take a lot to come on. We have 7,000-8,000 people
They're
watching.
loving you in the chat.
And by
right
the
now.
way,
Lot-
this
super chats
place
coming in.
is huge and incredible, and I'm really looking forward to see
Can you
what will
imagine? We used to
happen.
have 40 traders behind us.
No, and I'm
So
really looking forward to this 360 gyroscopical
Yes, it's gonna be awesome.
kind of thing you're building on.
We're
But
getting
guys,
there.
this place is huge and amazing, and it's awesome to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're glad that you could.
Thank you. First of all,
come
thank you
through.
so much.
We'd like to talk to you after as well. So thank you so much for everything. And we'll talk to Brendan about getting that set up, the fund and everything like that. So Nimrod, thank you so much.
Appreciate you,
Road,
Nimrod.
thank you so much for coming through. Again, all right. Well,
We're not going to be having this right
yeah. I mean, this is incredible. Thank you so much. We'll put this over on the side there and go find Joe. You guys,
That's next
take some of this
level.
to the head over here, right there. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I think I should up with a wad of cash. I mean, what the
I.
What the hell? I mean, absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much to Sharif, everybody. Right there. Oh, Nimrod,
I heard
Okay,
something
come here
about-
for a second.
I heard something about some chocolates.
can you verify how many eggs are in that bowl right over there? In Sharif's, how many? 6 eggs. Okay, there we go. So there you go. So that's Sharif's egg bowl. See, I just want to make sure, you know.
Get it, Nimrod. Get it.
Yeah,
in.
exactly. Get an Nimrod
Is that,
there.
those are the eggs from this morning?
Yeah. Remember, he puts the eggs aside because I'm always saying like, oh, Sharif's over here pounding back 6 or 7 eggs. So there it is, right there, the official.
Some things never change.
Isn't
but
that awesome that they did the goat and all that kind
I
of
can't
stuff? And now we
even-
have fresh goat cheese
I
right here.
can't even like.
What is even going on, Sharif?
Wow.
I don't know what to say. Very, very fortunate to have such great
Yeah, we don't even know what
viewers,
to
and I'm glad that we're able to have him come through. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. If we don't get record likes, I just saw that in the chat. Smash the likes for Nimrod. Nimrod is the GOAT. I like that one. Get it. This is what
Nimrod.
this community. That's
Rod.
what the community is all about.
Rod.
There. Shout out to you, Nick.
Rod.
Shout out to everybody
Nimrod.
out here.
Yeah.
It's real. Yeah. Nimrod.
There we go.
It's just amazing. I love what's going on here. But someone says don't touch the goat's eggs. I don't know what happens.
No,
if
this is
you,
just goat's cheese.
No, I don't know. I'm talking about from Sharif's. I don't know
Oh.
what happens if you steal his eggs.
I do. Here, give me them.
But I'm getting healthy, so maybe I could find out because I don't think he could catch me anymore.
Oh, you're gonna be running around after.
So when
it.
he could, let's be real. When the dude could catch you, like that's when your go-to move. I mean, Sharif probably works out.
I
a little
think
bit.
Sharif is a teddy bear. Where is that guy?
Of course he is. Of course
Not
he
going
is.
to do
That being said, running away from a dude that's twice your size is not the worst opportunity if you get yourself in that spot. My goodness, Figma could go SSR today. It's tanking.
Yeah, the
Almost
futures are
to
coming back in as
$80.
well,
Everything is coming to the downside. And again, thanks for all the love. Like it's crazy, all the love for Nimrod. Make sure you smash that like. Again, I'm still a little bit speechless.
We've had
I did
we've
not-
never had anybody come
No,
in.
we didn't
throw it
expect.
out like
We had no idea what was gonna. What
I mean, I'm loving the olive oil. I'm loving the olive
Came
oil.
with a whole thing.
Well,
of
we'll
goat cheese,
distribute
olive
all
oil,
that.
and apparently, even more stuff back there. I don't even know what to say.
I'm going to be going into the vault and finding this guy some stuff to take back with him. I mean, that is 100%. So yeah, shout out there, Nimrod. Thank
Well, I
you
get
so
some
much.
pictures. We should've got
For all of that, yeah, we'll do some pictures and everything. I'm sure he's going to be excited. Okay, it's 3:17. All right, TQQ still go to the downside right now. Nice going down. Boom, right in there, 85.80 right there. There's another super chat coming through right there, another $100. You made some money off Palantir there, so you're welcome to that long. Here, I'll just call it up. I don't know why I'm just reading it and not showing it here live on the air. So again, there it is, man. Big Kyle. Big Smile, sorry. Smile. In honor of the mega supporter, Nimrod, right here, and the goat farmer. So there he is right there. Shout out. Big Smile with a tribute there. David as well with $50 for Nimrod. Thank you so much. And then Long This, he wants to talk to us about Palantir, baby. Let's go. We love some Palantir around here. Got to buy some Palantir. So I got you to buy Palantir at $80. Well, I mean, I wish I got myself to buy a little bit more of that as well. You cashed 20% of it today, and there it is. You liking that trade. Get those money bag yos out right now for you, Long This, man. Congratulations on a hunch right there, because you're up $100 right now in the money on that trade. So great trade for you. And the thing about what Nimrod was saying is, he hits the keys. Like Neil and I just sitting here and trading and talking the way we talk. I mean, we like to talk about stock, we like to answer the questions, but if you guys are making money on the trades, I mean, you guys are the ones.
You got to make your own decision.
Like I bought some Oscar there, right? If it blows up, great. And it's not like, okay, I made money because Sean told me to buy it. You're the ones that kind of have to hit the key. We do not give financial advice. Yeah. We're just sort of letting you know ideas that we may have in our longer term accounts, our swing
what's
accounts. We talk about Webull, bought some Webull.
No, like I'm literally short Webull now, but we're long Webull at 1069. Yeah, on purpose. That's not. And it's not even remotely a coincidence on Webull, because we liked it all the way back in a 10, and I remember thinking, well, I didn't take a shot at Robinhood. We took some shots at SoFi. I didn't take a shot at Robinhood. There's no way I would let Webull get away, and that's bouncing nicely. I like this name, but again, anybody can do what they want. It's just crazy. And we should have done this before, because I'm going to go back just very quickly to this Figma breakdown. Figma, all-time lows, only traded 4 days, so every single low is an all-time low since it just broke down. But what's wild about this is we were just talking about, I was talking with Obi and some of the other, Dara's mentioned this several times. I know Sharif and Joe have been talking about like a swing long they've been doing with options in CoreWeave and sort of why it wasn't working despite it should have been in the money. This euphoria, and I'm not saying we're at a top, but the euphoria on these IPO names seems like it's a betting. That being said, this one, specifically CoreWeave, just today, is double bottomed in front of 100 and is trying to break the trend back to the upside. So I've been bearish on this for a while, but it's seemingly a little undeniable. Double bottom in front of $100, and now you're starting to break out. I think CoreWeave could be a sneaky long. Maybe not right now, because I don't know if I want to buy highs in the afternoon. That just it feels like a trap up here. But yeah, this might be a nice spicy long tomorrow. I know we're going to be paying attention to AMD on earnings. Yikes, back into the red, back under VWAP, all that good stuff. SMCI on earnings. Obviously, Open is going to be a big one as well. But yeah, that CoreWeave looks really enticing. Like, it's been trending down so long. And what I also like about this, in terms of breaking that trend line, it's doing this bounce with Figma going to the downside, another recent IPO. It's doing this bounce with the NASDAQ red. So it's doing it counter trend to a lot of other things that you might think would go with it. Wow, Figma's about to break $80 now. It just keeps on going and going and going. And I mean, Circle's still breaking down. That could take out 150. This one could be back in the 120 range as well within a couple of weeks. So like these IPOs, it's only CoreWeave that's catching a bounce, apparently. And the lockup expires on CoreWeave on September, I think it's at the 23rd or the 24th. So it's somewhere in late September is when the IPO lockup on CoreWeave is going to be. And Fig does want to break 100 or 80 Adara. It's sitting right here. I have UNH still up there, but there's a bit of a bid that's trying to hold it up. It won't matter. It's on 20 million shares. There's a little bit of a bid at $80. Oh, you can't see. There it is. Not much, like 30, 40,000 shares there on the bid, but it should have no trouble getting through that if it wants to.
Do we have a Sharpie anywhere?
Yeah, there is. No, there.
I'm trying to find a Sharpie.
There exists a Sharpie. I don't know where it is.
I'm talking to Joe. When he's ready,
we've had one before, because I know we've used it before.
Come over here. All right. So these are brand new Trader TV mugs. I'm not even. I don't care about trading anymore. We don't have anybody. We don't have this gentleman visiting, and I care about trading right now. Neil and I will go over it. We're going to sign. I'm going to give one. If I had more, I would give you more. These are brand new Trader TV mugs.
So much younger, like on in person. It's crazy.
Right, and the camera adds like 50 pounds, right? See, like okay, good. Okay, thank you for saying that.
See, we only look old. We're not.
But yeah, I want to sign. We're going to get us to sign these. So one for whomever, and then we will sign one. I'm just going to go find the Sharpies.
We have a Sharpie.
We'll get for you. That's the least. Too. And if I can do anything else, I want to do that. So. Here's a couple mugs for you, and we're gonna find a Sharpie and sign them. So, Joe, do you know? I don't know.
Go get Randy or Rob.
Yeah. Have you seen Randy yet?
No.
Oh, he might have left. When do you go back?
3 days.
Oh, so you're gonna be around here for a while?
Oh yeah. I'll be here. here for a couple of days, and I might come back for like a month and a half in a couple of months, like with
Okay.
the dogs.
What does,
Friendly.
Do you have any family in Canada or?
No, I'm like 100% working all the time. I have no social life.
do you have, same as me, do you have plans for lunch tomorrow?
No.
Okay, so then why don't you meet us here or something in the morning, and then we can go out for lunch
Yeah, after
around
we do the morning.
noon, something
That'll
like
be
that.
awesome. I have so many stuff I want to share and also ask you guys.
Yeah, sure.
That'll be really awesome. And by the way, you're the cultural reference you bring to the table makes me feel like I'm not that old as well. Like the only.
We're not. We're all. You know what? This whole we joke about it all the time. But you're as young as you feel. I just like. I like making fun of ourselves, but at the end of the day, like you got to be who you are. Like I'm a sign of the times. Like I don't try to pretend to be as hip about things that are going on now. I'm like I leave that to other people. Like I know my references are all gonna age me instantaneously. So it's always cool when people actually get them on the show. So I'm glad you do.
So what's your favorite stock to trade? Do you have one?
Oh yeah, I think recently it's been PLTR, but I really like Monday. Again, in my perspective, as like in the statistical levels that I use in my method for like swings, it's really aligned with my measurements in regards to the Frinkquist probability approach that I take. So it's really awesome, and also it has some solid growth moves as well. So yeah, PLTR obviously it's easy. Monday, since I started to do the technical analysis, thanks to you guys, I also play obviously with like the quantum computing, and essentially every stock that Sharif trades as well.
Oh, the small cappers.
Yeah. I really, from each of you guys, I take so much. As I said, like the original reason I used to watch like Sean, even before I knew he was Sean. By the way, you're the Cantina guy?
Yeah.
It's
Katina, not
Catena.
Yeah.
She's always like Katina man, this and that.
Cantina man. I just wanted to make it clear. Neil, which is like the wholesome sage, and like he really nails down.
So he's wholesome. So what?
No, you're more edgy. You're funny.
Okay.
I always know when you're hungry. Like always.
That's
like,
just a thing.
When
I'm
you
not
ask
actually
about
that hungry, but we
things.
do have what's for lunch. You know.
Yeah. Adera.
What's your favorite food, by the way? Then. You like lasagna? You went to Italy?
Yeah, I told them Canada is an amazing place. I love Canada. The only thing that you can guys improve in is food. The food here is really is incomprehensible, and the way you treat meat is criminal. Honestly, it's criminal.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'll ask Brendan afterwards for recommendations. But every like high-end place I go to eat in is like really.
There's one called Prime Seafood. You can go there. It's a really good place.
I'll definitely.
Barbarians. What do you like? You like steak? What do you like?
Yeah, I like meat. I like fresh stuff. The stuff I brought here.
I'd be
and
careful.
you haven't
Has
seen
a lot of
nothing
Michelin
yet. We have
stars, my guy.
olives. We have a lot of. We have vine leaves.
Yeah,
vine leaves
yeah.
that were literally made 2 weeks ago. Like everything is extremely fresh. So after eating that, you'll get a sense of what I like as well in that regard. But I'm open to everything except pork.
Right. Okay, religious there.
Which is fair.
The thing about I feel like
You need a
now
good
in North
steak.
America, much more probably processed foods than what you're used to eating.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, you're talking
Yeah,
about the farm
yeah.
fresh
Yeah.
everything, right?
But
That's
in
a
the
comparison
States, they
that's
can
normal.
make a steak. Like in the States,
You
they
can
can
get a
make
good
like
steak. Hold on.
I'm trying to get
No.
offended.
You can get a good steak here.
So you
well,
guys
no,
have
but
to,
there are
give
a
me
few
some-
places.
In
You know
the
this. There's a few steakhouses here that I would venture to say they're.
I mean,
overpriced,
Alberta,
not that
prime
good.
beef in
But like
Canada.
the place that he was mentioning, Barbarians is a good. They,
Yeah?
I haven't been. It's been a minute since I've been there, but I've never been disappointed at Barbarians.
I'll definitely check it out
That's
even
worth a
tonight.
shot.
Like I'm
They're not
really,
paying me
You're
to say that.
jonesing for something.
Extremely, yeah.
Oh man, I didn't know you were coming in tonight, or I would have cleared the
Wow.
schedule.
It's
maybe.
really
I know we
overwhelming
have
to,
baseball
to,
tonight.
Yeah, that's the thing.
see
Well,
all
we're gonna
the
do lunch for sure
Yeah,
tomorrow,
for sure.
and we appreciate you coming through. We'll get all the guys to sign it.
Sharif.
And I want to get you to sign something too, because I'm starstruck
everyone
with
gets
you
to
being here. To
sign
be
it.
honest with you. Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna have to attend some trades. Nimrod,
get everybody.
everybody, thank you so much for coming
Thanks
through.
again, Nimrod.
Again, it was only a half hour left. I mean, this guy has. I mean,
Yeah.
Did you see this? The goat cheese is right here. The olive oil is right here. Okay, take it away. I'm just putting it away so it's not on the desk.
Yeah. I don't want to knock anything over.
Yeah, it's all sealed up here and everything. Here you go, Ramin.
I'm trying to break the
Don't
glass.
drink it. There you go.
Wow.
Straight from Iceland.
Yeah, like I can read any of that.
That's how Nimrod rolls, right there. He's looking for Obi as well, by the way.
I don't know if Obi's in today. I think Obi's remote today.
Yeah, Sharif got the gift for Obi. So
We're not doing shots
again. Yeah,
we
thank you so
will
much.
at some point, though.
Yeah, I'm not doing.
No.
I gotta do the aftermarket.
Yeah, you gotta do the aftermarket show.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. I think we're probably free for lunch. We could do.
Oh, 100%. No, 100%. We're taking Nimrod out to lunch. Like no questions asked. And like I said, this is such a great community. Everybody, to no extent, we're not going to. Really, is this true? That bottle is called Black Death.
What?
No, it's not. We'll take some pictures. We'll get a group picture for sure. It's just obviously right now.
Just called this Brennivin.
Is that what that?
Brennivin.
I don't know if that's what it means.
Brennivin.
It's only 40%. It's not. That ain't no Black Death.
Look, I mean, I'm just really glad that you and I both look much younger in person.
That I'm not gonna lie.
I'm glad I didn't have to tell him that the camera adds a lot of weight.
I'll take it.
He
take
came
it.
up with that himself.
It also the camera adds gray hair. And what's weird, and most people don't know this.
It's the lights.
If
The
you
lights
shine,
are adding.
if you shine light,
I switched over to the
like we
Palantir hat, by
have
the way.
all around us, it makes it appear like you're losing hair at the top of your head,
Right,
which
when
is
that's
wild
not
because it's
possible at
not
all.
even happening. It's all fake.
I mean, trading for 26 straight years, full head of hair, no problem.
Yes.
At all. But again, just, we need that youth camera. With Snapchat reporting tonight, maybe there's
That's
a filter.
another one.
That makes, right, Andre? Maybe there's a filter that we can put on that makes us look younger.
Anyone even use?
Do you use Snapchat?
Do I? First of all,
I don't have an account. I know Sharif does.
And my daughter's too young. My nieces and
kids
nephews that are of the right
kinda
age
think.
don't. They both. They'll say it's Instagram, Discord.
Oh, that means moonshine.
Some Reddit. That's what? That's moonshine? That's not moonshine. It looks like a pretty legitimate. I don't know what is it, an aperitif?
Oh, the wife and I.
I meant to look it up.
We cracked open a bottle of wine, and we got about halfway through. Like, how times have changed, man. We used to hit that wine.
I can't remember the last time we did a bottle of wine.
That's what
we just
I mean.
don't do it anymore.
It's one of
You
those
get to
things, right?
no, I do remember the last time. We only do it when we're traveling. We did it. We did it maybe once or twice in in Budapest, but we did it pretty much a lot in Italy. We went to Italy, like we would.
Oh, well, hey, look, man, when you're traveling, different
And
stories.
we don't, but like in Italy, it's like, okay, well, we're getting a bottle.
By the way,
it's there.
I just want to go. We've taken a couple shots on Hims for sure, and it hasn't worked out. But right now, and like I had to go run to find. Like we have a little stash here of these mugs and everything like that, and I just sort of got a little bit overwhelmed with this guy coming through and just thinking, some of the kind words talking about how. And just not the struggles, but the things that he's been through. They're talking about trading from a bunker.
Clue.
Like what in the?
Like we just see,
like we
just
sit
see
here,
the comments in the chat and the positivity.
You know, like
and
we sit
super
here and
chats.
complain about that it's a little cold in here.
It's like,
this dude's trading from a
bunker. Like
what are we even talking about?
Like that's a reality that
right now.
It doesn't even register.
Doesn't even set into me. So we want to thank you for coming through, especially when you said it took days for him to get here. Had to stop all throughout. Had to take his flight from Iceland. I don't know, why can you just take one direct from Italy? I don't know, but anyways, at the end of the day, thank you, Nimrod, for coming through, man.
Can you, I don't know, we stop somewhere anytime.
Look, Nimrod, if someone's going to take him to a club, it would be these two single dudes right beside us.
A club?
So he can go there with Joe and Sharif, who
I don't know anything about the club
got to go home and take
anymore.
care of their dogs. I got to go home and do this. But I mean, I'd go out 100%. It's just a matter of, I didn't realize it was tonight. That, like you said, you have baseball.
I got baseball.
He's got, my girl's got volleyball and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely, a guest visiting, if I can clear my schedule tomorrow.
That's the thing. Look, being a parent is fantastic, but it's like you have like this, you need advanced warning for everything. Which is great because it means that you're busy, but at the same time, you can't do stuff at the drop of the hat.
I like being busy. Like if I'm not busy, I drive myself crazy.
There's always something to do around the house. Like the basement's a mess, and you got to reorganize that. There's always something that needs to get done around the house. I feel like even if you're not busy, you're busy. Let's go over to Adara. We've got early looks on the imbalances when we come back.
Yeah, here's a look at the implied moves and expected release times for some of the many names reporting after the bell. I've said a couple times that this slate of post-market earnings really does have something for everyone, regardless of what you trade or what sectors you look at, and I stand by that. We have AMD, Amgen, Arista Networks, Clover Health, Supermicro, Open Door, Upstart, Snapchat, Toast, among others. So check that out. 4 p.m. Eastern. Myself, Sean, Sharif. Big earnings night, and we want you to join us. And if you want to see this infographic, X at TTV Research will have all of your infographic needs covered. Back to you.
It's an 8. So thank you, Adara. And first of all, if you are not checking out Trader TV Research, where you can find all of this, then make sure I'm following. If you're not, then you know what to do. I'm not going to unfollow Trader TV Research, but you know what to do. Just give it a follow. Dara puts a lot of effort into this, and it's fantastic. SMCI, as she mentioned, it's just great. I promised we'd have a look at the early imbalances. Not much. There's supposed to be, so the Paramount deal is closing. If you see PARA in there for a big sell, do not be shocked. That deal is supposed to close. We're expecting a big sell there. Pfizer reported this morning, 2.7 million early look to the sell side, but not much is really standing out here. XOM, small, 900,000. None of these are really moving the needle. I can scroll down. At 350, I think it'll be a little bit more interesting. But just one note on, it's so crazy that we didn't even, like Pfizer's actually up 5% today after their report. So guess what? It is actually possible for this stock to go up. It happened today. It's its best day easily since May, and then it had another day like this in April. Going up for a short time period has not been the problem for Pfizer, but you do have to wonder, with more M&A coming in, with finally getting some, you're getting past the threat of what the pharma tariffs are going to be. They've been pricing in this patent shelf for a while here. You don't wonder if it's just all of the badness has gone away. I think it's nonsense to try to worry about, worrying about the dividend for something like this is utter nonsense. You've got to find this when it can break and hold above, I think, the 200 period moving average. And 26 is a very good historical price for Pfizer. So this is looking pretty solid. It's not going to get to 26 today. It's not going to get to 26 tomorrow. But when it does, I think that's a breakout worth watching. 5% in a market that's red, can't ignore that bad boy at all. And FIG still hasn't broken that 80. If anybody, does anybody get the fill at 85? I think it's wild, the stock. I don't know if we can see an 80 break today, but it's only about 20 minutes to go. You're running out of time here. But it's exactly what happened at 110. Like the 110 breakout, you could want it, but you just couldn't get it. And I felt the same way about that 85 break. Goes clean $5, but that first dollar, you almost have to just cross $1 on this stock and suck it up.
Big, yeah. I mean, we had an experience with that yesterday, right now, or a couple days ago on that 110 break. But oh my God.
Oh my God.
Right now we've got $1.30 in the money on HIMS. Fine. We're just making back sort of all these opportunities that we wound up losing there. So it's not like it's a huge trade or not anything. But we did wait until it got into a little bit of a better level. We let this thing run from 56 up to 57, hitting the 200 period moving average. And now you can see its downside. So like these are all the hits, right? Like short, hit, and then now short, win. So we'll see if we can get a downside play. I'm actually at 55. Oh, sorry, that's 85 on the TQs. We still have the short in the market as well. Is that looking like it wants to make moves a little bit lower? So yeah, nice play downside now, but HIMS making that move, and I think we should get about right now for this name to punch out a little bit more. We do apologize. There's a lot of noise in the background, which is fine for me. It's just the guys moving around. We're going to have that big move starting ASAP. And as Nimrod said, we've got a lot of stuff happening around this joint, and more to come soon as well as we get going. Peter, how's it going today? Good, thumbs up. We like that right there. But yeah, lots of stuff happening. Tape getting thrown down. The whole place is now painted. Wait to see what's going on that wall back there. Mark, Rob, and everybody starting to move some of the equipment through. And of course, it's kind of hard to do this because it all has to happen after hours, and then it's got to be tested and then get ready back for the opening trade tomorrow morning, right?
Well, that's the crazy thing that I don't think it's easy for us to talk about. It's not easy for everybody to grasp just how much has to get done and the limitations on what you can do, because we have to be live every single day. Like that's like the commitment of Trader TV Live is U.S. markets open, we're here. and we've never missed a broadcast since we've been on. And that's crazy to me because there were multiple moments where we were like, oh shoot, this isn't going to happen. There's certain days, you guys don't know about it because things worked out. But there were a few times. I remember we had a backup plan during
we did one show from our houses.
We did one show from the houses just to make it happen. We didn't have a choice.
We were just doing commentary.
Yeah, we did commentary. We couldn't trade, and we were all just on a webcam. Like that was like the nuclear option, for lack of a better term. But ultimately, we just try to make it work. Someone's like, why not move to a temp place? That's a lot to ask to move this production to a temporary location to then move it back.
Yeah, no, we have. I just looked at the lights. We have
there's a lot going on here
right now above us, and I don't know if you can't see it, but there's above us. There's
it's not
tons
like a
of racks. There's tons of wiring. I don't know. We've showed you guys it a couple times, but anyways. Yeah. Again, Nimrod visiting us here. We want to thank him, one of our viewers that have been watching since when, about a couple years? 4 years or so. So, man, it should be good, man. We're gonna do some things with Nimrod there, so it was a really good one. All right, so we took some out on him as it's going down. He's speaking with Joey Options right now, going through his options plays right now.
Have to.
Hi, Ramin. How are you?
Team Ramin always.
Trying to give everybody, more peeks, as everybody switches by us there, say what's up when Fabian goes by, Peter goes by there. I feel good about everything today, especially when we get to see a viewer and then hear that story, honestly, like being able to make money and the fact that he's so charitable, like giving back to the community. And then I'm excited to hear what Brendan was talking, or what he's talking about with Brendan there about what trying to organize.
Yeah, like that's wild. We didn't.
The Trader TV goat farming or something like that. I don't know. It should be fun. I'm already having a good time here. Okay, so into the close today. Let's not skip about what we have for earnings, right? I mean, we've had a great opportunity here to have a good time. We are going to be joined with Adara and myself and Sharif tonight, so that should be a lot of fun. And this is what we're looking at tonight. It should be a good one. This is for tomorrow morning, actually, is the one I'm looking at right now, so that's not it. Tomorrow we actually have Lyft as well coming through, so that should be good. But this is what we're talking about for tonight. We had lemonade, that tasty drink this morning, up 30%. Right there, Caterpillar, we've talked about that a little bit. That turned green here this afternoon. I'm not sure if it still is. Pfizer's had a great day on a nice revenue bump there and a guide forward, so that's really good. But looking forward, tonight, man, we've got a big one for sure as we continue to go, including Amgen. We'll wait to hear what the expectation is on AMGN. They're looking for 528 EPS on just $9 billion of revenue. That's it. So we'll wait to see what Amgen does. Of course, we have Upstart, and by the way, there's another fill on HIMSS. That's starting to go in as well. Upstart coming through. Expected move on this one, give or take 25 cents. 25 cent EPS on that one. 17% move looking at Upstart coming through. Open Door, we've sort of had a look at that again as we go, but just to have a look here, this is OPEN. Having a nice move here today. Well, actually, it's pulled back a little bit. Now you're flat, but we did get up to that 560 mark. We'll see if Open Door has anything to say about it. Toast, not bad again, as we talked about some of the different plays here in the restaurant business. Again, all electronic right there. It's been a great stock, near the highs for Toast as well. And the one for me I'm interested in, Snapchat's had quite a nice run. So we'll see if Snapchat can make that money back. Well, I guess it's pulled back a little bit here now that I look at it. But Snapchat did have a huge move off of $8, I believe it was. Yeah, the $8 bottom all the way up to 10 and change. So that's a 30% move. That's starting to come back in now as well. So yeah, lots of action here tonight. We're looking forward to it. It's going to be a big recap show. Again, join myself, Adara, and Sharif. Snap expected roughly 1 cent there tonight on 1 point. The revenue is going to be light, 134 on revenue. I feel like there's a lot that could go right for Snapchat, right? I don't know. I've always been surprised that Zuckerberg and company haven't tried to take them out yet, to be honest with you, Snapchat.
Well, Zuck doesn't need to. Somebody else could, though.
I mean, Zuckerberg, not that he needs to. I mean, he bought Instagram when he didn't sort of need to. I just don't know. My kids use Snapchat. Like, Snapchat is they use it for group talks and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know.
Is that what people use it for?
Yeah, it's not. They don't do that. I mean, I guess they still do Discord.
That's what I thought everyone uses
streaks. There's some
Discord
fun things
for that.
There's some fun things.
Like, what do you guys use it for in the chat? Like, I just take the cue. Like, I have a couple of nieces and nephews that are, well, a niece and a nephew that are teenagers, and I got a nephew that's 12. And I just simply know that none of them use Snapchat. So that's my entire experience, because way too young for my daughter. Just very quickly here, I didn't show you the chart. Figma broke $80, got to 79.5, came back up to 81, and is now putting a higher low off the 80 level. So with only about 5 minutes till the imbalances go, I'm getting in here and giving it 50 cents essentially. Like this bottom wick is like 79.90, and I'm in at 40. So I'm just gonna throw a stop. I got in, then immediately took some off. I'm like, I realized how late it was. So yeah, it's actually 5 minutes of the imbalances. I kind of thought we had a little bit more time than that. Just gonna take a quick little shot at that low. If 80 is gonna hold, and see we can't get a little bit of a bounce. But 5 minutes, no early looking balances outside of that Pfizer, Kenvue, which somehow magically is there every single day, HPE. No one cares about Ford. BAC, 1.2 million to the sell side. But that's not, again, that's not going to move the needle. I think if you're looking for a big imbalance, you're probably hunting for it as usual on NVIDIA, which I just hit enter on and it didn't go. And NVIDIA just starting to lose potentially the volume weighted average price here. So yeah, running into some trouble here is NVIDIA as the market's starting to, well, continuing to come in. This almost went green. AMD got green. It did. I promise you it did. It's not green anymore, but AMD got green this afternoon and then pulled right back into the downside. So I took that shot. If 80 breaks, I'm giving it a little bit underneath on Figma, but that's about it. I probably don't take another trade in here. I do want to double check on the big name. Palantir got a little bit lower to 71. I thought this was going to bounce to VWAP on some strength, but holding 7% is still pretty darn good on a day where the market's down like this. Like, ultimately, if you so much as consolidate the top, which is what happened here, that's bullish on a red day. Like, it's kind of trend down, but double bottom over 169. That's a level tomorrow, clearly, for Palantir. 169 bottom, 169 aftermarket, pre-market-ish lows on PLTR. So that's an easy one to work off. And now all of a sudden it's going to the volume-weighted average price. So the strongest big cap name today, because anytime you say that, I have no idea. There's a million small cappers, probably more than 7%, but there aren't many big cap names that did that kind of a number in the red market.
Yeah, no, just looking here at the trade rate, and again, sponsored by eSignal right here, like AMD right now, a nice mover, obviously into the close. We said that we'd want to try to have a quick look to see what AMD was doing into the close again. Yeah, down 1% right now, Advanced Micro Devices. So not really getting going into the close like maybe we thought that it would. Palantir, look, it's past 52-week high. There it is right there. That no longer exists, right? 61.40 right there, past all-time highs. 52-week high now being passed there today. NVIDIA, that TVGN, that halted a couple times, right? That's this acquisition corp, I guess it just came up to our idea there. TVGN halts right there, $1 up to $1.32, makes its way all the way back to that $1.32 mark, all the way back down to $1 again. Open Door, we've sort of talked about that a little bit. HIMS now, wow, HIMS is, okay, yeah, we're only $1 in the money. I thought it was more than that. Okay, no, only $1 on that one. Robinhood, another big, huge name today. Apple also trying to defend $200. We'll see what happens right there, right now. So, yeah, there we go. Apple to the downside. Here, HIMS, Qs. Moving around. Apple continues to make lows right now, down 0.3%. So, yeah, I don't know the story here with Apple, but with the market being down 0.7, it's kind of nice that it's not redder or more aggressively to the downside than that. You know, it has been a rough ride for Apple, especially coming through with no comment on AI basically on their quarter. I mean, I think everybody was sort of hoping for something. We do have the imbalances coming out very, very soon right now, so we'll have a quick look at that imbalance locator. At 350, we'll all populate, so we'll figure out what's going on with that at 350. But for now, again, just really, really happy to have Nimrod here again, and thanks all of that for him coming through. And thank you for you guys. For being here with us again, regardless, super chats or not. I mean,
yeah,
it's great
the whole,
to see this.
whether it's Longness, whether it's Nimrod, whether it's Content Revolver in the chat just right now, who's asking the easiest softball question that I've ever gotten on this show. Guys, are you covering earnings today after the bell? Well, I can answer that one for you easily. You don't have to do anything. You sit back, you relax, you go from here, and I'm pointing to the desk over there. You can't tell where I'm pointing, but I'm pointing to the desk because you got the dream team back. Adara, Sean, and Sharif will be covering all of the earnings tonight. And usually it's Wednesday or Thursday, but this week, tonight, is the big earnings day because of AMD and SMCI. There's other names reporting this week. It's every single day is going to be super hot fire, but you don't always have AMD and Supermicro, Open Door as well, and lots of other names. So yeah, it's always exciting, but just stick around. You don't have to do much of anything except enjoy the show. You will get bumped over in about 10 minutes, but in less than 1 minute, we're going to get potential imbalances. Figma bounced and got to 81, and then the sellers are right back to winning on this thing. Oh, it's wild. Like the buyers will win for a second, and then the sellers just jump right back in. Now, this stock is not a long. Let's just flat it. This stock's not a long, man. It's just like, yeah, because you missed the 85 short, you try to make a long work. Yeah, bump that. The 85 short was the one that you needed to have. And again, you just got to cross the dollar on the stock. It's just all it is. It's wild. So 5 seconds to go. We'll see what happens when these imbalances drop. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw some buy imbalances because the trend's been so distinctly to the downside, but we'll see. NVIDIA, 1.7 million to the buy. That's not very big at all. 1.7 million is just a drop in the sand. That's it. What's the overall number? I see nothing else that's a big name over 1 million shares. AAP's 1. That's 1.4. That's an expensive stock. $140
Yeah, Young Brands,
stock.
Pfizer, Kenvue, NVIDIA.
Lucid's a sell, but that's 900,000. That's nothing.
Yeah, HIMS right here. I'm going to put a bid and see if we can cover. There we go. We got some more at 91s right now. We'll be flat on HIMS after all of this. It is nice that it is making that move down. And we'll just cover the, get this out of here. There's not much on the imbalance locator, I don't think.
No, it's
too much for interest sake anyways right now. But yeah, I'm going to cover, we just did cover the TQs again, so I'll just punch out right now into that name. So there it goes, man. Nice downside play there for the TQs. Nice play right there as we go. And then the HIMS trade continues to work out. I mean, we could put a bid down here at 55.20 just to see if it does crash. We'll go to 55.30. If that does come in, then good for us. If not, whatever, we'll punch it out. We only have about 10% left of this trade. And again, when you guys are asking about like how many outs, each one of these is 10%. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 right there. So 9 outs for this as we were just sort of, again, talking with our viewers and doing some work there. But I haven't even, I got to go quickly because I haven't even logged it out.
Yeah, you got to set up
or logged into that. So, all right, I'll come back, but I just want to go make sure we put it up over there.
Well, because look, we have a lot of earnings to get to. I didn't even look to see the timing on the earnings, which usually we'll have. But when you have a lot of names reporting, then certainly you know there's going to be like 4 or 4 or 5. It just all starts rolling off, and it works really quickly. Yeah, I think it was the right decision to get out of Figma. Figma did not go, I think it might have gone SSR. I think it did. So 880. Yeah, I think it barely, it did tick 10%. This is going to be SSR tomorrow with that 10% down move. And all it has to do, for the uptick rule to be in effect, you don't have to close 10% to the downside. You just have to, at any point in the current or prior session, get to the 10% mark. AMD, I see in the chat, Tony thinks AMD is going to 200. The market's kind of telling you that they're a little bit skeptical of it. That said, just remember, there's a big resistance level, a legitimate huge resistance area at 180 to 185 on AMD. And sometimes, like levels like this, like it just absolutely trended down. Like this broke down first at work, continued to break down here at the 80 to 85, and then it did it again when it faked everyone out at that 200 period bounce. So this is a big level that it's got to chew through, and you got to go $10 to get there. That's a 7-point move right there just to even get to 185. So you start stretching just to be able to get to resistance on AMD. Not being skeptical. I've done nothing with this stock. I own some from years and years ago, and I haven't bought or sold AMD. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking I should maybe be selling some. But let's be real. Everyone's going to be watching this, but don't sleep on the super one, which is not that super. If he's going to try to go too far. Supermicro, I know it's not having a good day, but this has been a very steady riser. And it's one of those, as long as it's not bad, it's technically been good for SMCI. So I think that's one thing to watch here for them. Like they had a rough run of it, which is probably understating things last year, but it's been a very calm and steady Eddie move to the upside on SMCI, which has been structured. What I like about that is if it pulls back, you've got some obvious areas where it's been supported before, 46, 50, 40. So even on dips, this one looks pretty spicy. PMAX saying SMCI is undervalued. I can see the argument, but what's fun about this stock is when it decides that it wants to break into a new area or sets up levels, it really respects them. And that's what I really like. The number of times this will double bottom, triple bottom, like look at the resistance here. Why did we not short 59? So something like that. It just shows you buyers and sellers. It's a very good support and resistance stock when it can establish a level. That might lend itself to day 2 more than day 1, but who cares? Should always be fun. Open door, of course, we're gonna get after the bell. This is the more fun squeeze one. Because after what Michael Noss was telling us, and again, this is a metric that he showed me, so I'm trusting his metric, that there was a lot of buildup in shorts underneath $1 as this was going up. And I don't have to tell you, they're not faring very well if they're short this thing underneath the $1 level. They're actually getting disrespected quite heavily. So yeah, shout out to Michael Noss for that. We definitely appreciated him coming on through. A lot of people talking about Upstart. There's a lot of earnings names to get to. It's not just the ones that I'm talking about. There's a heck of a lot that we got to get to. There was a small buy imbalance on NVIDIA. That's paired off. I can't even see it anymore. But it was like 1.7 million to the buy side. That's not going to move the needle at all on NVIDIA, but it is paired.
I just came back. I loaded up the layout there. It's all good. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't crash over there because we've been dealing, not crash, but we've been dealing with e-signal. E-signal's now the charting that we use on our closing show. So I wanted to make sure that the layout was properly loaded. Okay, so I just covered HIMS there with only 5 minutes to go right there. I mean, it's a nice move back in. We, again, short, loss, short win. Right now, let's see if AMD is doing anything into the close. I apologize. I was setting things up and talking to Sharif over there, so I didn't really hear if Neil covered some AMD, but right now, down 1%. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing right here. And again, I don't know if there's any whisper numbers. Not really attuned to that right now, but if there are any whisper numbers, maybe AMD is starting to get to the low side now, but look at the market also downside. So I don't want to attest this to that because imagine if this market was up 1% today. I mean, Palantir's going up here into the close while the market's coming back down. So I think if we're going to do tomorrow's trade today, I think Palantir, breaking this 176, if we get a good read from NVIDIA and if this market is a little more positive, I like that. OSCR, I mean, honestly, we bought some of this. We got long around 1370, I believe it was. You guys saw me buy it. We're going to wait to see if we get a nice number from Oscar tomorrow morning as well. Wanted to take a shot on something, and we did some research. And this is a name that I actually liked. And I went to Boston. We did this. We did that. That's not an excuse. You can, but I didn't get a chance to buy it. I thought coming back into here was a decent level there, $15. We did not buy it there. We'll happily buy here and see if we break lows. I mean, again, the space here with Oscar Health, we've seen UNH to the downside, but the fact that it's such a huge total addressable market, there may be, and I don't know if Oscar Health and United Health even are taking the same customers or not. I have no idea. I assume UNH is much more enterprise-based, and Oscar maybe more on the individual side.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Oscar.
I don't know enough about it either, but
I'd like to look into it because that's a hefty short float.
Feel better about that. That is for sure. So
the big short float.
Yeah, it's a big short flow right there.
It's a big ass short float.
Yeah, it's big ass short right there. And then Robinhood today's had a nice move back upside as well, just right now getting back there. So Robinhood, which was down by that 103 level again, that's worth trying to buy, I think. We just zoom that back out. It was this kind of level that I was looking at, 101, 102. I still really like Robinhood coming through there. It reminded me a little bit about Oscar there as we go into the more digitized platforms. And then today, unfortunately, IBIT has not had a great little run here over the last little while. We could call it Bitcoin specifically, but if you're just looking at IBIT itself, you push this rate back in, you're now, this is Bitcoin, man. Bitcoin's almost at its 50-period moving average. Those are generally buy zones if you're looking to start to average in to a trade. Yeah, it's exactly. So right there, so $63 coming right into play, and then you do have a downside with the 200 period is If you like a stock, you like a stock down here. So the 200 period would be $54. I think that's more like 90 or so on Bitcoin. But yeah, right there for IBIT. Okay, Neil, I'm out of here. A minute and a half left. I'm going to head over to the desk and watch to see what happens onto this earnings play. And we're excited to bring that to you very, very soon.
These earnings are going to be brought to you by Trade the Pool, because you know what? You've seen Trade the Pool on here for a while, but now they've got something special just for you, everybody. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description that you see on the page. I'm only saying wow, like less than a minute ago. So we mentioned, obviously, you guys are going to go to the market recap show in like seconds here. We're going to talk about the earnings after the market. Don't forget that before the bell tomorrow with Oscar and Shopify and Disney, Uber before the bell. I didn't realize on a huge volume, Uber is not dumping's the wrong word, it's up 1.4%, but that is hefty sell volume right back in. So Uber once again starting to struggle above its 50 period on the daily. I'd say that's disappointing. I still like the stock, but I've been waiting for it to actually look like it's going back into the upside. Come on, Uber, you got to do it tomorrow. I like the stock, but I don't love the action at that 50 period. Adara, let's ring that closing bell. How's about now? Market is now closed. Don't go anywhere. I want to remind everybody to give a big, huge shout out to Nimrod for coming on through and being so generous, both with his words and with his actions. And for our entire community, you showed all of your generosity, giving him props and giving each other props. So shout out to everybody in our trading community. You guys are the absolute best. But let's be real. We got the dream team lined up. Adara, Sean, Sharif are ready. They're ready for earnings after the bell from Supermicro, AMD, and a whole lot of other names reporting. You know where you're going, and it's nowhere but your market recap show. Let's just get the party started right now.
And I here going through. Let's go, my guys. Right now, we're ready to rock and roll. Thank you for joining us again. Pleasure to do this with Sharif. We've got Adara at the big screen at the desk. We're going to be going through some graphics as some of these numbers drop. We've got it in our ear as well. We're ready for Amgen. We're ready for AMD. We're ready for Snapchat. We're ready for Rivian. We're ready for everything we're ready for, man. A-Lab is coming through tonight. Open Door.
Upstart.
We love some Open Door tonight as well. So get into the chat. Let us know if something reports. We'll call it up immediately. Oh, plus, by the way, we've got SMCI coming through at some point as well. That should be exciting. I'm actually looking for a big number from SMCI right now. Amgen is now out as well. So, yeah, it's ready to go. We're excited for that one. Here's AMGN. It's dropping. Amgen right now. Oh, yeah, there it is, man. $2.99, reporting $6, which is a better number than expected. We're expecting $5.26, so a better EPS look, but we're going to get that for you as soon as it does happen. We're looking for Open Door as well. When that comes out, I like the bull case for Open Door. Again, with rates dropping, Sharif, we're supposed to get 3 cuts. Will the real estate I guess, seller here get more fees? Yes, they will. I feel like with lower rates, it's more likely to have people switch their homes, easier to buy, easier to get yourself into new homes. And again, if Open Door is going to be one of these digitized commodities, then hey, we like using apps. The younger, not that we're younger, but the people now buying homes might be in their younger age group. For sure. And maybe using things like Open Door. I'm going to go get my other hat, though.
Absolutely. I'm going to talk about Amgen here, Katina, man, because it reported, here's what we're getting. We got adjusted EPS, second quarter, adjusted EPS of 602. Let's have a look at what the street was expecting. That looks like a consensus beat there, because the street was looking for 526, so it's a beat on the bottom line. On revenue of $9.2 billion, what was the street expecting? 8.86 from what I see. So an easy beat there, Katina, man, on the top and bottom line. Looks like it might have to come down to the guide over here, because we're still negative to the tune of 2%. They see adjusted operating expenses growing about to $4.8 billion, with adjusted EPS for their full year outlook. We're talking about $20.02 or 20 cents, excuse me, up to 21.30. Katina, man, with Q2 adjusted EPS, as we mentioned, coming in ahead of expectations. So not a bad report here. And now we just went positive on Amgen.
That was funny that Nimrod was talking to us a little bit there about some of the plays that he had as well. Snapchat, nice move there right now, trying to get going just a little bit here into the close, 950, 954. Snapchat not out yet. No. All right, people saying Rivian starting to dump. Okay. I just want to, I'm going to show you right now. I have the chat open right here, right now. So if there's anything going on, let us know about it in the chat as we go through all of the numbers. So Rivian right now reporting 1.03 billion in revenue. That's going to be light, way light on revenue right now. Missing revenue by about 20% right now is Rivian. Nice downside play right there into 1150. We know that Randy likes this spot, but he said no. He had that no shirt on. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Rivian. And again, look, man, if Tesla, which sells cars, Sharif, you could buy a $40,000 Tesla. You could buy a $60,000. They have different models, a Cybertruck as well. But Rivian, just kind of with those high-end EV names right now, and if they're not able to make any money on these cars, let alone a lower revenue number. I don't have the EPS yet.
I don't have anything.
But if the revenue, like the reason why I liked Rivian before, Sharif, was the fact that they could produce the cars now and then deliver the cars. Yes. But right now, if they're unable to deliver these cars and have a lower than expected revenue number, does that mean either A, they're having some production issues, or B, the revenues could be down because of demand? And that would be one of the worst situations to have for Rivian right now.
Absolutely.
You know, you want to have those lineups. And if Rivian's going to deal with that, that's going to be a problem.
Here.
Oh, you do have it. Okay.
Yeah, so here we go, guys. We've got losses here of $2 to $2.5, basically $2 to $2.5 billion for 2025. They maintain, Sean, their same vehicle delivery guidance of 40 to 46,000. Let's go down over here. The company received $1 billion equity investment, as we know, Sean, from Volkswagen Group, that $5.8 billion deal. This investment made, okay, let's just keep going down here. Look to see if we can find any more data on their earnings. No, but we know that they did produce a little bit less than 6,000 vehicles, 5,979 vehicles, and delivered, Sean, on the quarter, 10,661. Do you want to talk about SMCI?
Yeah, SMCI just came out. I mean, they lost there on their, great coverage there on Rivian. But right now, SMCI here, we're hearing a lower EPS number, so adjusted right now earnings of 41 cents, expecting 44 cents. So a little bit lower right now. We talked about some of the bear cases there right now. Higher valuation right now for Supermicro. They've had quite a nice move since April bottoms of 25 bucks. They doubled, but now we're down 11%. On SMCI right now, down 11% and starting to go. The AI server boom, I don't want to say it's over now because it shouldn't be, but there it comes to the downside right now. SMCI trying to breathe a little bit, but let's go over a daily chart here just to see how low exactly we're getting. It's down to $50 right now, SMCI, so that is near the 200 period moving average right here. $50 right now for SMCI and starting to get low right now for that lower. So once we get those numbers, Sharif, of course, we'll review all of those, but we still got to wait for AMD. When's AMD coming out? They're not out yet, but off that SMCI number, AMD is starting to tick a little bit lower. So we'll give you SMCI in just a second. Is Open Door out? Nice little move to the downside right there for Open Door. We're seeing it down 15%. Oh no, shut the door, Adara, and we know where that's from, of course, as that gets to the downside right now, down 17% on Open Door. We'll get all that for you, but what do we want to talk about first?
SMCI's tanking, Katina, man, 15% here. Here's what happened, guys. We got EPS of 41 pennies. That misses, Sean. The street consensus of 44 on revenue of 5.75 billion. Again, Sean, it's a top and bottom line miss. $5.88 billion was the street consensus. It's a 24.07% decrease over the earnings of 54 pennies a share the same period last year, Sean. That's not what you want to see. The company reported sales, as I mentioned, of $5.75 billion, which missed the analyst consensus of $5.884 billion by about 2.1%. That's an 8.46% increase over the sales of $5.3 billion last year. So they increased sales, but that earnings per share number comes below expectations. You got to wonder what they're spending the money on, Sean. Is it to expand their infrastructure, or are their costs just rising? The market them making them pay here to the tune of around 13% in the aftermarket.
Okay, good little look right there. Open Door does announce their second quarter results right now as well. So we're going to look over for those numbers.
Got it.
Amgen, of course, we talked about that already. SMCI. The problem with SMCI, too, might be the guide. So you're down to $49 right now. It's actually bouncing just a little bit. That low was $49.60, so SMCI right here. sees quarter one adjusted EPS 40 to 52 versus 60. Did you talk about that? Versus 60. So that's a little bit of a downside move. And then they miss on sales. So we're not overly pleased with that number. I'm just going to search up Open Door right now to get these numbers to you. It's not actually in right here into Benzinga, but we will do our best to go find more information there about Open Door as we go. But right now it's SMCI's world and it's a downside move. Yep. Right here, AMD now trying to kick up a little bit. It's just dancing here in the after hours. We'll wait for AMD. What the number that you're looking for us to yell out at you are. EPS right now, 49 cents is what's coming as expected. So we'll check an expected EPS move of 49 cents. Expectation on AMD. Revenue 7.41 billion. Right now we have over 6,000 of you watching.
Get it, guys.
Thank you for all of that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe.
Dang.
Right now is AMD coming back to life.
Katina, man, I got more information here on SMCI. We can pass it on here. So you're perfectly accurate when you said it was the guide here, Katina, man. So here's the deal. They are lowering their full year 2026 sales guidance down from $40 billion, Katina, man, down $33 billion versus that 29.79 estimate. So they're still ahead of estimates, but they're dropping their guide $7 billion. And they also see their Q1 adjusted EPS, as you mentioned, Sean, between 40 to 52 pennies. The street was looking for 60, so that's another miss there. So a bit of a tougher look. They see sales between 6 to 7 billion versus that 6.6 estimate. So it looks like they're a bit lower than the midpoint, with the midpoint being 6.5, obviously 6.6, a bit of a tougher look there. Let me know if we're going to go to.
Yeah, Darren's got a fun one for us. Let's go over
Got
there.
it.
A couple times today, but SMCI reporting unexpected earnings. It's not at all the first time for this company. This report last year, August 6, 2024, almost a year from today, they actually announced their 10-for-1 split because they were trading in the several hundreds at the time, but they also posted weaker than expected earnings. So if you guys are interested in what this company did last year, it was a crazy year for SMCI. This price action only captures 2024. This company spent literally less than 6 months in the NASDAQ 100. So to capture all of this action, go on X at TTV Research. We're posting fun infographics just like this for you every single day. And I always take suggestions as well. Back to you.
All right. Katina, man,
we finally got Open Door. Let's just have a quick look at what the stock is doing. I think Rivian should be down a little bit more than where it is. Rivian right now only down 4%. We'll talk about that number there. Open Door now, though, Sharif, down 13%, looking like it wants to bounce. And remember, that area right down into here, 176, 175, the low right there, 190. So we kind of get back into those lows. That might have been a great pickup. What do the numbers look like?
All right, here it is, Katina, man. Revenue, guys, for Open Door. We're talking revenue of $1.6 billion, up 4%. What was the street looking for? Let's have a look over here. We'll see what Open Door was looking. We were looking, Katina, man, for 1.49 billion. So that's a beat on the top line. Gross profit came in at 128 million versus the 129 that was printed last year on the quarter and 99 earlier this year. They did print a net loss, Katina, man, so still losing the money of 29 million versus the 92 million they lost last year on the quarter, with inventory balance being $1.5 billion, representing basically, Sean, 4,500 homes, a little bit more. The amount of homes purchased on their network was 1,757, and they ended the quarter with 393 homes under contract for purchase. Good look there. Let's just look at adjusted EBITDA, 23 million.
Yeah, right. Okay, good. So so Open Door right now almost back, guys. Right now, the extended hours is still 7% down, but we were down 15 or 16% right there. So another big play, of course, Rivian, as we just had those numbers as well. Let me just get those to you. They reported a big miss on everything. 97 cents to the red side. So minus 97 cents on the EPS, beating their own 76 number there as well. So 20 cents off. Sales a little bit higher is the number that I'm seeing. I said they had a little bit lower sales, but it looks like the sales do beat some estimates. But again, not able to make these cars with any kind of a profit. Rivian getting to the downside. We're going to wait to see what happens over there. And then, of course, SMCI. I got to call that one up. And I'm just trying to review some of the names here as we go, because I know you guys are trying to look for everything right now. Guide guidance, 40 billion to 33 billion. That should be a little bit of a decent guide there for SMCI. But again, their EPS, not great, between 40 to 52 cents versus 60 cents. So seeing a little bit of higher revenue. There must be some associated costs in there right now. But we are waiting for AMD. AMD earnings are very close to being out, man. 2 minutes away, 4:15 is this number. Look, I think AMD holds the keys to a lot of what we're talking about here because we do have NVIDIA coming out later on and a couple weeks. We'll see if NVIDIA and AMD, if AMD can hold this number, 49 cents, plus talk about what they're looking forward to, right? I mean, we'll have to see if they have any worries about China, if there's sort of any insights there, how many of these chips do they expect to ship over there, so on and so forth.
They should have a nice tailwind, Katina, man, because it wasn't the only H20 that got banned. And AMD had their own chip that was actually banned as well. And as we were talking about the Midday show with Adair today, their capacity to build more of these GPUs is kind of limited, Sean, by the Taiwan Semi's Arizona plant.
So that's another thing. Let's see where production is and what inventory looks like for all of these guys. All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
Snapchat right now, crushed. What is up with Snapchat, Sharif? I'm seeing an EPS of minus 16 cents in line. Sales actually in line as well. So not sure what's causing this. It's probably the guide, but oh boy, man. All the way down to $8 again goes Snapchat. So that's absolutely getting crushed right here as we get into the lows here for Snapchat, all the way back into May, June levels. And again, if we call up a daily chart here for Snapchat, let's just get that going just to see where we are on this plate. Back down to $8 again. So you're all the way back again into some of these levels for Snapchat. It's only spent a handful of its life underneath this area in the last couple of years. So watch out for Snapchat now coming back in. We like that stock. I like it. I always thought they were a buyout candidate, but
and I agreed with you for a long time.
I guess
nobody's
not.
picking these. You know what? Here's the deal.
Have you ever had a buy now, pay later stuff or anything like that?
I never heard about. There's Upstart.
No, not Snapchat. I was gonna say Upstart.
We
things
got
like
that.
Yeah. So we go
Katina,
ahead.
man, we lost 16 cents a share. That's a 900% decrease from what they printed last year on their earnings when they actually made 2 pennies per share. So even though they did come ahead of consensus, the street were making them pay here. You got to wonder what they're spending the money on, man. Or is it those Snapchat glasses with AR? Did you see your boy Steve there?
Didn't they get rid of those? They were one of the first ones with those glasses. AMD is out. AMD is out right now.
What do we got?
I don't have the numbers yet, but there goes AMD. Nice move to the upside there. 179. There it comes back down. 171. 48 we're hearing as an adjusted number. 48 cents. They were looking for 49 cents right now. The expected move for AMD, though, might be disappointing if this holds. We are looking for 8% right now for AMD. It is flat right now on the number, trying to figure itself out. 174 and change right now for Advanced Micro Devices. Here we go, trying to get going back up to the upside again for Advanced Micro Devices. We're just going to have to try to figure this out, but it doesn't look like there's much happening right now for AMD.
I got the revenue, Katina, man.
Just
Here
to
we
see
go.
if there's anything happening on NVIDIA quickly.
Sure.
No, not much going on with NVIDIA either. So give it to us on AMD, Sharif.
All right, it's $7.69 billion in revenue, which beats the 7.4 expected by the street. On EPS, Sean, of 54 pennies, net income coming at $872 million, and operating income minus $134 million, with gross margins being at 40%. Katina, man, they see the Q3 revenue guide at $8.7 billion. What were we expecting in terms of the street? This is what I'll show it to you guys right here. We got it. You can show it up on the screen if you need to see it yourself. There it is. 7.685 billion, beating the 7.4 headline number on EPS of 49 pennies, again ahead of the expectations there, but it is a decrease, Sean, of the 69 pennies per share they printed last year on the quarter. So a bit of a tougher look there, but you got to assume they're probably spending a big bunch of money expanding capacity.
Nice move happening right now. I mean, I don't know what news we just got right there, but there goes AMD now going back up to the upside. I did hear something about expanding their capacity, as you were mentioning there, into China. So it looks like right now a good sales guide forward here. We're going to figure it out. They just gave a top side of $9 billion, which is great. In store for $8.14 billion. Adara's over there. What you got?
Get it, Adara.
I'll be brief, but this infographic here, which you can find on X at TTV Research, really just shows that AMD and NVIDIA were actually neck and neck initially when Lisa Su became CEO of AMD in 2014. In about 2022, then we saw the epic growth of NVIDIA, but I think this infographic is interesting because it shows that these companies were not that far off until the point where NVIDIA had a breakthrough. So interesting look here, X at TTV Research for all of this type of content, and back to the guys with the earnings.
Thank you there for that, Adaria. This is what you were talking about, Sean. That Q3 sales guide, you're bang on. 8.4 billion to 8.9. That's ahead of the estimate. Easily 8.148 was what the street wanted, and they got it way higher.
We just put those numbers going through there on the screen there as we try to figure it all out. Right now, there goes AMD, man, up 3%. So who bought the dip?
Who?
Not me. We're sitting here trading. Come on, Sharif. I mean, we're not sitting here trading. We're doing a show over here, my
we
guy.
gotta do something.
Right there. All right. What about Arista Networks? I mean, ANET.
Flying, man.
That's flying right now, up 13%. The number that they got, they posted a huge beat, 73 cents versus 63 cents for Arista right here. They see sales outpacing the guide as well, 2.2 versus 2.1 billion for their next quarter. So nice move up there for Arista Networks. ANET going upside right now. Huge move again. 177.19 up $3 goes AMD. As soon as I say that, now it's coming back down. So this is pretty violent here in the after hours. Now flat on AMD. And as Joe and I were talking about, writing options pre and post earnings right here. Anybody that did pre might be the winner right now because you're not getting that 8% move. You're not going to get called out on puts or calls right now. So we'll have to wait to see what happens on AMD SMCI. Adair likes to call this SMCI, I believe, or something like that. There we go, yep. Downside, or Sharif does. Downside right now, 49.50. That's going to be a breaking spot for us right now on SMCI. That was the bottom there for SMCI. And again, what they brought out to our attention was a little bit of a worse guide there again. They see gap EPS between 30 to 42 cents versus what the street wanted was 60 cents.
We can talk about Astrolabs as well, Katina, man, because that thing is up 13% and going.
Okay, let's look at that.
A-Labs, Katina, man. So let's have a look at what they did. Q2 adjusted EPS of 44 pennies, easily beating 16%. The 32. Sales, Katina, man, 191 million, easily beating the 172. And that's what's rewarding this stock right now, up 14% here in the aftermarket. That's a 150% increase over the sales of $76 million the same period last year. Must be nice to double income in a year, man. Holy cow. Or revenue, that is, not income. Fantastic look there for A-Lab.
Yeah, so thanks for bringing that up. But look what's happening to Upstart right now, man. I mean, we had a huge move to start this move off, right? I mean, we went up from $83 all the way to $92 and $93 and change, taking out those highs. We go over the chart. Yeah, that'd be good. Thanks to Fabian. Taking out that past high right there of not 85. But there it is, now falling to the downside as Upstart right here. They see guidance again better than expected. And then the sales number was pretty good. Their adjusted EPS of 36 cents also beats 26 cents. So I'm not sure what's in these numbers, but right now Upstart down 9%. So we don't like that one. And again, the expected move on UPST today was 20%.
Wow.
So it traveled 20% up and down, but right now 9% trying to hold out on that as well. Yeah, not much else happening here. I mean, obviously we have the big number from AMD, so that's going to just hover right now flat. Absolutely flat. Like, we closed the day here on AMD at 174.20. We're at 175.50 right now as Advanced Micro Devices right now flat on the day, as you can see, only up 0.83%. So not good. And just like,
look at this, Sean.
Just like that, Snapchat gives away the last couple months.
I think you're going to love this headline, Sean. The current outlook doesn't include any revenue from that MI308 that they can sell to China again.
We should be going higher.
So you know there's going to be more of a revenue tailwind there. That's a good look. I forgot the name of the chip. That's why I wasn't able to remember the H20 comparable. The MI308. That's not a bad look there for AMD. We'll have to wait for the call and see what Lisa Su has to say. Speaking of the call, Katina, man, let's have a look at when that bad boy starts. We're expecting the call for AMD at 5 o'clock. So if you're invested in the name, listen to the call and hear what Lisa has to say. I want to hear more about China, Sean. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Let us know when we're ready for it, Dara, of course. I had said, we are ready? No, okay. I had saw this Rivian play here. We were only down 3%. I thought it should be down a little bit more than that. I can't be happy here as an investor into Rivian, missing their numbers again coming through, and revenue a little bit lower than expected, as well as an EPS miss, minus 93 cents versus 76 cents. I think Rivian should be a lot lower. I'd be interested to hear the story on RIVN. Just a quick check before we go to Adara on SMCI. Going lower lower. Wow, SMCI breaking right now. So I actually said live on the air when Neil and I were going back and forth, AMD versus SMCI.
Yeah.
I said SMCI is going to have the bigger move. I think we both agreed with that.
Did.
There goes SMCI, nice downside move right here. So we'll figure it all out. We're going to go over to it.
I just want to mention one quick thing. So that MI308 that we were talking about, that China compliant GPU, here's what's happening, guys. Their application to actually sell these in China, not approved yet, Sean. It is currently under review by the U.S. government. That's not what we heard from NVIDIA with respect to the H20, so that's going to be a bit of a headwind until they get that taken care of. Adira.
Sharif, I want to talk here about Snapchat because this company's come a long way. This infographic encompasses about 7 years worth of quarterly earnings reports, starting with their IPO in Q2 2017. So these bars are going to be the company's quarterly losses in black or quarterly profits in yellow. The black line that you see throughout the infographic is going to be their global daily active users per quarter. And as you can see, that metric has generally been a straight line, and they've generally gotten better at reporting consistent profit as well. So SNAP certainly does not have the best reputation necessarily as a stock or a company, but it's had a beautiful uptrend, especially in terms of global daily active users. If you look back at its roughly 7 years of being a public company, note that this infographic has not been updated since Q3 2024. So these are a couple quarters out of date, but good luck here for SNAP, at least from a historical basis, and it could be an interesting one to trade tomorrow.
I mean, especially at that price level, right? Only $8. I mean, it's basically like an option right there. You take a couple shares tomorrow on Snapchat. Join us, of course, live at 8:30. We'll be running down all of these numbers. And the thing is about all of them, Sharif, is we know this. Once the conference call starts going, then maybe Lisa Su or whoever's on it will address the chip situation about China, answer more specific questions as the analysts start to cover the name, and then we'll see if there's upgrades tomorrow, downgrades tomorrow. That will be a huge part of it. So make sure you do join all of us, Adira, Sharif, Brendo, all included tomorrow morning as we'll review all of these plays. Look, SMCI is right now hitting the space, I would think. You know, not a great guide. If they're seeing some pressures moving forward there, that's not great in general for the space, but maybe we'll have a look at Dell, see if that's coming back in a little bit as well. Yeah, so Dell's pushing down about $3, down 3% in the after hours, goes DELL. NVIDIA as well, down about 1% on a negative note there from it's not necessarily a negative note from AMD, but now there goes there goes AMD right now, failing hard right now, breaking back down below, now down 3.5%. This is wild, man. I mean,
AMD
more
coming out here, Katina.
Yeah, what do you
They got smacked with an $800 million inventory and related charges as a result of the restrictions.
Didn't NVIDIA write down $5 billion or something?
It was supposed to be $5 billion for the year, $2.8 billion for the quarter. Absolutely accurate on that. $800 million, kind of proportional to AMD's size relative to NVIDIA's. But yeah, that's a big hit there, and they didn't mention anything about that prior to that, and the market really reacting to that, Sean, because it's now down 5 1/3, 5 1/4%, really dropping now as more information comes out from the report, guys. I just want to mention that yes, they did say that there was robust demand from the hyperscalers. They haven't seen any pullback from Meta, Microsoft, or other AI leaders, including OpenAI. We saw these Mag 7 names raise guidance, Sean, with respect to CapEx coming for the year and for AI specifically. So there you go, $800 million charge sustained by AMD as a result of some of these export restrictions dropping here 5 1/3 in the afternoon.
So I see someone in the chat. Shout out to whoever's putting it a couple times. Dane Generous right there. IonQ. I'm not sure what the story is right here, but it is up a couple bucks, up 5% right now into the end right now. See if there's anything happening in the quantum space as well. Yeah, QBTS a little bit, but it looks like IonQ right now getting into it. So right now we'll wait for the call. The call will be on soon. Right now we can go to Adara if she wants to talk about that IonQ news. Right now she's at her desk. Adara just still working on the desk right now as we speak. So we'll throw to her whenever she gives the thumbs up, Fabian. But there's the move down on AMD, potentially bouncing. And where's the level right now? 166. So all we've done, Sharif, is, although it seems like maybe the sky is falling, it's only down 3%. It's not that bad. On the chart, on a minute chart, it does look like that. But if you just kind of zoom out right here and we look at what's going on right now, you're just back to where we were 3 days ago. So it's not the end of the world here for AMD. Maybe take this opportunity to buy some weakness. If you like the chip story and you like the space, this could be something going on there as well.
And Sean, we could be higher after the call, realistically speaking.
I think it might be worth it. We're taking a little bit of a shot.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely
I think we're ready for the quantum news.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know here. Hi, guys. This is the catalyst here for IONQ. As far as I can tell, I just looked this up on X. There could be another catalyst, but apparently Amazon added 854,207 shares of IONQ during Q2 because Amazon here, I guess, updated their portfolio at the end of Q2 2025. There are some other notable names here, including Marvell, but by far, one of the most notable additions, other than, I guess, this Rivian ad, is going to be the ad here for IONQ. They've added 854,207 shares during the quarter. And these other ones, it's unclear if they added it during the quarter. This IONQ, we know that this is a new, I guess, addition here of shares for AMZN. So I guess IONQ shareholders or traders really liking that news. Back to the guys.
Okay, thank you so much for that news. Yeah, QBTS running Rigetti looking like it wants to break out through the top side as well. So interesting plays there happening in the quantum space with only 2 minutes to go before we end the show. Never fear, the NASDAQ is here. It is down nothing. So right now, despite what's been happening right now, the NASDAQ's down nothing. But we did talk about it, man. Arista, the only up stock right now, in A-Lab. So right now, ANET upside up 11% and breaking out. What a great chart. This one looks like it just keeps getting stronger, it seems like every day. And then A-Lab as well, ALAB, of course, up 12%. But the downside plays today. Like that, Snapchat gets not cut in half. This is not... what's the guy from Marvel there that snaps his finger and it's
Gambit?
Gonzo's Thanos, of course. Thanos downside right there.
So
that's downside now. There goes AMD now at the low, so that's a low tick as well today. Upstart also not giving us too much love. That's down 12%. Like, I feel like the NASDAQ, the market could fall apart tomorrow. We had a couple great shorts today. We'll look to put some more on there tomorrow. SMCI, of course, down probably the most out of all the big names is what we're looking at. SMCI right now down 15%.
My goodness.
Getting lower as we speak right now. There's a little tick there, down into $48. SMCI giving it all back, and right now trying to bounce off 47, which gets us back to June right there. So giving back about a month and a half right now on on SMCI. The other name that we were looking at, which I think goes lower, and you watch is probably green now, is... She's allowed to sneeze. Oh, that was Ramin. That's why I'm giving her a hard time. If Adara sneezed or coughed, it'd be get it, Adara.
Exactly.
If Ramin does it, it's
no.
Ramin, what are you doing?
Story, Katina, man.
Right there, yeah. The love affair between Ramin and Sharif continues as she throws a sugar packet at him. They cut the lights on you. The lights got cut.
That means Fabian wants
right
us
now
to leave.
But there it goes. Yeah, we do have to cut the show right now.
Yes,
it's
sir.
been a good one. I mean, which out of all of the names, was there anything that surprised you?
Katina, man, I didn't think SMCI would get that much of a hit. I thought they had their house in order. It looks like there might be more there. Open door, I kind of expected that. I was waiting for Wall Street for earnings so they could hit that short button, or the profit takers to take their profit from Wall Street bets. Really, what's really glaring at me here is Upstart, Katina, man. 11 1/3 negative right now. They had a decent year. I mean, look at where they were trading at the beginning of the year. Giving back some here.
Upstart's going to be absolutely wild. We've got to talk about Open Door, another big one. Open Door right now down 14%. Door's been open and closed and open and closed.
Seems to be revolving.
Again. All right, you know, Darren and I always do something fun at the end of the day. I ask her a random question, then she answers it.
Oh, boy.
So yesterday I saw in your shirt Mo Salah.
Oh, yeah.
So give me your next favorite player.
Okay, Omar Marmoush, because another Egyptian guy in City. City just picked him up in the transfer window. I think he's a hell of a player. Comes from the Bundesliga.
Okay.
So the Bundesliga and the Premier League, very similar styles. Katina, man, so transfer.
Will Egypt be qualifying for the World Cup?
I hope so, man. We went 0 for 3 last time. We made it, but we sucked.
But what about this following one? Because maybe they'll be maybe because we have a couple games in Toronto.
We do, but we don't. We haven't had the AFCON elimination games yet, so we're still waiting on that.
Guys, thank you so much for everybody for joining us, man. It's been a big, huge day. Thank you to Nimrod for coming through again as well. And again, thanks, Sharif, for staying late with us. Thank you to Adara. Thank you to Fabian. What about, thank you to Ramin? I don't know.
She's throwing something at you now, Sean, but it was probably going to hit me.
I was giving it to you. I always thank her. I always thank her.
I love
Sharif
Ramin.
and I are
Everybody
nothing but
knows
trouble.
I love Ramin, man.
So this will be the last time Sharif and I host something like this, if it was Ramin's choice. But again, thank you so much to everybody. We can't do this without the viewers, you know, so we want to thank all of that. And I hope that your trades have worked out for you so far here. Join us tomorrow as all of us will be running down all of these earnings calls. And hey, if your stock didn't act properly, maybe there's an earnings call coming and you'll get the movement that you're looking for. That's Sharif, I'm Sean, and for now, ciao.
Take care, guys.